However, those freezing rays directly passed through the face of the man's body, as if his body was a phantom. Without any effect. It's useless, your strength is too weak, you are not qualified to touch me at all. The masked man watched Launcher's fist pass through his body with the person, and continued on the spot, if it wasn't for that this body is so old that you don't even have the qualifications to see me. While speaking, the masked man's eyes narrowed, and Launcher, Gaiman and the others immediately returned to their stunned state as before. Unable to move at all. For the sake of Frode's good work, I will forgive your rudeness this time, but don't do it again. After the masked man finished speaking, Launcher and the others immediately regained their freedom. This is a deal between you and our family. If you want your body, take my body and don't implicate others. Launcher said. Launcher. Gaiman wanted to pull Launcher away, but was avoided by Launcher. Are you really willing to let me take away your body? Do you know that although your body can continue to live, your consciousness will be completely erased? I don't need your consciousness. The masked man was very interested looking at Lon. Sure, and asked. I'll handle my affairs myself, and I don't need someone else to replace it. It's not that easy for you to occupy my body, Launcher said calmly. It seems that human beings now seem to have more backbone than before. Unfortunately, I have changed my mind. I want his body, and your body is useless to me. What I have decided will not change, you go, or it's up to you to stay, but I have to decide on his body. The masked man looked at Zhou Wen and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Launcher also looked at Zhou Wen and said, It's okay, it's not your fault. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. He has become accustomed to the feeling of being caught in a conspiracy. If a person has no wealth, then even if he appears in front of bad people will not want to plot against him, because it isn't profitable. But if a person has a huge treasure, no matter how far he hides, there will be people who will miss him. The so-called common man is innocent and guilty, probably this is the truth. As Zhou Wen's ability becomes stronger and stronger, no matter how much he restrains himself, there will be people who will miss him, which is unavoidable. Of course, Zhou Wen can see it clearly, but that doesn't mean he will forgive Frode. Since my life was supposed to stay here, now I will stay. Even if I go to hell, I won't be lonely. Launcher said. I don't care if you want to go to hell, but I haven't lived enough yet, and I want to live a few more years. As Zhou Wen spoke, his figure suddenly disappeared, and he used teleport to head towards the exit of the garden. But Zhou Wen soon discovered that the gate of this garden had disappeared, and there was nothing outside the garden, and there was no way to go. Only people I allow can get out of here. The masked man said with a smile. So, if I kill you, can I leave here? Zhou Wen asked, bluntly. The masked man laughed. Of course, you can kill me and get out of here, but unfortunately, even the most powerful human beings are just as tiny as ants in front of me. How do you know if you don't try it? Zhou Wen continued to draw out the bamboo knife. I'll fight with you. Launcher leaned over and said. Okay, I will attack you, Zhou Wen said. Okay. Launcher rushed over. Zhou Wen was behind him, but he directly slapped Launcher on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. Take him back, don't get in the way here. Zhou Wen hugged Launcher and threw him to Gaiman. Gaiman quickly caught Launcher, looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated look and said, It's our family that can't handle you, I didn't expect you If you have any wishes, just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you do it. Gaiman didn't know, but it's impossible to put such a thing on anyone, and it's impossible to be as free and easy as Zhou Wen, even thinking of Lan. Sure, and sending him out. Don't thank me, I have clear grievances, this matter has nothing to do with Lan. Sure, he doesn't need to die with me, but you go back and tell Frode that what he owes me. I will definitely take it back. Zhou Wen said. Gaiman didn't say much, just bowed deeply to Zhou Wen, and then left the garden with Lan Shi. In his opinion, it is impossible for Zhou Wen to leave alive. In front of the masked man, who is as invincible as a god, they don't even have the ability to resist. And there is only a dead end. I don't know if the demon baby is the opponent of the masked man? But now, I can only try it. But it shouldn't be a big problem. I can't even see the fearful state of the demon baby, but the masked man, at least I can still see him. Zhou Wen closed his eyes and did not let his eyes touch the mask, hoping to prevent his body from being controlled. And Unabledo move. Closing your eyes is useless. The influence of this mask is not aimed at your eyes, but your soul. The masked man looked at Zhou Wen with interest and said. He looked at Zhou Wen as if he was looking at a new car or a house, full of curiosity, but he didn't treat Zhou Wen as a person. Can I ask you a few questions? Zhou Wen didn't open his eyes and said after thinking about it. Seeing that you are going to contribute your body to me, I can answer you as best I can. The masked man didn't rush to do it, as if he was waiting for something. You participated in the last Guardian battle, so can you tell me what the Guardian is looking for? Zhou Wen wanted to take the opportunity to find out some secrets. So many powerful beings in different dimensions all want things on Earth, but until now, Zhou Wen still doesn't know what they want. If you ask other Guardians about this question, even if you ask 99 of them, I am afraid that none of them know, but if you ask me, that is the right question, and I am the only one who knows about the 100 Guardians. The masked man's answer made Zhou Wen overjoyed. What is it? Zhou Wen asked. I don't know what it is. The masked man replied. Zhou Wen's eyes twitched, and there was an urge to slap him to death. The masked man seemed to appreciate Zhou Wen's expression, and said with a half-smile, of course I can't know, because even those big men of different dimension races don't know what they are looking for, but there is a clue, there are not many Guardians who know this clue, and I am one of them. What clue? Zhou Wen asked. Companion pet, the most powerful companion pet, said the masked man. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Companion pet? Aren't other dimensional creatures unable to use companion pets? What do they want companion pets for? Zhou Wen wondered. In his heart. Who told you that other dimensional creatures can't use companion pets? The masked man curled his lips and said, they just can't use companion pets on Earth. In other dimensions, there are many powerful companion pets, but they are only compatible with the companion pets on Earth. It's a little different, and it's far more powerful than the companion pets on Earth. Since the companion pets of different dimensions are more powerful than the companion pets on Earth, why are they still looking for companion pets on Earth? Zhou Wen was even more puzzled. This world is very unique, so unique that all other dimensional creatures can't understand it. The masked man pondered for a while and continued, in any dimension, it is impossible to create something out of nothing, even if it is only theoretically impossible. Do this kind of thing, but on Earth, humans do it. Humans have created something out of nothing? Why don't I know? Zhou thought for a while. It seems that there is no such powerful high-tech on Earth. Yes, every human being can do it. The masked man looked at Zhou with a smile. You can do it too. What is that? Zhou still couldn't figure out how he could create something out of nothing. The masked man raised a hand and pressed his finger to his head and said, "It's the brain's imagination. In all other dimensions, there is no such thing as ghosts and gods. Only the Earth has ghosts and gods as imaginary products. Isn't this just creating something out of nothing? What's even weirder is that these ghosts and gods and human illusions can actually find their corresponding creatures in different dimensions, which is a mystery that has yet to be explained. The theory of ghosts and gods originated from humans' fear of nature. It's just that humans' imagination is a little richer, which may not mean anything. Or maybe it was the previous alien creatures that came to the Earth, and human beings saw them and regarded them as ghosts and gods, so there is their legend. It is not surprising to be able to find corresponding creatures in different dimensions. Zhou said. No, it's not the same thing. In fact, you don't know that there is an area outside this world, between different dimensions, and that area can breed a lot of dimensional creatures in the Earth's dimensional field, all come from there, not from another dimension. The masked man continued. What's even weirder is that some powerful other dimensional creatures have spent a lot of strength and energy to study the area where the other dimensional creatures were born, and found a very strange thing. What peculiar thing? Of course Zhou knew there was such a place. He not only knew it, but also visited it. The dimensional creatures born there highly overlap with the creatures you imagined by humans, and the dimensional creatures that were not there originally were created by your human imaginations, and corresponding dimensional creatures were born there. How can you be sure that dimensional creatures were born there after humans used their imagination to create? Maybe humans have long imagined it, but you haven't discovered it before. Zhou tried to analyze. It's not difficult to prove, because thousands of years ago, humans didn't have hot weapons at that time, and the dimensional creatures born in that area would not have hot weapons either. When something like a pistol appeared in your humans, in fact there are some dimensional creatures that appeared as weapons such as pistols when they were born. Although the number is very small, it is very rare, but this is an iron fact. Is there such a thing? Zhou was a little surprised. I don't know if there are a lot of modern times, but before I fell asleep, such a situation did occur. The masked man continued. There are still many strange things about the Earth, such as even the power of the apocalypse level existence. After coming to this world, the power will also be weakened to the level of ordinary mythology. For another example, only the human body can break through the level above the fear level in this world. These are very unscientific. In theory, this world is a low-level world compared to other dimensions. There is no way for the low level to limit the high-level creatures. Even if they cannot withstand the arrival of high-level life, they will only be destroyed by the high-level power, rather than restricting the high-level creatures. But until I fell asleep, there was no strong person who could break the rules of this world. What does this mean? It means that the Earth is not a low-level world? Is it possible that it is more advanced than another dimension? Zhou said. Yes, the powerhouses of different dimensions also think this way, but if this world is an advanced world, then there must be advanced life forms. But there is no such life form on the Earth, and except for the Earth, on other planets, there is no life form at all. Therefore, those big guys want to find the answer. the masked man said here, showing a strange smile. That smile made Zhou look a little creepy, and had a very bad premonition in his heart. Have they found the answer? Zhou asked nervously. Almost, according to their speculation, a very powerful companion pet is likely to be born in this world, and you humans and other dimensional creatures are just companion creatures of that companion pet. The masked man said with a smile. Zhou was a little forgiving when he heard this, frowned and asked, why are companion pets born instead of dimensional creatures? I don't know about this. You have to ask those big bosses in different dimensions. These are what they speculated, and they speculated that once the companion pet is born, the world will be destroyed. The masked man continued. Why? Zhou didn't understand even more. I don't know about this either, because I only heard the news, but I don't know the process of their reasoning, but this matter is already the consensus of the major races in different dimensions. They are fighting for control. Here, just to find that companion pet, and take it as his own. Once the companion pet is found, the world will be finished. The masked man looked up at the sky and said, the time is up, you should go on your way. I hope that during the time of your death, after all, I used your body. And I don't want this body to have any unpleasant memories. What time is it? Zhou looked at the masked man and asked. Time to die. The masked man didn't look at Zhou, but still looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, waiting for the moment when Zhou died. But time passed by, but Zhou stood there unchanged and showed no signs of dying. The masked man's neck seemed to be a little sore, and his expression became a little stiff. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. Zhou knew what the masked man meant when the time was up. He had been in the garden for an hour. Under normal circumstances, he should have been killed by the 1-hour time limit in the garden. Although Zhou didn't know how he would die in reality, a complete corpse was the most suitable for the masked man. As long as he had his body. However, it is a pity that Zhou has the supreme Tian scripture. And the time limit here cannot kill him. The masked man looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and looked handsome, but after a while, he couldn't keep it up. It's surprising that you have the ability to restrain the forbidden power. This is a very rare attribute. Now I am more and more satisfied with your body. The masked man said. Thank you for recognizing my body so much, but I'm sorry, I also think this body is very good, and I have no plans to let it go. When Zhou spoke, he suddenly summoned an invisibility cloak to wear on his body, and at the same time put the turbidity beads inside. The ice girl released. The demon baby was also summoned by Zhou, held her in his arms, and quickly retreated at the same time. Because Zhou must not be killed by the forbidden power here, he cannot use teleportation because he must remain in the state of Taisheng Kaidianjing. The ice girl had been trapped in the chaos pearl by Zhou for a few days. She had already hated her teeth and was suddenly released. She felt a strange force descending on her body, pressing her body and strength. Glancing around, the ice maiden immediately understood what she was talking about, summoned the ice castle, and provided her with shelter with the power of the ice castle, so that she was not directly slashed by the power of the earth to the fear-level power. The ice castle fell, instantly, smashing the garden into shreds. The masked man saw that Zhou suddenly disappeared, but the ice girl and the ice castle appeared in an instant, smashing the garden into pieces, thinking that the ice girl was a helper summoned by Zhou. The masked man's eyes turned cold, and the eye sockets of the mask seemed to have a strange magic power to attract the ice girl's soul. The ice girl's eyes turned towards the masked man's eyes involuntarily. But she knew in her heart that this was not her own will. The ice girl was also shocked. She thought that the masked man was brought by Zhou to kill her, so she immediately entered a state of terror. In the country of ice and snow, the masked man was also frozen in ice. The fear power of the ice element dared to show off in front of me. The masked man's indifferent voice came from the ice block, and cracks appeared on the ice block, which quickly collapsed. In the next instant, the figure of the masked man disappeared. The ice girl immediately put up the ice cover to protect her body, and one after another terrifying invisible blade slashed on top of the ice cover, quickly smashing the ice cover. And the mask of the masked man kept appearing in her mind, making her want to look at the mask. The ice girl was shocked. The terrifying strength of the masked man was beyond her expectations. She never expected that Zhou would be able to find such a terrifying character to deal with her. The ice girl didn't hesitate anymore. She took out the sky-covering bell from the ice castle, held it in her hand, and shook it violently. The masked man who was sneaking was shocked by the voice of the sky-covering bell, and he showed his figure, staggered a few steps, and showed a solemn expression on his face. Above the mask, a strange gray light appeared, making his face look even more sinister. Zhou couldn't rush out of the garden, so he could only dodge far away, but the invisibility time of the invisibility cloak was only 3 minutes, and when the 3 minutes passed, both the masked man and the ice woman would be able to find him. Little baby, find an opportunity to kill the guy wearing the mask first. Zhou communicated with the demon baby with his mind. The demon baby was motionless in his arms, and it seemed that the masked man was not easy to deal with, and he had to wait for the opportunity. The ice girl and the masked man were fighting outside, and both Tian and the mask burst out with strange power. Zhou only saw flashes of glare, and he couldn't see their battle at all. In this case, it's similar to Zhou's situation after entering a different dimension. He can only use his listening ability, and he can vaguely hear some battle situations. Tian is very strong, but the ice girl seems to be a little weak. She shook the Zhitian bell twice and failed to kill the masked man, and her power began to weaken. However, the strength of the masked man still shows no sign of weakening. Is that guy in the mask so strong? Zhou was surprised. I originally thought that the ice girl was a creature of another dimension, and her strength should be strong enough, but she couldn't suppress the masked man when she held the sky-shading bell. Although Zaishanling is strong, you are too weak to truly exert its power. Give it to me. I will spare your life. The masked man actually thought of robbing Zaishanling. The gray light on the mask became stronger and stronger, and there seemed to be an endless abyss in the eye sockets. The ice girl's mind was gradually attracted by her, and she couldn't restrain her desire to look at the mask. A bastard, also worthy of the idea of hitting the sky bell? Ice girl said coldly, apparently seeing that the masked man has the blood of a human being and a guardian. You are an ice demon, and you may not necessarily be a noble bloodline. At least now. My strength is higher than yours. If you want to be born, you will live. If you want to die, you have to die. The masked man is like a phantom wandering in the world of ice and snow. When the ice girl's frost power hit him, what it hit was just a phantom. Ice girl's own eyes became more and more unsteady. Now hand over the Tian bell, you still have a chance. The masked man appeared on the ice, as if he appeared in a mirror. The ice girl's eyes have begun to look uncontrollably at the masked man figure on the ice, and the power of frost has also begun to weaken. Ice girl doesn't seem to be able to do it. Zhou couldn't help but be a little worried when he saw that the magic baby had not taken action, because the 3-minute invisibility time was about to come. At this moment, the ice light on Ice Girl's body erupted, and an ice crystal crown formed on the top of her head. Her figure became more and more transparent, and she was almost invisible. At the same time, the Ice Girl shook the sky covering bell in her hand again. The bloodline of the Ice Demon King? The masked man showed a look of surprise before he finished speaking, and everything in the entire garden was shattered by the power of Zixinling. The masked man, who bore the brunt of the body, slipped backwards in the garden, and finally crashed into the garden wall, directly knocking down the wall and being buried inside. After this blow, the Ice Girl's body suddenly entered a weak state, and she couldn't keep it in a terrifying state, and returned to its usual appearance. However, there was no joy on the Ice Girl's face, and among the collapsed walls, the masked man slowly stood up again. Please remember this. Books, first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The face of the masked man was intact, but the clothes on his body were tattered, like a beggar. But from where the clothes were damaged, he could see that his skin was as crystal clear as jade, and some strange redness could be seen in some places, and it soon disappeared automatically. It seems that my body is really old. If I had such a power when I was at its peak, it wouldn't even hurt my clothes. Now that I'm still injured, the human body is still too weak. The masked man walked out step by step. The mask on his face seemed to be shrouded in mysterious mist, exuding an endless terrifying aura. His whole person was like a devil who came out of hell, and even the Ice Girl changed color. You have an S-rank fear state? Ice Girl stared at the masked man and asked, through gritted teeth. As expected of the offspring of the Ice Demon King, I still have some eyesight. If it weren't for my body being too old, your strength would not even be able to hurt me. The masked man said lightly, but he still walked towards the ice step by step. Girl, the closer he is to the Ice Girl, the more the Ice Girl's eyes can't leave the mask. Ice Girl, give me the Tian bell. Zhou suddenly appeared not far from Ice Girl's side. The 3 minutes of invisibility had passed, and he could no longer hide his body. When the Ice Girl heard Zhou's voice, because she hated him so much, the hatred in her heart was greater than the influence of the mask on her. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Zhou and raised the Tian bell in her hand. This action of hers completely wanted to use Tianling to deal with Zhou, but in the eyes of the masked man, it was as if she really wanted to obey and give Tianling to Zhou. The masked man came to the Ice Girl in an instant, and reached out to grab the shading bell. He didn't give the Ice Girl a chance to react at all, and already grabbed the shading bell in his hand. Ice Girl wanted to resist, but after all, her strength was not as strong as the masked man, and Tianling was snatched away by the masked man. At the moment when the masked man succeeded, his face suddenly changed greatly. The demon baby, in a state of terror, holding a magic sword, appeared above the masked man's head out of thin air, and the magic sword slashed on the mask. Click! The mask was actually split by the magic sword, and a hole was split in the middle. Puff! The masked man spurted blood from his mouth, and his body flew out. The Tianling he had just grabbed was also taken back by the demon baby. The demon baby held the Tian bell in one hand and the demon sword in the other, killing the masked man. Zhou Wen couldn't see her figure at all, but she could see that the mask on the masked man's face was cut off with scars, and it looked like it was about to be torn apart. Click! The mask finally couldn't bear the terrifying destructive force, and it shattered to pieces. The masked man's face, which was very similar to Lansher, was revealed again. It's just that now his face is not even a bit bloody, and the blood is spurting out of his mouth, and his body is aging rapidly. The more I came, the more I became an old man. Companion pet, a terrifying companion pet, how is this possible? The masked man slammed into the wall, knocking out a hole in the wall, and his body was also stuck in it, but his eyes were full of disbelief, but he looked at the demon baby in front of him who pierced his brow with a sword, as if he had seen a ghost. It seems that you can't use my body. Before you die, do you have anything else to say? If you have any wishes unfulfilled and it's not too troublesome, I won't introduce you to help. Zhou Wen said, looking at the masked man from a distance. Although the mask of the masked man was shattered and the magic sword pierced into his skull, he did not die immediately, and Zhou Wen did not dare to approach him, lest he would be attacked. The masked man didn't move, but the ice girl suddenly moved, with a terrifying ice light, about to hit Zhou Wen. But she just moved. Among the gourd held in Zhou Wen's hand, a behemoth rushed out. 7 tentacles like strange dragons sprayed white liquid, blocking the ice girl's icy light. It also entangled her body. Another fear level. The ice girl was horrified and speechless. She already understood that she had fallen for Zhou Wen's evil before and helped Zhou Wen as a thug once, but while the demon baby was dealing with the masked man, she thought that it would not be difficult to kill Zhou Wen with all her remaining strength. But I never thought that Zhou Wen even had a fear-level creature on his body. Originally, the Dragon King of the Seven Seas was not the opponent of the Ice Maiden, and the ice element was relatively restrained by the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, but the Ice Maiden is now overconsumed, and the battle power is probably less than 30% left, so it is still the opponent of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas. Is this really the Earth? Ice Girl couldn't believe that a human being would have a fear-level companion, pet, and a fear-level creature allegiance, which was unimaginable. Seeing that the Ice Girl was also under control, her body was entangled by the tentacles of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, and it was also covered with white liquid, and she couldn't break free. And Zhou Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The masked man over there suddenly laughed strangely, and said madly, while laughing, "Interesting, it's really interesting, a mere human has a fear-level companion pet, and can also order fearful creatures to act. This is too much. Interesting. Only this kind of body is worthy of my ghost, your body, I want to fix it. Are you dreaming?" At the same time as Zhou Wen spoke, he also ordered the demon baby to kill the masked man, quickly. The demon baby ruthlessly pulled out the demon sword, and the blood and brains in the masked man's head spurted out. Without any hesitation, the demon baby swung the sword again, directly splitting the head of the ghost god, and the killer in the magic sword also rushed out, opened his mouth in excitement, and swallowed the body of the ghost god, go down, take a few sips, and swallow all the drops. After swallowing the corpse of the ghost god, the demonic aura on the demon killer seemed to be about to evolve. As soon as the demon baby beckoned, the killer returned to the magic sword, and the magic sword was automatically sheathed and returned to her hands. That's the guardian of the companion pet. Ice Girl was already stunned. She couldn't believe what she saw today. She felt like she was in a dream. Epic level humans have a fear level companion pet, and this companion pet even has a guardian. What is this? It is like a fantasy. Even if the Ice Girl was dreaming, she never thought that such a thing would happen. This guy, is he really human? Ice Girl had given up her struggle and looked at Zhou blankly, but no matter how she looked at him, Zhou was just an epic human. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. Deep underground in the city of Frost, a man with white hair and white beard came out of the ice cave. Finally lifted the agreement. Frode almost roared in excitement. He traded with the ghost god, and although he got what he wanted, he was fooled in the end. His body melted into the ice, and he became an immortal Iceman. Now that Stupid has the body he wants, the agreement has finally been completed, and Frode has finally regained his freedom. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Frode walked out of the ice cave for the first time. The moment he saw the sky and the sun, he narrowed his eyes. The long-lost sun made him almost cry with excitement. How many years, how many years? I'm finally back. Frode. I can finally stand on the top of the earth. Frode suppressed the excitement in his heart and murmured in a trembling voice, "Talk to yourself." Father, you. Gaiman couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Frode. Gaiman brought people back to Frost City, just to find Frode. To ask about this matter as soon as possible, but now that Frode has recovered his body and walked out of the ice cave, then there is no need to ask again. I also know that what the masked man said should not be wrong. Gaiman, where's Launcher? Has he come back? Frode saw Gaiman and immediately grabbed his arm and asked. I'm back. The masked man chose Zhou. Gaiman said with a complicated expression. He was naturally happy that Launcher would not die, but as a price, Zhou sacrificed. Frode wanted to be happy, but couldn't. Frode's approach was actually different from his philosophy. I knew that guy would definitely choose Zhou. That's fine, Launcher has been saved, and I've regained my freedom again. This is a big happy event for our family. Go prepare wine, I want to drink. Frode was even more excited. Gaiman thought for a while and sighed. Father, Zhou said that he is a person with clear grievances, and he will come to you. Frode laughed. Come to me? I'm afraid it will be in the next life. He has no idea how terrifying the existence of the ghost god is. Even the top human beings are like ants in front of the ghost god. Stupid god only needs a thought, and he can kill as much as he wants. Although Zhou is indeed very strong, he is still far from that level, or in other words, it is a power that humans simply cannot match. Okay, let's stop talking about this. Go and prepare the wine. I haven't tasted wine for many years. Now I have finally recovered my body and saved Launcher. I want to celebrate today. Frode thinking of the aroma of the wine, the whole person is a little high, and the saliva keeps secreting. After he became an Iceman, he had no sense of taste, and he could not eat, and he had been trapped in the ice cave, and there was only one ice cave where he could move. Although there are occasional relatives who come to see him, the taste is still hard to bear, almost maddening. Frode is an alcoholic himself, and he has endured it for so many years, and now he just wants to have a good drink. As for Zhou, that is no longer in his consideration. Anyway, Zhou is not his descendant, and he will die if He dies. Gaiman sighed inwardly, without saying anything, and went to prepare food and drink for Frode. After all, Frode's ability to survive is indeed a good thing for the ultimate family. Zhou Wen. It's really a pity. Gaiman shook his head secretly. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wen could still think of saving Lan Shi, and Gaiman felt that Lan Shi was lucky to have made such a friend. Gaiman ordered people to prepare the best food and drink for Frode, and arranged for the core members of the family to meet him. Because the news of Frode's resurrection still needs to be kept secret, it is not possible to tell everyone in the ultimate family about the resurrection of Frode. Just let a few core members know about it first. Frode sat at the table, watching all kinds of grilled meat and fish being served. His gastric juices secreted frantically, almost melted my entire stomach. Where's the wine? I want wine. Hurry up and bring it here. Frode called. Come on. Gaiman brought over the spirits that he treasured. It's this smell, after so many years, I can finally drink it again. Frode took the wine and immediately opened it and sniffed it. He hadn't drank it yet. The smell of wine made him almost drunk. Where's Lan Shi? Why didn't you see Lan Shi? Frode was about to drink when he suddenly thought of Lan Shi. Lan Shi is his most important descendant. When he is happy, Lan Shi should also be present. Lan Shi was slightly injured and is resting. Gaiman did not say that Lan Shi refused to leave and wanted to pay Zhou Wen's life. It's rare that Frode is so happy, and Zhou Wen is already dead. Lan Shi should be able to think about it sooner or later, and he doesn't have to make Frode unhappy at this time. Is the injury serious? Frode asked. With a frown. It's fine, just rest for half a day, Gaiman said. That's good. Frode smelled the aroma of the barbecue and the wine. He was so greedy that he couldn't wait any longer. He didn't hesitate anymore. He took the wine bottle and couldn't wait to pour it out. I want to pour the bottle into my mouth. Today is the day that I, Frode, will be reborn as a human being. Frode was overjoyed, but suddenly he felt that the wine bottle in his hand was being pulled by a huge force, pulling it out of his palm and letting him open it. Mouth, not even a drop of wine tasted. Who is it? Frode was so angry that he slapped the table and stared at him. But this time, Frode's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and his body shivered violently. Gaiman and the others also turned their heads to look, and at this sight, Gaiman directly exclaimed, Zhou Wen, you are not dead. Zhou Wen held the wine bottle in Frode's hand, and stood in front of the door like that, with a calm expression on his face. Stupid god, are you a stupid god? It seems that you have gained a new life, so congratulations. Frode stood up, changed a smiling face, and saluted Zhou Wen. He naturally thinks that the current Zhou Wen has been occupied by the ghost god. Only then did Gaiman suddenly realize that he looked at Zhou Wen carefully, and secretly felt a pity in his heart. Zhou Wen didn't look at the respectful Frode, looked at Gaiman and said, If I asked you to bring Frode, did you bring it? I have already conveyed all your words to my father, and the previous agreement between you and him has been completed. Gaiman said. That's not my words. Zhou Wen said. This is what you asked me to. Gaiman wanted to say something, but a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Although he himself couldn't believe that such a thing would happen, he thought it was a delusion at all. Zhou Wen, this thought couldn't help but pop up. Please remember this. Book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL God, what do you have to say? You can tell me directly now, you don't need to go through anyone else. Although Frode felt that the god was a little strange, he also had some doubts in his heart, but he never thought that the god did not the person who can get Zhou Wen's body and come back is the real Zhou Wen. It's not that Frode is not insidious and cunning enough, but that he knows too much about the power of the god of stupidity, and has already formed the concept of the invincibility of the god of stupidity, which is difficult to reverse for a while. Mr. Gaiman, did you tell him what I said? Zhou Wen ignored Frode and looked at Gaiman and continued. Hearing Zhou Wen's tone, Gaiman became more and more sure of his guess. His voice trembled a little, looked at Zhou Wen and said, You are Zhou Wen. After listening to Gaiman's words, Frode also gave a shudder. Before that, he had never thought about this possibility, but Zhou Wen's tone and demeanor seemed to be really different from the strange gods he knew. Impossible, how can human beings defeat the stupid god? Even if there are many mythical companion pets, it is useless for human beings to win. Frode couldn't accept such a possibility deep in his heart. Who else can I be if I'm not Zhou Wen? Zhou Wen said calmly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked, and Frode even trembled, and the look in Zhou Wen's eyes became a little weird. How did you escape? Frode looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief and said. He naturally refused to believe that Zhou Wen was able to defeat the bewitching god. He just thought that Zhou Wen was using some peculiar ability to escape the labyrinth of lies. Zhou Wen still ignored Frode, looked at Gaiman, and continued to ask, If I asked you to answer, did you tell him? Said. Gaiman replied strangely. That's good. Zhou Wen nodded, then looked straight at Frode and said, Frode, since the words have been brought to you, I don't need to say more, you can do it yourself, or let me come on? Frode looked gloomy, stared at Zhou Wen and said, I do have something wrong with you about this matter, but since you escaped, I can give you some compensation and settle something. It seems that you want me to do it? Zhou Wen looked at Frode and said. Zhou Wen, this is the ultimate family, you have nothing to gain by fighting with me here. You have nothing to lose anyway, I can give you a mythical companion egg as compensation, this is the end of the matter, this is both for you and me. It's good. Frode said lightly. Zhou Wen pondered and didn't speak. Frode thought he was already moved, and continued, You don't need to pay any price, you can get a mythical associated chaos and my friendship, you will be of great help to you in the future, Frode, you sold me, or even your own blood relatives, to the god of stupidity in order to escape from the ice cave? Zhou Wen suddenly interrupted Frode. Frode's face was a little unsightly, but he still said, Even if I don't send people in, once the time comes, the god of lies will rush out of the labyrinth of lies, which will only bring greater disaster. In other words, did you trade me for the chance to escape from the ice cave and regain your freedom? Zhou Wen said again. What the hell are you trying to say? Frode was already a little impatient. I am a fair person. Since you exchanged me for freedom, I will take back what belongs to me and beat you back to the ice cave. Zhou Wen said calmly. Who do you think you are? You are just a human being, not a ghost god. No one can defeat me, Frode, not even the king of heroes back then. It's hard to control your emotions. He endured for so many years, and finally escaped from the ice cave and became a normal person. He didn't even take a sip of wine, and he would never go back to that kind of place again. Frode knew that Zhou Wen was very strong. In his opinion, Zhou Wen's ability to escape from the ghost god was a very terrifying ability in itself. But no matter how strong Zhou Wen is, he is only a human being. After all, he still has his limits. With his strength and the current background of the ultimate family, there is no need to be afraid of Zhou Wen. He has even secretly decided that even if he pays some price, he will kill Zhou Wen here, to avoid this trouble. Ice Girl. Zhou Wen didn't mean to talk nonsense with Frode, but just called out the ice girl's name. At this time, everyone discovered that there was a beautiful young woman standing outside the gate. Her face was frosty, as if someone owed her a lot of money and had not paid it back. My subordinates are here. The ice girl walked into the door and gave Zhou Wen a slight salute. In the labyrinth of lies, Ice Girl has been forced to sign an unequal treaty with Zhou Wen, and she can only obey Zhou Wen's orders. Put him into the ice, but don't let him die, don't let him get out of trouble, and stay awake. Can you do it? Zhou Wen said. Yes. The ice girl answered with certainty. Then go for it, he owes me this, Mr. Gaiman. Are you right? Zhou Wen looked at Gaiman and asked. Frode is already extremely angry. Zhou Wen has a powerful companion pet, and he does not dare to despise Zhou Wen. If Zhou Wen did it himself, it would be fine. Now Zhou Wen has let a servant do it, and she is still such a young woman. This is no longer contempt, but an insult to him. It seems that I, Frode, haven't been born for many years, and the world has forgotten the power of the ice hero. Before Gaiman could answer, Frode said first, and at the same time a terrifying icy energy erupted from his body, and at the same time a head pierced his head. The frost dragon was summoned by him, crawling under his feet, with a terrifying icy aura on his body. The frost dragon itself is a top-level ice-type mythical companion pet, which fits perfectly with Frode's ice-cold attribute vitality. With mutual benefit, their powers are greatly improved. When the deceitful god was able to turn me into an Iceman, it was just a trick to trigger my own power of ice, not his power of ice, to surpass me. I want to see how you can make me back again. Sealed in ice, Frode said coldly. The ice girl was not in the mood to talk to Frode. She glanced at Frode, and there was an icy light in her eyes, and the icy light instantly fell on Frode and the frost giant dragon. In just an instant, Frode and the frost dragon under his seat were frozen into ice sculptures. The whole process was so fast that Gaiman and the others had no time to react. They watched Frode and the frost dragon turn into ice sculptures. Even Frode himself maintained a proud posture, but his eyes were full of boundless fear. How is that possible? The frost dragon, the top mythical creature of the ice element, has been frozen into an ice sculpture? Gaiman and other Ultimate Family members all know how powerful the ice element companion pet is. If there are mythical creatures that can defeat the frost dragon, it is not surprising, but it is too scary to freeze the frost dragon with the power of ice. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Who is that woman? She has such a terrifying power of ice. Is she the legendary goddess of ice? Otherwise, how could it be possible to freeze the top ice-type mythological companion pet like the frost dragon into an ice sculpture with just one glance? Such a woman is actually Zhou Wen's subordinate. Father, what kind of person are you planning on? Gaiman's heart was full of bitterness. He wanted to help his father, but he was afraid of giving the ultimate. The family brought disaster. Even the frost dragon was frozen into ice cubes by the woman at will. If Zhou Wen was angered, Gaiman really didn't know what the consequences would be, but he knew very well that not only He couldn't bear the consequences, but the whole ultimate, the family can't afford it. Several core members of the ultimate family present were also standing there, not knowing what to do for a while. If they had a reason, they would still have the courage to fight to the death, but now they don't even have a reason to convince themselves to fight to the death. Zhou looked at the frozen Frode and asked the ice girl beside him, "Is it possible for these ices to be melted or broken? His body has been frozen by me, unless the strength is stronger than mine, it is possible to melt or break the ice, but in that case, the people inside will also melt or shatter, but as long as the ice is not destroyed, he won't hold on to it." The ice girl replied. Very good. Zhou is very satisfied with this answer. On Earth, it is difficult to find creatures that are stronger than Ice Maiden. And even if he was stronger than the Ice Maiden and could shatter ice cubes, he wouldn't be able to keep Frode alive. Zhou, it's because of Launcher and Suddy's love. Gaiman knew that it was absolutely impossible to use force, so he could only persuade Zhou. If it wasn't for them, do you think he would be alone in the ice? Zhou looked at Gaiman and interrupted him. Gaiman only felt a chill in his heart, but he couldn't say what he said next. Zhou poured the wine from the bottle in his hand before Frode's ice sculpture, and said indifferently, "Continue the rest of your life in the ice, I hope you can live longer." After saying that, Zhou turned around and left. And the ice girl followed behind Zhou like a maid. The top masters of the ultimate family are basically here, but no one dared to stop Zhou's way, so they could only watch them leave. No. Don't go. Let me out. Please, let me out, asshole, you kind of kill me, don't go, please, let me out, I take a bite I haven't even had the wine yet, let me out. Frode roared and begged frantically in his heart. When he turned into an ice man before, he was at least able to move in the ice cave, but now, he can't even blink an eye, like a statue with a will. That's even better than killing Frode, make him feel pain, he would rather die than live like this. Kill me, kill me. Frode was almost crazy, but no one could hear his heart. Gaiman and the others summoned all the powerhouses in the ultimate family who were good at ice power, and wanted to lift the ice, but no one could melt even a drop of water from the ice. How do they know that this is the freezing power of fear level, unless the power of the fear level is also reached, or even if the ice is thrown into the fire, it will not be able to melt even a drop of water. Zhou did not go to see Launcher and Suddy, and directly contacted Wang Lu, Feng Qiuyan, and Li Xian to leave the Frost City together. Although Zhou wanted to take revenge, the other party was Lan Sure and Shady's relatives, after all. Going to see them in this situation would only embarrass both parties, so it would be better to simply not see them. It's just that, Zhou didn't know that strange changes were taking place in Launcher, who was in a coma. A strange force was pouring out of his brain, causing his body to undergo strange changes. Stupid God has said before that only Launcher is the bloodline of Frode, which itself is very contradictory and complicated. There are so many people in the ultimate family, in fact, many of them are the direct blood of Frode. Launcher is not very special among them, and he is already the third generation. It stands to reason that in terms of pure blood, the first generation like Gaiman should be the closest to Frode's blood. However, the bloodline of Frode mentioned by the deceitful god was not calculated in this way. In fact, the human body that the deceitful god merged with belonged to Frode. It's just that it's not the current Frode, but a genetic replicator created by the stupid god who took Frode's genes and used human genetic technology. Although it is a genetic clone, but through some tricks of the gods, the genetic clone's body is more perfect and better than Frode. It's just that such a genetic replicator still can't meet the requirements of the deceitful god, so he will do some tricks on Frode, leaving some things on Frode, waiting for the perfect human that really suits him. The body is born. And Launcher is the perfect human body that the strange god is waiting for, so he is so similar to the strange god. It's a pity that he chose Zhou Wen and gave up the original plan. But in Launcher's body, there is something left by the ghost god. Zhou Wen and several people walked all the way to the East District. Now Zhou Wen can probably be sure, and if he goes to a new place, it is estimated that he will not be able to evolve Shimmering Soul. He intends to go back and buy some necessities for space survival, and then directly teleport to other planets. This may be the final condition for Shimmer to break through to the perfect level. Zhou Wen thought about it and thought that it should be right, otherwise the interstellar teleportation ability of the low light has never been used once, and it seems a little unrealistic to want to promote the perfect body. After the dimensional storm, aerospace technology has stagnated. Although many satellites have been launched later, they are basically used for information transmission functions. The pace of human exploration of the universe has long since stopped, not to mention landing on Mars, even the Moon. It has been a long time that no human has been able to land on it. It is not easy to get space survival equipment, but with Zhou Wen's current strength, it is not difficult to get it. After Wang Lu's analysis, Zhou Wen decided to go to the Special Supervision Bureau. It was time to recover some debts, and by the way, he could get some aerospace equipment as interest. According to Wang Lu, the Special Supervision Bureau has been involved in many rocket launches, because satellites are basically not affected by changes on the Earth, and are very useful for observing all parts of the Earth. Many intelligence is obtained using satellite photography. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. Shinyuchi has been in a good mood recently. Although he suffered heavy losses some time ago, the Supervision Bureau is the eyes and ears of the Federation after all. Because the changes in various parts of the Federation became more and more serious, Shinyuchi made up for a lot of losses by using information from various channels. However, the main reason why Shinyuchi is in a good mood is not these, but because of their recent discovery on the Moon. Although the Earth's changes are becoming more and more serious, it is very unfavorable for the development of science and technology, but it is not completely without benefits. The physical quality of human beings has been greatly improved, coupled with the possession of powerful companion pets. The ability to survive in space has been greatly improved. Some humans with mythical companion pets, coupled with some equipment such as spacesuits, can do far more things in space than before. But now there are very few people who are willing to develop the space business, and Shinyuchi is one of the more determined ones. He has always believed that even in this day and age, technology will one day occupy an important place. Especially in aviation technology, Shinyuchi invested a lot in this area. More than 2 months ago, humans landed on the Moon again and made major discoveries on the Moon. There, the dimensional field was discovered, and in that dimensional field, a large number of yuan crystals were found. In addition, a very strange thing was found. Shinyuchi felt that this discovery might be able to change the current state of the Federation pattern. Because the Moon landing operation this time was mainly promoted by the Supervision Bureau, most of the astronauts who landed on the moon were from the Supervision Bureau, so the news was quickly blocked by Shinichi. This will be the root of the oversight of the Supervision Bureau, and there must be no more mistakes. Shinichi thought about the key details again, and made sure that there was no omission, so he felt relieved and poured himself a cup of tea. As soon as the teacup was lifted, before touching his lips, someone came to report, the Bureau. I found. The words were unclear, but Shinichi was overjoyed after hearing it, got up immediately, walked out of the office, and came to the general control room of the moon landing program. Director Shen, there was a message from the moon just now, and I finally found it. An old professor said excitedly. Shinichi suppressed his excitement and said, "Connect the communication, I want to see that thing." Yes. The staff quickly established a communication connection with the moon, and after a while, they saw an image of somewhere on the moon appearing on the big screen. Several people in spacesuits are in a crater on the moon. In the crater, a lot of Yuanjing ores can be seen. Shinichi didn't look at those Yuanjing ores at all. Although the reserves of Yuanjing ore here are not lower than the reserves of the Yuanjing ore in the previous Supervision Bureau, mining and transportation are both a problem, and there is no good solution for the time being. Even if all of them are dug up, they will not be able to be transported back in a while. In contrast, one thing in the Yuanjing ore was the focus of Shinichi's eyes. It was a tree root with the thickness of a finger at the tip, twisted and meandered all the way into the crystal ore. It is obviously black like charcoal, but it has a holy feeling. That's right, that's it, dig it out. Shinichi resisted the excitement in his heart and gave the order. Received. After the astronaut received the order, he summoned a companion pet that looked like a mouse, but was as big as a cow, and continued to dig along the beard. That companion pet is mythical, and among all the astronauts, there is only such a one, that is, because of its existence, these discoveries will be made today. Only mythical companion pets can survive in the general space environment and work normally. Although some epics can barely survive, it is difficult to work properly. At the very beginning of this plan, Shinichi just wanted to know if the moon had changed. If there is no mutation on the moon, maybe a base can be built on it to prepare for the large-scale breaking of the ban in the Earth dimension field in the future. If the Federation really can't support it, there is still such a retreat that is not a retreat. With the current human physique, as long as a closed base can be built, it is not impossible to live on the moon. Of course, many resources still need to be obtained from the Earth, that is only a last guarantee. At the beginning, no mutation and dimensional fields were found on the moon. Later, during the survey and sampling, Yuanjing ore was discovered, which is nothing. When excavating the Yuanjing mine for sampling, the mythical companion pet found something in the Yuanjing mine. It was ape-tal, white like snow, without a trace of impurities, holy like snowflakes. The petals were like fossils, surrounded by Yuanjing ore, but they were not petrified or withered, and they still maintained their vitality. Yuanjing ore can be found on the moon, and it is not a big deal to find some plants. But when the petals wrapped in Yuanjing ore were taken out, something shocked everyone happened. Because I don't know what the petals are. When the petals are taken out, they are in a closed environment, and the companion pet is doing the operation. The companion pet that operates is not of high level, it is a legendary natural elf. Because the level of natural elves is not high, but they are similar in appearance to humans and can perform precise work, so there are many similar companion pets in general laboratories. The moment the natural elves touched the petals melted and were absorbed by the natural elves, and in just a few hours, the natural elves were promoted to epic level. This discovery shocked everyone. Shinjuchi immediately ordered the news to be blocked and continued to dig in the Yuanjing mine. Sure enough, a few more petals were dug up later, and some experiments were carried out. The results of the experiments confirmed that this kind of petals can indeed promote companion pets. Only one piece is needed, and the legendary level can be easily promoted to the epic level. However, because the number of petals is too small, there is currently no way to test whether the petals can promote the epic companion pet to myth. For this kind of petals, I did some simple research and found that it seems to be somewhat like the petals of osmanthus, but I don't know why there are such petals on the moon. Shinjuchi and many people from the Eastern District immediately thought of a legend in the Eastern District. In that legend, there is indeed an osmanthus tree on the moon. In order to determine whether such a sweet-scented osmanthus tree really exists, these days, mythical companion pets have been digging hard, and now they finally have a harvest. One petal already has such a magical effect, so what about a tree? Shinjuchi just thought about it, and felt that his heart was beating very fast. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. More and more parts of the black roots have been dug out, and it has exceeded 2 meters, and there is still no end in sight. This made Shinjuchi both excited and nervous. He originally thought that he might have dug up a broken root, but now it seems that they really dug the osmanthus tree. But there is one thing that makes Shinjuchi a little concerned. When the mythical companion pet was digging, it occasionally came into contact with the roots, but those roots were not absorbed like petals, and no strange phenomenon occurred. Could it be that only the petals have such a magical effect? Shinjuchi was a little worried. If only the petals had an effect, how many petals would there be on this laurel tree buried in the ground? But now everything is still unknown. There is no way to determine that the laurel tree itself is useless, and I don't know how many petals there are, so I can only continue to wait for the results. The professor wanted to let the astronaut cut off some of the roots and conduct a simple test in the space station, but the result was that even the mythical companion pet couldn't damage the roots. Using high-tech cutting equipment, the result is still useless. The hardness of the roots has far exceeded the known hardness of the material. This result shocked everyone, including Shinjuchi. After all, it was a mythical companion pet, and even it couldn't hurt it in the slightest. It was really shocking what kind of existence the tree was. Now there is no other way but to continue digging. More and more root systems are dug out, and the crisscross is very complicated. It seems that they have really dug up the laurel tree. During the excavation, a lot of petals were dug up, except for a small amount for experimentation and research. Most of them were sealed. Seeing that more and more petals were collected, Shinjuchi wished that he could fly to the moon by himself, turned into a miner, and desperately dug out all the petals. What kind of wealth such petals can bring to the inspectorate is immeasurable. Even if those petals cannot be used to promote epic creatures to myths, the ability to promote legends to epics is enough to create unimaginable wealth. After research, it was found that the more petals used for the same companion pet, the worse the effect. Different companion pets have the same petal, and the evolution obtained is also strong or weak. Epic companion pets use a petal, and their Attributes will be enhanced to a certain extent, which can be seen from the test. The mythical companion pet kept digging, and after a period of time, the trunk of the osmanthus tree was finally dug. A giant tree with a diameter of more than 10 meters, how many osmanthus flowers will it bloom when it blooms? Everyone was surprised and delighted when they saw the size of this tree. Even if only 1,000th of the flowers produced by this laurel tree survived, that would be an unimaginable number. Can't wait to order the mythical companion pet to continue digging upwards, but the companion pet didn't dig for a long time, and found that the trunk had reached the end. No, how can it be gone? Shinyuchi's face was a little ugly. It can be seen from the communication video that the huge laurel tree actually has only one stump left, and the upper part seems to have disappeared. The companion pet carried out excavation work nearby, and only found some scattered petals, and no broken trunk was found at all. On the stump, there were also some obvious marks of cutting with a knife and axe, proving that this mysterious and huge osmanthus tree was not cut off due to natural disasters, but some creature cut it off. Even the power of mythical companion pets can't hurt the tiny roots. What kind of creature is such a thick trunk that can cut it off? Shinyuchi felt shocked when he thought about it. Fortunately, no traces of dimensional creatures have been found nearby, and even if the trunk is gone, there are still some scattered petals scattered nearby. For the inspectorate, being able to collect these scattered petals is already a huge wealth. And that stump, it may also be of great value, otherwise the mysterious creature that chops down the laurel tree does not need to take away the trunk. As long as the petals are taken away, why bother to chop down the tree? The excavation continues. At least a dozen petals can be dug out every day, and sometimes even dozens of petals can be dug up. This made the inspectorate and a group of researchers very excited, knowing that these petals not only represent epic companion pets. There are some legendary companion pets with very useful skills or fate, but they cannot be reused because the level is too low and the attributes are too poor. Now with these sweet-scented osmanthus, you can upgrade those legendary companion pets to epic levels, make up for their attributes, and even give birth to powerful souls. With osmanthus, you have unlimited possibilities. Everyone thought that this lunar expedition would be a huge harvest, but on this day, the mythical companion pet continued to dig the stump, trying to dig out all the parts of the stump, and then find a way to transport it back to Earth. The communication between the Earth Command and the Lunar Space Station was suddenly interrupted. No one knew what happened. The researchers tried their best to get in touch with the Moon, but there was no news from there, and there was no way to know what happened. Professor, can you find a way to use the existing satellites to photograph the space station and tree stumps? Shinyuchi asked, looking at the old professor beside him. The old professor said solemnly, the location of the space station is easy to scan with satellites, but the location of the tree stump is in a location that cannot be photographed by satellite orbit. Scan the space station with satellites first. Shinyuchi said. I'm already trying, but we need to wait for our satellite to reach the predetermined orbit, otherwise we can only use other people's satellites. I'm afraid it will leave traces, said the old professor. How long will it take for our satellite to photograph the space station? Shinyuchi asked. With a frown. The exact time should be about 3 hours and 40 minutes. The old professor replied. Wait. Shin. Yuchi pondered for a moment, but still spit out a word. He didn't want to attract anyone's attention. As time passed by, everyone waited nervously, and when the satellite reached the predetermined orbit, it immediately became busy. Soon, photos near the space station were sent back. When they saw the photo, everyone was horrified. The entire space station base fell into a deep pit, and that deep pit looked like the footprints of some kind of animal. The space station seemed to be crushed by some creature. On the moon, there are terrifying dimensional creatures. Everyone had very ominous thoughts in their hearts. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu went to the imperial capital together. Along the way, they also encountered many banned creatures. Unfortunately, the level was not too high, and he didn't need to take action at all. Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian were easily dismissed. The last time Zhou Wen came to the imperial capital, he was almost killed by Xia Jiu Huang and the Guardian in the wood, and he fled the Forbidden City in a dreadful way. Now it's different. Not to mention the Devil Infant and the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, but there is a fear level. Like the Ice Maiden. It's not that easy to think about the Guardian in the wood and try to move him. After the Ice Girl was restrained by the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, Zhou Wen used the death list skill of the blaster to get the Ice Girl to sign her name. Although it is not easy for the death list skills to take effect on the fear level Ice Girl, Zhou Wen is not worried that the Ice Girl will turn her face and do it. For nothing else, it was because the heavenly covering bell was taken away by the demon infant. Zhou Wen desperately wanted to get Zixinling back, but who knew that Zixinling was swallowed by the devil baby like the magic sword, and became the magic baby's skill, that is, became a part of her. Can't get it back at all. As long as the magic baby shakes the sky-covering bell, no matter how fierce the Ice Girl is, she has to obediently be captured, and there is no room for resistance. As for the killing demon in the magic sword, after he devoured the ghost god last time, he started to evolve independently, and Zhou Wen didn't know how his evolution would change this time. It is said that when the demon baby evolved before, as a part of the demon sword, killing demons should already have the ability to become fearful. Now it has evolved again, and I don't know what effect it will have. The Ice Girl didn't want to be trapped in the Chaos Pearl, and Zhou Wen didn't force her in. She couldn't escape anyway, so she simply let her move freely. Coming to the imperial capital again, Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu into the city, swaggeringly, without deliberately concealing his whereabouts. Bureau seat. Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen came to the imperial capital. Before Zhou Wen entered the imperial capital, the Supervision Bureau had already obtained information. What is he doing in the imperial capital? Shin felt a headache when he heard it. In the past, he was eager for Zhou Wen to come to the imperial capital so that Zhou Wen could be arrested. But now, let alone arresting Zhou Wen is meaningless, even if it is meaningful. How many people in this world can still arrest him? As far as the information currently held by the Supervision Bureau is concerned, if you want to arrest Zhou Wen, even if a famous guardian on the list comes, he may not be able to succeed, not to mention that the Supervision Bureau has no such person at all. Follow his whereabouts, but don't follow him directly. You only need to use the monitoring equipment network on Imperial Street. If he wants to get out of your sight, you don't have to look for his whereabouts. Shin thought for a while and said, Bureau seat. He seems to be coming to the headquarters of our Supervision Bureau. After a while, the inspector ran back and said strangely, Are you sure he is coming to the Supervision Bureau? Shin frowned. He has already passed Tianjia and is heading east. If he goes this way, he is most likely to come to our supervision bureau. The inspector said. Tianjia is to the east. It seems that he really wants to come to the supervision bureau. Is he alone? Are there other people accompanying him? Shinyuchi asked again. He was also holding a little girl who looked about 2 years old. Wang Lu, Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian, who entered the imperial capital with him, all went to the Wang's house and did not follow him, the inspector said quickly. Zhou Wen walked all the way in the direction of Tianguan, which is a dimensional field of the imperial capital and the headquarters of the supervision bureau. Because there is a strong taboo protection in the dimensional domain, there is no way for outsiders to enter it alive. Even those inspectors who want to enter the sky need to obtain the permission from the above, and they cannot go in and out freely, otherwise they will be banned by the taboos of the sky. Forced to kill. Uncle, is Tianguan in front? Zhou Wen came to a fork in the road, saw a middle-aged man passing by, and asked, You're going to Tianguan? Do you know where Tianguan is? The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. I heard that there is the headquarters of the supervision bureau. I want to go there and buy something. Zhou Wen replied. Go to the supervision bureau headquarters to buy things? The middle-aged man was even more surprised, looked at Zhou Wen and asked, Do you know what the supervision bureau does? I'm not sure, but I heard that there are a lot of good things there, and I want to buy some. Zhou Wen asked again, Do you know which way to go to the supervision bureau? I'm going to the supervision bureau. If you want to go, let's go together. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Wen with interest and said, Thank you. Zhou Wen thanked. You're welcome, just drop by. What do you want to buy at the supervision bureau? The middle-aged man was very curious. The headquarters of the supervision bureau is not a good landlord. It is difficult to get in, and it is even more difficult to get out. No one will go to that kind of place for no reason, and middle-aged people will not go to the supervision bureau unless it is necessary. I want to buy some space equipment, Zhou Wen said. The middle-aged man became more interested when he heard it, and said to Zhou Wen, Are you interested in space exploration? I'm not very interested, I just want to go to heaven for a trip. Zhou Wen replied. Tourism? The middle-aged man listened, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. The current aerospace technology has not yet developed to the point where you can travel to space casually. However, with the improvement of human physical fitness, only strictly trained astronauts can being able to go to space, as long as it is legendary level. Even if you don't train, it won't be a big problem, but it would be too wasteful to consume so much manpower, material resources, and resources just to travel. Are you an expert in this area? Zhou Wen looked at the middle-aged man and asked. I'm not an expert, I can only say that I'm a businessman. My company specializes in the production of spacesuits for astronauts, said the middle-aged man. Spacesuits? Does your company sell equipment such as space capsules that allow ordinary people to survive in space for a period of time? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. No, that kind of thing involves too much technology to do it. The spacesuits made by our company are okay. If you are interested, you can go back to our company to have a look. You can go to a place like the Supervision Bureau, or not. Good. The middle-aged man said. What's your name, uncle? Why are you going to the Supervision Bureau? Zhou Wen looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man talked about his situation as he walked. His name was Tang Zhizhong. The Supervision Bureau had been cooperating with their company before, and the spacesuits used were all custom-made products from their company. For so many years, their spacesuits have not had any problems, and their scientific research team has also been researching and developing better and more practical spacesuits. It can be said that they are the top spacesuit manufacturers in the Federation. However, some time ago, the cooperation between the Supervision Bureau and them was terminated, and another company's products were used instead. Even the previously ordered batch of spacesuits were rejected for various reasons. Tang Zhizhong originally thought that there was a problem with his product, but after inquiring, he learned that it was not the case. Please remember this. Books, first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Another company seems to have gone through a relationship before getting the order from the Supervision Bureau. Tang Zhizhong also found another company's spacesuits for a comparison test, and found that their spacesuits were far less good than their own, which made Tang Zhizhong very angry. Moreover, if they did not accept the batch of spacesuits ordered by the Supervision Bureau, it would have a huge impact on Tang Zhizhong's company, and it might even go bankrupt. There are not many companies doing technology now, and it is still difficult to survive. This time, Tang Zhizhong came to hope that the Supervision Bureau can accept the batch of spacesuits according to the contract. It does not matter if they no longer cooperate in the future. Sigh, it's getting harder and harder for tech companies to do it now. If I can get through this time, I'm going to close the mountain. If I keep doing it, there is no future. Even if it doesn't close down this time, it will still close down in the future. Today's young people only want to enter the dimensional realm to get companion pets. No one's dream is to explore the universe. Tang Zhizhong said with a sigh. How long can your company's spacesuit last in space? Zhou Wen asked. It depends on the environment. There are many terrifying phenomena in space. Even wearing a spacesuit is not very useful. Now the main use is in places such as the moon and the space station. If it is on the moon, it is safer. As long as there is enough oxygen, food and water to support the area. Generally speaking, even for a year or two, there will be no problems with the spacesuits I make. As long as the life support system is not damaged, there is no need to worry about life problems. Tang Zhizhong immediately became very confident when he mentioned the spacesuit. Can I eat and drink while wearing a spacesuit? Zhou Wen looked at Tang Zhizhong and asked, and at the same time thought to himself, going to the moon seems to be a good idea. Use chaos beads to bring enough oxygen, food, and water to support them. A month is not difficult. Of course, our company has been continuously researching and improving the spacesuit. Eating, drinking and laughing can be done in the spacesuit, but the premise is that there are enough supplies. The life support system of the spacesuit itself cannot bring so much reserves. While the two of them were talking, they had already arrived outside Tianguan. How many spacesuits has the Supervision Bureau ordered from you? Zhou Wen asked. 110 sets. Tang Zhizhong replied. Where are those spacesuits now? Zhou Wen asked while sending a message to Wang Lu, asking her to help check the situation of Tang Zhizhong's company. It's still in the warehouse, and the Supervision Bureau finds various reasons for not accepting it. Now I only hope that they will take the spacesuits and let me kneel and kowtow. So many employees in the company are counting on the money from these space suits. What about the salary? Tang Zhizhong said with a sad face. After receiving the news from Wang Lu, Zhou Wen said to Tang Zhizhong, Uncle Tang, go and ship that batch of spacesuits. I guarantee that the Supervision Bureau will sign for it. Are you serious? Tang Zhizhong looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief. Zhou Wen was so young, and he knew that he was not a local at first glance, which made it hard for him to believe that Zhou Wen would have such great energy. You should be very clear that it is impossible for the Supervision Bureau to sign for your spacesuit. If you believe me, there is still a chance. If you don't believe me, there is no chance at all. Zhou Wen looked at the time on his phone. I'll wait. You have an hour. If you can bring your spacesuits over, I guarantee the inspectorate will sign for your spacesuits and pay for them, provided I see those spacesuits in person. Excuse me, who are you? Tang. Zhizhong looked at Zhou Wen in shock. Does it matter who I am? Time waits for no one, you only have 59 minutes left. Zhou Wen looked at the time again. Wait, I'll have someone deliver it in half an hour. Tang Zhizhong also knew that if he wanted to go to the Supervision Bureau to ask for money, there was almost no chance of success. He also used a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Do my best. Tang Zhizhong called and contacted the company's people and asked them to deliver the spacesuit as quickly as possible. Tianguan, also known as the first pass in the world, it is a dimensional field that is very famous and very unknown in the imperial capital. The reason why this place is famous is because in the decades since Tianguan became a dimension domain, no one has been able to enter Tianguan through the gate. Later, someone discovered a special method to bypass the main gate and enter the sky within the gate. The person who discovered this method was the current director of the Supervision Bureau, Shinyuchi, so it later became the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau. It's not famous because, except for the internal staff of the Supervision Bureau, very few people can enter the Tianguan, and very few people know what is inside the Tianguan. Zhou Wen stood in front of Tianguan, and saw that it was a majestic city gate tower, but the city wall was 40 meters high. On the high door plaque, there were 5 imposing characters engraved with the first gate in the world. The general city gates are open to both sides. But the city gates here are not too, they seem to be integrated, and there is no gap at all. Legend has it that this is a door that can never be broken. At the beginning, Tianguan was too famous, and many strong people hoped to be the first person to break into Tianguan. It is a pity that no one can break through the gates of Tianguan even if they bring the mythical companion pet to besiege Tianguan. Until now, the gate of Tianguan has never been opened once. That brother, no. Young, sir, who are you related to in the Supervision Bureau? Can you really help us and let the Supervision Bureau sign for the spacesuit? Tang Zhizhong finished the phone call and came to Zhou Wen's side, asked nervously. Many people in the Supervision Bureau know me, including Director Shinyuchi. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Tang Zhizhong was overjoyed when he heard it. That's great. Our company is saved this time. What's your name, sir? What's your relationship with Director Shen? Is it his relative? Tang Zhizhong still wanted to guess whether Zhou Wen was Shinyuchi's son, otherwise how could he just let the Supervision Bureau check and accept his spacesuit? Who knew that? Zhou Wen said, Director Shen and the people from the Supervision Bureau have wanted to arrest me for a long time. My wanted order should still be hanging on Director Shen's wall now. You're not kidding. Tang Zhizhong looked at Zhou Wen blankly and said. Zhou Wen didn't answer, but stood in front of Tianguan and looked at the guards above the city gate. Tang Zhizhong also followed his gaze, and saw that there were only a few guards on the gate of the city gate. At this time, there were actually rows of inspectors, all of whom were aiming their guns at them. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here at the Supervision Bureau? The first person upstairs at the city gate spoke to Zhou Wen condescendingly. Tang Zhizhong recognized that person, and that person was Yu Guang, one of the 4 chief inspectors under Shen Yuqi. Even in a place like the imperial capital, he was a famous person. Didn't you guys always want to arrest me? I turned myself in. Zhou Wen stretched out his hands, as if waiting to be handcuffed. Tang Zhizhong has been stunned, and now the fool can see that Zhou Wen is really a wanted criminal of the Supervision Bureau, but a wanted criminal, how can't he think about it? He would go to the Supervision Bureau to turn himself in. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Surrender? Countless question marks appeared on Yu Guang's head. And Shen Yuqi and the senior officials of the Supervision Bureau, who were watching all this during the monitoring, also looked very weird. Today, Zhou Wen said that if he wanted to turn himself in, an idiot would believe him. If he really wanted to turn himself in, he should have come a long time ago, and would he still wait until now? Officer, how to deal with it? Yu Guang asked Shen Yuqi in a low voice, using the communicator. Bureau seat, don't let Zhou Wen in, this must be his conspiracy to subvert my Supervision Bureau. A director immediately reminded. Yes, then Zhou Wen couldn't enter Tianguan, so he wanted to use this method to infiltrate Tianguan. He must have wanted to kill us and never let him in. Officer, Zhou Wen is Wang Mingyuan's disciple, so I have to guard against it. The high-level supervisors of the Supervision Bureau were surprisingly consistent, and Zhou Wen must not be included. Ordinary people may not know how terrifying Zhou Wen is, but where is the Supervision Bureau? This is the eyes and ears of the Federation, and they have a deeper understanding of Zhou Wen than anyone else. It can be said that Zhou Wen's archives level is one of the highest in the Federation, and it is tied with a few people such as Jing Daoxian and Wang Mingyuan. Even the members of the Federation today, the archive's confidentiality level is not as high as Zhou Wen lies. They know too well how terrifying Zhou Wen is. The information from the investigation is shocking one by one. Anyone who has read those materials will not treat him as a comrade unless their brains are broken. Undergraduate college students to look at. Shen Yuqi is naturally the one who knows Zhou Wen the most among the Supervision Bureau, so he also has a big headache. Shen Yuqi naturally didn't believe a word, but Zhou Wen had already come to the Supervision Bureau. Would he leave so easily? Stabilize him first and find out what he wants to do? Shen Yuqi gave Yu Guang an order. He knew that escaping was definitely not the way to go, and he had to find a way to solve the problem. Tang Zhizhong was a little overwhelmed at this time, and he didn't know what to do. Zhou Wen is actually a wanted criminal of the Supervision Bureau, and he has a broken head and wants to turn himself in. Who doesn't know that the Supervision Bureau is rational and unreasonable, and the Hell Palace, where there is entry and no exit, will not come here to surrender as long as the head is not broken. Even if you really feel sorry in your heart and choose to commit suicide to apologize, you will not come here to surrender. It's over, it's over. I actually believed the words of a madman and even had people send over the spacesuits. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Tang Zhizhong was already a little scared now. Originally, the Supervision Bureau was determined to break the contract, but now if it finds an excuse to arrest him and this lunatic together, don't say it's asking for money, I'm afraid that my life will not be saved. Just when Tang Zhizhong was terrified, he heard Yu Guang on the city gate speak. Tang Zhizhong is no stranger to you. Guang, one of the 4 inspectors of the Supervision Bureau, except for Kai Jin, who died before, he is the oldest. Moreover, Yu Guang is also the head of the General Affairs Department, and various affairs of the Supervision Bureau. Need to go through Yu Guang. The matter of the spacesuit also needs to go through Yu Guang, but Yu Guang is only responsible for the final decision, and there are layers of officials below. Tang Zhizhong has no chance to discuss this matter with Yu Guang personally. He had been here several times before, and he wanted to meet Yu Guang and explain the spacesuit matter clearly, but Yu Guang couldn't see him at all, so he only asked Tang Zhizhong to talk with the officials below. Yu Guang also has a nickname called Ling Yan Yan. Wang, from this nickname you can know what kind of person he usually is. I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding. In this, our Supervision Bureau has never issued a wanted order about you, and you are not our prisoner. You. Guang paused and said, I have heard some things about you. You are a good student with excellent academic performance. You are even more humble and sincere, and you have made a lot of contributions to our federation. Why come from the first one? Tang Zhizhong listened to Yu Guang's words, and then looked at Yu Guang's kind face. He almost thought that he had recognized the wrong person. Is this really that cold-faced Yama Yu Guang? Tang Zhizhong looked at Yu Guang again and again, and determined that he was not seeing the wrong person. That was the cold-faced Yama Yu Guang. There's no misunderstanding. I'm guilty, I feel bad in my heart, and I want to surrender myself to atonement. Zhou Wen said seriously. See, this guy is just looking for trouble. He wants to enter Tianguan and kill us. He must not be allowed in. In the office, a director shouted. Yu Guang, first figure out his purpose. Shunyuchi frowned slightly, but didn't panic. The first pass in the world is not for nothing, no matter how strong Zhou Wen is, it is unlikely that he will forcibly break into the Sky Pass. It's over, the cold-faced Hades finally sent a kindness and said a few words. This kid is going to die. Tang Zhizhong's face was ashen. And he felt that after Zhou Wen said this, Yu Guang would definitely not let it go. If he is guilty or not, let him be arrested first. But who knew that Yu Guang's face became more kind, and his smile became more and more cordial. The Supervision Bureau is not a law enforcement agency. If you really want to surrender, you should go to the police station. But I also know how you are. For the youth, the future pillars of the Federation, not the kind of criminals. Have you encountered any difficulties? If you have any difficulties, tell us the Supervision Bureau. The Supervision Bureau is a functional department of the Federation, and we are obliged to serve the vast Commonwealth citizens solving problems. Tang Zhizhong listened in a daze, feeling as if he was in a dream. The Supervision Bureau is not a law enforcement agency? It is obliged to solve problems for the majority of federal citizens? Is this the Supervision Bureau that I know? Is this still the cold-faced Yama Yu Guang I know? Tang Zhizhong suddenly realized that the young man in front of him may be not a lunatic. While Yu Guang was trying to persuade Zhou Wen, trucks drove quickly in the distance, and it was people from Tang Zhizhong's company who brought those spacesuits over. The speed of the trucks was very fast, and soon a row of large trucks stopped not far from Tang Zhizhong. A middle-aged uncle jumped out of the car impatiently, ran to Tang Zhizhong and asked loudly, Old Tang, what's going on? Is the Supervision Bureau willing to accept our shipment? After you have notified me, I will. The goods have been delivered as quickly as possible. How do we hand over? No, the Supervision Bureau did not promise to accept our goods. Tang Zhizhong said as if. I didn't promise to accept our goods? Then why did you let us bring the goods in? Many employees of the factory got out of the car and looked around at Tang Zhizhong. They all hope that after the shipment of this batch of goods, they will be paid wages to support their families. This Mr. Zhou said that he can let the Supervision Bureau help us check. Tang Zhizhong pointed at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression. He is from the Supervision Bureau? Everyone looked at Zhou Wen, and seeing that Zhou Wen was so young, some couldn't believe it. No. No. He is a prisoner who wants to turn himself in. Tang Zhizhong's expression became even more strange when he spoke. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Surrender? Prisoner? Everyone looked at Zhou Wen and Tang Zhizhong in astonishment. Old Tang, it's such a time, what are you kidding? Everyone is waiting for this money to live. The middle-aged uncle who came first thought that Tang Zhizhong was joking. Tang Zhizhong smiled bitterly and didn't know how to explain it, but Zhou Wen said to Yu Guang. On the city gate at this time, I did encounter difficulties. Will your Supervision Bureau really help me? It is the duty of our Supervision Bureau to solve problems for federal citizens. If there is any difficulty, you can say it, as long as it is within the scope of our powers, we will definitely decide for you. Yu Guangyi said in a stern manner, as if he was a selfless man. Baoqing Tian. Old Tang, that person seems to be Yu Guang, right? The middle-aged uncle looked at Yu Guang on the building door with some uncertainty. He recognized Yu Guang, but today's Yu Guang, he did not dare to recognize it. Yu Guang is right. Tang Zhizhong nodded. But how could Yu Guang? The middle-aged uncle was skeptical, and his eyes were full of doubts. It should be because of him. Tang Zhizhong looked in Zhou Wen's direction, and whispered to the middle-aged uncle, perhaps, this time our space suit may really be accepted. I am very interested in spacesuits recently, and I want to buy a few spacesuits to go back to research and study. Maybe I can make some contribution to the aviation industry of the Federation. But you also know that I am just a poor student, I have no money, and I have been kept by the you are wanted by the Supervision Bureau, and you have no money to buy spacesuits. Zhou Wen said. Officer, what should I do? Yu Guang saw Zhou Wen's blatant extortion, so he had to ask. Shinyuchi again. Shinyuchi looked at Tang Zhizhong and others under supervision, frowned and asked, that should be Tang Zhizhong from Tang's Aerospace, right? I remember that he has always been the spacesuit supplier for our supervision bureaus. Space program. What's going on with them? Immediately, a director stood up and said, Officer, it's like this, we recently changed a spacesuit supplier, so there were some contractual differences with Downs Aerospace. Tang's spacesuits have always been of excellent quality, why should they change suppliers? Shinyuchi asked, with a frown. Everyone immediately fell silent. Shinyuchi pointed at them with his finger, but did not say a word, and finally said to the communicator, do you know how to deal with the matter of Tang's Aerospace? I know. Yu Guang replied, and quickly said to Zhou. When outside, we should support the research and development of young talents. There are many advanced spacesuits in the Supervision Bureau. If you are interested in research, I can do it. The master will give you a few sets. I heard that Tang spacesuits are the best and most advanced in the Federation at present. I am more interested in this. Zhou Wen said again. This is easy, Tang's Aerospace is the spacesuit supplier of our supervision bureau. We just ordered a batch of spacesuits. If you want, I will sponsor you a few sets. You. Guang said immediately. Are you talking about this batch? Zhou pointed to the trucks and asked. Yes. Yu Guang said. I heard that there is a problem with this batch of goods. You haven't checked it yet, so there won't be any problems, right? Zhou asked in surprise. That's just a rumor. Tang spacesuits have always been of excellent quality, and there is absolutely no problem. We are preparing to accept them. Yu Guang said through gritted teeth. Then let's check it quickly. You have to check it clearly. I don't want some inferior products. Zhou Wen said lightly. Yu Guang had to send someone to inspect it. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, the inspection was completed on the spot, and the goods were received neatly. Tang Zhizhong and other employees of Tang's Aerospace felt like they were dreaming. After the inspection was completed, the Supervision Bureau did not dare to move the spacesuit in the car into the Tianguan, for fear that when the Tianguan opened, Zhou Wen took the opportunity to rush in. So many spacesuits, are you all going to do research for me? The Supervision Bureau is really cool. Zhou Wen gave a thumbs up, then he said to Tang Zhizhong, these spacesuits are all given to me by the Supervision Bureau. Please help me take them to this place by car. Is there any problem? No. No problem. Tang Zhizhong took the note with the address on it and hurriedly instructed the company's employees to reload the car and pull the spacesuit back. The bosses of the Supervision Bureau are all depressed. That is more than 100 sets of spacesuits, and they need to pay a lot of money. Although this is not a big number for the Supervision Bureau, they were all taken away by Zhou Wen. Make them uncomfortable. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much. Tang Zhizhong brought several senior executives of the company to thank Zhou Wen. Don't thank me, this was bought by the Supervision Bureau, and it has nothing to do with me. You can help me deliver it to the place. Zhou Wen said. Mr. Zhou, please rest assured. We promise to deliver to the place. This is my communication number. If there is any problem with the spacesuit in the future, please call me at any time. Even if the company is dissolved, I will provide you with after-sales service. Tang Zhizhong put himself handed the number to Zhou Wen with both hands. Okay, let's go. Zhou Wen took the note with the number and put it away. Looking at the corner of the city gate upstairs, he didn't plan to leave. Although the spacesuit can solve some space survival problems, it can only be used in a relatively safe area after all. Zhou Wen is not sure whether he can teleport to a safe area, so he wants more. Helping Tang Zhizhong and the others is just a matter of convenience. Such a small price is not enough to settle the grievances between him and the Supervision Bureau. Actually, I'm also very interested in the space station and want to do research. Tang Zhizhong and the others who were leaving shook their hands when they heard these words from Zhou Wen. Let's go quickly and deliver the things to Mr. Zhou safely. Tang Zhizhong woke up the stunned middle-aged uncle and urged the middle-aged uncle to drive quickly. The middle-aged uncle started the car, but he couldn't help but glanced at the place where Zhou Wen was in the rearview mirror, and said with a complicated expression, Old Tang, that young Mr. Zhou. Who the hell is he? I seem to be afraid of him. It's more than a cold face. Of hell, I heard that Xinyuqi was also in Tianguan and didn't go out. Tang Zhizhong said in a low voice. The middle-aged uncle looked even weirder. Mr. Zhou is so young that he can shock the Supervision Bureau. It's incredible. Shin-Yuqi has two big heads at this time, and Zhou Wen is like a lion. The equipment of a space station requires a lot of technology and various materials. In this day and age, many technologies and materials are difficult to obtain. Building a space station, Kent said it was difficult. There are not many space stations built by the Supervision Bureau itself, and Zhou Wen actually wants a space station when he opens his mouth, which is simply difficult for a strong man. Suddenly, Shin-Yuqi seemed to think of something, his eyes suddenly lit up. And he said to the communicator, "Bring Zhou Wen in, I want to talk to him. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen." When Zhou Wenjing wanted to see if he could extort a space station, a small door appeared next to the gate of Tianguan, and a man who looked extremely majestic walked out. Zhou Wen recognized it at a glance. That is Shin-Yuqi, the director of the Supervision Bureau. When Shin-Yuqi went to Sunset College, because of Wang Mingyuan's affairs, Zhou Wen also met him. It's just that Shin-Yuqi at that time was a big mountain that Zhou Wen could only look up to, and Shin-Yuqi could make him die without a place to be buried. But now it's completely different. Zhou Wen has full confidence that he can kill Shin-Yuqi. As the boss of the Supervision Bureau, Shin-Yuqi actually walked out of Tianguan alone, without an inspector with him, so he came to Zhou Wen step by step. Even though Zhou Wen always regarded the Supervision Bureau as an enemy, he had to applaud Shin-Yuqi's bearing. This person just stood there casually, and he had a majesty of his own, like an inviolable mountain. "Director Shen, it's really not easy to see you." Zhou Wen looked at Shin-Yuqi and said, "Why do you want to see me?" Shin-Yuqi said lightly, "I should ask you, Director Shen. Didn't the Supervision Bureau always want to invite me?" Zhou Wen said. Shin-Yuqi's aura was as condensed as a mountain, and he said in a condensed voice, "The Supervision Bureau wants to arrest you because you are related to Jing Daoxian, and because you are Wang Mingyuan's disciple. This is a regular procedure, and I will have a clear conscience. So, I was wrong." Zhou Wen stared at Shin-Yuqi coldly. Shin-Yuqi's eyes didn't dodge or give in at all. He looked at Zhou Wen and continued, "From the standpoint of the Supervision Bureau, you are indeed wrong. But it doesn't make any sense to say who is right and who is wrong now. The strength, right or wrong, has no reference value for you. Is Director Shen saying that I'm a lawless thug?" Zhou Wen asked, calmly. "Of course you are not a thug. I have studied your information repeatedly. Maybe you don't believe it. My understanding of your character may be better than your own," Shin-Yuqi said. "Then I really want to hear what kind of person I am." Zhou Wen looked at Shin-Yuqi with interest. Shin-Yuqi said slowly and methodically, "If you listen to my evaluation, I'm afraid you will want to kill me, so you don't have to say it. But for the grievance between you and the Supervision Bureau, I have a proposal. I believe you will feel it. Interest. Tell me about it." Zhou Wen stared at Shin-Yuqi and said, "Summon one of your legendary companion pets." Shin-Yuqi said. Zhou Wen was a little curious that someone like Shin-Yuqi dared to come alone to meet him, and what did he rely on, so he summoned a legendary companion pet according to what Shin-Yuqi said. It was a legendary King Kong warrior, a common dimensional creature in the Longmen Grottos. King Kong warrior, a good legendary companion pet, rare. Shinyuchi said, took out a crystal from his arms, and held the crystal in his palm. Zhou was a little puzzled. Shinyuchi took out a yuan jing for what to do, but after a closer look, he found that there was actually a snow-white petal in the yuan jing. Zhou didn't ask what it was, because he knew that since Shinyuchi took it out, he would definitely explain it clearly. He was just a little curious, what magical thing was in this petal, which made Shinyuchi so confident that he could impress him with a petal. Shinyuchi didn't say much, just crushed yuan jing, let the petal fly out, and then used the palm wind to send the petal to King Kong Lux. The petals fell on the top of King Kong Lux, like melting snow, and merged into King Kong Lux's body. Next, Zhou saw that the body of King Kong Lux was emitting a strange light, and he actually began to evolve. King Kong Lux is only a low-level companion pet, and it has no evolutionary attributes, so in general, it has no possibility of evolution. But that little petal, it is really surprising that the King Kong Lux has begun to evolve. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. In the past, we didn't talk about who was right and who was wrong. Now even if you slaughter the Supervision Bureau, you won't get any benefits, but as long as you want, you can work with our Supervision Bureau. With such flowers, thousands. Shinyuchi said, slowly. Zhou was a little moved, not to mention whether these petals are useful for advanced companion pets, but for Zhou, this thing is very useful. Because of many mythical companion pets, promotion in the early stage is very difficult, but they have to wait for their growth. After possessing this kind of flower, Zhou can completely use the flower to make the mythical companion pet grow rapidly. 4. Example, it is very difficult to promote the evil spirit king, because mortal-level companion eggs are rare. Although Zhou bought a lot, he still did not meet the needs of the evil spirit king for promotion. If you have this kind of flower, you can directly promote the evil spirit king without so much trouble. And Shinyuchi's thousands of statements really made Zhou a little tempted. Why should I trust you? Zhou asked. Why don't you go in and see what we recorded? Then make a decision. Shinyuchi smiled, knowing that Zhou had been moved. Zhou and Shinyuchi entered Tianguan together, arrived at the base of the Supervision Bureau, and Shinyuchi took the data on the moon. Zhou could clearly see the whole process of discovering the osmanthus petals and osmanthus stumps through the video data. He knew that what Shinyuchi said was right. If the excavation speed was followed, there might indeed be thousands of osmanthus petals discovered, not to mention the mysterious osmanthus stumps there, which might be more valuable than the petals. Could it be that it's the legendary laurel tree? So do the legendary tree cutters, as well as the Moon Palace Fairy and the Moon Rabbit, also exist? Zhou pondered inwardly. You and I cooperate to collect sweet-scented osmanthus, and half of the harvest will be yours after everything is done. Shinyuchi said. Director Shen doesn't look like a person who will spend money to eliminate disasters. Zhou looked at Shinyuchi and said, it's mutual benefit, you can look back. Shinyuchi played the last video data. Soon, Zhou saw the huge footprint and the trampled space station. There are other dimensional creatures on the moon? Zhou frowned. Our Supervision Bureau does not intend to give up such a fetish, so I am going to take someone to the moon in person. If you are willing to go together, my promise is still valid. No matter how many osmanthus flowers you can get at that time, you can share half of it. Shinyuchi said. In addition to half of the sweet-scented osmanthus, I want that stump. Zhou said. Happy cooperation. Shinyuchi raised his teacup. Please remember. This book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. When Zhou returned to Wang Lu's house, all the 110 spacesuits had been delivered. Zhou, you are here. Wang Chan was very happy to see Zhou, and it seemed that she was in a very good mood recently. Although still affected by the fate of bad luck, but the mood is not as bad as before. I heard from them that you bought these spacesuits. What do you buy so many spacesuits for? Do you want to go to heaven? Wang Chan asked, curiously. Yeah, I want to go up to the moon too. See if there are the legendary moon rabbit and Chang'e there. Zhou smiled. Cut, those are the ones who lied to children in the past. There are no moon rabbit and Chang'e at all. Even if there are, they are dimensional creatures. Wang Chan said with a small mouth. It's even better if it's a dimensional creature. Maybe you can get a companion pet to play with Chang'e. Zhou said. Are you Zhu Beiji? Wang Chan said with her eyes wide open. Why am I Zhu Beiji? Zhou asked, cooperatively. You are not Zhu Beiji, how can you think of good things like this? Wang Chan said with a smile. While Wang Lu and the others were all there, Zhou talked about his work in the Supervision Bureau. In fact, Li Xian and the others have already learned a lot from Tang Zhizhong and the others, but Tang Zhizhong and the others do not know what happened in the end. Shinyuchi is very scary. My grandma once commented on him, saying that he is an old tortoise. Wang Lu said. Li Xian listened to Daki. Why is it called the old turtle? Could it be that he shrinks very well? Wang Lu said, the tortoise looks stupid and doesn't seem to be a threat, but the real attack of the tortoise is terrifying fast, and as long as it bites, it will never let go. The same is true for Shinyuchi, who usually does not if he is born in the 6 major families. His status will not stop there. Even if his background is ordinary, he is now a popular figure in the Federation. From this, you can see how terrible this person is. You have damaged the face of the Supervision Bureau. In front of everyone this time. He can still negotiate and cooperate with you calmly. I always think he will not let it go. That's right, there is no good thing in a place like the Supervision Bureau. Shinyuchi invited you to the moon. 9 times out of 10, he wanted to borrow your hand to get rid of the dimensional creatures on the moon, and then find a way to deal with you. Although your companion pet is powerful, in a place like the moon, it is too easy to have an accident. I think it is better not to go. Li Xian said. Actually, even if Shinyuchi doesn't invite me to go, I still want to go to the moon. I have a vital energy skill, and now at a critical juncture, I may be able to make a breakthrough by going to the moon. I promised Shinyuchi, but I just followed the trend. And if there are those osmanthus flowers, they will be of great use to me, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. Zhou said. He originally planned to use the interstellar teleportation ability to go to the nearest moon to have a look, but in that case, he needed to be prepared to live on the moon by himself for a month. Now that Shinyuchi invited him, he could just take a rocket to see it first. If Shinyuchi really wanted to deal with him, he could also use low-light interstellar teleportation to teleport directly back to Earth. What's more, there is a powerful presence of fear level in him. If Shinyuchi really wants to plot against him, who will suffer in the end? That's right, there are petals that can directly increase the level of Companion pets, which is too cool. Li Xian said again. Anyway, you have to be careful about Shinyuchi, you can never trust his words. Wang Lu urged again and again. I know, Yer will ask you to take care of Yer during my absence. She is more introverted and not good at communicating with others. If there is anything to offend me, don't care about her for my own sake. Zhou was not afraid that the people of the Wang family would bully her, but that he was afraid that the people of the Wang family would annoy Yer and might be exterminated. Do not worry, we will take care of Yer like a sister. Wang Chan touched Yer's head, looking like a big sister. Old Zhou, let me accompany you. You are unfamiliar with the crappy place of the moon, so many people will take care of you. Li Xian said. You better don't go. That place is different from Earth. If something happens here, as long as you don't die, there is still hope. If something happens there, as long as there is no oxygen, even if you are immortal, you are afraid that it will be difficult to live, right? Zhou said. I really haven't tried this. Li Xian wanted to say something, but suddenly heard someone from the Wang family shouting in the yard. Third aunt, what happened? Wang Lu went out and stopped a woman and asked. Someone challenged Ye, who was number 1 in the ranking, and everyone rushed to the cube to see it, said the middle-aged woman. Zhou is about to forget that there is still such a thing as a leaderboard battle, mainly because he himself has not been promoted to mythology, so he does not want to participate in the battle, and he does not pay much attention to it. Now that I do the math, the countdown to 1 month is over, and there doesn't seem to be much time left. You guys go first. I have to check those spacesuits, and then I'll rush over. Zhou stayed alone, and the others went to the cube to watch his battle. Mr. Tang, does your company have supporting oxygen, food and water? Zhou found Tang Zhizhong and asked. Of course there is. We originally planned to build an industrial chain, but unfortunately there are too few people who need these now, and there is a backlog of inventory. Tang Zhizhong said helplessly. Okay. Send me how much of the supporting equipment you produce. Don't worry about the money, I won't miss you one. Point. Zhou is also preparing for the future. Since there are dimensional creatures on the moon, Zhou feels that there may not be dimensional creatures on other planets, and they have the ability to transmit interstellar light. He plans to visit other planets in the future. The supporting items cannot be sold, they are all overstocked, and they are not worth much money. If you want, you can take them. Tang Zhizhong wanted to sell Zhou a favor. You don't have to give it away, it's just as much as it should be, as long as it's good, don't cause me any problems. Zhou is naturally not someone who covets that little bit of cheapness. Don't worry, our company is professional in this regard. Tang Zhizhong said confidently. After Tang Zhizhong and others left, Zhou sent those spacesuits into the chaotic space. Not long after, Tang Zhizhong sent compressed oxygen and other supporting equipment. Zhou did not expect the level of sophistication of the supporting equipment. Zhou was dazzled by all kinds of supporting equipment, and some of them were specially used to solve the problem of urination and defecation. Zhou also learned how to use most of the supporting equipment after consulting Tang Zhizhong. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. When Zhou arrived at the cube, he saw that Yu was fighting with a guardian named Beast God. The Beast God held a large stone hammer, and its strength was unparalleled, and it actually shook the ancient immortal sword. In Ye's hand again and again. When the primordial sword immortal was in Ye's hands, it was the primordial immortal sword. Its power was stronger than that of the primordial sword immortal, but it was not able to kill the beast god. Is the beast god so strong? Zhou was a little surprised. He came several hours late, and the battle was still going on. That's not the case. Feng Chuyan said excitedly, that Ye is too powerful. He has defeated 3 guardians in a row, and the beast god is the 4th. The 4th one? Zhou frowned when he heard the words. Yeah, that Ye is really crazy and doesn't rest at all. If someone challenges him, he will fight. So far, of the 4 guardians who challenged him, 2 have been severely injured and 1 has been killed. Stay. Li Xian was envious and jealous. So, they know that they are defeated, so they still want to challenge Ye? Zhou frowned deeper. Isn't this normal? Ye is the first, don't the guardians all compete for the first place? What's the problem? Wang Chan asked inexplicably. Zhou shook his head, didn't say anything, just looked at Ye in battle. Ye's ability is really strong, not only strength, his swordsmanship is almost impeccable. Even Zhou, who created his own anti-heart sword, has to admit that in swordsmanship, you will never be inferior to him. And Ye, like Zhou, is not someone who relies purely on swordsmanship. His various techniques made Zhou think of the Yadi puppet clone in Hulao Pass. Could it be that Emperor Ye is actually a guardian? The guardian of Zhongzi's fusion is Emperor Ye? Zhou doubted that there was such a possibility. Zhou has gone through Hulao so many times, but he has only seen Yadi's avatar puppet, but he has never seen Yadi's deity. He still doesn't know what kind of existence Yadi is. The beast god smashed his body with a hammer, but it was just a puppet clone. The real Ye had already appeared behind the beast god, and the ancient immortal sword stabbed at the back of the beast god. The beast god made a decisive decision, was injured, turned around, and blocked the attack of the ancient immortal sword at the cost of 1 arm, and then conceded defeat and exited the cube fighting arena, and did not fight to the end. All over the Federation, the public and the media were boiling. Ye had won 4 consecutive victories. Such a record was absolutely unprecedented. After all, no one had seen the continuous battle between the guardians before, and Ye was the first. There was no time for Ye to rest at all, and another guardian challenged Ye, causing everyone to cheer again. Ye. Many people waved their fists excitedly and shouted Ye's name, wanting to let Ye continue to accept the challenge. However, Zhou felt that something was wrong. Although the guardians fought to win the first place, in fact, some guardians who did not have the ability to win the championship had absolutely no need to take risks and participate in the war, and could wait for the next opportunity. After all, the current leaderboard battle is once a year, so there is no need to hit the stone with an egg, and you can wait for the next opportunity. However, those guardians are still challenging Ye continuously. This is not like trying to win the first place, but more like killing Ye's power. Is this the other guardians wanting to join forces to deal with Ye? Zhou suddenly moved, and he seemed to think of something. No, Ye is different from other guardians. Those other guardians are just contracts with humans. But Ye has absorbed guardians. If this is the case, can Ye represent the race of that guardian? If not, then Ye. 1. Isn't it possible that no other dimensional race can take over the Earth? The more Zhou thought about it, The more he felt right, that's right, all races in different dimensions can never accept such a situation, so any Guardian can win the championship, but only you can't. This is why he has been challenged, continuously. Reason. Now. Zhou is a little worried, I don't know if you can hold on. Even if they can hold on. Those Guardians who really hope to win the first place are still secretly peeping, ready to launch a fatal blow. At any time. Zhou has seen Yi, who has been promoted to the fear level. If he joins the war, you will be even more dangerous. You did not refuse to accept the challenge, and did not even delay the time, and directly accepted the challenge of a Guardian. War. Non-stop fighting. Humans and even dimensional creatures are surrounded by cubes all over the world. Those big devils overseas are also paying attention to Ye's battle and want to find out Ye's weaknesses. But Ye was challenged by 5 Guardians, but still no one could see through his weakness, because these 5 Guardians were all defeated by Ye in the same way. Ye's swordsmanship, combined with the immortal sword of the ancient ages, has a powerful and unparalleled destructive power, even a Guardian can't fight against it with his body. But this was not the main reason for their defeat. The main reason was that they couldn't tell whether it was Ye himself or his clone who was fighting with them. Every time they fight with all their strength, they find that they are fighting only a puppet clone, and the real Ye suddenly appears and takes their lives. Even sometimes, they can't tell whether it is Ye or the avatar that hurts them. It seems that until now, no one has been able to choose the right one, so no one has been able to defeat Ye. It's just that the challenge continues, and there are still Guardians to challenge Ye. They are determined to use the will battle to defeat Ye, just like Zhou guessed, everyone can be the first, but you can't. Zhou didn't know what Ye was thinking. He was still accepting challenges, and he didn't even take a break. After defeating a Guardian, he didn't give himself time to rest at all. As long as someone challenged him, he would continue to fight. Something's wrong. Zhou looked at Ye in battle and felt a little strange. Ye is crazy, but now he doesn't feel like Zhongzia's style, to Zhou. Zhongzia is crazy and evil, but he is definitely not a fool who is passionate about nothing. Even Zhou can see that his physical strength and vitality have dropped dramatically, but he is still constantly accepting challenges. If Ye is really Zhongzia, he will definitely choose to rest well and accept the challenge until the last moment. Put yourself at your best when you fight. What happened? Zhou wanted to rush into the fighting ring by himself, and asked Ye if it was Zhongzia. And what happened to him? It is a pity that Zhou is not a myth, and he is not qualified to challenge on stage at all. Wait a minute, although I can't go on stage, my companion pet can go on stage. I just want to ask Ye, and I don't need to compete for the first place, so I don't have to win. Zhou suddenly moved in his heart. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Thinking of this, Zhou decided to send a companion pet to challenge it. This companion pet must be known to Zhongzia. If Ye accepts the challenge of this companion pet, then he may really be Zhongzia. Of course, just in case, Zhou couldn't sacrifice his main combat power casually. Which companion pet would you like to challenge? Zhou thought about it, but did not think of a suitable companion pet. If you send a main force to favor, such as the tyrant Beeman, then not only Zhongzia, but everyone knows that it is Zhou Wen's companion. And if Ye is not Zhongzia, the ghost knows if any strange skills will erupt, and if The tyrant Beeman is killed, it will be a big loss. If it wasn't for the fear of Yeti's guys, who had already reached the fear level, it would be good for Zhou Wen to send the demon baby up to fight for the first place, but Zhou Wen didn't know how many fear level existences were hidden in the dark. And he didn't dare to take such a risk. Zhou Wen thought about it, and finally made him think of a more suitable companion pet. At the beginning, Zhongxia used the invisibility cloak companion egg to exchange Medusa's dimensional crystal from him. There are not many people who know that the invisibility cloak is here in Zhou Wen, and Zhongxia must be one of them. Moreover, the invisibility cloak is also beneficial. With 3 minutes of invisibility, it is not so easy to kill it, and it is time to surrender. Another advantage is that ordinary people can't see the invisibility cloak, and they won't know that it's his companion pet to challenge, which is much more convenient. Thinking in his mind, Zhou Wen summoned the invisibility cloak and let it float directly to the cube. Because the invisibility cloak itself is invisible, no one can see him at all. Only some top powerhouses can use some special methods to perceive the existence of the invisibility cloak. But at this time everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Ye and the other guardians, and no one noticed the arrival of the invisibility cloak. Ye is indeed very strong, but the continuous battle has consumed him a lot. It is obvious that his strength and speed are declining. Despite this, the guardian was defeated by Yagi, but everyone could see that Ye's dominance was declining, and it was no longer as invincible as before. When the guardian conceded defeat for the first time, another challenge was launched. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen let the invisibility cloak also launched a challenge, and the light on the cube of the imperial capital shot into the sky, which shocked everyone. Who is it? Who launched the challenge here? Does our imperial capital have guardians to fight? Strange, why can't I see people? Who is challenging? There is not a single ghost shadow, where is there anyone? When people were in doubt, the words invisibility cloak challenge Ye appeared on the cube screen of the imperial city, but they still couldn't see its appearance. On the cube screen, the invisibility cloak was still invisible. Invisibility cloak. Someone actually hatched the invisibility cloak, but this should be a companion pet, right? A single companion pet dares to challenge the guardian. It's a bit too confident. Even if it has the ability to be invisible, it's impossible to fight too elegantly, right? Of course it can't be beaten. Although the invisibility cloak's invisibility ability is powerful, its own attack power is not strong. I'm afraid it can't even break the guardian's armor. It's useless for you to say so much. You probably won't accept the challenge of the invisibility cloak at all. With so many guardians challenging him, she should be dismissive of such a companion pet. Everyone thought it was very reasonable, but then the cubes all over the world lit up, and 2 names appeared at the same time. It was Ye and invisibility cloak. I'm going. Ye actually accepted the challenge of the invisibility cloak. What is Ye doing? Fighting with a companion pet? It seems that he is really tired. Would you like to take this opportunity to rest? Everyone felt that Ye accepted the challenge of the invisibility cloak and just wanted to rest. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw that the invisibility cloak was selected. It seems that 9 times out of 10, Ye is Zhongxia. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, the invisibility cloak had already entered the cube fighting field in the void through the passage on the cube. Ye is still standing on the cube fighting arena, holding the ancient immortal sword in her hand. She can't see any emotional fluctuations. It seems that she doesn't know the invisibility cloak. Is this guy Zhongxia? Zhou Wen is a little unsure now, because in Ye's eyes, there seems to be only infinite fighting spirit. In the next second, Ye had already pulled out the immemorial immortal sword and flew towards the invisibility cloak. The ordinary stealth ability of the invisibility cloak is obviously useless in front of Ye. Ye's sword was fast and ruthless, even more fierce than in the previous battle. Zhou Wen had to order the invisibility cloak to use its invisibility ability, and the shape of the invisibility cloak disappeared. Ye's sword passed through the invisibility cloak, but it failed to hurt him. When Taiku immortal sword passed through the invisibility cloak, Zhou Wen suddenly found that the invisibility cloak had strange fluctuations, and couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Ye has the ability to break invisibility? While Zhou Wen was thinking, he suddenly saw that Ye's body dissipated like a stream of light after passing through the invisibility cloak, and then he disappeared. What kind of skill is this? Is it also invisible? Zhou Wen didn't react for a while. When he saw the picture displayed on the cube, he was stunned. On the cube screens around the world, Ye, who ranked first, fell from the first position for the first time and was replaced by Zhou Wen's invisibility cloak. This time it wasn't just Zhou Wen, everyone was stunned, not knowing what the situation was. The invisibility cloak challenged Ye, but Ye only threw a sword, but she conceded defeat. Anyway, they can't see the invisibility cloak, they can only see that Ye made a sword, and they don't know how Ye lost. Or why she admit defeat. Impossible? The companion pet can actually defeat the guardian? Or a guardian like Ye? Damn. A companion pet actually occupies the first place. Shadow, absolutely shady, I bought Ye-ing with all my net worth, and now I've lost it all, my wife is gone, woo-woo. Brother, gambling is not good, you can go to pay the debt with peace of mind, and I will take care of your wife. Those guardians who were going to challenge Ye were stunned when they saw that Ye was defeated and gave up the first position. In the end is to challenge the first invisibility cloak, or should challenge Ye who has fallen to the second. However, Zhou Wen already felt that something was wrong with the invisibility cloak. On the inside of the invisible cloak, he didn't know how it was written. Help me occupy the first position, come back within 48 hours, and the first must not be lost, otherwise I will die. Zhongzia. Zhou Wen didn't know how this line of characters was written, but now there is no doubt that Ye is Zhongzia. 48 hours. You look down on me. Too much. Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on, but it was not easy to occupy the number 1 position in the rankings within 48 hours. The current challenge preparation time has been shortened to 1 hour. Within 48 hours, Zhou Wen must challenge 48 times, and within the same day, the same challenger cannot challenge a second time. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. After the guards were silent for a moment, a guard immediately challenged the invisibility cloak. Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't accept it. The invisibility cloak's auxiliary effect is very strong, but the actual lethality is not very good. Fighting against the guardian is basically a defeat without a victory. Li Xian and others knew that Zhou Wen had an invisibility cloak. And they all looked at him strangely, but in such a place, it was hard to tell. Wang Lu, besides. Here, are there any other places where there are less people with cubes? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu and asked. Yes, but there are a lot of dimensional creatures in the no man's land outside the imperial capital. Wang Lu thought for a while and said. Can I get to the place within an hour? Zhou Wen asked again. Then the speed must be fast enough, at least the speed of the mythical level, and no time is lost. On the road. Wang Ludao didn't hesitate, and immediately answered Zhou Wen's question. Okay, give me the address. Zhou Wen's speed is comparable to mythical level. That place is not easy to walk, let me take you there. Wang Lu said, summoning a giant white cat. Alright. Zhou Wen sat behind Wang Lu with Yer in his arms, greedily. Xian and the others, and Wang Lu flew away with the white cat. It is definitely not an easy task to keep the number 1 position for 2 days, and Zhou Wen can't let the invisibility cloak fight, so he can only challenge himself and drag out these 2 days. Because the companion pets challenged must be mythical level, or have the resources of mythology, but they have not been promoted to mythical companion pets, so it is not acceptable to use ordinary companion pets to delay time. Mythical companion pets are all summoned, and they may last for 24 hours. Companion pet challenges cannot be used repeatedly in 1 day, so it takes many mythical companion pets to survive. Fortunately, Zhou Wen has many mythical companion pets, so it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Lu's white cat turned out to be a mythical companion pet. It was quite fast. It ran on the main road of the imperial capital and quickly left the urban area of the imperial capital. There are many dimensional fields near the imperial capital, and the white cat runs fast, and there are no dimensional creatures blocking it along the way. After more than 40 minutes, the white cat brought the 3 of them to an ancient town where no one lived. There was a cube in the town. It's here. Wang Lu controlled the white cat and stopped in front of the stereo. Didn't you say that there are many dimensional creatures around here? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled, and there were no dimensional creatures at all nearby. Because I don't want to meet them, I naturally can't see them. Wang Lu said with a wink. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that it was Wang Lu's lucky attribute that played a role. It's fortunate that I have you, otherwise, if I'm stopped by a dimensional creature, I don't know if I can make it in time. Zhou Wen looked at the countdown to the challenge, and it was about to end in less than 10 minutes, so he hurriedly summoned a golden halberd. Let it challenge the invisibility cloak. Zhou Wen saw that there were still a few minutes left, and he was not in a hurry to accept the challenge. He had to wait until the last second, so he couldn't waste any time. These 48 hours were not easy to survive. People all over the world are waiting for the invisibility cloak to accept the challenge, but time has passed, but the invisibility cloak has never moved, and the countdown is about to end. The invisibility cloak won't automatically abstain, will it? It is very possible that although the invisibility cloak is strong, it only has an auxiliary companion pet after all, and its own fighting ability is not strong. Even if it accepts the challenge, it cannot be the opponent of the Guardian. I'm afraid you forgot, the invisibility cloak defeated Ya. That's just a coincidence. I think Ya is the one who fought the Guardian before, and has already run out of oil, so the invisibility cloak will be cheap. It can't be said whether the invisibility cloak has a strong attack ability, we have not seen it, maybe there will be. When everyone was talking, there were only 10 seconds left in the countdown. Everyone's hearts were raised in their throats. It seems that the invisibility cloak is about to give up and accept the challenge. Seeing that the countdown has reached 1, and 1 more jump will end. Who knew that at this moment, the screen suddenly lit up. The invisibility cloak accepted the challenge. Whose challenge is it? I'm going. Golden War God Halberd. Another companion pet. How? It feels like going back to the last leaderboard battle, it's so retro. Golden War God Halberd, it seems to be a mythical companion pet in the West District. Can it defeat the invisibility cloak? Seeing the Golden War God Halberd appear on the cube, suspended in the air, everyone is looking forward to a big battle. Although everyone knows that the strength of the Golden War God Halberd is definitely not as good as that of the Guardian, everyone is still very curious, because they are curious about what skills the invisibility cloak has. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the cube screen. After waiting for a while, there was no response. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. What's the situation? Is the video stuck? Someone asked suspiciously. This is a cube, and it's not a webcast, how could it get stuck? Said the person next to him. It's not stuck, why doesn't the screen move? I think, maybe, the Golden War God Halberd didn't move, right? It can't see the invisibility cloak at all. How to move it? It can't stay still. It is impossible for the invisibility cloak to remain untouched all the time. The Golden War God Halberd is waiting for an opportunity. While looking at the frozen picture, everyone discussed how the Golden God of War Halberd could find the invisibility cloak. After waiting for a while, more than half an hour had passed, and the Golden God of War Halberd was still as motionless as a mountain, and they couldn't see where the invisibility cloak was. At this time, people have begun to feel that something is wrong. Shouldn't this be a fake match? Golden War God Halberd and invisibility cloak, don't they belong to the same person? I think it's very likely, otherwise there will be no movement. The blatant fake match is too shameless. After waiting for a while, the Golden God of War Halberd and the invisibility cloak still didn't move. Everyone had realized that this was definitely a fake match. If this goes on, they won't be able to survive until the end of the leaderboard battle, then the first place on the leaderboard must be chosen between the invisibility cloak and the Golden God of War Halberd. This is too shameless. I don't know who could do such a thing. It's a shame for the Federation. Whether it is the Federation or overseas, they all hate this kind of behavior, but those guardians are not panic, and are still waiting patiently. Zhou was sitting in front of the cube, playing with his mobile phone. And he just wanted to spend 48 hours like this. It's a pity that the sky does not follow people's wishes. On the cube fighting field, a group of dazzling lights that can't be seen suddenly appeared, as if there was some life in it. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. This group of dazzling lights was the one who announced the start of the Guardian War before, and now he suddenly appeared, obviously because of the fake match between the invisibility cloak and the Golden Halberd. The creature in the dazzling light slowly said, "From now on, the battle between all companion pets must be decided within an hour. If the time is exceeded, both sides will be ruled out. The first-ranked battle will use the single-dimensional limited challenge mode. There is no time limit, as long as there is a guardian challenge, the first-ranked person must challenge until there is no guardian to challenge again." After that, the dazzling creature escaped into the void and disappeared, and a huge number appeared on the cube fighting platform, which was a 3-minute countdown. Haha, let you fake the match, even the other dimensional creatures can't stand it anymore. I want to be opportunistic, think too much, and treat other dimensional creatures as fools? Is it dumbfounded? It can only be delayed for 3 minutes at most. The invisibility cloak and the Golden War God Halberd are also worth it, and the rules of the Battle of the Guardians have changed. There was a lot of discussion, but Zhou wasn't in a hurry at all. He didn't expect that he could last 48 hours with just one companion pet. It can be dragged for an hour before the challenge, and the battle can be dragged for another hour. In this way, only 12 mythical companion pets can be dragged for 24 hours, and then repeated again, 48 hours can be dragged. It's over. Zhou Wen secretly calculated in his heart. Zhou Wen didn't waste any time and was still waiting for the second before the end of the 3-minute countdown. Everyone thought that Zhou Wen had a hard time choosing, and it was not until the last second that the invisibility cloak automatically conceded defeat, allowing the Golden God of War halberd to occupy the first position. Golden God of War halberd took the first place. This is a joke. Don't worry, it won't stay on it for long, and the Guardian will soon drive it down. You said, will that person still have a mythical companion pet, and then continue to challenge himself? Probably not. You have also heard the rules that the different dimensional creatures said just now. Infinite challenge, this trick is useless, and you can't take the first place. The invisibility cloak and the Golden War God halberd are both companion pets in the Western District, right? I don't know which family in the Western District is responsible for such a shameless act. Seeing that the Golden War God halberd has not accepted the challenge, everyone probably guessed it. And this time it will be delayed until the last second. They just wanted to see how the Golden War God halberd was defeated. Although they knew it was the case, no one left. After waiting for an hour, there was finally only the last second left to accept the challenge. I saw the bright light on the fighting platform. And the Golden War God halberd really accepted the challenge. Demon Blood Dragon, another companion pet. Isn't it still the same person? Everyone saw a black dragon appearing on the cube fighting platform, facing off against the Golden War God halberd. As a result, they faced each other for a long time, but still did not make a move. I'll go, come again, is this person crazy? What's the point of doing this kind of useless work? I'm so embarrassed. It's obviously impossible to win the first place, so I have to do this. Everyone was very angry at this forcibly dragging time, but there was nothing they could do. Now they don't need to look to know the result. And it must be the last second that one side will admit defeat. Sure enough, things were as they expected. Until the last second, the Demon Blood Dragon conceded defeat, and the Golden War God halberd remained in the first position. Then it was another hour of long waiting. Now everyone knows that the owner of the Golden God of War halberd cannot accept the challenge without delaying to the last second. In the end, after waiting for another hour, the Golden God of War halberd accepted the challenge, but the challenger was again a real dragon with demon blood. What the hell is this? Didn't the Demon Blood Dragon already play just now? Didn't it say that within a day, the same companion pet can only play the challenge once? Why is it coming again? No, this is not the same article. Look carefully, there was a small Kuan character behind the Demon Blood Dragon before, but this one doesn't. Really, it's not the same. This person is too shameless. Anyway, he still has to lose in the end. Why waste everyone's time? The spectators were very dissatisfied, but Zhou Wen was indifferent and continued to drag the time slowly. 2 hours later, another Demon Blood Dragon entered the cube fighting arena. 4 hours later, another Demon Blood Dragon entered the cube fighting arena. There were people complaining at first, but this time, no one complained. 4 true blood Demon Dragons, these are all mythical companion pets, plus the Golden War God halberd and Yin Kai. There are already 6 mythical companion pets, you said. These mythical companion pets belong to one human, or from a certain big family? The possibility of a family is higher, right? It's rare for one person to have so many mythical companion pets. I really feel that it is probably owned by one person. In Luoyang's military governor's mansion, and Xing and an Tianzhua were also watching the live broadcast. The fourth one is the real dragon of demon blood. Master Wen won't have already gathered the 9 real dragons of demon blood to pull the cart, right? And Xing said, it's luck to have 4, and it shouldn't be possible again. And Tianzhua said lightly, Master Wen's luck seems to be very good, but it's uncertain. And Xing disagreed with Tianzhua's opinion. There's nothing to say, luck has its limitations after all. And Tianzhua said blankly, I don't know if there is some power in the shadows. And Tianzhua just finished speaking. Zhou Wen, who was playing the game and brushing the copy of the Underground Sea, unexpectedly exploded a demon dragon and a real dragon companion egg. Originally, Zhou Wen was still worried about what companion pet to use next. Now, don't worry about it, just hatch the 5th true blood demon dragon, and when the time is up, let it go up. The 5th rule. There is really a 5th rule. This is a duel, it's just showing off. Companion pets. It would be really scary if the owners of these companion pets were all the same person. I don't know if there will be a monster blood dragon to fight in the future. Looking at the words behind it seems to be arranged according to gossip. There should be a total of 8, right? How can it be so easy to put together? I just want to see how many mythical companion pets that person has. People who were originally very dissatisfied with this fake match now hope to see more. How many mythical companion pets the owner of the Golden War God Halberd has, and what companion pets will emerge. Overseer, the 5th rule. And Xing reported in a low voice. I can see it. And Tianzhua said blankly. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. You said, will there be a 6th demon blood dragon? It won't be so defiant, even if there are really 8 true dragons with gossip attributes, but who has such a good life to be able to explode all the companion pets of the 8 demon blood true dragons? It's already very bad to be able to break out 5. There are still many powerful people in the federal media. During this period of time, someone has already investigated all the companion pet resources that are currently on the scene. The Federal Bureau of Free Investigation is a relatively well-known self-media in the federal government. They have produced a column dedicated to these companion pets in detail. It not only introduced the origin of the Golden War God Halberd, but also revealed the origin of the invisibility cloak and the story of the invisibility cloak. Only then did people know that the invisibility cloak turned out to be a peculiar existence that had been hatched and then returned to the companion egg state, and almost no one could hatch it again. What's even more mysterious is that after the invisibility cloak was photographed, it was stolen. So far, no one knows who is in the hands of the invisibility cloak. The origin of the demon blood dragon was even revealed by them, which caused widespread discussion among people. Although the battle was not seen, people's fun did not diminish, and many people watched these reports while waiting. Damn it, it's too awesome. There are 9 demon blood dragons in total. It's still in the terrifying Shuolu Underground Sea. How powerful is it to be able to kill 9 demon blood dragons and explode 5 companion pets? I think this is definitely a family, it can't be done by one person. The report from the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation said that the combat effectiveness of these 9 dragons is terrifying. So far, I have not heard of anyone who can fight the 9 dragons alone. The Golden War God Halberd. In the Western District and the Demon Blood Dragon in the Eastern District, what kind of powerful existence is the person who owns them? It is absolutely impossible to be a person, it must be a family. None of the 6 major families has indicated that this matter is related to them. I have a hunch that it may be one person who owns these companion pets. I want to know more than who owns these companion pets. What kind of companion pets will appear next, or will it still be a monster blood dragon? People are discussing who owns these companion pets, and they are divided into 2 camps for debate. Most people think that those who own these companion pets must be a big family. Even if it is not the existence of the 6 major families, it must be a powerful one. Another part is discussing whether the person who owns these companion pets is from the East or West, because so far, the companion pets he has used are from the East and West areas. During the discussions and quarrels, the 2-hour time has come again, and people are on time in front of the cube or live broadcast, waiting for the new companion pet to appear. Sure enough, at the last second, the Golden War God Halberd accepted the challenge again, but this time, the challenger who appeared on the cube was no longer a demon blood dragon. It was an extremely beautiful girl, with a pair of intoxicating eyes and long hair like clouds. Just a glance at her, there was a feeling of being in love. Medusa, it turned out to be Medusa, and Medusa in the state of a girl. I heard that since the cursed magic palace was discovered, there are many strong people who want to reveal Medusa, and some people have killed Medusa, but so far, I have not heard of anyone revealing Medusa's companion pet. I'll just say, the owner of the Golden God of War Halberd must be from the Western District. The girl Medusa is so beautiful, I like this companion pet so much. 100 million federal coins to buy. It's still such a cute Medusa, it's too scary to turn into a banshee. I would like to trade 10 years of my life for 1 day of having a girl named Medusa. The videos and pictures of the girl Medusa quickly became popular throughout the Federation because they were so beautiful. Zhou Wen was still playing cards with Wang Lu, and the others in the town, Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian, have also rushed over, but their journey was not so smooth. They encountered many powerful dimensional creatures and killed a bloody road before they came to the town. A few people had nothing to do in the town, so Zhou Wen took out the table and cards, and a few people played cards in front of the cube, but after a few rounds, they felt a little boring. Obviously 4 people are playing cards, but only Wang Lu wins, which is really not interesting. Let's play. I'll go around the neighborhood, just to gain some practical experience. Feng Qiuyan got up and said. He is not afraid of losing, but for him, playing cards is not much fun, and it is better to practice swords. Li Xian also played a haha, this card is really boring. You don't need to look at the cards to know that you will lose. No matter how good the cards are, you can't win, so don't play. Wang Lu said helplessly. I can't do anything about this either. I can't control my natural destiny. Is there anything interesting around here? Li Xian asked. Wang Lu thought for a while. There is a Fox Immortal temple nearby, which is dedicated to Lady Fox Immortal. I heard that as long as you put a pillar of incense on Lady Fox Immortal, a wish can be fulfilled. Really or not? Then I make a wish for a mythical companion pet or a guardian or something? Li Xian asked. Of course, no. Wang Lu smiled and said, actually, there is only one wish that the Lady Fox Immortal can satisfy, and that is to temporarily improve your luck. During this period of time, you can kill dimension. If it is a living creature, the chance of exploding a companion egg will be higher. There is such a good thing? How long can this effect last? Li Xianlai was interested. Not necessarily, depending on the person. Some people get a relatively short time, it may be tens of minutes and an hour, and some time is relatively long, and the luck will be better all day, but generally speaking, it is only valid for the day. After midnight, the luck of blessing will definitely disappear. Wang Lu paused and said, and it is only useful to go to incense on the 15th day. We are lucky. Today happens to be the night of the full moon. On the 15th, so we can go there and have a look. Is the distance far? Zhou Wen was very interested when he heard it. If the blessing of the Fox Immortal Temple really works, then his efficiency in spawning companion pets in the game will be much improved. At our speed, we can get there in 20 minutes. At most. Wang Lu said. Then let's go, and have a look together. Zhou Wen looked at the time, it should be too late. Under the leadership of Wang Lu, the group soon came to the Fox Immortal Temple, which is also a dimensional field, but the scope of this dimensional field is very small, just a very small temple. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The small Fox Fairy Temple does not even have a courtyard wall. It is said to be a temple, but it is actually a small house made of stones. The door is only half the height of an ordinary door. The small temple is also very simple, with almost no decoration. The stones used to build the small temple are uneven and very rough. There is a stone confession in the small temple, and on the confession is a simple wooden tablet with the words Fox Fairy Goddess engraved on it. Wait a minute. Entering the Fox Immortal Temple, there is a taboo, you must kneel to enter, otherwise you will not get good luck, but bad luck. Wang Lu saw that Li Xian was going to enter, and quickly pulled him and said, kneel down and kneel. It's not a shame to kneel down to Empress Fox Immortal. If I look back, Empress Fox Immortal will give me a little more luck. Li Xian saw it open, walked to the door of the small temple, and knelt down with a plop. Don't tell me, this small temple gate can be entered by kneeling. Li Xian kneeling there, he has to bow his head to be able to enter, standing, can't enter at all. When he arrived at the small temple, Li Xian lit the 3 incense sticks, given to him by Zhou Wen, bowed to the tablet of Empress Fox Fairy, and then inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. At this time, within the tablet of the Fox Fairy Godmother, a purple chi suddenly rose up. The purple chi circled around Li Xian's head and landed on his forehead, forming a circular fuzzy pattern on his forehead, which looks like an end-to-end fox shape. Is this all right? Has my luck increased? Li Xian exited the Fox Immortal Temple and asked Wang Lu. It has already increased. I don't know how long it is. When the pattern on your forehead disappears, it is time. Wang Lu said. Then don't waste time, Xiao Yan Yan, hurry in and worship, let's go out and kill some dimensional creatures. To try. Li Xian urged Feng Qiuyan to go in. Feng Qiuyan took 3 incense sticks and followed Li Xian's example, knelt in and went in to worship. The result was the same. A purple chi burst out from the tablet, but the amount of purple chi was much larger than that of Li Xian before, and the pattern formed was clearer. It was already possible to see the fox's facial features, unlike Li Xian's. It was so blurry that Even the face could not be seen clearly. Why are ours a little different? Li Xian asked, looking at the pattern on Feng Qiuyan's forehead. The clearer the pattern, the stronger and more durable the ability to enhance luck. Wang Lu explained. This is discrimination. Why do you say goodbye? Xiao Yinyan's effect is better than mine. Li Xian said gloomily. Because you are ugly. Zhou Wen smiled. You look beautiful, then you go try it out, maybe it's not as good as me. Li Xian said with a pouted lip. Zhou Wen also wanted to know if the luck of Empress Fox Fairy had any bonus to the game, so she took out the 3 pillars again, walked to the Fox Fairy Temple, and then knelt in front of the door of the Fox Fairy Temple, like Li Xian. Bang! The tablet in the Fox Immortal Temple suddenly seemed to have been blown away. It fell from the confession case, and after falling to the ground, it split into 2 halves. Zhou Wen held the incense blankly and looked at the tablet that was split in half on the ground. Can it still be used? Zhou Wen thought about going in and trying again, but he just moved his knees and took a half step into the small temple. The tablet of Empress Fox Fairy, which was split in 2 on the ground, immediately burst again, directly fried to crumbs. Zhou Wen saw this situation and knew it was definitely useless, so he stood up with a wry smile. Feng Qiuyan and Wang Lu both looked at Zhou Wen with strange expressions. Li Xian saw so much that he didn't have much reaction. Old Zhou, it seems that you have missed the blessing of the gods in this life. Don't be so arrogant in your next life. It's not a good thing for people to be too arrogant. Li Xian patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder and comforted. Zhou Wen is also very helpless. He knows that his destiny is at fault, but he has nothing to do. Most temples and other places need to worship. Once he worships, there is a problem and there is no benefit at all. Forget it, I'm going back. Zhou Wen didn't get the blessing, and he didn't find the little hand pattern, and planned to rush back to the cube in the town with Wang Lu. Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian went together to kill dimensional creatures, and they were not interested in watching Zhou Wen show off his companion pet. Zhou Wen didn't go very far, suddenly thought of something, and asked Wang Lu to turn back to the Fox Immortal Temple, then switched to the prison King Zuanming's soul, and glanced at it from a distance. Looking at it, I found that there was a purple aura rising in the small temple, like a transparent purple fox entrenched on the small temple, staring at Zhou Wen in surprise. This thing, is it a dimensional creature? Zhou Wen looked at the spirit fox. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot see this pure spirit creature. Only the prison king honoring the soul of life can let Zhou Wen see these things. Zhou Wen summoned a golden war god halberd and flew towards the fox's spiritual body. As a result, the golden war god halberd flew directly from the fox's spiritual body, and was not able to hurt it. The fox just stared at Zhou Wen fiercely, but seemed to be afraid of something, and did not dare to attack him. Zhou Wen also summoned the Han Light Sword and Night Practice Sword, and tried several companion pets, and found that their attacks were useless too. The fox in the spirit state. The fox just looked at Zhou Wen and didn't mean to attack him. What are you doing? Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously. She couldn't see the fox in the spirit body, but only saw Zhou Wen using various companion pets, constantly attacking the air above the small temple, thinking that he had offended the fox fairy godmother. Was he cursed? Nothing. Zhou Wen saw that the usual companion pet attack was useless to the fox, so he called out the ice girl and the chaos pearl. The ice girl was obviously able To see the spirit fox. After coming out, her eyes were fixed on the top of the small temple. And, after seeing the ice girl, the spirit fox stared at the ice girl with a grin, as if she was afraid of the ice girl. Is the fox in this temple really a fear-level creature? Zhou only guessed before. But now he is even more certain when he sees the appearance of the fox fairy staring at the ice girl. If Empress Fox Immortal is a fearful creature, aren't the lands in the Earth Temple, or the mountain gods of the Mountain Temple, all fear-level creatures? Zhou Wen's expression became a little weird. There are fear-level creatures in the temple. Although it makes people a little surprised, what really makes Zhou Wen feel weird is that his fate can smash other people's tablets in front of fear-level creatures, and those fear creatures actually nothing happened to him. Zhou Wen is a little scared when he thinks about it now. If the feared creatures really do something to him, wouldn't his little life be long gone? Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Ice Girl, is that a feared creature? Zhou Wen looked at Ice Girl and asked. Yes, but it is a little different from the fear creatures of different dimensions. It should be a fear-level creature born in your Earth. Ice Maiden said. Are you sure? Zhou Wen asked. Tian is in your hand, you can be sure. Ice Girl said with a blank expression. Go. Zhou Wen turned around and left, dispelling the adoption of the battle. Tian has been fused by the demon baby, and he can't take it back himself, let alone return it to the Ice Girl. And there's not enough time. When I go back, I have to make Medusa admit defeat, otherwise both companion pets will be eliminated. After this is done, I will study what happened to this fox. Ice Girl didn't want to go back to the Chaos Pearl, so she followed Zhou Wen and the others back to the town. Seeing that the countdown was almost up, Zhou Wen was thinking about which companion pet to send for another 2 hours. When Zhou Wen was thinking, everyone in the world was also guessing what the next companion pet would be. Even the 6 major families and overseas demons are also studying the companion pets that Zhou Wen played, and they are also guessing who the owners of these companion pets are. Because apart from the Golden War God Halberd, Medusa, and Invisibility Cloak, few other companion pets have ever seen them, let alone know their abilities. But so many companion pets are concentrated in the hands of one person or a force, which is a very scary thing in itself. And it is worth their attention. They are also secretly guessing who owns these companion pets. It is a pity that after all the companion pets came on the field, there was no battle, and they had no chance to study. While everyone was waiting, Medusa also conceded defeat and withdrew, and a new round of challenge waiting began again. When the waiting time for the challenge ended, a companion pet named Split Ancient Tadpole appeared on the cube fighting platform, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay, because no one had seen this companion pet, let alone what kind of abilities it had. Who knows, which district's tadpole is the companion pet? The editor-in-chief of the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation asked while scanning the entire studio. Everyone, as you look at me, I look at you, and I can't even tell which area's companion pet this is. Check it for me immediately, and try every means to find out the origin of the split ancient tadpoles before our opponents. The editor-in-chief said viciously. Not only the Free Bureau of Investigation, but in fact the major families are trying to investigate the arrival of the split ancient tadpoles, and various intelligence agencies are operating. But in a place like the Valley of No Return, the locals in the southern district dare not approach, and not many people know that there are split tadpoles in it, let alone the mythical ancient split tadpoles. There are some people who have been in the Valley of No Return and survived by chance, and have seen ordinary split tadpoles, but the difference between ordinary split tadpoles and one is still very big. In the end, a reporter from the FBI in the Southern District remembered seeing a photo of a mythical tadpole in the home of a local Aboriginal. The reporter hurried over and found that the dimensional creature in the photo was exactly the same as the split ancient tadpole. After repeated inquiries, he learned the origin of the photo. In less than an hour, the FBI once again reported the origin of the split ancient tadpoles. Algo, the mythical companion pet that came out of a place like the Valley of No Return. Those who knew the Valley of No Return took a deep breath after reading the report. This time, it's the companion pet in the Southern District. Now it can be confirmed that the person who owns these companion pets is definitely a big force. It can't be one person. How can one person have so much energy and go to so many places, hunting so many mythical companion pets? In my opinion, 9 times out of 10, one of the 6 major families is behind the scenes. How can a family have such a strong strength to hunt and kill mythical creatures across different districts? Now people are very interested in these companion pets. There is absolutely no contempt before. The FBI, the self-media, also timely launched an article if these companion pets belong to the same person. The article assumes that if these companion pets belong to the same human, then this human will participate in the ranking battle. What happened? The article doesn't state a conclusion, just a lot of analysis. The so-called guardians are actually mythical grades. But they are relatively strong mythological grades, and general mythological companion pets are not their opponents. The owner of the guardian also has mythical companion pets, so if it is a single mythical companion pet to challenge, there is almost no possibility of winning. But what if it is a human with a large number of mythical companion pets? Invisibility cloak, golden war god halberd, 5 demon blood dragons, Medusa, split ancient tadpoles. There are as many as 9 mythical companion pets that have already played, and there may even be more. If such a human goes to war, and he does not have a contract guardian, can he defeat the human who has a guardian? The article immediately sparked a worldwide discussion, turning a tense leaderboard battle into a discussion. Theoretically, if you have an invisibility cloak, you can guarantee your own safety, and there are a lot of mythical companion pets. If you use the Pet C strategy, the guardian will also lose. The pet strategy is useless at all. The guardian has absolute strength to suppress, and the owner of the guardian also has mythical companion pets. I think there is a chance to defeat the guardian, provided that these companion pets belong to the same person. This question does not hold at all. Without guardians, human beings will not reach the mythical level, and there is no possibility of entering the battle of the leaderboard. At the end of the discussion, people found that it really doesn't make sense, because without a guardian, it is impossible for humans to participate in the war. Even if those companion pets belong to the same person, it is useless. This makes everyone soberly realize that the battle of the leaderboard is actually dominated by different dimensions, and that humans are just an accessory to the battle, not the protagonist. I really want to see real human beings participating in the war, not the companions of the guardians. Many people have such thoughts in their hearts. Unfortunately, it is an indisputable fact that human beings cannot advance to mythology, and it is impossible to see pure human beings participating in the war. Zhou didn't think about it that much. He was doing dungeons when he was idle, and the other dungeons were almost done. Zhou Wen went to Sunday's labyrinth of lies again, trying to see if he could kill the Fate twin witches. Who knew that after entering the labyrinth of lies, he found that the demon clown was refreshed, and after the demon clown was eliminated, he heard a ding and unexpectedly dropped the companion egg. Zhou Wen was a little surprised. He had been brushing for a long time before, but he didn't find many mythical companion eggs. In one day today, a demon blood dragon and a demon clown were dropped one after another. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Demon Clown, Mythical. Fate, Devil Spokesperson. Soul of Life, Demon Believer. Wheel of Fortune, Joker. Strength, 67. Speed, 80. Physical. Fitness, 62. Vitality, 78. Talent skills, Stealth, Upside Down Magic Ball, Poison Blade. Associated state, Soul. The attributes of the demon clown are a bit extreme, but he turned out to be a very rare companion pet in the soul state. If the demon clown is possessed by the soul state, he can use his various abilities, which is quite useful. To Zhou Wen. I don't know if I can kill the twin witches. It would be interesting if the companion eggs of those two witches could be exploded. Zhou Wenxian was fine, so he wanted to try it. Killing the witches of fate is definitely not enough. They seem to have some kind of special power. Killing them is equivalent to killing the blood-colored villains. If any of them dies, the blood-colored villains will also die. Zhou Wen had already tried it before, and both the evil transformation and the Taisheng Kaidianjing were useless and could not resist the power of death. Now Zhou Wen wants to let the magic baby try it. If the magic baby is a powerful existence of fear level, if he kills the Witch of Destiny, will there be another problem? When he arrived at the Witch of Destiny castle, Zhou Wen summoned the demon baby and ordered the baby to kill the Witch of Destiny. The magic baby used the magic sword to kill the white-clothed witch, but at the same time as killing the white-clothed witch, the blood-colored villain also died. Is this method not good? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. However, he felt that there must be some way to kill the Witch of Destiny, and there can be no dimensional creatures that are absolutely invincible and cannot be killed. No matter how strong the Witch of Destiny is, they are only mythical. They have not yet reached the fear level, and their own strength should not be too strong, but because their abilities are too strange, they may need special methods to kill them. What kind of power can kill them? Zhou Wen thought to himself, trying to find out their weaknesses. It's not realistic to kill them directly unless I have the ability to revive. Unfortunately, even Li Xian has no ability to revive, and I can't do it. Then the Witches of Fate themselves don't seem to have any attack power. As long as they don't draw cards, there's no way to do anything to the opponent. It's just because they control the gate to the garden that they have to draw. Zhou Wen seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he continued to secretly say, their cards can kill people, or they can open the door to the garden, so among those cards, is there a hidden card that can kill themselves? Zhou Wen used to draw the card that opened the door, and then stopped drawing. Now he wants to try it. If he continues to draw, will he encounter any special cards which may have a backlash effect on the Destiny twins? Coming to the Witch in White again, under the double protection of Truth Listening and Taisheng Kaidianjing, Zhou Wen began to draw cards again. Each card has a different picture, representing different ways of death, but for Zhou Wen, these ways of death are useless, and they are invalid to him anyway. After drawing the 23rd card, Zhou finally drew the mask card again, and the door to the garden was opened. Only this time, Zhou did not choose to walk into the door, but continued to draw the cards in the hands of the witch in white, wanting to see if the remaining cards contained the secret of killing her. Looking at the cards one by one, the result is still the same, except for the mask card. All other cards have the ability to kill the opponent. Zhou drew all the way, but did not find any card that had a negative impact on the witch in white. Could it be that I thought wrong? This deck of fate cards does not hide the secret of killing the witch of fate. Zhou drew the last card, and after turning it over, he felt that the listening earrings had transformed a lot of vitality into the blood. The villain's body, obviously the target of this card, is still him, not the witch of fate in white. Zhou glanced at the white-clothed witch of fate, and now she has no cards in her hand. She stood there motionless, that is, she had no intention of attacking or retreating. Can a witch without a card be killed? Zhou moved and decided to try again. Summoned the lightsaber, beheaded the witch in white with one sword. And the blood-colored villain also died violently. Is it still not good? Zhou thought to himself, but after thinking about it, he felt that his thinking was not wrong. Since there is no way to kill the witch of destiny directly, you must find a way on her card. Could it be that you have to draw all the cards in the hands of the twin witches? Zhou thought about it and felt that he had to try again. Entering the game again, this time Zhou didn't even look at it, he just drew all the cards in the twin witch's hand, and there was not one left. But the result is still the same. Among the 108 cards, there are a total of 2 mask cards. The other cards are all cards that can kill the opponent. And none of the cards are against the witch. Looking at the unlicensed twin witches in his hand, Zhou wanted to try again to kill them now. Would he be attacked again? When he was about to start, Zhou suddenly moved in his heart. The sword in his hand did not cut down, and he glanced at the fate card that he had drawn out. He took 2 decks of cards in his hand, scrambled them, and put the cards in front of the 2 witches. You guys, do you want to draw cards? The Destiny Twins witches, who had never shown any expression, finally turned their faces. They stared at the cards in Zhou hands, and actually stretched out their hands to draw them. The witch in white drew a black card, which was the card of the guillotine, and then a light and shadow of the guillotine appeared on the witch in white. The next second, the head of the witch in white was chopped off. Kill the mythical creature Destiny Twin Witch, white. It's really possible to kill like this. It seems that they themselves have to abide by the rules of the fate card. Zhou watched the witch in black draw out a white card with a gallows on it. Then the witch in black was also hanged, and the game gave a prompt: kill the fate twin witch, black. Although the 2 witches didn't reveal anything, Zhou was already very happy. He finally found a way to kill the twin witches, and it was only a matter of time before the companion eggs were released. Unfortunately, the Destiny Twins are mythical creatures, and it will take 2 days to rebrush them. Otherwise, Zhou really wants to swipe dozens of times immediately, and explode the Destiny Twins, to see what their attributes and skills are. On the other hand, the time to split the ancient tadpoles has come, and Zhou needs to choose a new companion pet to delay the time. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Which companion pet do you want to play? Zhou mainly didn't want people to know that these companion pets belonged to him, so he didn't want his iconic companion pet to play, otherwise he wouldn't need to think so. much. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen decided to let the newly hatched devil clown play, and then calculated invisibility. Cloak, golden war god halberd, 5 demon blood dragons, Medusa, split ancient tadpoles, and devil clowns. It will take up to 3 more. Only mythical companion pets can drag on for 24 hours, and after 24 hours, the companion pets that have played before can be challenged again, and it should not be difficult to support 48 hours. Although he calculated like this in his heart, Zhou Wen did not think that the different dimensional creatures would really let him delay like this, and maybe there would be some new tricks at that time, so that he could not keep delaying. I can only take one step at a time. How long can I drag on? I don't know what Zhong Zia is doing. Why must I help him drag on for 48 hours? Zhou Wen had also considered this issue before, but he can't figure out why. When the demon clown appeared on the fighting field, it caused a heated discussion again. It's a new mythical companion pet that I haven't seen before. It's too strong. How many mythical companion pets does he have? Devil clown, which companion pet is this? I haven't heard of it before. It is now certain that this is a family in action, right? It is unlikely that one person has so many mythical companion pets. Soon, the media in the North District revealed the origin of the demon clown, and explained in detail the horror of the labyrinth of lies and the horror of the Sunday dimension field. It turned out to be the mythical companion pet in the Northern District. Now there are all mythical companion pets in the 4 districts of the South, South, and Northwest. How can I guess which district's family is it? Now most people have generally believed that this cannot be a person, it must be a family in action. The 6 major families and some wealthy families are also investigating who these companion pets belong to. With so many mythical companion pets, even in this era of rapid development and more mythical companion pets, its impact, the force is equally terrifying. But after checking, there is no family that completely meets the conditions. What kind of companion pet will appear next? I'm really looking forward to it. If so many mythical companion pets belong to the same person, how strong must this person be? Impossible, even among the 6 major families, no one has so many mythical companion pets. That's right, it's too difficult. People are looking forward to the debut of new companion pets. They want to know how many mythical companion pets this mysterious unknown family can come up with. It was another 2 hours. When Xiao Lianjian appeared, he was quickly recognized by the Xia family. Because someone in the Xia family once fought with Xiao Lianjian, but there was no companion pet. At this time, seeing Xiao Lianjian appearing on the fighting platform, the people of the Xia family are also very puzzled. Who is it? The knight practice sword burst out from the ancient sword mound in hand, which is too strange. After the origin of the knight practice sword was revealed, many people wondered whether the family with these companion pets could be the Xia family. Gu Jianzhong is not a member of the Xia family, and it is almost impossible to enter. He has a knight practice sword and is probably a member of the Xia family. While people were making all kinds of speculations, another 2 hours later, a companion pet named Dragon Tiger Danjing boarded the cube fighting arena. All of a sudden, the Zhang family couldn't sit still. The most precious elixir and pill. Furnace Mountain was not the mythical life elixir and death elixir, but the dragon and tiger elixir that Zhou Wen exploded. Although it is also mythical, the dragon and tiger elixir has the characteristics of life elixir and death elixir at the same time, which is a divine elixir that can truly bring back the dead. Of course, the dragon. Tiger elixir is not really able to bring the dead back to life, but to a certain extent, it can repair injuries that are impossible to live again. However, because the probability of the dragon and tiger elixir appearing is too low, the Zhang family has only encountered it a few times for so long, and no companion pet has been revealed yet. However, Donlu Mountain is a forbidden area for the Zhang family, and outsiders can't enter at all. Now someone has used the dragon and tiger elixir that the Zhang family doesn't have, which makes the Zhang family not surprised. People who originally suspected the Xia family are now beginning to suspect the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family's elixir is too famous. The Zhang family themselves are also doing their best to investigate, wanting to know when the dragon tiger pill essence was revealed, but there is no result. All kinds of speculations in the Federation are flying around, and now everyone wants to know who the family that owns these companion pets is, but they have guessed a lot, but it has never been confirmed. There are mythical companion pets in the 4 major districts. It is really hard to guess. Master Zhou Wen's companion pet luck is really strong. There are so many mythical companion pets, I really don't know how he came out. And Xing couldn't help but admire after seeing the dragon tiger pill essence. It's just luck. And Tianzua said. And Xing said with a bitter face, Overseer, why don't we go to kill the mythical creature called Master Wen next time? Why call him? Can't we kill it ourselves? And Tianzua snorted coldly. Killing can kill, but in the past 2 months, we have killed more than a dozen mythical creatures. And a lot of dimensional crystals have appeared, but none of these companion pets have appeared. And Xing said helplessly. The corners of Tianzua's eyes twitched. The recent luck was indeed not very good, and he killed a lot of mythical creatures, but the companion eggs could not be exploded. It has nothing to do with people, it's natural to kill more. And Tianzua said blankly. Yes, Lord Overseer, then let's kill more. And Xing replied righteously. How is Xiaojing now? And Tianzua asked after thinking for a while. Ms. Jing has been practicing at Cheesy Mountain. Now, Miss Jing is much more stable and has made a lot of military exploits. She is very respected. And Xing said. That's good. And Tianzua nodded slightly. Now the entire Federation, and even overseas forces, are discussing what new mythical companion pets will play next. When the evil spirit king appeared, no one knew what kind of companion pet it was. Another 2 hours passed. In the limelight, a new companion pet appeared, but when I looked closely, I saw nothing. When I looked closely, I found that the companion pet that challenged turned out to be the invisibility cloak. Only then did people realize that 24 hours had passed, and the invisibility cloak that had been challenged before could already be challenged again. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. 24 hours have come, and the invisibility cloak will reappear, which means that with these companion pets, you can reincarnate indefinitely day by day, until the last day of the leaderboard ends, and you can enter the single infinite challenge mode. Drive the Golden God of War halberd from the number 1 position? I'm going, I can still play like this, so we don't have to watch it. There are still several days before the final end of the leaderboard. Let me do the math, a total of 13 mythical companion pets have appeared, which is scary enough. When an ordinary guardian encounters him, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning, right? That's not necessarily true. There are some powerful guardians with group second skills. No amount of low-level mythical companion pets is useless. Haha, I originally thought it would be a battle between guardians, but I didn't expect that in the next few days. I'm afraid I won't be able to see the guardians. Unfortunately, there is no way for a pure human to appear, otherwise I really want to see what these companion pets will be like when they appear alone. While everyone was discussing, they suddenly found that over the cube fighting field, the glare appeared again. This time, the dazzling creature was more straightforward. After it appeared, it said directly, the challenge acceptance time for companion pets is shortened to 3 minutes. If the challenge is not accepted for 3 minutes, it will be regarded as a waiver. After speaking, the dazzling creatures broke through the air and disappeared. Why only for companion pets? Why are guardians not restricted? This is clearly discriminating against humans. It's just not letting pure humans participate in the competition. Even companion pets have been targeted by such amendments too. The rules again and again, so why don't you just not let companion pets participate in the war? Why are you pretending to be disgusting? Is there any way? The rules are made by other dimensional creatures. This is originally a game of others. People can change them how they want. Humans are nothing. I'm so fucking angry. People like to play like this. They have the capital to play like this. If they can't play it, they will change the rules. It's so fucking shameless. Don't play if you can't afford it. It just means that only guardians can participate in the war. When the rules were changed last time, there were still people gloating about misfortune, but this time many people were complaining about the owners of those companion pets. It's not that they have any feelings for these companion pets, and they don't really like to fight injustice. It's just because they revised the rules from another dimension and saw through the essence of the battle of the leaderboards. This is not a game for humans at all, and even human companion pets have been targeted again and again, which is very uncomfortable. The challenge acceptance time has been changed to 3 minutes, so it takes twice as many companion pets in a day to complete the list. Even if any one of the 6 major families wants to collect 24 mythical companion pets, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. Is there no other way? Zhang Yuji said, looking at the Golden War god halberd on the screen. No way, unless there are more mythical companion pets participating in the battle, but even if you have collected 24 mythical companion pets, the other dimensional creatures can still modify the rules again. Zhang Chuanqiu said. In that case, what's the point of customizing the rules? Zhang Yuji said. It's meaningless in the first place. 4. Different dimensions, this is just a game, but for our Earth, this game may decide our destiny in the next year. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Is it that serious? If you win the first place, will you really become the king of the Earth? I don't see it. Zhang Yuji disagreed with Zhang Chuanqiu's point of view. It's very serious, it's so serious that it's unimaginable. Zhang Chuanqiu said sternly. Since it's so serious, why don't you stop it? Zhang Yuji asked in confusion. I'm trying, but there's not much time. Zhang Chuanqiu smiled, but the situation is not so bad. After all, the guardians participating in the war must rely on the power of human beings to go further. Maybe those human beings can go further. Maybe it can affect the guardian. The guardian is growing, but the human's own strength is stagnant, and its influence will only become weaker and weaker. How big of a role can it play? Zhang Yuji obviously knew what the guardian was. That's not necessarily, isn't there a way? Zhang Chuanqiu said with narrowed eyes. You mean yeah, and Wang Mingyuan? Zhang Yuji was shocked. What they can do, with the ability of our Zhang family, may not be impossible. Zhang Chuanqiu said. But in that case it will become. Zhang Yuji didn't say the rest. Is it a monster? Zhang Chuanqiu leaned on the railing and looked at Longhu Mountain in the distance. And said, sometimes it's really hard to tell the difference between a person and a monster. If I were to choose between monsters and slaves, if so, I'd rather be a monster. Having said that, Zhang Chuanqiu turned his head and smiled brightly at Zhang Yuji. Of course, it's the kind of monster that doesn't eat people. Dugu's family in the southern district. Dugugu was also watching the live broadcast, with no expression on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Second uncle, is it really impossible for human beings to advance to mythology with their own strength? Dugugu was still in a trance, but he opened his mouth to ask Duguzong beside him. No one has been able to do it yet. Duguzong replied. Dugugu seemed to have known the answer for a long time and continued to mutter to himself, our Dugu family has been studying for so many years, and we have not found a way to promote human beings themselves into mythology. Can we really only follow Wang Mingyuan's old path? I can't say that. In fact, our family's research over the years is not without progress. For example, the technique of combining human and gu may make human beings themselves become myths. Duguzong said. Dugugu shook his head and said, it's just a self-deception. What is the difference between the so-called human gu integration and Wang Mingyuan? It's just that he uses the guardian, and we use the gu. They all become monsters, no different. There is no way to do this. Human beings have great flaws in their own talents, and there is an insurmountable gap between them and the mythical level. Duguzong was also a little helpless. When he was young, he had the same passion as Dugugu and the others, and wanted to rely on his own strength to advance to myth, but after so many years, the gu insects he raised were promoted to myth, but he himself, after all, was promoted to myth. It's just an epic pinnacle and can't go any further. Forget it, let's first see how the owners of the companion pets will deal with it. Take out 24 mythical companion pets at once. Even if it is the current 6 major families, it will not be easy to get together in a while. Even if you can come together, and no one will expose all their strengths to the public. Duguge watched the Golden War God halberd in the live broadcast with interest. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex. Novel mobile version reading URL. Zhou Wen is also a little worried. Although he has a lot of mythical companion pets, it is a little difficult to gather 24, and in that case, he definitely needs to put his signature companion pet on it. What should I do? Zhou Wen pondered to himself. In line with the principle that it can be delayed for a while, Zhou Wen first let the companion pets who can play in the battle drag the time, and then slowly think of a way. According to the principle of being able to challenge again within 24 hours, there is still a companion pet that can play after the invisibility cloak, and the next companion pet will not meet the 24-hour requirement, so there must be a new companion pet. Chong play, otherwise, you can only give up and continue to dominate the leaderboard. And Xing said calculatingly. It was originally a meaningless move, so what if we can continue to dominate the list? The final single unlimited challenge has been decided, and we can't get the first place by this method. and Tianzhua said. People are discussing what the owner of the Golden War God Halberd will do next, whether to release a new companion pet or end the dominance list. Most people feel that it is meaningless to let companion pets continue to occupy the top spot, and different dimensions will not give ordinary companion pets a chance to win the championship. During this period of time, it was a torment for everyone. Everyone wanted to know what the owner of the Golden War God Halberd would do after the rules were changed. Major media have also written various analysis articles. Most of the media feel that after changing the rules, there is no need to continue. Even if the owner of the Golden War God Halberd and other mythical companion pets, they cannot reach 24 hours. If it goes back and forth, there is no point in continuing. To achieve the 24-hour reincarnation, at least 24 mythical companion pets are needed. At present, I am afraid that only the 6 heroic families can have such strength. Only now. No family has come forward to admit that it was them who did the Golden War God Halberd. In people's expectations, time passed quickly. Zhou Wen was also racking his brains to find a way. Zhongxia said it was so serious, he had to find a way to survive the remaining 20 hours. The companion pets in my hand, such as Candle Dragon, Beeman, Tai Sui, Dawei King Kong Niu, Xinghai Crustacean, are too iconic. As long as they are released, everyone will guess that it is me, and I will take all important battles. Exposing all my strength is also very bad for me. But other than that, is there any way to delay the time? Zhou Wen thought about it. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he summoned the demon baby. The demon baby looked at Zhou Wen quietly. She was not without intelligence, but she didn't like talking very much. Even when facing Zhou Wen, she kept her mouth shut. Little baby, how is your ration reserve now? Zhou Wen was referring to killing demons. The last time the demon killer devoured the corpse, it seems to have evolved, but since the data of the demon killer can't be seen in the game, I don't know if he has completed the evolution. The demon infant didn't speak, just summoned the demon sword, then pulled it out of the scabbard, and with a stroke of his hand, the demon killer flew out of the sword. Slayer, it's been a long time, come here, sit down and drink something, let's have a good chat. Zhou Wen smiled and waved to Killer. How shrewd he is, looking at Zhou Wen's expression, he knew that Zhou Wen wanted him, immediately put on the air of an uncle, raised his chin slightly, looked at Zhou Wen with contempt, and said, what's the matter, let me think about it. As he was talking, he suddenly had a cold sweat on his back, and quickly turned his head to see that the demon baby was looking at him. His arrogant appearance immediately turned into flattery. He bowed his head and closed his waist, and said to Zhou Wen with a smile, if you have something to ask, I will definitely help. You do it properly. Zhou Wen nodded, looked at the killer, and asked, how is your current strength level? Do you have fear level strength? When the demon killer heard Zhou Wen's question, he immediately became proud again. How can I kill the demon? Of course I have the strength of fear level, let alone fear level. If I hadn't been suppressed for too long, natural disasters wouldn't be a problem. Not bad. Zhou Wen nodded. It's not, that's wrong. Killer heard this, and then looked at Zhou Wen's expression. There was a kind of immediate use of his fear-making power, tearing him into scum, and letting him know that the dignity of a fear-level powerhouse is not tolerated profane. But seeing the demon baby on the side, the words of killing the demon changed when he came to his mouth. What you said is that my level is really okay. Okay. That's it, you can go up and challenge later. Zhou Wen pointed to the cube next to him and said, Killing Demon's eyes lit up when he saw the cube. And he suddenly became ambitious, and said loudly, "Don't worry, now the strength of this demon has recovered a lot. It's not a problem to defeat those little brats and take the first place, it's time to let those new. The little brat here, you know that your ancestors are powerful in killing demons." Zhou nodded and said, "That's good. After you go up, try to delay the time as much as possible. You can only lose but not win." "Okay, I will definitely kill the quartet, I can only defeat it, what?" After the demon slaying figured out the state, he stared at Zhou with wide eyes, and it was almost a problem with his ears in the future. "The companion pets above are all mine, do you have any questions?" Zhou asked, while looking at the killer. Don't go." Killing Demon resisted the urge to smash Zhou into scum, and asked in a low voice. He is a demon killer, and he was actually defeated by a companion pet, which is still such a weak companion pet. Killing the demon felt that this was a huge insult to him. "What do you think?" When Zhou spoke, he glanced at the demon baby. Killing Mo also subconsciously followed Zhou and glanced at Mo. Then immediately took a firm stand and swore to Zhou, "It is my honor to be able to do things for you. I will do my best and lose without flaws. You don't need to be flawless, and you don't need to fight. You can go up and delay me for as long as you can. When I let the magic baby inform you, you can just admit defeat yourself." Zhou detailed his requirements. "Say it again." "Those rule changes for alien creatures are all for companion pets, but guardians are not within the limit. If you go up to the challenge to kill the demon, you don't have to abide by the rule that the winner must be determined within an hour. I'm here to see how those other dimensional guys need to revise the rules. Are they going to restrict the guardians together?" Zhou secretly thought. This is obviously impossible. If the guardians can't tell the winner within an hour, and both sides will be eliminated, then the final decisive battle will probably have an accident. Soon, the 1-hour countdown came, and everyone looked at the big screen of the cube, waiting for the owner of the Golden War God Halberd to make a decision. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel. Mobile version reading URL. Unexpectedly, this time the invisibility cloak did not voluntarily admit defeat, but the Golden War God Halberd conceded defeat and left the battlefield. People think that this is a sign of wanting to give up, and the owner who wants to come to the Golden Halberd doesn't want to stick to it anymore. Is it finally coming to an end? Although I already knew that this was meaningless, I don't know why, but I still have some kind of expectation in my heart that I can't even explain myself. A person said, a little disappointed. Maybe it's our own expectations. In the real world, we have a lot of things we want to do, but we can't do it because of our own conditions or for various reasons. Sometimes we unconsciously hope that someone can do it. Do what you can't do, even if you just watch others succeed, you will be very happy. His friend thought for a while and said, "It's not wrong to wake the dreamer from a dream. Although we can't participate in the battle of the leaderboard, we still hope that there are real humans who can participate in the battle, not those who have guardians." Another person said, "In fact, there is no difference, right? Companion pets and guardians, aren't they both external forces? How can it be the same? Companion pets are the ones we worked hard to get back, and that is the power we master. But as for the guardians, their power only belongs to them after all, they represent different dimensions, even if they win in the end, well, that only means the victory of the other dimensional race they represent. Not us humans. There are not a few people who think like them, but everyone knows that the era of Guardians is coming, which is an irreversible trend. The invisibility cloak took the first place, and immediately the Guardians challenged. The invisibility cloak is a companion pet. According to the changed rules, it has only 3 minutes to accept the challenge. 3 minutes passed quickly, and humans were staring at the big screen, wondering if the invisibility cloak would still choose companion pets as opponents. There was a flash of light on the screen, and the invisibility cloak accepted the challenge, but this time, the one who challenged the invisibility cloak was no longer a companion pet, but a guardian. It seems that I really gave up. People sighed in their hearts. Although they knew that they would fail in the end, they did not want to see this moment come. Slayer is a guardian I have never heard of. And I don't know who he belongs to. It looked as if only the guardians were on the field, and his human companions didn't play along. Do you despise the invisibility cloak so much? This is also true. Although the guardian is also mythical, it is obviously much stronger than the general mythical companion pet, and the invisibility cloak is not a powerful companion pet. I think this guardian will still win in the end. People suddenly feel a little less interested, and the battle of the guardians that they were looking forward to now doesn't feel so interesting. Finally, back on track, let me see what the strength of the other guardians are. A man wearing the armor of the guardian smiled when he saw the appearance of the killer. But after a while, people suddenly found something wrong. After the killer entered the cube fighting field, he was suspended in the air, looking very mysterious, mighty, and domineering. But he was just suspended there, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, but he never launched an attack. Wait, what's the situation? Look at that guardian, does he look familiar? He won't be the same as those companion pets, and he will come up to delay time, right? No. It's impossible. I also don't think it's possible. What's the point of the guardian being on the court to delay time? And if there is a guardian, why don't you bring the guardian on the court yourself, and why do you get those companion pets up? But you see, he is really like the previous companion pets, standing there and doesn't move at all. For a time, the Federation rippled again, and people were speculating, what exactly did the guardian of killing the devil want to do, and why did he do it? Also, is the owner of the demon killer and the owner of the invisibility cloak the same person? Or maybe he just wanted to stall for time. It's been half an hour, and the demon is still motionless. It seems that there is nothing wrong. He is also delaying time. I'm going, since there are guardians, why don't you show up early? After a long time, it turns out that this is also a guy who started with a guardian. That's right, if you didn't have a guardian, how could you kill so many mythical creatures and explode so many companion pets? Don't you think it's strange? Why did the guardian play by himself, but his human companion didn't? When people were talking about it, the FBI suddenly launched an article, The Man and the Guardian's Contractual Way. A very interesting idea was put forward in the article, and this idea also caused huge repercussions in the Federation. The article pointed out that so far, there have been more than 40 humans known to have contracted with the Guardians, and some of them have not concealed their identities and have even become stars among humans. There are even some young people who were originally obscure, so they became household stars in the Federation. The FBI has also interviewed some of them. All humans with Guardians said that their contract with the Guardian is absolutely fair, and any party can cancel the contract at any time without any sequelae. But the FBI reporter pointed out that the Contract seems absolutely fair, but in fact it is not. After humans and guardians contract, the growth of human beings will stop, while the guardians can continue to become stronger. It seems to be a fair contract, but in the end, only the guardians benefit. Of course, when they have guardians, humans can also use the guardians to do things that are beneficial to themselves, but in the end, humans are more like tools. Killer appeared alone on the fighting arena, which made the FBI reporters have a whim, so they raised the question of whether there is only such a way for the contract between the guardian and human beings. And he also assumes in it, is it possible that there is a way of contract, with human beings as the dominant power, before humans have made a breach of contract? What about the way the guardians can't take the initiative to cancel the contract? How is that possible? The power gap between humans and guardians is too great. Even if there is such a contract, the guardians will definitely not be willing. Yeah, now humans are asking for guardians. How could they sign such a contract? It sounds like this contract method is more fair. The guardians have benefited from human beings. After taking the benefits for no reason, they will leave if they want to. That's right, the divorce has to divide the family property, and all the benefits are taken away by the guardian, which is not fair in itself. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. When people were talking about it, it was very uncomfortable to kill the demon standing on the fighting platform. Originally, this should be the stage where he killed the quartet and made everyone tremble, knowing that he killed the demon and came back. But now he can only stand here and do nothing. Although he has tried his best to make himself look cool and powerful, but thinking that he will admit defeat in the future, killing the demon is very uncomfortable. That abominable human being, if it wasn't for the Lord Demon Baby's face, I would have to smash him into scum. Killing Demon thought gloomily in his heart. Anyway, he just came up to delay the time, killing. The devil simply closed his eyes and waited for the time to pass slowly. Just an hour later, Killing Demon suddenly felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and saw that the invisibility cloak was forcibly ejected from the cube fighting arena, and he also won the victory. What's the situation? Killing Demon was surprised and delighted, and secretly said in his heart, this is no wonder this demon, it was that thing who admitted defeat. This sudden situation, not only Zhou was stunned, but all humans on the earth were stunned. Soon, people realized what was going on. This is too bullying, isn't it? Why is the companion pet sentenced to lose within 1 hour, but the guardian is sentenced to win? Unfair. I've seen a shameless person, but I've never seen such a shameless person. If you want to be judged to lose, you must be judged to lose together. Why should the guardian stand still and be judged to win? People were angry and criticized, but it was totally useless. The battle of the leaderboards is still going on, and everything is still in the grasp of the other dimension. People can't help but feel a little sad. It is obvious that the king of the earth is to be elected, but the earth creatures do not even have the right to choose. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu were also stunned by this shameless operation. Wang Lu said angrily, these guys are too bullying. Zhou Wen came back to his senses, but said with a bit of happiness, it's already very lucky, fortunately they didn't judge the killing of the demon as a loss. Otherwise the situation will only get worse. However, Zhou Wen has also thought about it before, it should not be possible to directly double-judge the game, so there will be no first place. If it is replaced by the second place, it will still be Zhong Zia, and the first one will not fall into the hands of outsiders. Only. In this way, Zhou Wen's plan to use the killing demon to delay for 48 hours was in vain, and he could only let the killing demon continue to accept the challenge. Are you going to fight? Let's fight then. Zhou Wen still had some confidence in his ability to kill demons. In any case, this guy already has fear level strength, and defeating ordinary guardians should not be a problem. As long as it's not a guardian challenge of the level of the Night Emperor, killing the demons should be a safe bet. There are many guardians who challenged to kill the demon. Zhou Wen also knew some of them before, watched some pictures of them fighting, looked at the challenge list, and asked the demon baby to notify the demon and accepted the challenge of one of the guardians. You have to win. Zhou Wen finally told the demon baby to tell the demon. The demon baby only needs to notify the demon with his mind. The demon was overjoyed when he heard it, but he still muttered, "What opponent to pick? This demon's strength is enough to suppress everything, and those little bastards will die no matter how much they come." But to say that, killing demon still accepted the challenge of a guardian named Dark Messenger according to the news from the demon baby. The guardian of the Dark Messenger was interviewed by the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation before, which is quite an inspirational story. A young man from a small city got into a prestigious school with excellent grades. After graduating, he became an excellent free hunter step by step. Then he was favored by God, and unexpectedly encountered the guardian's cocoon, which happened to be hidden with him. The talent match made him the top figure in the Federation. At this time, Wei Gu, holding a teacup in one hand, was watching the live broadcast while flipping through the materials next to him. The content on the materials was exactly about the Dark Messenger. After Wei Gu graduated, after several setbacks, in the end, he entered the Special Inspection Bureau. He started as an ordinary inspector, and now he is just a small file administrator. Although this is just an ordinary archives room of the Supervision Bureau, the information that Wei Gu can access is not comparable to that of the past. He is not impatient, and insists on sorting files every day. Others are not willing to do this kind of boring work. He enjoys doing it. Now, for Wei Gu, the files in the entire archives are well known. The information of the Dark Messenger and Zhou Ming is also in it. After he saw the Dark Messenger entering the fighting arena, he transferred his data and looked at it. The same surname as Zhou, how can there be such a big gap between people? Wei Gu couldn't help sighing after reading the resources of the Dark Messenger. The information investigated by the Supervision Bureau is naturally not as simple as it appears on the surface. Judging from the basic information, Zhou Ming is not only ruthless, but also has no friendship. His background is really bad. When he was in high school, he had a girlfriend, and his family didn't despise him. They even paid for him to go to a prestigious school. As a result, after he turned around, he abandoned that girlfriend and found another beautiful girl. Wei Gu looked at the photo of his girlfriend, and it was true that she was not pretty, she could only be regarded as a normal person, and she was a little fat. It is estimated that Zhou Ming had just started to be with her, and I was afraid that his motives were not pure. Later, the girl's parents approached Zhou Ming for the theory, and they were injured by Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming secretly does this kind of thing a lot. This is a person who only wants to climb up. Wei Gu was looking at the materials when he suddenly heard the door of the archives being pushed open and a person walked in. Wei Gu is a very attentive person. He heard the footsteps, and he seemed to be a little different from those who often came to The archives. He looked up quickly, and after seeing who was coming, he immediately got up and saluted. Officer, why are you here? Now, what files are needed? Just notify me, and I will send them to you. Shinichi smiled. Don't be nervous, bring me the file of the Dark Messenger. It turns out that it is already here. You are also interested, not bad. With that said, Shinichi took out the file on the table and stood there to look it up. I just saw the Dark Messenger play, so I took it out and took a look, and sorted it out by the way. Weiga said. Shinichi nodded slightly and didn't say anything. After reading a few pages, Shinichi seemed to ask casually, you are a graduate of Sunset College, you should know Zhou Wen, right? Weiga replied immediately, yes, Zhou Wen is my junior brother. When he entered the academy, I was already the president of the Academy Student Union. Do you know much about him? Shinichi continued to ask, without looking up while looking at the information. I have some understanding. Originally, I wanted to add him to the student union, but I didn't expect him to have no interest in the student union. Weiga said. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. After Shinichi left, Weiji's fearful expression disappeared, and he sat back in his seat again, holding up his teacup and drinking tea slowly while watching the live broadcast. If you put your ear close to Weiji's mouth, you can hear his small voice muttering to himself, it seems that my chance is finally coming, but I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The battle that has not been seen for more than a day is now about to be restarted, and many people are still looking forward to the result of this battle. The ability of the Dark Messenger, which has been reported by the media, is indeed very strong. In addition, Zhou Ming has recently been very close to a local wealthy family. He may have obtained a mythical companion pet, and his strength must not be underestimated. The ability to kill demons is unknown, but his human partners did not play together, which is undoubtedly a huge disadvantage. Without humans participating in the war, there would be no mythical companion pets available. Killing Demon didn't care about this. He looked at Zhou Ming, who appeared on the fighting platform, wearing the armor of a Dark Messenger, and said condescendingly, this demon is happy today, I will let you live a little longer. Let you make 2 moves first, and then kill you. After listening to the words of killing the demon, Zhou Wen silently pressed his temples, feeling a little headache. This bastard, doesn't he know that I want to delay the time? You want to kill him with 3 moves, so how can I delay the time? Zhou Wen decided to wait for the end of the game. He would call the killer back to educate him let him figure out the importance of the Holy Will. Such a speech made the spectators of the entire Federation excited. Isn't this demon killer too crazy? Maybe people really have crazy capital. After all, his origin is definitely not simple, and there are so many mythical companion pets behind it. You also said that it was behind the scenes. Now he is the only one who fights by himself. Without human companionship, he can't use companion pets at all. Zhou Ming just sneered, and without being sloppy, he launched an attack directly. The power of the Dark Messenger is not the same as that of the Night Emperor. The moment Zhou Ming shot, the Dark Messenger armor on his body erupted with terrifying energy. The energy condensed in the air above his head and gradually turned into a dark gate. As time passed, the dark gate became more and more clearly visible, exuding a terrifying dark breath, like a portal to the nether hell. Anyone can see that when this skill is used, it takes a lot of time to condense. If It is a normal fighting country, the Dark Messenger has no time or opportunity to use such a skill. But the demon actually said to let him have 2 moves, and Zhou Ming took the opportunity to use this skill. Normal people know that this kind of skill that takes time to gather strength is generally very terrifying. Killing demons is really self-inflicted. Now I'm afraid it's difficult to ride a tiger. What a strong fluctuation of vitality, such a strong momentum has not yet fully formed, this blow must be no trivial. It took several minutes for the dark gate to condense and form on the top of Zhou Ming's head. As you wish, let my dark door take you to the abyss. Zhou Ming finally spoke, and almost at the same time, the dark door also opened at the same time. In the dark world behind the gate, a strange suction was generated, sucking everything nearby into the dark gate. Zhou Ming is very confident in this move. He once used this move to kill a very powerful mythical creature in seconds. The only pity is that after this move is used, the mythical creature's bones are gone, and nothing will be left. Go to hell, this is the end of despising me. Zhou Ming sneered secretly in his heart, waiting to appreciate the horrified expression of killer being sucked into the dark world. But soon, the sneer on Zhou Ming's face turned into horror. The killer was floating in the air, moving and still looking at him condescendingly, as if the suction in the dark gate did not exist at all. Impossible. The suction of the dark world is enough to devour the top mythical creatures. How could it be? Zhou Ming was shocked and angry, condensed his strength, and pushed the door of darkness. Bring the dark portal closer to killing demons. The closer the gate of darkness is to killing the demon, the greater the suction of the dark world, but the gate of darkness is almost approaching the demon, and the demon is still standing there motionless. Don't linger, there is one more move. Killing the demon waved casually, and the demonic energy surged, directly smashing the door of darkness. Puff. But at the same time as the dark gate was smashed, blood spurted from Zhou Ming's mouth, and the man fell out. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ming immediately surrendered and quit the arena. For a time, all the people watching the battle stared blankly at Killing Demon, shocked beyond description of their emotions at this time. Although the Dark Messenger is not very strong, he can currently be ranked in more than 20 places. The attack he condensed with all his strength was scattered by the Killing Demon, and Zhou Ming was scared to admit defeat. And anyone could see that the killer didn't want to do anything to Zhou Ming at all. That was an unintentional blow. This killer, so strong. I'm going. It's too brutal, too fierce. Who is his contractor? I really want to know. Really or not? Is the gap between the guardians so big? Zhou Wen himself did not expect that the Killing Demon would be so fierce, and with a wave of his hand, he blew up the Dark Messenger's full blow. The fear level is still too strong. There is no ability to become fear. Even mythical creatures are just salted fish, and I can't even be regarded as salted fish now. It's really sad. Zhou Wen now wants to be promoted to mythology immediately. Killing Demon was depressed. He remembered that the guardian of his era should not be so weak. I was going to start a killing spree, but it hasn't started yet, but it's over. What made Killing Demon even more depressing was that none of the people who had been challenging before did not challenge again at this time, and the cube lost the video broadcast because there was no guardian to challenge again, and returned to the screen of the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, Killing Demon ranks first, and Ya is second. People waited for a long time, but no one challenged. the demon again. The blow just now suppressed all the guardians. Even if someone wanted to challenge, they would not act as recklessly as before. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain. Zhou was a little bit dumbfounded when he watched Killer come back. He wanted to blame Killing Demon before, but he did not expect that Killing Demon would make such a fuss, but instead it gave him more time, maybe 48 hours. Passed by like this. Good job. Zhou finally just patted Killer on the shoulder and said. On the internet, the picture of Killing the Demon inadvertently defeating the Dark Messenger has become an emoji, and some people have added lines to the animation. Fight me, hey, where are people? Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel. Mobile version reading URL. The name of Killing Demons has spread all over the world, and many people are studying the ability to kill demons, but because there is too little information, they have not been able to research anything. There was no guardian to continue to challenge for the time being, and Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Killing the Demon was not happy at all. He sat beside him dejectedly, holding a twig and scribbling on the ground. Zhou just pretended he didn't hear it. This guy was locked in the sword by the demon baby, and it was normal to want to come out and let the wind out. I hope that in the remaining 20 hours, no one will challenge again. Zhou prayed secretly in his heart. Ice Girl secretly looked at Killing Demon, and she was very shocked. Before, she thought that Killing Demon could only be regarded as an accessory, and its own ability was definitely not very strong. Otherwise, how could he be willing to be the guardian of the companion pet? But now it seems that Killing Demon is a real fear-level existence, which makes her even more surprised. Is even the guardians of companion pets fearful? Ice Girl had never heard of such a thing before, and she didn't know how Zhou did it. As time passed, no one challenged Killing Demon again. When it was almost 48 hours, someone finally challenged Killing Demon again, but the one who challenged was Ya. Someone challenged. Killer stood up excitedly, and was about to rush to the cube. After entering, recognize it immediately, Zhou said lightly. Killing Demon suddenly looked like a deflated ball, looked at Zhou with resentment and asked, why? Don't you want to take the first place? Don't want to, do as I say. Zhou can't say that he has no interest at all in being number one, but now he still doesn't know what the advantages and disadvantages of being number one will be. Wang Mingyuan once told him not to take the first place again, so until now, Zhou has not made up his mind. And the first one is not so easy to get. Among the guardians who are currently fighting, I don't know if there is a fear level, but the Yeti, who didn't play, and the one from the Forbidden City must be a fear level, until the final single infinite battle. At that time, perhaps such a terrifying existence will be shot. It may not be easy for Zhongxia to keep the number one position. I promise, as long as you let me play, I will definitely be first. Killer looked at Zhou with anticipation. Well, when I want to take the first place, I'll ask you for help. Zhou looked at the demon baby. The demon baby understood Zhou's meaning like a consonant, and glanced at Killing the Demon. Killing Demon immediately looked towards the cube obediently and walked towards the cube. Zhou warned again, be careful when you go up, see that? Yeah, will he secretly deliver news to you? Understood. Killer replied listlessly, and the man had already entered the cube. You didn't pass on any news, but just took back the first position. Zhou knew this earlier, so he didn't send the killer, and it would be better to abstain directly. When the federal people saw the first translocation, they returned to Ye's hands. Naturally, they couldn't understand it anymore, knowing that they were all in the same group. Ye is already a guardian, and it's impossible for him to kill the demon, so who does it belong to? If you can find Ye, maybe you can know who it belongs to. Which family do these people belong to? With so many mythical companion pets, it's terrifying to have guardians like Ye and Shamo. Have you noticed? The second one became demon killer, but after the previous mythical companion pet conceded defeat, it didn't get a ranking, which is too discriminatory. There is no way. The future will be the era of guardians, and existences like Ye and killing demons are simply not something that ordinary humans and companion pets can deal with. Instead of thinking about this, it's better to think more about it, and go somewhere to contract a guardian as powerful as killing a demon. Zhou saw that you made a gesture before disappearing, which was the gesture you made every time when they played cards together before. Zhou was relieved. Although he didn't know what you did, it seemed that he did it. He took the ice girl and killer back, and was about to find Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan, but the phone suddenly rang, and it turned out that Lord Emperor had sent the news. Have you made a contract with killing demon? The omniscient Lord Emperor seemed to have doubts for the first time. I have nothing to do with killing demons at all. Why do you ask that? Zhou replied. It doesn't matter, he will cooperate with your companion pet to delay time? It doesn't matter, he will give the first place to Ye? Lord D said disdainfully. It really doesn't matter. Zhou didn't want to explain anything, and he said too much. With the shrewdness of Lord Emperor, it was easy to infer something from his words. Although killing the demon is very strong, it is definitely not a good choice to make a contract with him. Lord Emperor seemed to believe that Zhou had something to do with killing the demon. Zhou Dao was a little surprised. Listening to the meaning of Lord Emperor's words, she seemed to know about killing demons, and being able to be said by Lord Emperor to be very strong. Killing demons was the first. Is demon killing really that strong? Zhou always felt that killing demon didn't seem to be very strong, because he was so useless in front of the demon infant. But now Zhou feels that maybe what killing demon said before was not pure bragging. Then who is the good choice? You? Zhou replied. You are not qualified to make a contract with me. Lord Emperor replied very proudly. However, this seems to be admitted. She is also a guardian, but she is not sure. It is also possible that Lord Emperor deliberately said this to mislead him. But if you do me a favor, I can consider giving you a chance. Lord D sent another message. What chance? Zhou was surprised, but asked knowingly. An opportunity to contract with the strongest guardian. Lord Emperor said. The strongest guardian you said is not yourself, is it? Zhou replied. You guess. I'm not interested in guessing. Zhou didn't want to play any guessing game with her, and said bluntly, if the strongest guardian you said is you, I can consider it. Lord D did not answer Zhou's topic. Get the dimension wheel, and then we will continue to talk. If I can get the dimension wheel, then I will be the Lord of the Earth. What else can I talk about with you? Zhou tentatively asked. You don't really think that after winning the first place, you are really the Lord of the Earth, right? Lord D replied. Didn't they say that the dimensional wheel will endow with incomparably powerful power? With absolute power, it is naturally the Lord of the Earth. Don't you even want the dimensional wheel? Zhou Wen said. Let's talk about it when you get the dimension wheel. Lord D replied, but he went offline and no longer replied to Zhou Wen's information. What does she want to do? Zhou Wen was a little confused. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex. Novel mobile version reading URL. After Ye came on the court, the Guardians began to challenge again. Ye was the same as before, no matter who challenged him, he would accept the challenge. But this time, Ye didn't immediately accept the challenge one after another. She always took some time off in between to keep herself in the best condition. Zhou Wen also watched a few elegant battles. He was really strong, and he could hardly find any weaknesses. Coupled with strange skills such as puppet clones, he was almost invincible. One guardian after another was defeated by Ye, but there were still guardians who continued to challenge him. Zhou Wen didn't look any further. The time agreed with Xinyuqi was approaching, and it was time to go to Tianguan to find Xinyuqi, to go to the moon together. Li Xian and Feng Chuyan brought Yer and followed Wang Lu back to the Wang family, while Zhou Wen went to Tianguan alone. Although mythical creatures can also fly into space, human beings are not physically fit, so it is safer to take a rocket. Xinyuqi is preparing for the launch of the rocket these days. In fact, he had already started preparations as early as after the moon accident. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to prepare for launching a manned rocket in such a short time. After arriving at Tianguan, Xinyuqi personally received Zhou Wen, and to Zhou Wen's surprise, Wei Ge actually followed Xinyuqi. Isn't this President Wei De? Why are you here? Zhou Wen looked at Wei Ge and asked. Wei Ge smiled and said, I am now the inspector of the Supervision Bureau. I originally wanted to inform you, but I didn't have any contact information. I have been unable to contact you. You have to give me your phone number later. Since you are classmates, you should be more close in the future. Xinyuqi smiled and said, Xiao Wei will be responsible for the coordination between you and our Supervision Bureau in the future. Do you have any comments? No problem, President Wei is very good, a very capable person, your Supervision Bureau is really talented. Zhou Wen said with a half-smile. If you are interested, the gate of the Supervision Bureau will be opened for you at any time. Xinyuqi said. Forget it, I can't be restrained, I'm different from others. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Xinyuqi stopped talking about this, and said instead, the rocket launched at 3:10 in the morning, there is still some time to prepare, or you can rest first. Xiao Wei, take care of Zhou Wen. Yes, the seat. Wei Ge gave a straight military salute. After Xinyuqi left, he came to a room where the surveillance screen was playing, and the woman with the nickname button was sitting there watching the surveillance. See? What? Xinyuqi sat down and asked. This Wei Ge is a well-rounded person, born to engage in intelligence. Button said. There is indeed some talent. If it can be used by me, it may be able to do something in the future. Xinyuqi said. You don't trust him? Button asked rhetorically after hearing something. Although according to the investigation data, he really has nothing to do with Zhou Wen, and there are even some small conflicts in secret. But there are some things, it is better to be cautious. Xinyuqi said. So you asked him to follow Zhou Wen to test Wei Ge? Button pondered. Not all, it's better to have someone who knows Zhou Wen follow him than to have someone who doesn't know Zhou Wen follow him. Xinyuqi said. That's right, so what do You want me to do? Button nodded, and then asked again. For this trip to the moon, you stay. Shen. Yuchi said. I'm not by your side, I'm afraid you will be in danger. Button said. I have something for you to do, and I can't expose you to them. Yuchi looked at the buttons and reached out to straighten the wrinkled clothes on her shoulders. What you asked me to do is related to Zhou. Button asked. No, it has nothing to do with him, but it's best not to let him see you. Then what do you want me to do? Button was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he had guessed wrong. If Wei Ge can come back alive, I want you to find a way to stay by his side. Yuchi said lightly. Button's body trembled slightly, but he returned to normal immediately. Why? Even if he has some relationship with Zhou, it's not worth wasting too much time and energy on him, right? This is my decision. You can choose to carry it out, or you can choose to go back to where you came from. Yuchi took 2 steps back, looking at the flat clothes on the buttons and said. Okay, I'll go, but at least you have to tell me what I should check around him, right? Button said through gritted teeth. You don't need to check anything, don't do anything, you just need to gain his trust and wait for the day when I need you. Yuchi said calmly. Zhou didn't know why he launched the rocket at night. When he entered the rocket cabin for the first time, he was quite curious. Although in this day and age, it is not uncommon to fly to the ground, but sitting on a rocket to the moon still makes ordinary people feel very nervous and exciting. In addition to Zhou, there are 8 other members, including Yuchi and Wei Ge. When it came to the 4 inspectors, Zhou didn't see any of them, and the other 6 were all unfamiliar faces. Everything was ready, and the rocket flew into the sky after the countdown. Zhou was still a little nervous and looking forward to it, but he soon discovered that the original feeling of riding the rocket was not as magical as he thought. It can even be said to be boring, because he can't see anything in the cabin. And he can't experience the feeling of leaving the Earth and watching the Earth get smaller. I've been looking forward to it for so long in vain. Zhou suddenly felt that after he was promoted to mythology in the future, it would be more refreshing to ride a companion pet out of the Earth. The rocket launch was a success, and soon they were in orbit, and everything seemed to be going in a good direction. It's just that everyone understands that after reaching the moon, it is the moment that truly decides their fate. So far, it has still not been analyzed. What is the creature that destroyed the lunar base, and no other lunar dimensional creatures have been found? After more than 70 hours, Zhou and his party successfully landed on the moon, but there is still some distance from the base. Except for the 2 people who stayed behind, Yuchi, Zhou and others had to go to the previous lunar base. This time the landing is simple, and there is no tool such as a lunar rover, and in fact it does not need to be used. The role of the mythical companion pet here is far greater than those of the lunar rover. Zhou originally thought that there would be more stars on the moon, but now when he looks at it, he finds that what he can see is quite limited, far inferior to when he was on the Earth, which is different from what he imagined. President Wei, do you want to share a ride with me? Zhou summoned the Dawei King Kong bull and at the same time sent an invitation to Wei Ge. Wei Ge looked at Yuchi next to him, saw Yuchi nodded slightly, then smiled and said to the communicator, okay. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. Everyone is very nervous, because this is the moon after all. If something happens, even if the spacesuit is damaged, they may die here. After reaching the moon, they had used radar searches, but found nothing unusual. Zhou Wen didn't dare to be careless, and kept listening to it, but here, the ability to listen to it seemed to be affected, and it was not as easy to use as it was on Earth. Everyone was apprehensive and went all the way to the base. There is a mythical companion pet mount, which travels quite fast. The Dawei King Kong Bull quickly adapted to the gravity environment here, and ran no slower than when it was on the Earth. Shinjuchi also summoned a mythical companion pet, which was a giant rhinoceros, and it was still more than enough for the other people to sit on them. Although they had all seen the photos, when they arrived at the base, they were still shocked by the sight in front of them. The hundreds of meters long base, I don't know what creature stepped into the pit. Most of the buildings were trampled, and even if they were not flat, they were stepped into the rock formation. Don't look, there's no chance that there will be any living people inside. However, no other dimensional creatures were found around. After Shinjuchi communicated with everyone, he planned to go directly to the Yuanjing mine, that is, the place where the stump was dug, to have a look. When I arrived at the Yuanjing mine, I also did not find any other dimensional creatures, nor did I see the astronauts who were here before. There are many Yuanjing mines scattered on the ground, and there are also many Yuanjings in the excavated mines, which are shining with charming luster. It's gone, said an inspector named Wang Chunyuan, staring into the mine. Everyone knew what he was talking about. In the big pit before, where the stump was located, because its roots were widely distributed, a large pit was dug out. But now there is only one big hole left, and the stump is gone. Everyone's heart is half cold. Without the petals and the stump, their trip is equivalent to running for nothing. What is that? Zhou Wen saw something strange and looked at the corner of the mine. Everyone followed Zhou Wen's gaze and saw that there was something in a big hole in the mine. It's just that their eyesight is not as strong as Zhou Wen's, so they can't see what it is. Zhou Wen, can you see what it is? Shinjuchi looked at Zhou Wen and asked. It looks like a person is sitting there with his back to us, but it doesn't look like a person. Zhou Wen organized the language and said. What does it mean to be like a person, but not like a person? Wei Ge asked. I can't see the front, the back looks like a person, and I wear ordinary human clothes. But here is the moon, how can humans sit here wearing ordinary clothes? Zhou Wen said. Everyone used the telescope function of the helmet and took a closer look. Sure enough, they saw a figure sitting there with his back to the entrance of the cave. Only one back could be seen, and it was impossible to determine whether it was a real person. Go back and let the companion pet go over to take a look first. Shinyu also ordered her companion pet to approach there. Everyone was a little uneasy in their hearts, watching the rhino slowly approaching, but the figure there remained silent. The rhino went all the way to the side of the figure, but the figure still didn't move. Shinjuchi frowned slightly, and did not let the rhino attack. Wang Chunyuan, go and have a look. Wang Chunyuan responded and looked over there cautiously. The seat, it's a person, it's a dead person, but it's a bit strange here. Wang Chunyuan said in surprise. After bypassing the people sitting there. Hearing it, he seemed very surprised, as if he had discovered something incredible. What's strange? Shinjuchi asked immediately. Fire, there is fire here. Wang Chunyuan's voice came from the communicator. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. It is said that it is impossible to ignite a flame on the moon. It is indeed very strange that Wang Chunyuan said that there is a fire there. Do you know that person? Is it the former astronaut? Shinichi asked. I don't know, it shouldn't be a former astronaut. He looks a bit weird. And his clothes are weird. Wang Chunyuan seemed unable to describe it accurately. Monitor the surroundings, report any situation immediately. We'll go right away. Shinichi brought everyone over together. Zhou Wen and others were very careful. There was a person sitting here who was not wearing a spacesuit. This was originally very strange, and it made people feel very bad. Everyone came to the cave carefully, and sure enough, they saw that this was a dead man. His flesh and blood were shriveled, and his face and clothes were covered with dust. It looked like he should have been dead for a long time. His appearance seems to belong to the Easterners, but his cheekbones are particularly high, and his eyes are deep, which is somewhat different from the Easterners. His hair was kept quite intact, and under the dust, it could be seen that his hair should be black. The shape of the clothes on his body is very strange, like a kind of robe, with long and wide sleeves, not like modern clothes. These are not too strange. The most strange thing is that in front of the person's toes, there is a small white jar with a diameter of at most 20 centimeters. Inside the small white jar, there was a small flame burning like a lighter ignited. Although this flame is small, it makes people feel amazing. This is the moon, and there is no oxygen at all. This small flame is burning steadily, which is very unusual in itself. Everyone's eyes turned to Shin Yuchi. He was the leader of this operation. Now that he encounters such a strange thing, he naturally needs to decide. Don't touch him, explore the neighborhood first to see if there are any other discoveries. Shinichi said, looking at the small white jar. Director Shen, did you see something wrong? Zhou Wen asked Shinichi. Shinichi said. Have you ever seen such a jar? No. Zhou Wen had looked at it carefully just now, but he didn't see what the jar was made of. It looks a bit like jade, but it is not so delicate. It is said to be a pottery product, but it is a little more moist. If I'm not mistaken, it should be bone pottery, a special kind of pottery. Shinichi said. Are bone pottery and boned china the same thing? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. He has heard of bone china, because the addition of bone meal, the fired porcelain can be thinner, harder, and more beautiful. It's not the same. Bone china uses bone meal as a raw material, and bone pottery does not mean that the pottery is fired using bone meal as a raw material, but pottery made from bone and blood sacrifices, also called blood pottery or corpse pottery. Shinichi continued with a dignified expression. I saw an expert's collection before, and he had bone pottery in his collection. According to him, bone pottery is generally used for sacrifice in ancient times, and most people have no chance to touch this kind of thing. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Are there any humans in ancient times who could go to the moon to offer sacrifices? Zhou Wen asked while looking at the man's corpse. I don't know. If you asked me this question before, the answer would be yes. But now, even without rockets and other equipment, humans may not have the ability to land on the moon. Shin Yuchi shook his head slightly. Under the command of Shinichi, everyone withdrew from the cave and continued to look for useful clues nearby. Among the people who came from the Supervision Bureau, there were real investigation experts, more professional than Zhou Wen, so Zhou Wen did not focus his energy on investigation. He walked slowly on the moon, and his life and soul had also been switched to shimmer. It can be clearly felt that the shimmering soul is growing, but this growth is not enough for the shimmering soul to break through to the perfect body. Could it be that you have to use Shimmer's interstellar teleportation ability once to be able to advance to the perfect body? Zhou now roughly understands how Shimmer can be promoted, but his heart has settled down. Now Weiguang Life Soul actually has the power to promote, but because he has never used the ability of Weiguang, he can't break through the last level. Now Zhou only needs to use interstellar teleportation once, and he should be able to be promoted to perfection. Now I directly use the low light to teleport back to Earth, and I should be able to upgrade to the perfect body. Zhou felt that this time he should not be wrong. Zhou planned to wait for the end of the matter on the side of the moon, and then directly teleport back to Earth so that Shimmer could be promoted to a perfect body. Shinyuchi and the others have been investigating and researching, and have found a lot of clues. According to the clues found so far, the previous astronauts were attacked by unknown creatures when they just dug out the stump. And according to the measurement of the mine, it was found that there should be a natural pit under the original stump, and the creatures that attacked those astronauts should be hiding in that natural pit. The seat, there is something very strange, Wang Chunyuan said while surveying. Speak. Shen Yuchi and others all looked at Wang Chunyuan. No corpses of the astronauts were found at the scene, and no traces of fighting were found. This shows that the dimensional creatures are very powerful and can directly devour them, or forcibly detain them. But look at these footprints belong to that side. The mythical companion pets belong to those astronauts. Wang Chunyuan pointed to the footprints and analyzed, if we encounter a powerful dimensional creature, even if it is swallowed up soon after discovering it, it will, if you step back subconsciously, even if you don't come and take a step, the center of gravity of your feet will shift, which should be seen from the changes in the depth of the footprints. But looking at it now, there is no such sign at all, as if they didn't see the terrifying creature at all and were swallowed up without any precaution. Everyone carefully looked at the footprints on the ground and found that it was indeed the case. What do you think of this situation? Shinyuchi asked Wang Chunyuan. It is certain that they did not see that dimensional creature. It may be that the dimensional creature has the ability to be invisible, or it may be hidden somewhere, and they launched an attack while they were unprepared. Wang Chunyuan glanced around. If that something is invisible, so we need to be careful, maybe it's staring at us somewhere nearby right now. Everyone was shocked, and Zhou had the biggest reaction. Because he knows that maybe the dimensional creatures are not invisible, but because the life form is too advanced, they can't see it. In other words, that dimensional creature may be a fear-level existence. Is there really a fear-level big guy hiding on the moon? Zhou was in shock, and he glanced around at the same time, but found nothing, but this made people even more frightened. Zhou, what do you think? After Shinyuchi pondered for a while, his eyes fell on Zhou. I think we'd better get out of here quickly. Zhou was originally interested in those petals and tree stumps, but now those things are gone. There may still be feared creatures here, and in such an environment, it is really not suitable to continue the adventure. Let's go back first. Shinyuchi just gave the order, but suddenly heard a scream. The screams from the communicator were very short, as if someone had strangled their throats. Just after they started shouting, everyone was shocked and looked around, but they found nothing, no dimensional creatures, no bloodstains. And no one even found that anyone was injured. However, there was one missing person among them, a big living person, and just disappeared by their side. Lu Dong. Lu Dong. Everyone was in a panic. Shin-Yuchi called out the companion pet to be alert, and loudly called for the disappearing inspector. No one came back, and the communicator was terribly quiet, as if the inspector had just been wiped out of the world. Zhou released the ice girl without hesitation. At this time, he was almost certain that the dimensional creature on the moon was probably a fear level existence. Shin-Yuchi and others, who were nervous, were shocked when they suddenly saw a woman beside Zhou Wen. But seeing Zhou Wen's appearance, I thought that the woman was Zhou Wen's companion pet, but there seemed to be something wrong with her breath. At this time, no one has the mind to investigate whether the woman is a companion pet or something. Shin-Yuchi, directly ordered to evacuate immediately. You'd better not go over. Zhou Wen stood there and didn't move, because the ice girl's eyes looked in the direction of their retreat, and it was quite dignified. What did you find? Weike stopped and asked Zhou Wen. That thing should be over there, Zhou Wen said, looking in the direction where the ice girl was looking. Shin-Yuchi and others quickly retreated. Shin-Yuchi looked at Zhou Wen and asked, "Can you see it?" "I can't see it, but she can." Zhou Wen looked at the ice girl and asked, "How about it? Are you sure what it is?" "It's very tricky, even if I can win. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you guys," Ice Girl said. "Is it really a fear level?" Zhou Wen has no doubts in his heart, and it should be a fear level for the Ice Girl to say such a thing. Director Shen, it seems that we have to run for our own lives. Zhou Wen wanted to summon the Earthbound Beast, and planned to use the Earthbound ability of the Earthbound Beast to escape first. Whoever moves first will become its target, Ice Girl said again. Zhou Wen heard what the Ice Girl said. Zhou Wen had no choice but to give up summoning the Earth Beast and stood there motionless. Zhou Wen didn't move, but some people didn't believe in evil. An inspector summoned an epic flying companion pet and wanted to use the power of the flying pet companion pet to escape in another direction. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel. Mobile version reading URL. But he just flew up when he suddenly seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible monster, disappearing together with his companion pet. Didn't you say that the dimensional creatures are over there? Wang Choyuan said in horror. It's still there now, the Ice Maiden said with a blank expression. Shin-Yuchi's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and ran. And at the same time gave the order, "Follow me." Wang Choyuan didn't hesitate, and ran after Shin-Yuchi. Wei Ge followed, and Zhou Wen just thought for a while and followed. A few people jumped into the mine together, and Shin-Yuchi rushed to the dead man they found earlier. When they ran to the side of the dead man, they were all covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they bet right, the invisible dimensional creature did not attack them. "Officer, how do we go now?" Wang Choyuan looked at Shin-Yuchi and asked. "Now we can't go." Shin-Yuchi looked at the dead man and the bone pottery jar in front of him and said, "Maybe our chance to survive is here." Zhou Wen had to admit that Shin-Yuchi was the head of the Supervision Bureau, and he was very daring and careful. All the creatures in the vicinity were swallowed up, but the dead man was not affected at all, so Shin-Yuchi took a gamble. Now it seems that he really won the gamble. At least, the fearful creature didn't attack them immediately, and didn't chase after them. What is this? The Ice Girl also retreated. She didn't take any action against the fearful creature. It seemed that she shouldn't be too sure. "I don't know. A dead person who was originally here." Zhou Wen said. That creature seems to be afraid of something here, and it didn't come close. The ice girl glanced and said not far away. In this way, my guess should be correct. Maybe the things here can help us escape. Shin-Yuchi's eyes fell on the bone pottery altar. The thing here is naturally the most amazing bone pottery altar. The small flame in the altar is still burning, and it seems that it will not be affected by any external force. If there's anything here that can affect that fearful creature, it's probably it. Zhou Wen's eyes were fixed on the bone pottery altar, but no one took it. The ice girl didn't know what it was, and was constantly looking at the bone pottery altar and the dead man. Officer, we have limited oxygen, so we must make a decision early. Wang Chunyuan said, staring at the bone pottery altar. Zhou Wen, what do you think? Shin-Yuchi didn't decide immediately, but looked at Zhou Wen. This thing is a bit evil, it's best not to touch it. Zhou Wen said. Shin-Yuchi obviously didn't want to take risks, and wanted Zhou Wen to try it. The more powerful something might be, the more dangerous it might be. Zhou Wen didn't want to touch it until he figured out what it was. After all, it may be something that can deter feared creatures. Even fearful creatures are afraid of it. If an epic human touches it, it may be courting death. Now we are on the same boat, we should work together to tide over the difficulties, otherwise everyone may die here. Shin-Yuchi paused and said, it's better, let's draw lots together and choose one person to touch the bone pottery altar. What do you think? If you want to choose, you can choose by yourself, don't count me. Zhou Wen said. Wang Chunyuan frowned and said, why not count you? Should we go on an adventure and let you reap the benefits? Zhou Wen shook his head and said, I don't need to take advantage of the fisherman, because I'm sure I can escape back to Earth alive, so I don't need to take risks. Wang Chunyuan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything, and his face was not very good-looking. Zhou Wen is indeed qualified to say such things. After all, the ice girl, who doesn't know where she came from, is the only one among them who can see the existence of that dimensional creature. And confronted him unscathed. Shin-Yuchi nodded, that's right. Zhou Wen, you are not from our supervision bureau, there is no need to take risks with us. In that case, let's draw lots. The seat, there is no more smoking, let me try it. Weiga said suddenly. Although I am the director of the Supervision Bureau, I have no right to let my subordinates risk their lives, so let's draw lots. Shin-Yuchi said. Since the day I joined the Supervision Bureau, I have been desperately prepared. Wei Gu said calmly, I am the weakest person here, and the possibility of survival is the lowest. Let the Supervision Bureau do what they can. If you are lucky enough to survive, I hope the Bureau can remember a little credit I remembered. If you die, then you don't need to mention anything. This? Shin-Yuchi pondered. Please be seated. Weiga saluted. Forget it, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes, if you are lucky enough to escape back, I will help you fulfill it. Shin-Yuchi said, and glanced at Zhou Wen from the corner of his eyes. At this time, Shin-Yuchi did not forget to observe Zhou Wen's reaction. Zhou Wen stood there expressionlessly, because Wei Gu had secretly made a gesture that only Zhou Wen could see before speaking, so that Zhou Wen should not act rashly. Thank you for the completion of the Bureau. If I die here, I will ask the Bureau to take care of my relatives after I go back. My subordinates will be grateful. Weiga said. You can rest. assured that the Supervision Bureau will never treat the meritorious officials badly. If you have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, the Supervision Bureau will definitely make your family feel safe. Shinyuchi said with a straight face. Thank you for the seat, so I can rest assured. After Wei-ge finished speaking, he looked at the bone pottery altar and walked over. He walked to the jar, squatted down slowly, and carefully looked at the bone pottery altar. President Wei should not be a person who will sacrifice himself for the Supervision Bureau. Zhou was a little worried about Wei-ge, but the gesture that Wei-ge made secretly just now was telling Zhou that he could handle it. Shinyuchi and Wang Chunyuan both looked at Wei-ge nervously. Shinyuchi did not forget to observe Zhou. Seeing that Zhou was just watching from the sidelines, there was no reaction at all. There was basically not much doubt about Wei-ge in his heart. Wei-ge looked at it for a while, but didn't seem to find anything. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stretched out his hands towards the bone pottery altar, trying to hold it up. If the dimensional creature is really afraid of this bone pottery altar, as long as you hold it, you can go back to the spaceship and leave the moon. At the moment when Wei-ge held the bone pottery with both hands, the small flame inside the bone pottery suddenly spewed out and turned into a terrifying flame that rose into the sky. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. In just an instant, the fire wrapped Wei-ge, who was holding the bone pottery, and turned him into a burning man, and the space suit instantly turned into fly ashes. Zhou was startled, and immediately informed the ice girl to save the person. Her strength was the most restrained of the fire element, but the ice girl didn't move. Staring at Wei-ge in the fire, Zhou realized that something was wrong, and when he took a closer look, he saw that the flame had flowed into Wei-ge's body. The flame did not burn from the outside to the inside, but penetrated from the inside to the outside. Now Wei-ge, his body is like a fire man, as if the flame has penetrated into every inch of his cells, and the bone pottery he is holding in his hand has turned into fly ash in the flames. The corpse of the dead person on the side was also wiped out at this time. He was not burned, but turned into flying ashes, which made Zhou have a very bad premonition. Shinyuchi and Wang Chunyuan also looked at Wei-ge in horror. Although the flames on Wei-ge's body were terrifying, they did not hear his painful voice. I finally came back. The flame gradually converged into Wei-ge's body, and his body was not damaged in the fire, but he spoke instead. It's just that Zhou listened to the voice, but it didn't look like Wei-ge's voice. The tone and tone were completely different from Wei-ge's. Who are you? Zhou stared at Wei-ge and asked. Now he regrets not stopping Wei-ge. Although the two of them didn't have much contact, they were classmates after all. Watching him being occupied by unknown creatures, Zhou was still a little uncomfortable. Who am I? The flames on Wei-ge's body have almost gone out, and he has returned to his original appearance. Although his appearance has not changed, he doesn't know why. He always feels that the current Wei-ge is completely different before. He looked up at the universe and said in a weird tone, I'm not human. What are you? Zhou looked at Wei-ge and flashed countless thoughts, but he couldn't think of any way for a while to help Wei-ge regain his body. I'm human, Wei-ge said slowly. Didn't you just say you're not human? Zhou looked at him suspiciously, and felt more and more that Wei-ge was really dangerous this time. The monster attached to him was not only a monster, but also a mentally ill monster. Wei Ge didn't answer Zhou Wen, and turned his head to look in the direction of the earth, but because it was the moon's back, there was no way to see the earth. Is the earth still there? Wei Ge looked at Zhou Wen and asked. Of course it's still there, but on the other side of the moon, you can't see it here. Zhou Wen felt even weirder. That's good, it should be late. Wei Ge murmured to himself, and while he was speaking, he actually walked outside. Where are you going? Zhou Wen and Ice Girl looked at each other and asked. Shen Yuqi and Wang Chunyuan also quickly followed, because of the existence of Wei Ge, the invisible dimensional creatures did not attack them. If they were far away from him, I am afraid they would be attacked again. This existence that occupies Wei Ge's body does not seem to be as aggressive as that dimensional creature. Get my companion pet back, Wei Ge said and walked away, as if he didn't care about Zhou Wen at all. He didn't walk fast and seemed to be familiar with this body. Wei Ge is already epic, but epic humans do not have the ability to survive on the moon, but now he is walking on the moon naked, but he seems as comfortable as he is on the earth. Where is your companion? Pet? Zhou Wen secretly guessed that the creature under the stump might be his companion pet. If he could subdue that thing, their danger would be much less. It's just that Wei Ge is possessed by him now, and I don't know if he can recover. Thinking back to when Wei Ge left school, he once said that if he could win by luck, then this life would be enough. But now that he hasn't done anything, he is already in a lot of trouble, and he doesn't know if there will be a day when he will realize the value of the heart. Wei Ge did not answer, just keep walking forward, and the direction he is walking is the direction Zhou Wen and the others encountered the invisible creature before. The fear creature is retreating, it seems to be a little afraid of this person. Ice Girl quietly told Zhou Wen. Isn't that fearful creature his companion pet? Zhou Wen asked in a low voice. It's a fear-level dimensional creature, so naturally it can't be a companion pet. Ice Girl paused and said, this person seems to be very strong. I also know that he is very strong. And now I just want to know, is there any hope for Wei Ge to live? Zhou Wen asked. I'm afraid it's impossible to take back the body, Ice Girl answered with certainty. Soon, Wei Ge returned to the place where the tree stump was dug before, stood in front of the hole, stared at the huge hole, and saw a strange divine light emitting from his eyes, like two magic lamps, that the light shone in the hole, and a strange change took place in the hole immediately. Suddenly, Zhou Wen and the others saw that a figure gradually condensed inside the void, and it turned out to be a huge dark golden toad. In the legends of the Eastern District, the moon is also called the Toad Palace, and there is a golden toad in the legend. Could it be that this is the legendary golden toad? Shen Yuqi stared at the golden toad and said. Zhou Wen probably guessed that the person who devoured those astronauts and inspectors before was probably this golden toad, but he didn't know what power Wei Ge used to make the feared creature show its size. Zhou Wen soon discovered that Wei Ge's goal was not Jin Chan, and his gaze shone in the hollow, where an ancient jade gate was revealed in the place that was originally just the mine wall. The jade door was crystal clear and exuded endless cold air. Zhou Wen looked carefully and saw the words Guanghan Palace written on the plaque above the door's eyebrows. I'm going. There is actually Guanghan Palace, so will there be Chonat and Moon Rabbit in it? Zhou Wenjing was surprised when his eyes swept across the corner of the plaque. His surprise turned into disbelief. On the corner of the plaque, there was a small hand pattern, and what the small hand pattern held in his hand was the moon pattern. There is a small hand pattern here. Zhou was surprised and delighted. This was an unexpected gain. Shinjuchi and the others also looked at Guanhan Palace in disbelief. Although it is not surprising that places in myths appear. In this era, seeing this legendary Guanhan Palace still made ripples in their hearts. After all, the legend of Guanhan Palace is too famous in the east side. The divine light in Wei Ji's eyes subsided, and then he walked slowly towards Guanhan Palace. After only a few steps, Jin Chan opened his mouth directly, stretched out a tongue like a python, and rolled it towards Wei Gu. Wei Gu stretched out his hand, and the flame in his hand suddenly condensed into an axe of flame, which cut off the tongue of the golden toad. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Jin Chan's tongue was cut off by an axe, and blood spurted out of his mouth, making a shrill scream. And where its tongue was broken, flames actually burned, and when the blood was sprayed into the air, it also burned, like fireworks. So strong. Zhou was horrified. That Jin Chan's strength, even Ice Maiden dared not despise, but Wei Gu chopped off his tongue with an axe, which was too terrifying. Wait, the axe, the laurel tree, the one attached to Wei Gu, shouldn't it be the tree cutter in myth and legend? Zhou looked at Wei Gu in surprise. The more Zhou thought about it, the more likely it was. According to myths and legends, the tree feller was originally a human being. Because he made a big mistake in the process of cultivating immortals, he was punished by the enraged heavenly emperor, and he had to cut down the osmanthus tree on the moon. He is gone. But the osmanthus tree on the moon is not an ordinary tree species, but an immortal tree. When it is cut down with an axe, when the axe is pulled back, the wound on the tree will heal automatically. Therefore, the tree feller will continue to cut wood on the moon forever and ever, and it will never be possible to leave the moon again. This is just one version of the legend of the tree cutter. Originally, Zhou didn't believe it, but the stump of the laurel tree was discovered before, and now there is such a person, it is difficult not to connect people. However, according to the legend, the osmanthus tree can't be cut down. Why is there only a stump left, so how can the tree feller die? Zhou was full of doubts in his heart. While Zhou was still thinking, the injured Jin Chan retreated into the Guanhan Palace, and Wei Gu, who was possessed, also walked in. If you want to leave, now is the best chance. Ice Girl reminded. Director Shen, are you going back to the spaceship? Zhou asked Shinjuchi. Shinjuchi pondered and said, Xiao Wei has made such a big sacrifice. Since he is still saved, we can't ignore it. We have to find a way. Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shinjuchi to say such a thing. So, you want to go in and save people? Zhou stared at Shinjuchi and asked. It can only be said. To go in and have a look. If there is a chance, I will save it. If I don't have a chance, I can't go to die anymore. I will do my best. Shinjuchi invited, you and Wei Gu are also classmates and will not abandon him. Bar? We are only in the same school, not the same class. We don't have much interaction, and we don't have much friendship. If you have to save yourself, I'm not in the mood to take risks. Zhou said. Shinjuchi was slightly startled, but didn't say anything more, and took Wang Choyuan into the Guanhan Palace. After they went in, Zhou took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the small hand pattern behind the words Guanhan Palace. With a click, the phone screen suddenly changed to loading. I don't know if there really is China in this Guanghan palace. It should be very interesting when a companion pet of China comes out, right? Zhou saw that the mobile phone was always loading, and it didn't look like it could be downloaded in a short time. Completed. Would you like to go in? Zhou looked. At the gate of Guanghan Palace, the cold air inside was like fog, he couldn't see anything, and his ability to listen couldn't penetrate. If I were you, I wouldn't choose to go in. Ice Girl suddenly set aside. Why? Zhou looked at the Ice Girl. Ice Girl said, the existence possessed by your classmate is too strong, Jean. Chan's strength is not weaker than me now, but he can hit him hard with a single blow. If you can win, you better think about it. After a pause, the Ice Girl continued, and this is a bit weird. As far as I know, it is impossible for humans to advance to the mythical level with their own strength. And it is even less likely to become a fear level. That creature said he was human, but the strength of the fear level is also very terrifying, unless he is not a human, otherwise there must be a secret. Zhou didn't say anything, he looked at the gate of Guanghan Palace and was silent. He didn't care whether the person possessed by Wei Gu was human. There was just one thing that made Zhou very concerned. Xinyuqi would venture into a place like Guanghan Palace for Wei Ji's sake. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that something was wrong. Do you think it is possible for Xinyuqi to know the existence of the bone pottery altar from the beginning? Zhou said in a deep voice. What do you mean? If he knew, why did he come here to take risks? Ice Girl frowned. Yeah, it really doesn't make sense, but there's another thing that doesn't make sense. Although I haven't had much contact with Wei Gu, I know a little bit about him. He is definitely not someone who would sacrifice himself for a place like the Supervision Bureau. He would take the initiative to ask to take risks. This is not his character. Is it possible that I was forced to be helpless? After all, even if the lottery is really drawn, Xinyuqi may still be involved in it, and the last person to go is likely to be him, so it is better to take the initiative. Xinyuqi's appreciation. Ice Girl said. No, Wei Gu knows that Xinyuqi is afraid of me. If he really needs to work hard, he should ask me for help. It is impossible to use gestures to stop me from intervening. Zhou paused and continued, is it possible that Wei Gu also recognizes the bone pottery and knows what's in the bone pottery, so he will take the initiative to take risks? This seems a little unreasonable. Ice Girl frowned. But adding two unreasonable things together seems to be a little more reasonable. Otherwise, I really can't think of why Wei Gu and Xinyuqi would act so unreasonably. Zhou said. It's not difficult to know the answer. Just go in and have a look. Ice Girl said, looking at the gate of Guanghan Palace. Then go in and have a look. Zhou glanced at his phone and found that it was still downloading, so he let the Ice Girl lead the way, and the two entered the gate of Guanghan Palace together. I didn't feel much outside the door, but as soon as I entered the door, Zhou felt a terrifying cold air, which actually passed through the spacesuit that can resist low temperature, making Zhou shudder. When the Ice Girl came over, Zhou suddenly felt that the coldness subsided a lot, and his body became warmer. How did Xinyuqi and the others endure such a low temperature? Zhou felt more and more strange, even his body couldn't handle it. He didn't believe that Xinyuqi and Wang Chunyuan could withstand such a low temperature. Fortunately, there is Ice Girl, a strong person in the cold category. Wherever she goes, the cold will naturally recede. Zhou can vaguely see That there are many jade buildings in this cold fog, just like a fairyland in myth. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Boom. In the depths of Guanhan Palace, there was a terrifying explosion, and then Zhou Wen saw that in the cold fog in the distance, there was a faint red flash of fire, as if a building was on fire. In a foggy weather, the mist is mixed with firelight and smoke, and the red light in the white mist looks strange and inexplicable. Is Wei Ge fighting? Zhou Wen only felt that the entire Guanhan Palace seemed to be shaking. The cold fog doesn't seem to be as cold as before. The ice girl explores the way in front, and Zhou Wen follows behind, heading towards the depths of Guanhan Palace. In this extremely cold place, it was the home ground of the ice girl. She left and right with the cold air, so that the cold air could not hurt Zhou Wen. As he was walking, sporadic snowflakes floated from the fog, and under the red light of the flames, they looked a bit like burned ashes. Zhou Wen took a closer look, but was surprised to find that it was not ashes, let alone snowflakes, but the petals of sweet-scented osmanthus. These petals, shouldn't they be the one Xinyuqi let me see before? Zhou Wen summoned an ordinary musical note elf and put the petals on it. In the next second, I saw the petals turned into a strange brilliance and merged into the note elves. And the note elves immediately began to evolve. Really? Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and hurriedly reached out to collect the floating petals piece by piece. This kind of petal has a magical effect on companion pets, but Zhou Wen touched it with his hands, but he didn't feel anything. Obviously, this thing is of no use to humans. I took a few pieces for different companion pets, and found that they could evolve immediately after being used at the legendary level, but if they were used at the epic level, they only added some attributes, but did not evolve immediately. As Xinyuqi said before, the petals of sweet-scented osmanthus can only be used once for a companion pet, and if they touch the petals again, they can no longer be absorbed. Even so, it was already very powerful, and Zhou Wen just wanted to collect more. I don't know where these petals came from. I hope there are more. If I can get hundreds or even thousands of them, it will be of great use in the future. Zhou Wen walked forward while carefully collecting the petals. Maybe it's because Wei Ge has walked through it once and removed all the dimensional creatures in Guanhan Palace. Anyway, Zhou Wen and Ice Maiden did not see dimensional creatures where they walked. There is a jade building and jade platform, but there is nothing in it, and there is nothing in it. If it weren't for the crazy battle in the distance, some collapsed jade buildings could already be seen, and Zhou Wen would almost think that this was an empty palace. The fire in front was getting closer and closer. The cold fog was getting less and less, and the line of sight became much better. One piece after another. There are already more than 40 pieces. Zhou Wen rejoiced in his heart. If he gets a mythical companion pet that needs to be fed in the future, a single petal can make them advance to the epic level, so there is no need for so much trouble. Suddenly, when a flame erupted, the flame almost illuminated the entire Guanhan Palace. In that instant, Zhou Wen's eyes clearly saw a lot of things, the most striking of which was the huge osmanthus tree with a height of several hundred meters in the brightest place in the distance. Amidst the fire of war and the cold fog, the osmanthus tree was swaying, and the large petals were flying like snowflakes or ashes in the cold fog and firelight, the number of which was almost uncountable. Zhou Wenren was stunned, he could hardly believe his eyes. There are so many osmanthus petals, let alone getting them all back, even if they can get back half of them, there are probably tens of thousands. With so many petals, can I upgrade all the node elves to the epic level? My current node elves are close to 100,000, and if they are all promoted to the epic level node elves army, together with the golden harp, the unified command of the commander. The outbreak of combat power is probably stronger than that of ordinary mythical creatures. Zhou wished he could rush over immediately and take all the petals for himself. But reason told him that there are no free lunches and no free petals in the world. If you rush over now, you may not have your life to come back alive. Under the huge sweet-scented osmanthus tree, the battle was the most intense, and no one could be seen. The terrifying cold air and firelight burst out from there. With Zhou eyesight, he couldn't see the battle over there. He could only see dazzling brilliance. There was no doubt that it was a real fear-level battle. Where have Shen Yuqi and Wan Chouyuan gone? Zhou has been looking for their traces, but after so long, he has not seen any trace of them. They decided not to save Wei Gu, but they didn't meet them along the way. They shouldn't have looked back. Could it be that they really went to the giant osmanthus? But that kind of battle is just the aftermath of the battle. It is estimated that the general, do they really dare to go there? Zhou looked left and right, looking at the surrounding environment with the light of the flames that erupted from time to time. After watching for a while, Zhou suddenly realized that Xinyuqi's goal was probably not the osmanthus tree. This is the Toad Palace. Although the osmanthus tree is magical, the most precious treasure of the Toad Palace is not the osmanthus tree. Zhou looked at the depths of Guanghan Palace from a distance. The buildings there are different from the jade buildings here. It turned out that the pavilions and palaces were built with osmanthus as the material. Zhou suddenly remembered one thing. Although Guanghan Palace and Chang'e are very famous, people in the East District will think of these two terms when they see the moon. But in fact, the owner of the Moon Palace is not Chang'e, and the Guanghan Palace is only where Chang'e lives, not the Moon God Palace. The real owner of the Moon Palace is actually the Empress Tian, or the Moon God. Tian and the Sun have a lofty status in the mythology of the Eastern District, and the status of Empress Tian is far from being comparable to that of a Chang'e who has taken medicine and ascended. Could it be, where is Xinyuqi's goal? The more Zhou thought about it, the more likely it was that the area where the osmanthus was located was only a small part of the Toad Palace. Xinyuqi and the others could completely bypass that area and enter the deeper part of the Toad Palace. Let's go over there and have a look. Zhou temporarily gave up the idea of picking up the petals, and let the Ice Maiden take him around the area of the battle, towards the wooden building deeper in the Toad Palace. Compared with the gorgeous jade buildings, those wooden buildings seem to be ordinary, but as long as you want those woods to be the wood of the osmanthus tree, you will immediately feel that those wooden houses are not so ordinary. Xinyuqi and they are really here. Zhou saw Xinyuqi and Wan Chouyuan kneeling in front of a wooden house from a distance, not knowing what they were doing. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The distance was too far, and Zhou couldn't see the situation clearly. With a move, he put on the invisibility cloak and approached Xinyuqi and the others. The ice girl quietly followed Zhou. With her skills, Shen Yuqi and Wan Chouyuan would not be able to find her even if they were not afraid. Zhou got closer and saw that the wooden house where the two of them were kneeling looked more like a temple, but the temple had no plaques or signs, and even the temple walls were made of osmanthus wood, but it was obviously made into a wooden house. There are even buds growing on it, and beautiful osmanthus flowers are blooming. In this area, there is no longer the coldness of Guanghan Palace, but it makes people feel cool and comfortable, indescribably comfortable. The door of the wooden house was closed. Shen Yuqi and Wan Qiuyuan knelt in front of the wooden house, and no dimensional creatures were found around, but they just knelt in front of the door, put their heads on the ground, and didn't move. Could it be that there is some invisible force that suppresses them and makes them have to kneel? Zhou looked left and right, but could not see any power fluctuations, so he looked at the ice girl beside him. The ice girl obviously knew what Zhou was thinking, and said in a voice that only Zhou could hear, "They were not suppressed by any force. This is strange, there are no dimensional creatures, and there is no power to suppress, why do they kneel here? Or, what is the use of them kneeling here? If this is really the temple of the moon god, then they kneel here. Do you want to ask for something from the moon god? But how do they know that the moon god will give them good when they kneel down?" Zhou wondered inwardly. Because the story of Chang'e flying to the moon is too famous, people don't know much about the real moon god. Zhou has only heard the legend of Tian Empress, but it is not clear what kind of god Tian Empress is. Since Shen Yuqi and the others are kneeling here, they must know something. Zhou is just a little puzzled. How did they know? Just from the analysis of the myth, the conclusion drawn may not be correct. People like Shen Yuqi will definitely not do it. For that, guessing is here to take risks. Officer, is this really useful? Wang Qiuyuan knelt there and didn't dare to move, but he couldn't help but speak. It's useful, just kneel down and don't move, and don't talk anymore. Shen Yuqi replied. Then they fell into silence again. They knelt there and didn't speak, which made Zhou a little depressed. He thought he could hear some secrets, but who knew they didn't speak anymore? If you want to know something, why don't you ask them now, said the ice girl. I asked them. That's right. I didn't expect. You are too smart. Zhou suddenly understood what the ice girl meant. Shen Yuqi and the others knelt in front of the wooden house. They must have something to ask for, they must not dare to stand up, and now ask them. I am afraid they will not dare to say nothing. Zhou took back the invisibility cloak and walked directly towards Shen Yuqi and Wang Qiuyuan, who were kneeling in front of the door. Shen Yuqi and Wang Qiuyuan were shocked when they heard the footsteps, even if they didn't dare to look up, but only hearing the footsteps, they quickly recognized that it was Zhou. Zhou, you came just in time, we are trapped here, we are suppressed and unable to move, come and save us. Wang Qiuyuan pleaded. If Zhou hadn't heard their conversation before, he was really frightened by him, and he might not dare to go there again. Okay, I'll go save you right now. Zhou pouted, walked directly to Wang Qiuyuan, and reached out to pull him. Don't touch me. Wang Qiuyuan shuddered and shouted quickly. Director Shen, what the hell is going on? At least you should make up a story to deal with me, right? Zhou squatted down, pressed his fingers on Shen Yuqi's arm, and said calmly. Shen Yuqi was lying there and didn't dare to move. Wang Qiuyuan on the side said. We originally wanted to save Xiao Wei, but we couldn't see the way in the cold fog, so we accidentally broke into this place, and then got cursed. If we moved, we will explode. This story can't be made up, Director Shen, otherwise, do you make one yourself? Zhou said lightly. Shen Yuqi finally spoke up, before we came to the moon, we checked a lot of materials and learned a lot about the moon in myths and legends, but those materials are the judgments of basic myths and legends, and we still don't know whether they are true or false, so it wasn't published. This is a bit interesting, let's continue. Zhou kept pressing Shin-Yuqi's arm with his fingers, as if he would push them at any time. Guanghan Palace is actually a cold palace, used for confinement, so Chang'e is not the owner of the moon, but a prisoner. In myths and legends, the real owner of the moon is Tian Empress, who is Tian Yuanjun filial piety Ming Wang Lingbeijing celestial venerable. Huangsu, also known as the moon god. Where we are now is the true residence of the moon god, which is the moon god temple. Shin-Yuqi paused and continued, we believe that the nature of the moon temple should be similar to that of the earth temple, and there may be some benefits to worshipping here. This story is a bit credible, but don't tell me, you didn't know the existence of that bone pottery altar and the dead before you came to the moon. Zhou said coldly. Actually, the bone pottery altar and the dead were discovered very early. When I was on Earth, I had done a lot of research and consulted many experts, so I knew that the bone pottery altar was actually a sacrificial vessel. Shin-Yuqi said. You knew that the person who picked up the bone pottery altar would be possessed? Zhou stared at Shin-Yuqi and said. I can't be sure about this. I only know that the bone pottery altar is used to worship the gods. Ancient wizards used the bone pottery altar to channel spirits or invite gods to the upper body, but they usually use water or wine. I haven't heard of the bone pottery altar, and I don't know what it is useful for. Shin-Yuqi was obviously reluctant to admit that he already knew what the consequences of touching the bone pottery altar would be. Zhou didn't say anything, and continued to ask, did you originally want me to touch the bone pottery altar? How could I have such an idea? I have absolutely no intention of it. Shin-Yuqi said. Does Wei Gu know about the bone pottery altar? Zhou didn't say more, and asked Shin-Yuqi another question. The matter of the bone pottery altar is a top secret of my supervision bureau, and Xiaowei's level is not enough to access those secrets. Wang Qiuyuan said. Zhou probably guessed it too. He and Wei Gu were actually the victims brought by Shin-Yuqi. Shin-Yuqi originally wanted to lure Zhou to touch the bone pottery altar. Originally, Shin-Yuqi felt that a proud and powerful youth like Zhou would want to study something unknown when he encountered something unknown. But who knew that Zhou was like an old man who was afraid of death, with such strength? He was still cautious, and he didn't seem to be curious at all, so he didn't touch the bone pottery altar at all, which made Shin-Yuqi very disappointed. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. How did Shin-Yuqi know that Zhou died too many times in the game, so he was very careful? In reality, as long as he didn't touch anything unknown, he would never touch it. However, some of what Shin-Yuqi said was true, and Zhou wasn't sure. Shin-Yuqi and Wang Qiuyuan were immediately overjoyed, but they didn't dare to look up and still knelt on the ground, but Zhou and Bing Nu didn't have so many scruples and looked up. I saw that in the moon temple with the wooden door opening, a wooden statue was enshrined, which was a dignified and beautiful woman. When the ice girl saw the wooden statue, her face immediately became very dignified, even a little horrified, and she involuntarily stepped back. But every time she took a step back, frost footprints appeared on the ground. Just a few steps back, the person was frozen there, like a jade sculpture. Although there was no frost on her body, it gave people a feeling of freezing, very strange. Zhou was shocked. The Ice Maiden was a feared creature of the ice element. She was actually frozen by someone. It was unimaginable how powerful the creatures in the temple were. Xinyuqi and Wang Qiuyuan were overjoyed. What they have been waiting for is now. Now that the moon god appears, Zhou Wen and Ice Girl who are disrespectful to the moon god will naturally be punished. Zhou Wen stood there and didn't dare to move. Even in existence like the ice girl was frozen. If he moved, he might freeze faster than the ice girl. Instead, he stood still, and for the time being, there was no strange feeling on his body. Just looking at the wood carving, Zhou Wen also complained secretly in his heart, now it's neither to retreat, nor to enter. Ice Girl was right before, it's better not to come in this kind of place, Zhou Wen secretly thought. However, the Ice Girl herself is too careless. Since she came to this world, the strongest she has seen is the fear level. In addition, there are also fear level demon babies, killers, and the Dragon King of the Seven Seas around Zhou Wen, so although I feel that this place is a bit weird, but they didn't take it too seriously. They felt that even if there was a problem, they should be able to solve it, so they came in with Zhou Wen. Since you are here by fate, you should choose one of them to help you walk in the world, do good and accumulate virtue and disappear from disaster. The moon god statue's lips didn't move, but an ethereal voice came out. Zhou Wen seemed to hear this line a bit familiar, although the words were different, but he seemed to have experienced a similar scene. Won't it be one of the 3 mythical companion pets? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but saw that on the statue of the moon, a pearl flew out of a roll of jade slips and landed on the wooden table in front of the statue. Above. Why are there only 2? Isn't it usually one of 3? Zhou Wen's heart moved, and he immediately thought of something. So, it turns out that someone has been here a long time ago, and has obtained mythical companion pets from here. Xinyuqi must have been there long ago. Knowing this, so I will try my luck myself. However, the moon god doesn't seem to pick people very much this time. And everyone sends companion pets. Now we have 3 people, but there are only 2 companion pets. The 2 of them have been kneeling here. They have good respect for the moon god, and the moon god has 10, 8, or 9 will let them choose first, and after they choose, what else is there to do with me? Zhou Wen thought about it, but he couldn't think of a good solution. Now that Luna doesn't trouble him and doesn't freeze him there, Zhou Wen is already thankful. How dare he choose a companion egg? And now Zhou Wen has many mythical companion pets, not even one more. There is no need to take risks. Xinyuqi and Wang Qiuyuan obviously thought so too, and both of them were slightly happy. Wang Qiuyuan looked at Xinyuqi, saw Xinyuqi, nodded slightly, and then he bowed to the moon god statue again. Thank you Lord Moon God for the reward. I want that pearl. After he bowed down, there was no response in the temple, and the moon god didn't speak again. The pearl became brighter, but it didn't fly out by itself. Zhou Wen felt a little strange. He has also chosen companion eggs before, and after choosing them, companion pets will usually fly over by themselves. Wang Qiuyuan didn't know what to do, and he didn't dare to enter the moon temple, so he had to look at Xinyuqi. Don't go in yet, let me try. Xinyuqi was also a little puzzled, just like Zhou Wen thought. He did know that someone had been here, and he knew the detailed process, so he would come over to take risks and try his luck in person. But this is a bit different from what he knew. After the person who took the first companion pet at the beginning made a choice, the companion pet flew over by himself, and now I don't know why there is no movement. Lord Moon God, I choose Jade Slip, thank you for your reward. Shunyuchi knelt down and bowed. As soon as Shunyuchi's voice fell, the bamboo slip lit up. But it was only shining, but it didn't mean to move. The seat, it should be that we need to go in and get it ourselves, or I'll go take a look first? Wang Choyuan said, looking at the fluorescent pearl and jade slip. Shunyuchi nodded slightly. Wang Choyuan bowed again on the ground, and said, Lord Moon God, I'll go in to get the beads, and then got up and walked towards the Moon God temple. Wang Choyuan was extremely excited. Although there are many more mythical companion pets now than before, they are still rare items. Only a few strong people have the opportunity to obtain them. In his capacity, there is no chance to obtain mythical companion pets at all. Now this is definitely an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. If the other inspectors who came with him are not dead, this opportunity may not fall on his head. Wang Choyuan walked to the door of the Moon Temple. Just as he was about to step in, frost suddenly appeared under his feet. And then his whole body was frozen in front of the door. It turned into a cold jade. What's going on here? It was said to be a companion pet, but it turned out not to be taken. This Moon God is also deceiving, right? Zhouwen was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a deceiving dimensional creature. In the past, most of those dimensional creatures were open pits, and they clearly told you that there is danger here, and there is something for you to come here. But this Moon God is good. I will tell you that I am good here. I will play you to death when you come over. Zhouwen thinks that she should not be called Moon God, but Yin God. That's right, she was originally the Empress Tian. Zhouwen thought about it, and there is some truth to this divine name. Shunyuchi was also puzzled. This was completely different from the information he got, but his information would not be wrong, so he didn't know what went wrong for a while. Could it be that person lied to me? Shunyuchi's face was gloomy and uncertain. Why didn't you choose? At this moment, there was another voice in the Moon Temple. Although she did not specify who it was, there were only 3 people in total. Shunyuchi and Wang Choyuan had already chosen, and Zhouwen had not chosen. Must be talking about Zhouwen. Can I still choose? Zhouwen asked unexpectedly, because this thing is supposed to be unique, and it will disappear after being elected. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. You don't want to choose, you can have both. The voice from the Moon Temple made Zhouwen's mouth open in surprise, and he didn't come back to his senses for a while. He never knew that he could choose like this. When he chose Di Ting and Ba Jiao Xian before, he could only choose once, and there would be no response if he went again. This one is so good, he even said that we can choose together. A conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy, they're trying to confuse me after the Tian goddess is over? Zhouwen didn't believe that there would be such a good thing, and felt that there must be deceit. Shunyuchi thought so too, so he kept looking at Zhouwen. If Zhouwen had chosen both, he might end up worse than Wang Choyuan. Lord Luna, I'm not questioning you, I just seem to have heard others say that a person can only choose a companion pet once, right? Zhouwen said. That's right, a person can only choose once. Luna's voice floated out. Again. A person can only choose one companion pet? Zhouwen didn't expect Luna to admit it so simply, and after thinking about it, he asked again cautiously. Yes. Luna replied affirmatively. Then why do you want me to have both? Zhou felt that Luna's digging was a bit too obvious. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't jump in like this, right? Although Xinyuqi knew that Zhou was very careful, he was still a little disappointed when he saw that Zhou was not seduced. Choose, and if they are two separate things. Luna's voice came out, which made Zhou and Xinyuqi stunned, and their emotions changed subtly. What do you mean? Zhou looked at Mingzhu and Yujian in disbelief. Now that these two companion pets have been selected, naturally there are no longer any restrictions. Anyone can take them and hatch them. What Luna said made Xinyuqi feel a little stupid. It must be a conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. Xinyuqi reacted, staring at the pearl and jade slips in the temple, thinking repeatedly in his heart. That's fine. But Lord Moon God, your power is too strong, a mortal can't enter your temple. No matter how greedy Zhou is, he doesn't dare to go in and get it now. But who knew that Zhou's voice had only fallen, that Mingzhu and Yujian actually flew out by themselves, and soon fell into Zhou's hands. Zhou held the pearl and jade slip, and could hardly believe it was true. Could it be that I'm really turning things around? All such good things have come across. Or is it that I am handsome, and Mother Tian thinks that I have a strange skeleton and can be made? Zhou looked at the pearl and jade slip in his hand. For a while, there was no response. On the other side, Xinyuqi almost broke his teeth. He was pitted, and he was pitted by God. But until now, he still can't figure out why Luna wants to pit him and Wan Choyuan. But instead gave Zhou the companion pet that should belong to him and Wan Choyuan. This is unreasonable, this is unscientific. The information he obtained recorded that the moon goddess Empress was a god of savior and savior, regardless of background, so she did not have any requirements for physical fitness. As long as she bowed and prayed sincerely, she could get her reward. But now it looks like that's not the case at all. Zhou didn't even kneel at all, and he was still doing things in front of the moon god temple, which was disrespectful too. The moon god. Now the moon goddess not only did not punish him, but instead gave their companion pet to Zhou, which made Xinyuqi almost explode with anger. He couldn't understand why this happened. Fortunately, Xinyuqi has experienced too many storms in his life, and he has already reached the point where his joy and anger are invisible, and there is no expression on his face at all, but his heart is almost mad with anger. Lady Moon Goddess, you are really wise and talented, beautiful and generous, and kind. After Zhou made sure that the companion pet in his hand was not fake, he thought about his limited praise words and searched out all of them to praise Moon God. He now feels that the Moon God is really the best god in the world. Such a visionary god, it should be the only true god in the world. Those gods, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, etc., are not very good compared to the great Moon God, and should have abdicated and been eliminated long ago. You didn't think so just now, didn't you say that I should be called Inshen? The words from the Moon Temple instantly made Zhou break out in a cold sweat. There is absolutely no such thing. You are the gentle, beautiful, and kind-hearted lady of the Moon Goddess. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to you, I will be the first to let him go. Zhou said quickly, not daring to think about it. This Moon Goddess seems to have the ability to read minds. Xinyuqi on this side was even more pale. If Luna really had the ability to read minds, then what he thought in his mind just now would be worse than Wang Chouyuan. Only when he thought of this, his body quickly froze, turning into a jade statue like Wang Chouyuan. In an instant. You have already got the companion pet, so can you do me a favor? Luna didn't bother with those things. You also know that my strength is low, so what can I do for you? Zhou Wen sighed inwardly, and said to himself, as expected, there is no free lunch in the world, I don't know what this moon god wants to do? It's not a big deal, you just go to Guanhan Palace, and help Chang'e defeat the tree fellers. Luna said. Lord Moon God, you have boundless power. It's not a matter of moving your fingers to clean up the tree cutter? Even if I go there, I won't be able to help you much. Instead, it may become a burden. Zhou Wen didn't go crazy. How could he be the opponent of the feller? However, Luna's words confirmed that the one possessed by Wei Gu was the tree feller. If I can get out of this temple, why do I need to ask you for help? Luna said, her abilities are very compatible with Guanhan Palace. If you take her to help in the battle, you may be able to defeat the tree feller. When Luna was talking about her, she naturally meant the frozen ice girl. You also said maybe. Zhou Wen still didn't want to go, not to mention how terrifying the tree feller was. The body he possessed was still Wei Ge's. He was an old classmate anyway, neither Wei Gu nor the tree feller had come to kill him. He can't justify going to a murderer, let alone destroying Wei Ge's body. Of course, you can choose not to help. But if you let the feller succeed, the moon will be destroyed by then. Do you think the earth will be affected? Luna said calmly. Zhou Wen, of course, knows that the moon has a great influence on the earth. If the moon is really destroyed, the earth will definitely be greatly affected, and there may even be an apocalyptic disaster. Didn't the tree feller say that he just wants to get back his companion pet? Shouldn't it be so exaggerated to destroy the moon? Zhou Wen was skeptical. Do you know what the companion pet he wants to take away? Luna asked Yo-Yo. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. I don't know. Zhou Wen said in his mouth, but thought to himself, I'm not familiar with him, so the ghost knows what his companion pet is. Have you heard the story of Chang'e flying to the moon? Luna asked. Again. I've heard of this. It is said that Chang'e stole the elixir of immortality that her husband Hou begged from the Queen Mother of the West, and then flew to the moon, becoming an immortal fairy. Zhou Wen had of course heard this story, because it was so famous, it's hard not to know. The moon god said again, then do you know why Chang'e ascended to the moon after stealing the elixir of immortality, and not somewhere else? Then how could I know? Wait. Immortal medicine. Immortal tree. Could it be? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a possibility. You're not that stupid. That's right. The undead medicine is made from the materials of the undead tree. After Chang'e stole the undead medicine, she was attracted by the undead tree and came to the moon. The moon god paused and continued, and that undead tree is the foundation of the moon, and the companion pet is also there. If the tree feller cuts off the undead tree, the moon will also collapse. Only my temple is affected. Even the earth will be affected, whether to go or not is up to you. I really want to help. But I'm afraid that my strength is not good enough. I won't be able to help at that time, but it will become a burden. Zhou Wen watched Binghua early chili change over there, and he couldn't even see the figure at all. To die is no different. That other dimensional fear creature matches the attributes of the Guanhan Palace. Since you can control her, let her help Chang'e. With her help, Chang'e should be able to hold on for a little longer. Luna said. Just hold on for a little more time? Zhouwen was a little puzzled. If that was the case, it didn't seem to make much sense. The tree feller is an existence that can cut down immortal trees. It is not comparable to an ordinary fear level. Asking her to help Chang'e is just a delay for some time. Using this time, you need to fetch one thing. With that kind of thing, only then can we defeat the tree cutter, stop him from cutting down the undead tree, and save the moon from danger. Luna explained. What is it? To be able to defeat the tree feller? Zhouwen's heart moved. If there is such a treasure, it is worth a try. Immortal medicine. Luna's answer surprised Zhouwen. The immortal medicine that Chang'e stole? Is it still available now? What effect does the medicine have? How will I use it after I get it back? Zhouwen asked several questions in a row. Although Chang'e is indeed unkind, the immortality medicine is too miraculous. If a mortal eats it, he will be able to soar during the day. Although it is only a legend, no matter how weak the effect is, if he takes it, he should be able to become a myth. The medicinal power of the elixir of immortality can give people a powerful and weak power in a short period of time. If you take the elixir of immortality and give it to Chang'e, she will naturally have the ability to defeat the fellers. Of course, you can also eat it yourself. Go and fight the feller yourself. This is your decision. Luna said. Is it just a temporary increase in combat power? Zhouwen was slightly disappointed when he heard it. Not quite. Although the potency of the medicine cannot be maintained all the time, a short-term improvement will also bring certain benefits to the body. From the perspective of your body, this little benefit is enough to help you break through into the mythical level that is impossible for humans to reach, said the moon god. Zhouwen was overjoyed, but on second thought, if good things like immortality medicine can be easily obtained, why didn't she let Xingyuqi and the others go, but chose him instead? Immortal medicine is so precious, there must be terrifying creatures guarding it, right? Zhouwen asked cautiously, for fear that the moon god would not be able to save face, and he would become angry at that time. Naturally there is a guardian, but you don't have to worry about this. You bring my token over there. It will naturally look at you differently, and will not embarrass you too much. Luna paused and said, now the moon is in danger. It's the last chance. If you're not sure, I won't let you go. Zhouwen was right in thinking that once the moon was destroyed, the moon god might not even be able to keep the temple, and she would definitely not mess around. Okay, then I'll take a trip. Where can I get the immortality medicine? Zhouwen thought about it and felt that this matter would benefit him without any harm. If he can get the undead medicine, he can use the undead medicine to advance to myth, and he doesn't need to waste time to advance to shimmer. Because even if the shimmering soul is promoted to the perfect body, it is unknown whether he can become a mythical rank. After all, everything is just his own guess. The immortality medicine is much more reliable. With the precedent of Chang'e, how can you get some benefits? If it is really dangerous, he can also use the shimmering soul to teleport directly back to the earth without too much risk. He can also test to see if he can make shimmering into a perfect body. You walk westward from here and pass through the osmanthus flower forest, and you can see a jar of smashing medicine. The medicine of immortality is in that jar. Luna said. Tell Zhouwen the detailed steps, and Luna lifted the ice on Ice Girl's body, allowing Ice Girl to regain her freedom. After the ice girl came back to life, she looked at the moon temple in horror, obviously a little scared. Ice girl, go and help Chang'e fight against the fellers. Try your best to delay the time, and I will come back to help you after I get the elixir. Zhou Wen told the ice girl about the situation and asked the ice girl to help Chang'e, while he asked the ice girl to help Chang'e go west and go get the elixir of immortality according to what the moon god said. The osmanthus forest is very beautiful, but Luna told him that these osmanthus trees are not undead trees. There are 2 undead trees on the moon. One grows on the surface of the moon, which is the entrance to the Toad Palace. But that undead tree has been cut off, and only the stump remains. There is also a huge osmanthus tree in the Toad Palace, which is the foundation of the Toad Palace. Once it is destroyed, the moon will collapse, and it must not be lost. Zhou Wen reached out and picked some petals and tried it with his companion pet. These petals really did not have the effect of evolving companion pets. Just like what Luna said, there are no other dimensional creatures in the Toad Palace. There was no danger on the way, and we passed through the osmanthus flower forest. When Zhou Wen rode the Dawei King Kong bull through the osmanthus forest, the copy was finally downloaded, and a moon icon appeared on the mobile phone desktop. It's just that the name of the copy is not Guanghan Palace, but the word Toad Palace. The Guanghan Palace still sounds good. The Toad Palace always reminds people of the toad. There should be some beautiful legends in places like the moon. When I come back with the immortality medicine, I will go and see how beautiful that Chang'e is. Zhou Wen is still very curious about the appearance of this fairy, who is famous all over the world for her beauty. Before coming, Zhou Wen asked Luna what the pounding pot looked like, but Luna told him that after leaving the osmanthus forest, he could see it at a glance and was easy to identify. Now Zhou Wen knew why he could recognize it at a glance. The white thing was clearly a huge crater, and Luna even called it a medicine pot. Zhou Wen knew that he would not admit his mistake, because the nearby craters were all gray, and only this one was white, which looked particularly eye-catching. As far as Zhou Wen knows, many craters on the moon are formed by meteorite bombardment, but this white crater looks a bit special. Because the wall of the crater is not very high, it only looks like 200 or 300 meters. Dawei King Kongyo jumped up, came to the edge of the crater, and looked inside the crater. The height of the mountain wall inside the crater is much higher, probably about 1,000 meters, and the interior space is much larger than when you see it outside. If this thing is a medicine jar, how big of a pestle does it have to be to match it? How big are the pills made from it? Can humans eat it? Zhou Wen looked at the crater while thinking. Zhou Wen didn't find anything like pills, not even a pill-shaped stone. The inside of the crater was as clean as if it had been washed with water. In a corner of the mountain, there was a big white rabbit lying on his stomach. The rabbit was also surprisingly big. If he stood up, it would have to be about the same height as Zhou Wen, with white fur like snow and very fluffy. I put it in a puppet store and thought it was a big stuffed doll. Is this the legendary jade rabbit who pounded the medicine? Zhou Wen already knew from Luna that the jade rabbit guarded the undead medicine. Seeing you two lying there sleeping, Zhou Wen felt that he should not disturb it first, and it would be best to take the undead medicine while it was sleeping. Although Luna said that with her token, you two would not embarrass Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen still felt that one more thing was better than one less thing. Put on the invisibility cloak, entered the crater. and used the listening to constantly scan the vicinity of the jade rabbit, trying to find the legendary immortality medicine. Strange, why not? Could it be that the immortality medicine has already been eaten by the jade rabbit? Zhou Wen felt that this possibility was very high. After all, there is such a good thing, the jade rabbit guards it every day. How could it be possible to hold back and not eat it? When Zhou Wen was hesitating whether to wake the jade rabbit lying on the ground suddenly pricked up his ears, moved his ears a few times, then raised his head and looked at where Zhou Wen was. Zhou Wen quickly took back the invisibility cloak and showed his figure. At the same time, he took out the pearl and jade slip that he had obtained before, shook it in front of the jade rabbit and said, "The moon god asked me to come here, and I want to borrow your immortality. Take medicine." Before Zhou Wen's words were finished, he felt that something was wrong. Jade Rabbit, who seemed to be docile at first, saw the pearl and jade slip in Zhou Wen's hands. His eyes immediately became bloodshot and red, and the hair on his body exploded, like an angry bullfight. "I rely on, this is what Luna said, she won't embarrass me for her sake." Zhou Wen felt that he must have been pitted by Luna. While Zhou Wen was still thinking about it, the jade rabbit stood up on its hind legs and got a jade stick, one thick and one thin, in his arms. In the next second, the jade rabbit jumped up and rose directly into the air like a rocket. Zhou Wen is still wondering, why is this guy jumping so high? But he was immediately horrified to find that the jade rabbit's body continued to expand in the air, becoming incomparably huge, and even the jade pestle in its arms became incomparably huge. Then Zhou Wen saw the huge jade pestle bombarding the crater with the momentum of Taishan pressing the top. "I'm going." Zhou Wen saw the terrifying power and fear that he was not an opponent, so he quickly summoned the Tyrant Beeman. The Tyrant Beeman immediately became huge, raised his claws up, and greeted the jade pestle. Boom! The Tyrant Beeman's body shook violently, his back bent involuntarily, and the rocks under his feet shattered. Puff! The Tyrant Beeman, who was in a state of absolute power, was bombarded with blood. Boom! Boom! The jade rabbit was bombarded with pestle after pestle, as if he was pounding medicine. The Tyrant Beeman, who was in a state of absolute power, was bombarded and unable to move, and could only be beaten passively below. That is to say, the Tyrant Beeman has absolute power, and if he replaces it with other companion pets, he is afraid that he will be smashed into flesh by Jade Rabbit within 2 strokes. What a terrifying power! Isn't this Jade Rabbit also fearful? Zhou Wen saw that the Tyrant Beeman was under continuous bombardment, blood spurting wildly in his mouth, and he could no longer hold it, and immediately knew that the Jade Rabbit was by no means an ordinary myth. Biology. No more hesitation now, and summoned the dragon King of the 7 seas, parasitized by the ancient spores. Although this is not the ocean, the Dragon King of the 7 seas cannot exert the strongest power, but the fear level is the fear level. The mythical companion pet is much stronger. As soon as the Dragon King of the 7 seas came out, under Zhou Wen's order, he turned into fear directly, and then sprayed out a large amount of glue-like liquid. Yutu tried hard to pull out the jade pestle, but more and more glue was sprayed from the Dragon King's faucet, and the stickiness was getting bigger and bigger, and it couldn't pull it out. The Jade Rabbit screamed angrily and tried desperately, but after pulling out the jade pestle a little, the sticky liquid sticking to it was like countless white threads sticking tightly. The Dragon King of the 7 seas is still spraying out the glue, and the glue is getting tighter and tighter. Zhou was overjoyed, knowing that he was lucky, and the ability of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas seemed to be just right to restrain the jade rabbit. Yutu couldn't pull out the jade pestle, and immediately became anxious, abandoned the jade pestle, and grabbed it directly into the crater with its front claws, wanting to shred the Dragon King of the Seven Seas directly. Not to be outdone, the Dragon King of the Seven Seas sprayed a large amount of glue and met the jade rabbit's claws. Jade rabbit's claws touched the glue and were immediately stuck. Its claws were stuck inside the crater and couldn't be freed from it. The more it struggles, the more glue sticks to it, making it more immobile. The angry jade rabbit was full of brilliance, and its body was getting bigger and bigger. It was much bigger than the tyrant beeman. After a while, the tyrant beeman became like a baby in front of it. Despite this, Yutu was not able to break free of the glue. Zhou was overjoyed. The jade rabbit was obviously a pure power creature, and its fear transformation was also pure power transformation, which was just restrained by the ability of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas. Jade rabbit, lend me your immortality medicine, and I'll let you go. Seeing that Ju rabbit couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled, Zhou said to the jade rabbit while standing on top of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas. I don't know if the jade rabbit can understand it. Anyway, it ignores Zhou and is still struggling there. But because of the sticky-like liquid all over it, no matter how hard it struggled, there was no chance. Pure strength creatures are such a shortcoming. Once restrained, there is almost no possibility of turning defeat into victory. Tyrant Beeman also has the same shortcoming. Zhou saw that the jade rabbit refused to surrender, so he ordered the Dragon King of the Seven Seas to take the initiative to attack. The tentacles of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas rolled towards the jade rabbit, but unfortunately, the jade rabbit was too big after being frightened. With the size of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, the tentacles could not encircle its body, and could only tear its flesh. The jade rabbit's flesh is terrifyingly tough, and the tentacles with the dragon's head are about to break, and they were not able to bite through its flesh, only tore off some rabbit hair. What a strong physique! Zhou was secretly surprised. The Dragon King of the Seven Seas is also a fear level, and his strength is not weak among the fear level, and he can't break the defense of the jade rabbit. If it is not restrained by the ability of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, it is really a big trouble. It seems that the magic baby has to be shot. Zhou summoned the magic baby. You two, if you don't hand over the undead medicine, I'll be welcome. Zhou shouted to Yutu again, but Yutu still only focused on struggling and ignored him at all. Little baby, give it some blood. Zhou informed the demon baby with his thoughts. The magic baby received the order, and the magic sword immediately flew out of its scabbard and flew towards the body of the jade rabbit. The magic sword is too small, and in front of the giant jade rabbit, it is not even a needle. However, the attack power of the magic sword was obviously much stronger than that of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas. A drop of blood flowed down the hilt of the sword. Zhou Wenjing wanted to shout to Yutu again, but his eyes fell on Yutu's face, but he was stunned. I saw Yutu's original red eyes turned black, and then the eyelid bent down, and there were crystal tears shaking inside. Wow! Yutu suddenly burst into tears, and big tears fell down. With its cries, the originally huge body gradually became smaller, and returned to the size when it first saw it. Zhou was depressed. You are a fearful creature, how can you cry like a child if you can't beat it? Jade Rabbit, hand over the immortal medicine, and I'll let you go immediately, Zhou said to Jade Rabbit. He didn't say it, but when he said it, Yutu cried even more, and the tears flowed down like a stream. Zhou wanted to say something, but suddenly found that something was wrong. Those tears wet the fur of the Jade Rabbit, and the viscose liquid sticking to it fell off automatically, making it difficult to stick to it again. Yutu found that the glue on his body had actually opened. And he was surprised and happy, jumped up, and rushed to the edge of the crater. It disappeared in a flash, and the speed was terrifying. Zhou was immediately depressed. No one could have imagined that Yutu's tears could break the glue liquid of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, and Yutu ran away without the immortality medicine. At the speed of the Jade Rabbit, even the mythical companion pet, which is known for its speed, can't catch up. It seems that the moon is destined to die, and I can't blame it. Zhou saw that Yutu's jade pestle was left there and was still stuck. It didn't come and take it away, so he walked over and wanted to put the jade pestle away. The Dragon King of the Seven Seas put away the viscose liquid. Zhou reached out and held the jade pestle, trying to pick it up, but with a little force, the jade pestle did not move at all. It's so heavy. Zhou held the jade pestle with both hands, like a snatch, trying to grab the jade pestle. As a result, the jade pestle did not move at all, which surprised Zhou. Zhou asked the Dragon King of the Seven Seas to stretch out his tentacles and wanted to roll up the jade pestle, but even the Dragon King of the Seven Seas tried his best and could not pick up the jade pestle. No way. The Dragon King of the Seven Seas is a fear level, and it can't even hold the jade pestle? How heavy is the jade pestle? Zhou was surprised, but then he thought again, it may not be just a matter of strength, otherwise it is a problem. A building, the Dragon King of the Seven Seas can also be moved. It may be possible, this jade pestle can only be moved by the Jade Rabbit. The magic baby suddenly turned his head to look in one direction. Zhou turned his head to look, just in time to see the Jade Rabbit retracting his head and hiding behind the mountain edge. Why did it come back? Zhou thought for a while and knew what was going on. That Jade Rabbit must have been reluctant to bear the jade pestle, so he ran back. Jade Rabbit, if you want to return to the jade pestle, you can exchange it for the immortal medicine. Zhou shouted at the place where the Jade Rabbit was hiding. Yutu seemed to know that Zhou couldn't catch up with it, so he was much more courageous. Although he didn't dare to come over, he stuck out his head and claws, then raised his claws and made an international gesture towards Zhou. I'm going, this rabbit still understands this? Zhou was a little surprised. Jade Rabbit knew that Zhou couldn't hold its jade pestle, so it wasn't afraid of Zhou's threat at all, and Zhou really had nothing to do. What can I do? Zhou glanced at the Guanghan Palace's method, and saw that the fire there was getting more and more dazzling. Obviously the tree cutters had a huge advantage, and he didn't know how long Chang'e and the Ice Maiden would be able to carry it. Is the moon really going to be destroyed like this? Zhou thought to himself, how can he get the immortality medicine from Jade Rabbit? The speed of the Jade Rabbit is too fast, and the demon baby doesn't chase it, which means that she knows she can't catch up, and the Jade Rabbit's strength and physical strength are very terrifying. Trying to catch it is as difficult as going to the sky. But if I don't have a chance at all, why did God want me to come again? Do you want to kill me with Jade Rabbit's hand? There is no such need. With her strength, even the Ice Maiden can freeze directly. Okay. But if I have a Chance to get the medicine of immortality, where is the chance? You two is not my opponent at all. You two. I seem to remember having it before. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something and sank his consciousness into the chaos pearl. Inside, rummaging inside for a while. After a while, Zhou Wen found something. It was a translucent jade box with mysterious cloud patterns on it. This jade box was obtained by Zhou Wen under the jade rabbit worshipping the moon stone in Baiyun Mountain. At the beginning, Lord Emperor instructed him to get the jade box. In the jade box, only some low-level dimensional crystals were found, which were not very useful. Zhou Wen was disappointed for a while. I just thought that this jade box might be a bit strange, so I kept it away. Now I suddenly remember that the jade rabbit worshipped the moon stone. Legend has it that it was transformed by the jade rabbit after it descended to earth. The jade box is also hidden by the jade rabbit. What relationship? Zhou Wen doesn't know if this jade box has anything to do with the jade rabbit on the moon. After all, legends are just legends, and many legends are just far-fetched. Taking out the jade box at this time, I just feel that the material of the jade box is a bit similar to the jade pestle. I compared the jade box with the jade pestle that I couldn't pick up, and found that the materials were really similar. I opened the jade box and suddenly heard a swooshing sound. The jade pestle, which was not even moving on the ground, even the Dragon King of the Seven Seas could not move, actually moved by itself and flew into the jade box. The jade pestle became smaller as it flew, and soon fell into the jade box, just enough to fit it. Zhou Wen looked at the jade pestle lying quietly in the jade box, and was extremely surprised. The jade pestle couldn't even hold the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, but in the jade box, he didn't feel that it added too much weight. The jade pestle was taken away, and the jade rabbit immediately became anxious, standing on the edge of the mountain, screaming and jumping at Zhou Wen fiercely, as if threatening Zhou Wen and asking Zhou Wen to return the jade pestle to it quickly, otherwise it would be eaten. Drop Zhou Wen. Take the medicine of immortality in exchange. Zhou Wen closed the jade box, put it directly into the chaos pearl, and said to the jade rabbit. Jade rabbit became even more angry when he heard it, and his body became huge again. And soon it became a huge rabbit, whose body was much higher than the crater. The crater is like a model in front of jade rabbit, while Zhou Wen and the others are the ants in the model. Jade rabbit's fierce appearance was revealed, but because he had suffered the loss of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, he did not dare to rush down, but was just ruthless outside. Since you don't want to change, then I have to leave. Zhou Wen held the demon baby, and ordered the Dragon King of the Seven Seas to go out of the crater. The tentacles of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas danced, and quickly rushed out of the crater. The jade rabbit was screaming fiercely there, but he didn't dare to rush up, and he didn't dare to stop Zhou Wen, and hurried around. Wow! Jade rabbit saw that Zhou Wen was out of the crater and really wanted to leave, and cried again with a wow. His body also shrank rapidly, and returned to its original size, rolling on the ground and crying wow wow. You give me some undead medicine, and I will return the jade pestle to you. Zhou Wen said to the crying jade rabbit on the ground. Jade rabbit got up from the ground, tears still swirling in his eyes, and then used his front paws to compare, as if he was comparing a square. Do you want this box? Zhou Wen took out the jade box again, looked at the jade rabbit, and asked. When you two saw the jade box, he nodded again and again, but couldn't bear to shed tears. Okay. Both the jade box and the jade pestle can be given to you, but you have to give me the immortality medicine. Zhou holding the jade box is useless, and it is better to exchange the immortality medicine with the jade rabbit. Yutu seemed to hesitate, looked at Zhou, then at the jade box in Zhou's hand, and finally nodded fiercely. Where is your immortality medicine? Zhou couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yutu nodding. Jade Rabbit waved his paws at Zhou, then ran in one direction. Zhou ordered the Dragon King of the Seven Seas to follow the Jade Rabbit, after leaving the White Crater, passing through the craters. I came to a stone house not long after. The stone house is simple and rough, like a savage built, and it doesn't seem to be out of the ordinary. And the stone gate is covered with dust. And it looks like there should be no one living there. Yutu bowed in front of the stone house, then pushed open the door, stood in the stone house and waved his paws at Zhou. Zhou walked to the door and saw that the furnishings in the stone house were also very simple. They were all primitive stone tools, some of which were carved from stones. Yutu came to one of the stone pots, opened the lid of the stone pot, and then carefully picked up the stone pot and poured it out twice. A crystal clear pill rolled out of the stone pot, the size of a baby's fist, and exuded a strong scent of sweet-scented osmanthus. The scent could pass through the protection of the spacesuit, allowing Zhou to smell the scent directly. Jade Rabbit caught the pill with one paw, and the other paw pointed to the jade box in Zhou's hand, obviously meaning to exchange it with Zhou. You still have undead medicine in that stone pot, right? Didn't you say that you should exchange all the undead medicine with me? Zhou didn't hand over the jade box, looking at the stone pot and said. Jade Rabbit immediately picked up the stone pot, looked at Zhou vigilantly, then pointed to the pills in his paws, and then pointed to the jade box, meaning one change. No, you have to exchange all the undead medicine with me. Zhou shook his head. Yutu's face was full of struggles, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he stretched out his paws and made a two gesture in front of Zhou. Zhou was overjoyed. It seems that there are more than 2 immortal medicines in the stone pot. Zhou pointed to the stone pot and said, I want all the immortal medicines. Yutu held the stone pot, his head shook like a rattle, and his body was constantly retreating, looking at Zhou as if he was looking at a thief. Don't you want a jade box and a jade pestle? Zhou shook the jade box in front of the Jade Rabbit, tempting. Jade Rabbit's eyeballs turned with the jade box, wishing that he could grab the jade box immediately, but he was reluctant to kill the medicine. Seeing Jade Rabbit struggling and seemingly undecided, Zhou asked, how many immortal medicines are there in the stone pot? Jade Rabbit used his paws to compare. 3, and then Zhou knew that there were only 3 immortal medicines in total. Zhou saw that Yutu's wisdom was not high, at most the level of a child of a few years old. He moved in his heart and said to Yutu with a smile, well, I will use the jade box to exchange all your immortal medicines. After hearing this, Yutu immediately shook his head and hugged the stone pot even tighter. You listen to me first. As for your immortality medicine, you should put it with me first. From now on, you will follow me and help me with the little things that you can do, and I will take care of your food and drink. If you behave well, I will all give you an immortality pill. If you do well and make me happy, I'll give you 2 immortality pills. Maybe you can get all 3 immortality pills back. What do you think? Zhou looked at Yutu and said. Jade Rabbit stretched out his paws and counted by himself, as if he was calculating something. After a while, Yutu thought it was a good deal, so he nodded happily and brought the stone pot to Zhou. "That's right, I'll put the immortality medicine for you first, and you'll follow me to eat and drink spicy food in the future, so that you won't regret it." Zhou reached for the stone pot. Yutu put it away, and pointed to the jade box in Zhou hand, which meant that he paid with one hand and delivered with the other. Zhou handed over the jade box, exchanged it for the stone pot, and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw that there were 3 medicinal pills in it. The aroma makes people feel refreshed, as if they are about to feather and soar. Yutu got the jade box, and was very happy, holding the jade box and rubbing it with his cheeks, as if he had obtained a treasure. When Zhou came back, he did not go to the moon temple, but circled around and went directly to the vicinity of Guanghan Palace. Because of what Luna said, Zhou didn't know how true or false it was. So he wanted to go to Guanghan Palace to see clearly. With the immortality medicine in hand, Yutu was also abducted by him. In addition to the Dragon King of the Seven Seas and the Demon Infant, he could have a huge impact on the situation of the battle. It was not too late to figure out who was beneficial to mankind before taking action. At this time in the Guanghan Palace, the cold fog can hardly be seen, and there are wildly burning flames everywhere, and many jade buildings are burning. In the flames, there is only a jade palace, and a small amount of cold mist is surging. And on the huge osmanthus tree, under the influence of the battle, a large number of petals fell, flying everywhere. It's developed, there are so many petals, each of which is an epic companion pet. Zhou saw that there are too many petals here. If you pick them up one by one, you don't know when you will pick them up, and they simply won't be affected by the battle. The place summoned the army of notes and let them fuse with the petals by themselves. Companion pets under mythology are difficult to maintain combat effectiveness in space, but there are also a few low-level companion pets that can survive in space. Creatures like note spirits have little combat power in space, but survival is not a problem. I saw thousands of note elves, pounced on the falling petals, each note elves touched the petals, immediately absorbed the petals, and entered an evolutionary state. With tens of thousands of companion pets evolving together, the scene is truly spectacular. Zhou Wen's note elves are already close to 100,000, and the petals falling here are more than 100,000. Simply summon some other legendary and epic companion pets that you usually collect, and let them also absorb the petals. Legendary level is directly promoted, but epic level only adds some attributes, and then using the second piece, the effect becomes much weaker. Zhou also summoned the evil spirit king, and wanted him to absorb the petals, so he was promoted up quickly. Who knows that he didn't even look at those petals, and he didn't mean to absorb them at all. So picky? Zhou was speechless. After the evil spirit king was born, it only absorbed the energy of the companion egg, and it must be of the same level, and nothing else. Seeing that there are still many petals falling on the tree, but they are all close to the battlefield, Zhou did not dare to get too close to the battlefield for fear of being affected. When he was hesitating whether to pick up the petals or not, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and the jade palace exuding a cold mist exploded, instantly turning into ruins. All the cold fog disappeared, and at the same time, 2 figures emerged from the ice light, apparently unable to maintain a state of fear. Zhou saw from a distance that the ice girl fell into the ruins of the palace, and the huge dark golden toad fell down with the ice girl. At this time, the dark golden Toad exudes layers of ice energy, and the body seems to be covered by frost. It's just that some places have been blackened by the flames, without the protection of frost. It's the Ice Maiden, and that Toad, why didn't you see Chang'e? Zhou looked left and right, but did not see the legendary fairy Chang'e. When he was in doubt, he saw Wei Gu walking out of the flame step by step. He held one hand empty, and the flame condensed into a battle axe hanging on the ground. Chang'e, you can't stop me, give up. Wei Gu said as he walked towards the dark golden toad. Who is he talking to? Who is Chang'e? There seems to be only that toad over there. Zhou Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the dark golden toad. He really couldn't believe his speculation that fairy Chang'e, who was famous for her beauty, would actually be a toad. This is too ridiculous, isn't it? However, Toad stirred up frost again and stood in front of Wei Gu. It seemed that he wanted to fight again, but it couldn't even enter the state of fear, and its combat power was greatly weakened. The ice girl was obviously badly injured, and she couldn't keep her fear down, but she wasn't as resolute as Toad, and she was already retreating quietly. Wei Gu walked towards the toad and said, Chang'e, why did you do this? Let me cut down the immortal tree. Although you will lose your ability to live forever, you can restore your original appearance, and you don't have to be an ugly toad. Isn't that the case? Do you want it? Or, in order to live forever, would you rather be an ugly toad forever? When Zhou heard this, he could already be sure that the toad was undoubtedly the legendary Chang'e. Chang'e turned out to be a toad. I don't know what kind of reaction those people who are YY Changyuil have when they see her true appearance. Zhou secretly rejoiced that after he got the immortality medicine, he didn't eat it immediately. It turned out that the undead medicine made from the undead tree would have such a negative effect. Zhou would rather not be promoted to the mythical level than become a toad. Even if it is ugly, even if it is cast aside by the world, I will stay here and wait for him to come. Toad finally spoke, and it really was a woman's voice. He's just an ordinary human being. Even if he has the power to shoot the sun, he is just a speck of dust in the long river of time. I don't know where the dust will fall. You can't wait. Wei Gu said. No, he will come, he will definitely. Chang'e cried a little frantically. If I knew it earlier, why would it be in the first place? Originally, I wanted to save your life because of similar circumstances and common problems. Since you want to die, you have to do it. Wei Gu said, and slowly raised his hand to the flame axe to kill the toad. Zhou hesitated for a moment, took out an immortal medicine and held it in his hand, and greeted you two and walked towards Chang'e together. Chang'e, let me ask you. If the undead tree is cut down, will the moon really be destroyed? Zhou asked, while looking at the dark golden toad. No. Seeing that he was a human teenager, Chang'e didn't want to answer, but when she saw the jade rabbit beside Zhou, she was slightly surprised and answered Zhou's question. Is Luna really lying to me? Zhou frowned secretly. Who knew that? Chang'e continued, but the undead tree is connected to the lunar companion pet's blood, and if the undead tree is destroyed, that is, when the companion pet in the moon is born, the moon, which is the shell of the companion egg, will naturally shatter. What? You said that the moon is a companion egg. Zhou looked at Chang'e in horror, almost unable to believe his ears. He was not shocked by the power of the companion pet in the moon, but the news reminded him of another thing. If the Moon is a companion egg, what about the Earth? If the Earth is also a companion egg, the strongest companion pet that the other dimension is looking for is within the Earth. If the companion pet broke out, Zhou Wen couldn't imagine what the Earth would look like. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt right. No wonder the bigwigs of different dimensions would say that once the strongest companion pet is found, the Earth will be finished. Zhou Wen couldn't help but think of the picture after the chicks broke their shells, as if some young birds would still eat eggshells. The ice girl obviously thought of something, and her expression became very strange. No, if the Earth is a companion egg, then as long as you dig down, you can find the companion pet inside? You don't need so much time to find it, right? When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he suddenly thought of another thing. Could it be that the ship that came out of the sky and tore apart the continent was actually to break the companion eggs and find companion pets in the Earth? If it is true, so, they obviously didn't succeed, so what's stopping them? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind, but he didn't know which one was the correct answer. While Zhou Wen was still thinking there, the flame axe in Wei Ji's hand had already slashed at Toad. Tutu, stop him. Zhou Wen shouted at Yutu. Yutu was hesitant, but when he saw Zhou Wenyang raising the immortality medicine in his hand, he immediately moved. He didn't know where to take out the jade pestle, and he turned into a gigantic rabbit and smashed it at Wei Gu. Past. The flame axe in Wei Ji's hand rose up and collided with the huge jade pestle, smashed by the jade rabbit. Just listening to the rumbling sound, the terrifying shock wave instantly destroyed everything in the vicinity. Zhou Wen was thrown out, and the spacesuit turned into fly ash, revealing the Shanghai crustacean armor inside. With the power of absolute defense, Zhou Wen survived this terrifying shock wave. Jade Rabbit's power is extremely terrifying, and the continuous bombardment of Jade Pestle has not lost the slightest head-on collision with Wei Gu, and even has the upper hand. This surprised Zhou Wen, because Yutu was restrained by the Dragon King of the Seven Seas before and failed to show his true strength, which gave Zhou Wen an illusion that it was not very strong. Now it seems that the Jade Rabbit's strength is far stronger than that of the Dark Gold Toad. Zhou Wen was relieved after thinking about it. The tree cutter can cut off the undead tree, and the Jade Rabbit can also use the undead tree as a medicinal material, and the existence of smashing the undead tree can't be weak. As long as it is not restrained, the power of Jade Rabbit is too terrifying. Zhou Wen is wearing the armor of the crustacean. The various radiation and environment on the moon cannot harm him. The boiling point on the moon is very low. Most people do not have the protection of spacesuits. The blood in the body will boil directly, and it is impossible to survive at that time. With the protection of the crustacean armor, there is no need to worry about these, but Zhou Wen has not yet reached the state of life that he can survive for a long time without oxygen. If there is no oxygen supply for a long time, he will still die. Fortunately, there are a lot of spacesuits and oxygen supplies in Zhou Wen's chaos bead, so don't worry. Now is not the time to change into a spacesuit. Zhou Wen quickly backed away to prevent himself from being affected by the terrifying battle again. Chang'e and the Ice Maiden were also knocked out. They were not lightly injured before, and they could no longer become fearful in a short period of time, making it difficult for them to participate in battles. Zhou Wen did not give Chang'e the elixir of immortality. If Yutu could suppress the tree cutter, it would just save an elixir of immortality. Jade Rabbit can't stop the tree cutter. Give Chang'e the elixir of immortality, and let her help Jade Rabbit. Luna's ethereal voice suddenly entered Zhou Wen's ears. Moon God, didn't you say? Before that, with your token, won't you to do anything to me? I was almost killed by you two. Zhou Wen said. Coldly. The moon god's voice was still as gentle as before. If I didn't say that, why would you go? I also know that this trip is extremely dangerous, but if you don't go, the moon will really have no hope. You don't really think that I can defeat the fear-level Jade Rabbit and get its immortality medicine? Zhou Wen pouted and said. I didn't originally think that you could defeat the Jade Rabbit, but if you want to take the medicine of immortality, you must defeat it. Others may not be able to do it, but you may not be able to. Moon God said faintly. You really have confidence in me. I don't have that much confidence in myself. Zhou Wen mocked. Luna smiled and said, didn't you do it? And it was better than I thought. Not only did I get the immortality medicine, but I also brought back the Jade Rabbit, making it your help. That's my life. What if my life is bad? Zhou Wen snorted coldly. If your life is not good, there will be no good people in this world anymore, said the moon god. What do you mean? Zhou Wen frowned and asked. Have you ever worshipped a temple? Luna asked back. What if you have worshipped? Zhou Wen's heart moved, and the moon god seemed to know something. No, you haven't worshipped, because no god in the temple dares to be worshipped by you, not even me. Luna said. Why does no god dare to worship me? What is the difference in my destiny? Zhou Wen was finally convinced that the moon god really knew something. I don't know. Luna's answer made Zhou Wen unable to accept it. I don't know. Zhou Wen said indifferently. You don't have to be angry. If I can really see through your destiny, I won't be afraid of being worshipped by you. I can only see that there is something wrong with your destiny. The fate is formed only by the influence of external forces. Moreover, the fate is too fierce. If you worship it, I am afraid that it will be 3 disasters and 6 disasters, and even the gods will have bad luck. Luna said. Zhou Wen didn't want to dwell on this matter, and instead asked, Chang'e said that the moon is a companion egg, is this true? Yes, the earth is too. But you don't have to worry, the earth is different, and the companion pets inside are not so easy to be born. Luna seemed to know what Zhou Wen wanted to ask, and said something directly. What's the difference? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. If the companion pet in the moon wants to be born, it must wait until the undead tree dies, otherwise it will never be born. In the same way, the companion pet in the earth needs similar conditions if it wants to be born. But so far, there has not been any creatures know what that condition is. Luna said. Since the companion pet is inside the earth, can't it be digged directly? Zhou Wen asked his own question. The earth is not as difficult to dig as imagined. There have been attempts at different dimensional terrifying existences, which are more terrifying than me, but as a result, the earth still exists, and the different dimensional terrifying existence has disappeared. Luna said. The terrifying existence you said is the owner of a ship? Zhou Wen's heart moved, and he asked quickly. You actually know the existence of that ship? Luna was slightly surprised. Is it really that ship? What kind of creature is the owner of that ship? Zhou Wen asked. I don't know, a ship came out of nowhere, causing the earth to be torn apart by floods, and the world was almost destroyed. Then the ship disappeared into the depths of the earth's fissures, never to be seen again. No one knows who the owner of the ship is. After speaking, the conversation suddenly changed. Quickly give Chang'e the medicine of immortality. The tree feller wants to forcibly cut down the immortal tree. You two can't stop him, only Chang'e's power can do it. Remember, for a second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Zhou Wen turned his head to look. He could no longer see the figure of the tree feller, but he could see the gorgeous flames burning around the undead tree. On the tree of the undead tree, wounds appeared out of thin air, and the flying sawdust was in the air. It was already on fire. The huge jade rabbit threw the rat-proof weapon and bombarded it with the jade pestle, but was afraid of hurting the undead tree, so it was not able to hit the tree feller. Seeing Yutu's irritable appearance, Zhou Wen was a little scared, so don't let it break the undead tree. When he turns around, Zhou Wen knew that if he hesitated any longer, the undead tree might really be cut down by the tree feller, so he no longer hesitated, and threw an immortal medicine at the dark golden toad, transformed by Chang'e. After Chang'e swallowed the immortality medicine, a large amount of cold air suddenly surged out of her body, causing her body to disappear quickly, and she re-entered a state of fear. Next, Zhou Wen saw an extremely terrifying scene. The cold air in the sky was like a tsunami, surging in the direction of the undead tree. All things will be frozen immediately when they encounter the cold air, and the undead tree will become more and more energetic in the cold air. The tree feller's flame encountered the cold air, and was actually oppressed by the cold air. The scope of the flame became smaller and smaller. It seemed that Chang'e's power was really his nemesis. Zhou Wen couldn't see the tree cutters and Chang'e, but it could be seen from the coldness and the rise of the flames that Chang'e, who had taken the elixir of death, had the upper hand. Jade Rabbit was also called back by Zhou Wen, who was afraid that it would accidentally enter the undead tree. The scope of the flame shrank smaller and smaller, and finally only a small area remained, and the tree feller also reappeared, seemingly out of a state of fear. Logically speaking, the tree feller couldn't even maintain a state of fear, and he should have lost, but for some reason, looking at Wei Ji's face, Zhou Wen felt a little palpitated, and it always felt like something was going to happen. Seeing that the endless cold air has rushed towards the tree feller, so that the only part of the flame outside him has been extinguished, and the tree feller will be frozen in the cold air. Facing the endless cold, the tree feller suddenly showed a strange smile. In the next second, the overwhelming cold air completely drowned the tree feller's figure. Apart from the cold air, he could no longer see any other power, not even a small flame. The toad reappeared. At this time, its entire body was covered with frost, like ice and snow. Even when it is not terrifying, it still exudes a terrifying cold air. It can be seen how strong the effect of the immortal medicine is, and the effect of the medicine is still breaking out until now. It's a pity, I might turn into a toad after taking the elixir of death. I don't want to become the second Chang'e. Zhou Wen looked at Chang'e, but saw that it was staring at the location where the tree feller was before. Zhou Wen looked there and saw that after the cold air dissipated, the tree feller's body emerged, and it had turned into an ice sculpture and was completely frozen. Just seeing Wei Ji's expression in the ice sculpture, Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong. The corner of his mouth was clearly smiling, and the smile was creepy. Click. Click. There was a small cracking sound, which could only be heard when using true listening, which made Zhou Wen feel very bad. What was even more shocking was that within the ice sculpture, the tree feller's body gradually turned into an ice jade shape. Not only did the cold air on his body fail to hurt it actually made him stronger and stronger. How is this possible? He is clearly the power of the fire element, and he is also the power of the fire element that has already turned into fear. How can he suddenly switch to the cold element? Toad also had a solemn look on his face, and some doubts. Obviously, he couldn't figure it out. Why did the tree cutter's power become cold? Not good. The voice of the moon god came into Zhou Wen's ears, and almost at the same time, the ice cubes on the feller's body were completely shattered. And his people regained their freedom. At this time, there was a terrifyingly cold air on the feller's body, and it looked no weaker than the cold air on the toad. I didn't expect that in the end, I would have to use the power of this human body to save the defeat. The tree feller raised his arm, looked at his palm and said, although this body is very weak, his life and soul is amazing. It's interesting, it has the effect of reversing yin and yang, and even I have benefited a lot, so I really want to thank him. Oops. The undead medicine is made from yin-type undead trees, which can boost Chang's yin attribute. The power used to deal with the fire element is very useful, but now the tree cutter has turned into a cold attribute, and Chang's power is very useful. The ability to suppress him is greatly weakened, and it is impossible to kill or suppress him. Once the effect of the immortal medicine wears off, no one can stop the tree feller. It seems that this time, the moon is really, it's doomed. The moon god sighed. Is there no other way? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. Although he still had 2 immortality pills in his hand, the immortality pills were no longer the key to the outcome. Even if he was willing to take them all out for Chang'e, it would be useless. You have also seen that Jade Rabbit's power is too strong, let it stop the tree feller, and I am afraid that the undead tree will be destroyed by it first. The ice demon from another dimension has only just entered the fear level. The difference is too much, and it is impossible to stop the tree cutters. The moon god sighed, the moon is unavoidable, and I don't know where my moon temple will be revealed in the future. Chang'e turned fearful again, and rushed towards the tree cutter. The tree cutter held it in his palm, and the power of frost condensed into his palm, turning into an axe of frost, and then disappeared, turning into a dazzling ice light. Crack. Kick. Zhou Wen couldn't see the battle between the 2 fearful creatures, but the undead tree was cut with scars one after another by the ice light, and the wounds were getting bigger and bigger. As the undead tree was injured, the entire moon began to vibrate. On the moon's performance, deep grooves appeared one after another, and they were spreading continuously. It seemed that the world was really going to end. Is the moon really going to be destroyed? Zhou Wen was shocked. Let's go, I'm afraid there will be no moon anymore. The voice of the moon god came, and Xinyuqi and Wang Chunyuan, who were frozen in front of the moon temple, also recovered. It's just that they don't know what state they are in at all, looking at the shaking and cracked earth, their eyes are full of horror. If the earth is really the same as the moon, it is a companion egg, and those guys in different dimensions have really found a way to make it born, then human. Zhou Wen looked at the moon, which was now on the verge of destruction, and could already imagine it. Time to look like the earth. The earth splits, the volcano erupts, the sea floods everything, and all human beings are homeless and have nowhere to hide. Tens of billions of human beings will die in a short period of time. 99.99%. There may be a few people who can escape to the outside world with the help of external forces. But there are too few people like that. Remember, for a second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Now that the moon is destroyed, I can still escape back to the earth. If the earth is destroyed in the future, where can I escape? Zhou Wen looked solemnly at the undead tree that had begun to tilt. The legendary undead tree has the ability to self-recover, but under the power of the tree feller, the wound on the undead tree has not healed automatically and is constantly expanding. Let's go. If the undead tree falls, it will be too late to leave. The voice of the moon god came from the moon temple. Xinyuqi and Wang Chunyuan turned around and ran in the direction of the spaceship. Because the moon cracked, there were also many cracks in the Toad Palace and the outer layer of the moon, so there was no need to go out. Zhou Wen didn't move, looked at the undead tree, and asked, "You are the moon god, the ruler of the moon, with such a powerful force, why can't you stop him?" Luna sighed lightly, "Because I am a creature born from the moon, the tree fellers can disobey the rules of the moon, but I can't go against it. It's ironic, as a creature of the moon, only after the moon is broken can it be free yourself from bondage and use your power as you please. Then if you choose, do you want to keep the moon, or do you want to have freedom and power?" Zhou Wen asked. "I've lived here for endless years, and I'm too lazy to move anymore." Luna smiled wryly, "It seems that even if I don't want to move, there's nothing I can do." "Then try and see if you can keep the moon," Zhou Wen said and took out a gourd. The Dragon King of the Seven Seas was released by Zhou Wen, and at the same time it was the killing demon in the magic sword. Kill the devil, no matter what method you use, keep that tree. Zhou Wen pointed to the undead tree in the distance. "There is only one way for me, that is, kill." The killing demon's eyes were full of fierce killing intent, and it turned into a demonic energy that had already rolled towards the undead tree. "Kill the demon." It turns out that the demon killer is Zhou Wen's guardian. Xinyuqi, who was running away, saw the demon killer who had just appeared, and his heart couldn't help beating wildly. Killing the demon became famous in one battle, and defeated the challenger in an almost crushing way. Human beings are all guessing who he belongs to. Unexpectedly, Killer turned out to be Zhou Wen's guardian. It turned out to be his, then, those mythical companion pets are also Zhou Wen's, don't they belong to a certain family? Xinyuqi flashed many thoughts, glanced at Zhou Wen in the distance, with a complicated look, and gritted his teeth, run away quickly. Luna was also a little surprised, it's just that her surprise is completely different from Xinyuqi. It is not uncommon to have guardians. It is normal for humans like Zhou Wen to be favored by guardians. But the guardian did not come out of Zhou Wen, but from a sort of Zhou Wen's companion pet. The guardian attached to the companion pet, Luna has never heard of it. And this is actually a fear-level guardian, which is even more surprising. Killing Demon rushed over and fought frantically with the tree feller. Instead, it was Toadwheel who assisted Killing Demon for the supporting role. Unlike Toad, Killer doesn't even think about stopping the tree chopper, he just wants to kill his opponent. Attack, crazy attack. Zhou Wen could clearly see that the tree fellers had no energy to cut down trees anymore. After receiving Zhou Wen's order, the Dragon King of the Seven Seas also moved, but instead of participating in the battle, it rushed towards the undead tree and sprayed the glue-like liquid to the wound of the undead tree. Because the tree feller's power is special, it seems to have a restraining effect on the undead tree, making it difficult for the wound of the undead tree to heal automatically. Zhou Wen didn't have such a strong companion pet, and could heal the wound of the undead tree in a short time, so he asked the Dragon King of the Seven Seas to use glue to block the wound. Even if the tree feller got rid of the killing demon and the toad, if he wanted to chop down the tree again, he would either destroy the glue liquid or chop it in another place. No matter which option he chose, he could buy a lot of time for the undead tree. Of course, Zhou doesn't think that the viscose liquid can really stop the tree feller, because the ability of the Dragon King of the Seven Seas will actually be restrained by the power of ice and fire. This is also the reason why Zhou did not let the Dragon King of the Seven Seas directly participate in the battle. It was restrained by the tree fellers, and it had little effect on participating in the battle. Killing demons has now become the main force in the fight against the fellers, and Chang'e can play a smaller and smaller role, because the efficacy of the medicine is gradually decreasing. Jade Rabbit also wanted to go up to help, but its body was too big, and it almost smashed the demon killer into the air when it went down. In addition, it besieged the tree cutter together. Not only did it fail to gain an advantage, but it almost injured the demon killer several times. Zhou had to call it back. Yutu squatted aside with a look of grievance, and seemed to know that he had done something wrong. Zhou didn't have the ability to participate in the battle himself, so he could only pick up some fallen petals and put those petals away, which might be useful in the future. Bang! Hearing a loud bang, the toad was smashed and flew out, slamming into the trunk of the undead tree, spitting out a lot of blood. Seeing that the axe wounds on its body are crisscrossed, and it is unable to enter a state of fear again, I am afraid that it has no ability to fight again. When it comes to killing demons, it is unexpectedly strong. Even if he fights against the tree feller alone, he will not lose the slightest. What this guy said before is not bragging, and his combat power is really breaking the table. Zhou secretly said, if he is as powerful as he said, but he is so humble in front of Xiaoying, so little. What is the origin of the baby? There are too many secrets in the demon baby. Before she was absorbed by the dead tree, Zhou couldn't even tell whether she was a dimensional creature or a human being. It was a very unique existence. While Zhou was thinking about it, he saw that the situation of the battle had changed again. Without Chang'e's participation in the battle, the tree feller converted his attributes into fire attributes. The terrifying flames spewed out and turned into a large sea of fire. The sea of fire covered a large area near the undead tree. The leaves and petals of the undead tree, together with the trunk, immediately burned after touching the flames. The demon killer is powerful, but not good at protection. He just wants to kill the tree feller before the undead tree is burnt down. However, the strength of the tree feller is also unfathomable, and the demon killing has not been able to gain the upper hand. Seeing that the undead tree was burnt down, and the tremor of the moon became more and more severe, Zhou couldn't think of any way to solve the current predicament. While Zhou was hesitating, should he take the Ice Dragon King's teeth to see if he could extinguish the flames on the undead tree, he suddenly felt a strange power and thought coming from his body. The evolution of Banana Fairy is complete. After Zhou felt the thought, he was overjoyed. Remember, for a second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Zhou himself was near the moon temple, and there was a moon god, and the tree fellers did not dare to enter this area. But the undead tree is being burned by the fire. If it is not saved, I am afraid that it will be burned to coke within a few hours. Huge cracks continue to appear on the surface of the moon, which is obviously a sign that the internal companion pet is about to be born. Zhou didn't have time to see How the banana fairy's attributes changed, so he summoned her directly. I saw a flash of light and shadow, and a young woman wearing a white veil was sitting on a boat-like banana leaf, with a pair of snow-white jade feet, shaking playfully. Her face is beautiful, but her figure is exquisite, with the banana leaves floating in the air. She seems to be a fairy. Xiao Xian, can you help me put out the flame on that tree? Zhou Wen asked, pointing to the flame over the undead tree. Banana Fairy blinked and looked in the direction of the undead tree, then opened her red lips and let out a breath of fresh air. Zhou Wen was very much looking forward to it. Banana Immortals Tian wind is known as the first wind in the three realms, and it is also of Yin attribute. It should have a strong restraint effect on flames. With the help of Tian wind, there may be hope of defeating the tree cutter. The breeze enters the night, moistening things silently. The wind blowing from Banana Fairy's mouth was too weak. Xiao Xian, you are blowing with some force. Zhou Wen was a little anxious. After all, the other party is the top existence in the fear level. If you blow it so casually, I don't know if it will be effective. But in the next second, Zhou Wen opened his mouth wide. After the cool breeze that looked like a breeze came into contact with the terrifying flames and demonic energy, the flames were instantly extinguished in the wind, and the demonic energy was also blown away. In just an instant, the demonic energy in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the terrifying fire went out immediately. Not even a wisp of clear smoke remained, as if the fire never existed. Bang bang! The bodies of the demon killer and the tree feller slammed into the trunk of the undead tree, but they did not fall off, their limbs sticking to the trunk, unable to move in the wind, and the muscles on their faces were blown by the wind. Distorted, frosted on eyebrows and hair. If not for the undead tree, I am afraid that they have been blown into space and disappeared. Zhou Wen was speechless, and called out after a long time, I'm going, this is too strong. Until the breeze passed, the demon killer and the tree feller fell from the tree trunk, but they were not able to get up immediately. Tian wind. Luna's voice was a little strange. She is Tian Empress, and she is no stranger to Tian wind, so she recognized it immediately. It's just that she can't believe that a companion pet can use Tian wind, and this companion pet belongs to Zhou Wen. The tree feller changed his attributes again, turning from fire to ice, condensed the axe of ice, and threw it towards Banana Fairy in the air. The ice axe disappeared in midair, and only the ice energy could be seen swirling. Banana Fairy sat on the banana leaf, without dodging, pursed her red lips, and blew out another sip of fragrance. It's just that this time the wind is not as cool as before, but with a scorching heat. When Xiangfeng encountered the power of the ice axe, he saw that the white flame was born out of thin air, and the ice axe was completely melted in an instant, from ice to water, then from water to steam, and finally into nothingness. The strong wind swept over with the flames directly, swallowed the tree feller's body, melted the ice energy on his body instantly, and immediately burned his body. What? My own, it's my own. Another scream came, but the demon killer, who had just climbed up and was standing not far from the tree feller, was affected, and his demonic energy caught fire and suddenly changed. Became a fireman. Banana Fairy's wind is good in everything, but the attack area is too broad, and there is no distinction between enemy and me, which makes killing demons implicated. Solar wind. Luna was even more surprised. The lunar sun has two opposing attributes, and even more extreme. A companion pet has the ability to control the lunar wind and the solar wind at the same time, which is too terrifying. If she can be promoted to natural disasters. Luna dared not imagine that kind of picture, let alone the moon, even the earth. I am afraid it will become the end of the world. Cough cough, Xiao Xian Xian, that's my own. Zhou Wen quickly helped kill the demon to clear the siege. I don't know what kind of fire Banana Fairy's flames are, but the demon killer failed to put out the fire on him, and he was burned and screamed. Banana Immortal took another breath of wind and went out. This time it was the overcast wind. The breeze brushed over, and the flame on Killer's body went out immediately. The tree feller had just turned into a fire attribute and wanted to absorb the flames on his body. When the lunar wind blew, the flames on his body went out in an instant, and then he saw the demon killer and the tree feller flying out together again. Bang bang. They hit the undead tree again, sticking to the trunk with their limbs open, and fell off again after the lunar wind blew. How dare killing demon continue to stay here? He figured it out, this companion pet of unknown origin, that is a destroyer who does not distinguish between enemy and me, more reckless than killing demon. He may stay. If he stays will be played dead. After the tree feller fell, he struggled to get up, but suddenly he covered his chest. His chest seemed to be pierced by an invisible sharp sword. Blood flowed down the invisible hilt, dripping on the ground. The tree feller wanted to pull out the magic sword, but he felt that the strength of his body was rapidly disappearing, and he knew that he had no chance to fight again. After waiting for endless years, I didn't expect such an outcome. The tree feller sat under the undead tree, raised his head, and looked at the flying sweet-scented osmanthus petals, but there was not much anger and hatred on his face. He stretched out his hand, caught a petal, held the petal in the palm of his hand, and stared like that, but the focus of his eyes was not on the petal, as if his mind had flown elsewhere. At that time I was devoted to cultivating immortals, trying to get rid of the mortal body, but ignored the most important people. This is also my retribution. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I will go to accompany you soon. The tree feller slowly raised his head. His eyes fell on Zhou Wen in the distance. He doesn't want to blow himself up, does he want to be buried with me? Zhou Wen took a few steps back subconsciously. Who knows that the tree feller said. Do you want to protect people? If not, I won't stop you. Zhou Wen said. That's good, be careful of those guys in different dimensions, don't believe their so-called rules. The tree feller nodded, then closed his eyes. Unfortunately, I can't see the day when you come to chop down the undead tree. What do you mean? Zhou Wenjing wanted to ask, but saw that the tree feller's vitality had been cut off. And there was no longer any life fluctuations, and it seemed that he was dead. You have to say it clearly before you die. Zhou Wen was a little depressed, but when he saw the meaning of the tree feller, he didn't seem to plan to say anything else, otherwise he would say it directly before he died. With just such a sentence, it is not easy to guess what the tree feller means. There are many explanations for this sentence. It may be that Zhou Wen couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to get the companion pet in the moon, so he came to chop down the tree. It may also mean that there is a secret under the undead tree, and Zhou Wen will have to chop down the undead tree to know the secret in the future. There are too many possibilities, or it may just be casually said by the tree feller, deliberately arousing Zhou Wen's curiosity. Zhou Wen is not in the mood to continue guessing, at least for now. It is better for the moon to exist than to be destroyed. Walking towards the tree feller, Zhou Wen planned to take his body back After all, this body belongs to Wei Ge, and at least his body should be returned to his family in its entirety. Walking to the corpse, Zhou Wen stretched out his hands under the corpse's armpits, and was about to use his strength to lift the corpse, but suddenly saw that the corpse opened his eyes. Zhou Wen's reaction was extremely fast, and he had already made a decision in an instant. If he retreated, he would be in the middle of the tree cutters' conspiracy, so Zhou Wen did the opposite. Instead of retreating, he advanced, passing through his armpit, and then pulling his neck upside down. He wanted to force and twist his neck directly. "Yes, it's me, don't, cough cough." The tree feller said a few words, and his neck was oppressed by a powerful force, unable to utter a word. When Zhou Wen heard those words, he couldn't help but slow down and did not continue to exert his strength. Because the tone of those words did not resemble a tree feller, but rather like Wei Ge. "President Wei." Zhou Wen released his hand and stepped back, looking at Wei Ge suspiciously. If it was the tree feller, he should have already killed him just now, but if it is Wei Ge, it seems impossible. Whether it is Wei Ji's own consciousness controlling the body, or the tree feller's consciousness controlling the body, the injury to this body is already fatal enough. No one's consciousness comes, it is useless, the body dies, the consciousness can only die. The wound on Wei Ji's chest is still there, his heart has been pierced, and the tree fellers are dead. How could Wei Ge still be alive? "It's me." Wei Ge looked down at the wound on his chest, and said, with a grin, "I'm running out of time, try to save me quickly, first find a way to stabilize the wound on my body, don't let me die, just drop it." "Are you really President Wei?" Zhou Wen looked at Wei Ge suspiciously. He was a little suspicious. It was simply that the tree feller wasn't dead, and he wanted to trick Zhou Wen to treat him. "Remember when I went to see you when I graduated, and we chatted a little bit, do you still remember the words of Xingtian Banzi?" Wei Ge said. "The tree feller occupies the body, and it may also absorb the memory." Zhou Wen looked at Wei Ge vigilantly and said. Wei Ge couldn't help laughing and crying, "My brother Zhou De, I'm really Wei Ge. I recognized that bone pottery before as a sacrifice for the gods. I knew that I might be possessed by some kind of spiritual creature, and I also knew that Shin would probably make me a sacrifice, so why not take the initiative to get that bone pottery? Because my destiny is to be born from death, it is too troublesome to explain. Simply put, after my body dies, I can still exist in the state of a living dead for a period of time. If my body is cured during this period, I can still live. I'm really dying, if you don't treat my injury. You'll really die," Wei Ge said depressedly. Zhou Wen saw his tone and demeanor, and it was indeed different from the tree feller, so he believed it a little. Because Zhou Wen also judged before that Wei Ge might know the origin of the bone pottery, so he took the initiative to get it, and he must have some means. Previously, Zhou Wen thought that Wei Ge made a mistake in his judgment, so the method failed to take effect, and he died tragically. Now it seems that his method was used here. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate too much, he directly switched the life of the ancient emperor, and punched Wei Ji's wound with a punch. The fist slammed directly into Wei Ji's heart, but when he pulled it out, the wound on the heart healed a lot. The violent bombardment of punch after punch, under that strange power, the fatal blow on Wei Ji's heart was miraculously healed completely, and there was no more scar on his chest. However, due to excessive blood loss, Wei Ge's body is still difficult to maintain. Zhou Wen summoned a few more rejuvenating pills and the like, and let Wei Ge swallow it, which brought his body back to life, and the aura in Wei Ji's eyes became stronger and stronger. After a while, he was like a normal person. Generally. Zhou Wen, thank you very much this time, otherwise I would really die here. Wei Ge got up and said. If the tree feller didn't die, could you still get your body back? Zhou Wen looked at Wei Ge and asked. No. Wei Ge shook his head. If I can't heal your injury, can you still live? Zhou Wen asked again. No. Wei Ge shook his head again. Then why do you still want to gamble? Zhou Wen felt that the conditions were too harsh. If it wasn't for him, Wei Ge would be in a dead end. Because there are hundreds of thousands of times the benefits, it is worth taking the risk. The tree feller used my body and died in my body. The wealth he left to this body is inestimable. And worth my money. Take your life to gamble. Wei Ge smiled and continued, of course, there is another important reason why I am willing to gamble. What? Zhou Wen asked. Because of you here. Wei Ge said righteously. You look down on me too much. Zhou Wen shook his head and smiled bitterly. When Zhou Wen and the others were on the moon, the battle of the leaderboards on Earth continued. Ye continued to face challenges from different guardians, and she has not been defeated until now. It's just that Ye's various abilities are constantly being understood in the temptations of those guardians, and the opponents that appear are getting stronger and stronger. It is getting harder and harder for him to win now, but he is still undefeated. Inside the Forbidden City, surrounded by mist, a distorted light and shadow descended from the void, and the light and shadow were very similar to the light and shadow of the two modified cube battle rules, or it was the same creature. The light and shadow hovered in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The door of the Hall of Supreme Harmony seemed to be automatically opened by some invisible force. In the hall, a piece of wood was lying flat. Ziwei, why haven't you chosen a contractor yet? The legendary illusory voice in the light and shadow. That's my business, what does it have to do with you? A cold female voice came from the wood. As a guardian, you should know your mission. Light and shadow said, looking down at the wood in the hall of Supreme Harmony. My mission has already ended, don't you already have a new guardian? What are you still looking for me for? The woman in the wood snorted coldly. The birth time of the new guardian is too short. And it has not grown to the point where it is strong enough to fight for the first position. Guanying said. What does that have to do with me? The woman's voice was indifferent. Defeat ya, you can return to another dimension and gain enough status. Guanying said. The woman suddenly laughed, and the laughter was full of mockery. Aren't you high-level beings who claim to be omnipotent? Could it be that you can't even handle a guy who is half human and half guardian? After you return to another dimension, you can dominate one side. There was no emotional change in Guanying's voice. Not interested. The woman said without hesitation. A divine fruit. Light and shadow continued. Keep it for yourself. The woman mocked. 10. The light and shadow were still so emotionless. Are you also afraid of you taking the first place? The woman didn't immediately refuse. He is not a guardian. There is already a Wang Mingyuan, and there is no need for a second or third. The Lord of the Earth must be a guardian. Guanying said. Isn't even the King of the Earth with half-human blood not allowed to appear? This is really ironic. Humans are the original masters of the Earth. How do you want to take action? Guangying asked. I haven't found a suitable contractor yet, and I don't plan to take action. The woman actually rejected light and shadow again. You are not the only guardian who survived in that era. If you let them get 10 divine fruits, you should know what that means. There was finally some emotion in the sound of light and shadow, and you can clearly feel his tone. A bit cold. What if you know, the woman said lightly. As long as you defeat an ordinary myth, you can get 10 divine fruits. Such a good thing will never happen again. Don't regret it. Light and shadow returned to calm. There's nothing that I can regret, Empress Siwei, the woman said. Light and shadow said nothing, gradually disappeared into the void, and finally disappeared completely. Empress Siwei in the wood, after sensing the disappearance of the light and shadow, muttered to herself, ordinary myth? I'm afraid it's not that simple, otherwise why would you come to me? On the moon, Zhouwen was sitting in front of a huge cube. After rescuing Wei Gu, Zhouwen originally planned to trouble Shinjuqi, but Wei Gu persuaded Zhouwen. In fact, Wei Gu didn't say much, just told Zhouwen, leave his life, with me here, the Supervision Bureau will be your eyes and ears. In the future. There is Wei Ji's words, Zhouwen didn't bother to find Shinjuqi anymore, but just let Dawei King Kong Ox send Wei Gu back to the spacecraft, and he himself stayed on the moon. Zhouwen originally planned to use the low light to teleport back, and he didn't need to go back in the spaceship. So he asked Wei Gu to follow them back first. As for what method Wei Gu will use to subdue Shinjuqi and the Supervision Bureau, Zhouwen does not want to know, even if Wei Gu is unsuccessful. Zhouwen already has absolute strength and can destroy the Supervision Bureau at any time. But before returning to Earth, Zhouwen also wanted to get some more petals of the undead tree. However, the moon god told him that now the undead tree is seriously damaged, it is best not to pick its petals, and wait until it recovers before picking it up. Zhouwen had no choice but to pick up all the petals that fell nearby. He didn't move the petals on the tree again. He still understood the principle of long flowing water. After strolling around on the moon again, I found that there are still cubes here. Zhouwen has watched several battles here, all between Ye and the Guardian. At this level of battle, even my little fairy can't stop it. Every time Zhouwen secretly compares, he feels that Bajiao is too much stronger, and there is no comparison between the general myth and the fear level. Banana Fairy, fear level, evolvable, fate, yin-yang spiritual root. Soul of life, fairy in the wind. Wheel of fortune, the first wind in the 3 realms. Fear, uncertain true immortal, S level, strength, 82. Speed, 82. Physical fitness, 82, vitality, 82. Talent skills, lunar wind, solar wind, infinite wind. Associated state, fan. The evolution of Banana Fairy itself is very strange, because the evolution of ordinary creatures will not change the fate and life soul, but this evolution of Banana Fairy, even the life soul and life character have some changes, which Zhouwen has never seen. Past phenomenon. And unlike the magic baby is still mythical, but it has the ability to become fear. Originally, Zhouwen thought that the fear level should only refer to a state in the mythical level. But looking at it now, the myth is indeed a fear level, not just a state. Banana Fairy is the real fear level. The magic baby has not really reached the fear level, but I don't know why, but she has the ability to become fearful. Zhouwen estimated that it was related to her wheel of fortune, but it could not be determined. Then there is the attributes of Banana Fairy. Although it has broken through the mythical extreme of 81, it has not directly reached a certain value as before, and various attributes have only been added a little. Zhou. When suspects that banana immortals after the fear level may need to slowly improve their attributes like humans. As for the limit attributes of the fear level, Zhou can't be sure now. According to previous standards, the limit should be double the previous level, but this is only speculation. As for how strong Banana Immortal's fear-making ability is, Zhou has no way of knowing, because once Banana Immortal is completely terrified, even Zhou, the master, can't see her. The only certainty is that the Plantain Fairy is very strong. While thinking about it, I saw that the cube lit up again, and another guardian challenged Ya, but the name of this challenge Ya made Zhou's pupils involuntarily shrink after seeing it. Yi Emperor, he finally joined the war. Zhou was a little worried Zhongzia might not know that Yeti was a fear level, if Zhongzia was trapped in Yeti's eternal night domain without knowing it, maybe he will be killed without even having a chance to surrender. After all, only the fear level can defeat the fear level, and neither Zhongzia nor the Taiku Sword Immortal can reach the fear level. Zhongzia quickly accepted the challenge, which made Zhou even more worried. It seemed that Zhongzia probably didn't know the existence of Yi Di. Yi Di entered the cube fighting arena, stood in the air and stared at Zhongzia and said, "I don't want to kill you, so you should admit defeat yourself." Zhongzia looked up at Yi Di. No one could see the expression behind the mask, but what Zhongzia said made Zhou secretly relieved. "I want to know more about how strong the fear level is." Zhongzia slowly pulled out the immemorial sword. "To me, you are a work of art, don't give me the opportunity to destroy you with my own hands," Yi Di said. "Rather than being a work of art, I want to be a tool without any beauty," Zhongzia said. "Since you are determined to fight, let's do it," Yi Di said calmly. "That's what it means," Zhongzia said, and the sword and man were united, turning into a streamer and drawing towards Yi Di. Zhongzia's swordsmanship and movement skills are already god level, not inferior to Zhou, and even stronger than Zhou because of the blessing of god level attributes. But no matter how terrifying the primordial immortal sword in his hand was, it still couldn't hurt a corner of Yi Di's clothes. Yi Di was like a ghost, and his figure was erratic. Zhongzia's sword was always 3 inches away from him. "Can't hit. It's so perfect, you're better than I thought," Yi Di praised while dodging Zhongzia's sword. Others might think Yi Di was mocking Zhongzia, but Zhou knew that Yi Di didn't mean to mock, and those words were probably his sincere words. Yi Di is too weird. He can kill thousands of people without a trace of guilt. He can be said to be a real devil. But he is very indulgent to those humans with excellent talent. Even if Zhou is his enemy like this, and even almost kills Yi Di has never taken any revenge. Zhou couldn't fully understand his mentality either, he just thought that this was a weird person, making it hard to guess. "Your sword is very firm, which is good, but it is still not good enough," Yi Di continued. "What's not good enough?" Zhongzia's sword slashed in front of Yi Di's face, and was about to hit him by a single line, but after all, he was not able to touch Yi Di. Not enough focus. Yi Di flashed past Zhongzia like a ghost. "My sword, there are no distractions." The ancient immortal sword in Zhongzia's hand turned upside down and stabbed in a direction out of thin air, but that direction was not where Yi Di was. In the next second, the space changed strangely. The positions of the two people seemed to have been switched. Zhongzia's sword that seemed to stab into the sky just stabbed right in front of Yidi's eyes. No distractions doesn't mean enough focus. The Night Emperor quietly retreated like a dawn-like night, and the strange sword was constantly advancing in front of his nose. But it seemed that the dawn could not touch the night, and he was forever separated from the Night Emperor. Some distance. Yeti said while fighting, "Your sword is too affectionate, and you can't be devoted to it. If you want to use a sword, you must be extremely affectionate with the sword. If you want to kill, then you must devote your whole heart to the process of killing. If you have too much emotion in your heart, you will inevitably get distracted, so you can't focus. I don't believe that in this world, anyone can achieve absolute concentration." Zhongzia's constant attacks, swordsmanship and techniques had changed a lot. One by one, the phantoms of the clones attacked Yeti from all directions, but they were avoided by Yeti again and again. "Not really, but I've seen someone very close. He's more ruthless than you, closer to focus than you are. But you're not bad either, if you can turn passion into extreme passion, you may be able to surpass him," said the Night Emperor. "I think I know who you are talking about. He is indeed very strong." The sword in Zhongzia's hand was thrown violently. And I saw the primordial immortal sword in the air with thousands of clones, bombarding the Yeti like a torrential rain. Yidi stood there and didn't move, letting the thousands of ancient swords pass through his body, but not a single sword could hurt him. He didn't become terrified, those swords didn't hurt him, and it wasn't because of the power of terrification, but because those swords were just phantoms, not real. He also has his shortcomings. Compared with you, he is too conservative and can't accept new powers. This is a very fatal flaw. So in comparison, I am more optimistic about you, and you have the opportunity to go further." Yidi suddenly shot, the two fingers caught the real immemorial sword and the phantom of thousands of immemorial swords. The ancient immortal sword trembled and buzzed between his fingers, but he couldn't move any longer. "Go, your era hasn't come yet, I'm looking forward to that era." With a flick of Yidi's hand, the primordial immortal sword flew backwards and inserted it into the scabbard in Zhongzia's other hand. At this moment of battle, everyone was dazzled, and everyone was horrified by the power of Yidi. Yeah, who was undefeated and almost invincible before, seemed to be easily suppressed in front of Yidi. The time's never come. Zhongzia didn't mean to retreat. "I didn't want to kill you before, and now I don't want to, but you have to leave here." Yidi frowned. "I will never die or leave until I get the first place," Zhongzia said firmly. "Is there something more important to do than death?" Yidi asked. "Yes." Zhongzia answered affirmatively. "Then let me see if you are qualified to stay." The Night Emperor stepped out as he spoke, and at that moment the entire fighting platform turned into an eternal night. The large screen of the cube was pitch black, and nothing could be seen, except for the sound of some armor being torn. In the blink of an eye, the fighting platform lit up again. Yidi has returned to the same place. Enya is still there, but on his body, the cloak and armor have cracked many wounds, and blood is constantly flowing out, dyeing the armor red. "Go back," Yidi said. "Thank you," Zhongzia said suddenly. Yidi hadn't thought about what Zhongzia's "thank you" meant when he saw that the wound on Zhongzia's body was no longer blood, but a kind of light. That light was eroding his body, gradually turning his flesh and blood into light. Fearing, Yidi looked at Zhongzia in surprise. It was obvious that Zhongzia was transforming towards fear level. Kill him. A voice came directly into Yidi's mind. Yidi looked at Zhongzia, who was being terrified, and knew that this was the critical moment for his promotion. Now was the best chance to kill him. When he finished terrifying, it would not be easy to kill him again. But Yidi just stood there, watching, and didn't mean to do anything. I said kill him, didn't you hear it? The voice came directly into Yidi's mind again. Yidi was still unmoved, as if he hadn't heard. Do you know the consequences of breaking the agreement with me? The voice was already a little annoyed. My Yeti acts without reckoning with the consequences. Yeti said lightly. In the different dimensional world, a distorted light and shadow roared with rage, terrifying power, and directly crushed everything in the vicinity into powder, but he was still unable to vent the anger in his heart. It didn't take long for Ye's body to become completely actinic. On the screen of the cube, only a group of human-shaped lights and shadows could be seen, and if they moved a little, it was a dazzling change, and he couldn't see his appearance at all. On the contrary, it was the ancient immortal sword, because it had not yet reached the fear level. It was held by Ye, and it still maintained its original appearance. The guardian you merged is a fear level itself? Yidi asked, admiring the feared Zhongzia. Yes. Zhongzia replied. With your strength, it should be impossible to merge and absorb such a guardian. How did you do it? Yeti continued to ask. The gambling contract. Zhongzia replied. Others may not understand what a gambling contract is, but Yidi is very clear. Hearing that, he asked solemnly, what are you gambling with him? Number 1 on the list. Zhongzia replied. Yidi laughed. Do you know how difficult this road is? It is impossible for the alien races in the heavens and the world to make even a half-human being the final victor. It is difficult to have fun. Zhongzia's hand holding the sword was shining brightly, and the ancient immortal sword and scabbard in his hand slowly turned into light, and finally turned into a light body. Interesting, then let me see if you have the qualifications to reach the end. Yidi stepped out, and Yongyi came to the fighting stage again, turning everything into darkness. Human beings all over the world feel uncomfortable in their hearts. It's like going to the cinema to watch a boring, bad movie. After an hour of hard work, I finally saw a scene where a beautiful woman was about to take a bath, but the screen suddenly went black. Hearing the sound of water splashes makes me want to go crazy. Zhouwen was also uncomfortable because he couldn't see what was going on inside. But this state did not last long, and soon a light spot appeared on the dark screen. The light spot became brighter and brighter, and finally, like a volcanic eruption, it illuminated the dark area. In the end, the light was so strong that it made people unable to look directly, and even the stabbed people couldn't open their eyes. When the light faded, the cube screen finally returned to normal, and you could see that Ye and Yeti's figures appeared, and the two looked at each other as if nothing had happened. Who's winning? I don't know, I didn't see anything at all. It's terrifying. You can't even see a battle at that level. If such a strong man slaughtered human beings, we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. People were talking a lot, and Zhouwen was also puzzled, and he didn't know who won and who lost. I hope you can make it to the end. After Yidi said, he turned around and disappeared into the night, and disappeared like that. I will. Zhongzia replied. The screen of the cube went black, and then returned to the screen of the leaderboard. The first place was. Still Yeti was not on the list, and it was obvious that you won again. After you won this time, those guardians didn't rush to challenge like before, not even a single challenger. Because those guardians are very clear that only the fear level can defeat the fear level. If they challenge again, it will not be a challenge, but suicide. There are less than 40 hours left in the countdown. If this goes on, you should have a good chance of winning first, right? Zhou muttered to himself. It's impossible for him to get the first place. A human-shaped puppet the size of a slap walked over on his own, but the sound made by the puppet belonged to the moon god. Why is it impossible? He is already at the fear level. Even if he encounters other fear levels, he should have a certain winning rate, right? Zhou didn't know why Luna was so sure that Zhongxia could not win the first place. Just like what the Night Emperor said, it is impossible for a different dimension to let even half a human be the first. Luna replied. Zhou pondered and said, human being the first means that no other dimensional race can gain control of the Earth this year. I can understand that. But you can only be regarded as half a human being. If he wins, wouldn't he just it means? Did the Guardian clan who merged with you win? Why can't they accept it? Not my race, their hearts must be different, and the same is true for other dimensional creatures. If you finds the strongest companion pet during this year, do you think he will give it to other dimensional creatures? Luna, after a pause, he continued, the most important point is that the dimensional wheel cannot be handed over to a creature with human blood, otherwise even if those other dimensional powerhouses come in person, in this world, it is impossible to defeat the one with the dimensional wheel. Humanity. The dimensional wheel is made by other dimensional creatures, can't they even deal with the dimensional wheel themselves? Zhou asked suspiciously. Who told you that the dimensional wheel was made by a different dimensional creature? Luna asked rhetorically. Isn't it? Zhou was slightly startled. Of course not, the so-called dimensional wheel is actually a companion pet. Luna said. Companion pet? What level of companion pet? Zhou was a little puzzled. It's hard to say what level it is, but the owner of that companion pet is the companion pet owned by the person with the strongest guardian in that terrifying era. In that era, they fought countless powerful opponents in the world and finally won the first place. That dimension wheel played an immeasurable role in it. Luna paused and then continued, you must know that in that era, the Guardians were not as weak as they are now, because the battle of the Guardians at that time was a long time, and all the Guardians had enough time to become stronger. In that era, the various races of different dimensions had just reached an agreement, and the supervision was not too strict. There were many terrifying creatures of different dimensions, and secretly left and right the Guardian battle, which could blow up all opponents in such an era and stand on the top of the world. The powerhouses are all unimaginable existences. Which era are you talking about in? The era of terror? Who is the Guardian who won the first place? Who is his contractor? Zhou was confused. That human is called Xianyuan, and the Guardian is called Xuandi. The moon god replied. Xianyuan. Could it be the Yellow Emperor? Is there Qiyu among his opponents? Zhou was surprised and asked quickly. There is indeed such a person, and it is very likely to win the first place at that time. His guardian is the soldier master. I still remember that if Xianyuan hadn't taken away the dimension wheel, the last human being who won the horror era may have been its Qiyu. Moon God said. What do you mean? Didn't you say that the dimension wheel was originally the companion pet of the Yellow Emperor? Zhou was even more puzzled. Yes, Huangdi picked up the companion egg of the dimension wheel, and the dimension wheel naturally became his companion pet. But originally Qi, you had the opportunity to get the companion egg of the dimension wheel. No, it should be said that the dimension wheel should belong to Qi Yoha. The soldier is right. Moon God thought for a while and said. Latest website, Luna was born on the moon. She actually doesn't know much about things on the Earth. What she can see are some major events happening on the Earth. It needs a big enough movement for Luna to be able to see one or two. Just like the ship that broke out of the sky. Back then, Luna could clearly see such a big event from the moon. Originally, the war between Qiyu and Huangdi was not enough for Luna to observe, but then a huge meteorite hit the Earth. If the Earth is hit, I am afraid that most of the creatures will be extinct. Luna didn't know what the powerhouses on Earth had done, but in the end, Qiyu was wearing the armor of the soldier master and blasted the meteorite. The companion egg of the dimension wheel flew out from the broken meteorite, but Qiyu and the soldier had overdrawn their own strength when they blasted the meteorite, but they were picked up by another human being and the guardian. Naturally, they were Huangdi and Xuandi. There's actually such a thing. Zhou was dumbfounded, and he didn't know if what Luna said was true or not. However, Luna's knowledge is also very limited, and it is not very clear. Because there was no such thing as a black cube in that era. The strong people fought directly on the Earth. Only when the fighting energy exceeds a certain level, can Luna be able to observe. Arrive. The energy burst of the dimension wheel has been observed by the moon god many times, which should be the key to the victory of the Yellow Emperor at the beginning. No, since the dimension wheel is the companion pet of the Yellow Emperor, it should be returned to the dust together with the Yellow Emperor. Why did it fall into the hands of other dimensional creatures? Zhou thought of a very terrifying question. This is beyond my knowledge. The puppet controlled by the moon god shook his head. When the two were talking, the black cube was shining brightly again, and someone challenged again, and the challenged was still Ya. Dare to challenge in this era, the challenger must be extraordinary, must be fear level? Zhou looked at the challenger's name. But the name is very unfamiliar, it is a guardian named Dongshi. It didn't take long for Zhongxia to accept the challenge and appear on the cube fighting arena again. Zhou carefully looked at the cave world that entered the fighting arena, and saw that it was a human wearing gray armor. The armor covered her whole body, and she could only see the figure of a woman, but what kind of human was it? What it looks like, old and young, but they don't know anything. Is this the former guardian? Zhou looked at the moon god puppet and asked. Few of the guardians born in recent years can be promoted to the fear level. As long as they are at the fear level, there are 9 out of 10 guardians who have survived before. I don't know. Luna's answer made Zhou a little depressed. No matter who the opponent is, Zhongxia directly entered a state of fear, turning into a light and shadow and beheading the world. Dongshi's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, as if he was invisible. Sure. Enough, it's fear level again. Zhou Wendao was not surprised. At this time, people who dare to challenge Ya are not at fear level. After Dongshi disappeared, all that could be seen on the fighting field was Ya who was like a dazzling light. You could see the light and shadow flickering constantly. Ya should be constantly attacking, and he should be able to see Dongshi. Ye is in danger. Luna said. What's going on? Zhou asked. With a frown. He himself could not see the situation of the battle. See for yourself. Luna didn't answer directly. If I could see it, would I still ask you? Zhou said depressedly. You'll be able to see it. Soon. The moon god said in a pointed way. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Zhou to find that the light and shadow representing Yi gradually slowed down. Not only that, but even the state of fear became a little unstable. After a while, Yi could no longer remain in a state of fear and showed her figure. And his current body looks a little wrong. The body under the robe looks much thinner and a little squatter. Although he can't see his appearance, the body does not feel like a young and strong one. The youth, on the contrary, is like a dying old man. The power of time. Zhou immediately knew what was going on. The power of Dongshi turned out to be time. Zhongxia should have been affected by forces such as time acceleration. The guardian will not die, and he is not afraid of the rapid passage of time, but Zhongxia is not a pure guardian. Half of him is of human blood, and there is still a lifespan limit. Or will grow old. There is still a chance to live if you admit defeat, otherwise you will die on the fighting ring. Unfortunately, he has a gambling contract, and admitting defeat is also a dead end. Luna sighed. What kind of contract is the gambling contract? Zhou can probably guess what the rules of the gambling contract are, but he still wants to know more details. General Guardian contracts are equal contracts. Both parties can cancel the contract at any time without paying any price. But the gambling contract is different, especially in a situation like Ye. His strength is not strong enough to absorb fusion as powerful as the Guardian, so he can only agree to sign a gambling contract with the Guardian. If he can win the gambling contract, then he can always have this body. But if he loses, I am afraid that in the end, this body will only be used for others make wedding gowns. Luna said. He said just now that the gambling contract is a bet on whether he can get the first place, that is to say, he has no way out now and must win? Zhou frowned slightly. His body is already old, I'm afraid there is no chance to win. Luna said. It shouldn't be that simple. Zhou stared at Ye and said. He can't resist the passage of time, and he can't meet Dongshi, who has the ability to accelerate time. I can't think of how he can turn defeat into victory. The moon god puppet looked at Zhou and said, you know what else he can do to help him turn defeat into victory? I don't know what kind of ability he has, but a person like him shouldn't be so helpless. Zhou thought for a while and said. But the picture Zhou thought did not appear. During the passage of time, Ye's body died directly and fell to the ground. Because time passed too fast, when Ye fell down, her body had turned into dust and dissipated. Dongshi's figure reappeared, she glanced at the scattered dust on the ground. But her face suddenly changed, and she immediately entered a state of fear again. And the dust that scattered all over the ground actually condensed together again, regaining her elegant appearance, and there was no sign of old age on her body. Have you noticed it now? It's too late. Ye said, stretched out her palm, and saw a strange light symbol flashing in his palm. Where Dongshi disappeared, the same light talisman flickered, pulling Dongshi's body over at once, and Dongshi rushed to Ye's palm uncontrollably. Even though the time was slowed down, Dongshi was still flying towards Ye's palm. Latest URL. Watching Dongsher admit defeat and quit the cube fighting arena, Zhou Wen also stood up. Are you going? The moon god puppet asked Zhou Wen as he looked at him. Always have to go back. Zhou Wen was also a little nervous. The promotion of Wei Guang to the perfect body should be guaranteed, but Zhou Wen didn't know whether the promotion of Wei Guang to the perfect body could make him promoted to myth. Don't you hatch the companion pet I gave you first? The moon god puppet asked again. In the future, I'm not in the mood to do those now. Zhou Wen sorted out his things and made sure that there was nothing missing, and temporarily put both the jade rabbit and the ice girl into the chaos bead, and then waved goodbye to the moon god. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Wen switched to stealing the sky and changing the sun, and then used the shimmering soul to choose the Earth as the teleportation target in the small universe. The body passed through the void in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen found that he had returned to the Earth, and he was standing in a desert. Almost at the same time, the shimmering life soul burst out with huge energy, and rapidly transformed, and the small universe in the body started to operate on its own as if it had been activated. In the desert that originally seemed to be empty, a lot of energy appeared inexplicably, and those energies were like countless meteors, rushing from the sky to the earth. This shocked Zhou Wen, because those meteors looked so terrifying. Even if there were 110,000 Earths, they would be destroyed in an instant. But in fact it did not. Those meteors hit the Earth, but passed through the Earth, and did not collide with the Earth. It was so strange that it was unbelievable. The meteor that hit Zhou Wen merged into his body and into the small universe, making the small universe in his body stronger and stronger. Finally, the shimmering life soul completed its final evolution and became a perfect body. However, Zhou Wen didn't have time to observe what the shimmering life soul has evolved into, and the fascinating Immortal Sutra in his body has already started to run automatically. Zhou Wen was a little surprised. Although the Sutra of Losing Immortals would run automatically, when he simulated other vitality tactics, the Sutra of Losing Immortals automatically switched back. This was the first time. Could it be that, is it really going to be promoted to myth? Zhou Wen was both looking forward and anxious in his heart. The soul of the killer is also automatically activated, hugging Zhou Wen's body, as if it has been integrated with him, and infinite vitality is surging frantically. Zhou Wen, who was looking forward to being promoted to the myth, suddenly found that another kind of vitality began to work in his body. The ancient Emperor Sutra, how could this be? The fascinating Immortal Sutra is still running and has not been switched. How can the ancient Emperor Sutra be running at the same time, so there will be no conflict? Zhou Wen was surprised, but found that he could not stop his body vitality within. He doesn't know what's going on right now, and he doesn't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Theoretically speaking, it is very dangerous for two different vitality tactics to run in one body. Now the fascinating Immortal Sutra and the ancient Emperor Sutra are running frantically at the same time. Once there is a conflict, Zhou Wen's body will definitely not be able to withstand the collision of vitality. The probability of death by explosion is as high as 99.99%. While Zhou Wen was feeling uneasy, the little Prajna Sutra actually started to function. Not only little Prajna, but all kinds of vitality tactics that Zhou Wen had practiced started to work one by one at this time. Different from the usual switching of vitality, the current vitality is running at the same time, Ancient Emperor Sutra, Small Prajna, Dao Ju, stealing the Heavens and changing the sun, chaos first order, qi practice Ju, demon god rule, demon god bloodline atlas, all kinds of Yuan Qi Ju work together in Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen is now frightened. Others practice the two kinds of vitality art at the same time, and in all likelihood they will die unexpectedly. His 9 kinds of vitality art come together. It is equivalent to registering with Yan Wangya. If he said that he could not die, even Zhou Wen himself could not believe it. However, the 9 kinds of vitality art worked independently in Zhou Wen's body, and there was no conflict. This kind of feeling is very strange. There are many conflicts in the operation paths of the 9 kinds of vitality art, but for some reason, the 8 kinds of vitality art except the Sutra of Losing Immortals have a feeling of running in nothingness. The 8 kinds of vitality tactics seem to be running in Zhou Wen's body, but they don't seem to be in his body. They are closely related to Zhou Wen's body, but they are not completely attached to his body. A very wonderful experience. The 8 kinds of vitality art are all run under the support of Zhou Wen's own vitality. If it is not the Immortal Sutra that can provide unlimited vitality, it is impossible to support the 8 kinds of vitality art at the same time. With the operation of the 8 kinds of vitality art, all kinds of different fates and souls are automatically activated. What's even more bizarre is that the fate and the soul are actually separated from Zhou Wen's body, forming an independent entity, and the 8 fate souls integrated with the fate appear in 8 directions outside Zhou Wen's body. The ancient emperor is the light and shadow of an emperor. Taisheng Kaidianjing is a book. Prison King Zun is the appearance of Zhou Wen himself. New Era is a ring with a clown pattern. Chaos Egg is an egg. Jianwan is still a pill. It did not change into a sword. The bloodline catalog of the demon god was just a blood shadow, and the outline of the blood shadow looked a lot like Zhou Wen. The last is a constantly changing point. It looks like a point, but it seems that there are countless stars flowing in it, constantly changing. Zhou Wen knew that it should be the perfect body and soul evolved from shimmer, and he hadn't even come to see the name. Originally, these life souls were condensed by Zhou Wen. Although they used the means of simulation, when they were used, they still felt connected to Zhou Wen by blood. But now, the 8 kinds of life souls are unfamiliar and frightening, and Zhou Wen can no longer sense the proper connection from them, as if they were not the life soul and lifestyle condensed by Zhou Wen himself. They are obviously enjoying Zhou Wen's vitality, but they don't belong to Zhou Wen. This feeling is so depressing that he almost vomits blood. The only life soul connected with Zhou Wen's bloodline is the killer, and at the same time the killer is exuding terrifying murderous intent. And even Zhou Wen's mind has been affected to a certain extent. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen's willpower far exceeding that of ordinary people, he would have been controlled by that killing intent and turned into a lunatic who only knew how to kill. At this moment, the 8 souls of life also burst out with terrifying power. Zhou Wen is familiar with those powers, most of which he has used countless times. Only this time, those forces did not help Zhou Wen, but became his enemy. The sword resonated like a song, and the 3,000 sword intents melted into one pill, and the sword pill came with the supreme kendo will to kill Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen himself used Jianwan before, and he didn't feel how terrible the sword intent was, but now that Jianwan has become an enemy, only after experiencing Jianwan's sword intent in person, did he realize how terrifying the sword intent was. Under the pressure of the terrifying sword intent, the killer's killing intent also erupted. Zhou Wen didn't intend to do it, but his body was driven by the killer's power, as if he was hugged by someone behind him. and he was pulling his hands to launch an attack. Zhou Wen felt a little depressed. Isn't this hitting himself? Jianwan's life soul and its corresponding life form were condensed by him with great difficulty, and it would be a pity if it was destroyed. Boom! The sword chi collided with the Slayer's power head-on, and the sword pill broke through the vitality, like a broken bamboo, and stabbed at Zhou Wen's palm at high speed. It's just that. The closer Jianwan is to Zhou Wen's palm, the slower the speed will be, and the greater the resistance of vitality it will encounter. At this moment, Jianwan suddenly changed, and the body of the pill turned into a sword, which broke through the Slayer's vitality block, and the blade pierced Zhou Wen's palm. Dad, I was wounded by my own condensed soul. I should be the first person in ancient and modern times, right? There was severe pain in the palm of his hand. Zhou Wen knew that he could no longer hesitate, so he wanted to cooperate with the Slayer to fight seriously. Regardless of whether it condensed or not, if you want your own life, you have to destroy it first. Just as he was about to pull out the sword pill that pierced his palm, the blood shadow condensed by the demon body on the other side attacked Zhou Wen from the other side, and his figure flashed behind Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen turned around and waved his fist, about to hit the demon body, but the blood shadow that looked like Zhou Wen suddenly turned into a blood snake, wrapped around Zhou Wen's arm and bit Zhou Wen's neck. Fuck your sister. Zhou Wen made a decisive decision and slammed into the blood snake's head. But the blood snake changed again, fluttered its wings, and turned into a blood bird, dodging Zhou Wen's head blow. Its claws left several blood marks on Zhou Wen's scalp, and the skull was injured by it. The Taiku human sovereign and prison king Zun also attacked from both sides, one fist with brilliant light and the other with invisible karmic fire. Zhou Wen used his left hand to pull out the sword pill that pierced his right hand, moving quickly, trying to avoid the attacks of the Taiku Emperor and the prison king, and at the same time, he wanted to summon his companion pet. But the companion pet didn't respond at all, not even the demon baby moved at all. The two streamers flashed and came to Zhou Wen out of thin air. Zhou Wen had just avoided the attacks of the Taiku Emperor and the prison king, and it was already difficult to generate new energy, not to mention that the two streamers appeared out of thin air, like teleportation. Zhou Wen could only try his best to twist his body. With his excellent reflexes and calm mind, he avoided the two streamers that appeared on his chest and back of his head out of thin air, and was not hit by the fatal attack. In that instant, the two streams of light disappeared again, but Zhou Wen could see clearly one of the streamers was the new era ring Fate Soul, and the other was the perfect body Fate Soul that Shimmer had just evolved. Zhou Wen moved at a high speed, and took the opportunity to punch the prison king Zun. He wanted to kill one first, but he was besieged by 8 life souls together, and he couldn't use companion pets, which made him a little overwhelmed. However, Zhou Wen's fist slammed on the prison king, but it did not hit the entity. The palm seemed to pass through the space and entered purgatory. The palm in the prison king's body was wrapped in flames in an instant. In the middle, the flesh and blood on the palm is rapidly decomposed and peeled off. Zhou Wen quickly took his hand back, but the injury on that hand could not be recovered. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhou Wen also had anger in his heart. The flying immortal body technique unfolded, and the sword technique of the inverse heart sword unfolded. While the figure moved like a phantom, sword chi crisscrossed. I saw a big ball rolling over, and it was the chaos egg. Zhou Wen's sword energy slashed on the chaos egg, and it was absorbed in an instant like the water of a sponge. In the past, when Zhou Wen used these life souls to restrain others, he only felt extremely comfortable, but now that he was besieged by these life souls, he knew how uncomfortable that feeling was. The most easy thing for human beings to ignore is what they already have. It wasn't until he became an enemy with his own life and soul that Zhou Wen seemed to really see his own life and soul. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't understand them before, but the angle didn't move. In the past, Zhou Wen was able to bring out their characteristics, but he never knew what it would feel like to be attacked by the power of these life souls. Except for the Taishang Kaidianjing that did not move, the other 7 life souls were besieging Zhou Wen, and they seemed to kill Zhou Wen. Although Zhou Wen has pushed his skills and strength to the pinnacle, but in a 1-to-7 situation, he is still at a disadvantage and is constantly hurt by his own life and soul, and the situation is quite bad. The injury on his body made Zhou Wen more and more calm, and the power of the killer gradually merged with Zhou Wen. With the blessing of infinite vitality, Zhou Wen's power became stronger and stronger. If I can condense you, I will naturally be able to destroy you. Zhou Wen's eyes were calm, and the killer seemed to have integrated with his body, instead of the lonely soul hugging him. Seeing Jianwan flying again, Zhou Wen raised his finger as a sword and stabbed towards Jianwan. At this time, Zhou Wen's vitality already had the power to kill immortals. Fighting sword against sword, Zhou Wen's sword chi and sword intent were stronger than Jianwan's. When the sword chi collided, Jianwan's sword chi instantly shattered, and even the sword body was shattered. The demon beast transformed by the demon body had already rushed behind Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not look back, nor did he dodge, but his body quickly retreated and slammed into the beast. The terrifying vitality directly smashed the monster beast that the monster god body had transformed into, and turned it into a little blood. His left hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his ear out of thin air. The teleported new era ring was pinched by Zhou Wen's fingertips, and then crushed by one of his fingers. Zhou Wen's every move carried the terrifying power of slaying the immortals, and with his own strength and the blessing of the slayer, he slaughtered towards his former life and soul. One by one, the life and soul that once belonged to him were chopped up by him. Jianwan, New Era, Demon God Body, Prison, King Zun, Taiku Human Emperor, Singularity, and even the most powerful Chaos Egg, were split into 2 halves by Zhou Wen. In addition to the power of immortal slaying, another important reason is that Zhou Wen knows them too well. There is no life soul that can block his power of one blow. The power of killing immortals, which once used the oil lamp to dry up, can now be squandered freely without feeling weak at all. Only the last Taishang Kaidianjing was left suspended there, and the rest of Zhou Wen's life and soul, that he finally condensed, were all broken into dust. Zhou Wen looked at Taishang Kaidianjing, his eyes were as calm as ever. He raised his palm and slashed like a knife. After Dongsher was defeated, there was no guardian to challenge Ye again. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, until the last second left in the countdown of the leaderboard battle, and finally another guardian challenged Ye. Sure enough, it won't be so easy for a half-human being to win the first place. Zhang Chuanqiu looked at the cube and sighed. Even Dongsher, who has the power of time, has been defeated. Among the guardians, is there any more power than time? Zhang Yuji asked with some doubts. Zhang Chuanqiu smiled and said, time is indeed a very strong attribute. In theory, time and space should be regarded as the top power among various attributes. But at that level, the vitality of attributes is not the most important. Now, the strength of skills is no longer an important criterion for judging combat power. Then how to tell who is strong? And who is weak? Zhang Yuji asked. It depends on whose will is stronger, whose wisdom is deeper, and whose on-the-spot performance is better. At that point, only weak people, no weak abilities, any ability, even if it looks weak, as long as if used properly, it may become the key to victory or defeat. Zhang Chuanqiu paused, then added, of course, this means that if the difference in strength is not too big, it will be another time. It's over. But Ye's power and ability should be at the top level on our Earth, and it should be impossible for an absolute suppression force to appear on Earth. Why doesn't it appear? Didn't you say that there is a more powerful natural disaster level above the fear level? Zhang Yuji still looked puzzled. The natural disaster level can naturally crush the fear level, but in places like the Earth, there are only two possibilities for the natural disaster level. One is the arrival of a natural disaster level powerhouse of a different dimension, but the natural disaster level powerhouse of a different dimension will be subject to the rules of the Earth. It is impossible to exert the power of the natural disaster grade, and if the power of the natural disaster grade is used forcibly, it may even be directly knocked down by the rules. Zhang Chuanqiu organized the language and continued, there is also a possibility that after the Guardians contract with humans, they borrow human bodies to be promoted to the natural disaster level. The Guardians born in this era are too short, let alone promoted to the natural disaster level. I can't even find a few of the fear level. So if there is a natural disaster on the Earth, the only possibility is the natural disaster level Guardian who survived the previous war. Like the one in our demon grave? Zhang Yuji asked. Zhang Chuanqiu did not answer, but continued, but the Guardians who survived the war by chance in the past, although their own strength is extremely powerful, but the humans who contracted with them can't live that long. After leaving humans, their power is once again affected by the suppression of the Earth's rules, even if they have natural disaster-level power, it is impossible to use it on Earth unless they recontract to human beings. There are so many humans on the Earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find a contractor, right? Zhang Yuji thought for a while and said, it's not that easy, there should be some kind of restriction, otherwise you think the one from our family doesn't want to come out? Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile, anyway, it seems that Ye still has a good chance, as long as he can survive. The next single-dimensional limited challenge is likely to be the final winner. Brother, do you want it to win, or do you want him to lose? Zhang Yuji asked, with blinking eyes. From my own standpoint, I hope he wins, but he has little chance. Zhang Chuanqiu replied strangely. The one who challenged Ye was a guardian named Zhou Yue, a very unfamiliar name who had not appeared on the leaderboard before. No one knows what kind of abilities he possesses. After the battle started, I immediately knew what his abilities were, because his abilities were so obvious. Teleportation, constant teleportation, Ye's continuous attacks, not a single corner of Zhou Yue's clothes could be touched. It's just that Zhou Yue didn't mean to fight back. When Ye attacked him, he teleported to dodge. When Ye didn't attack him, he didn't move. It seemed more like he came up to delay time rather than fighting. Ye didn't have too many unnecessary attacks, and went directly into a state of fear, turning her body into light and shadow. But Zhou Yue was also able to become fearful. After he became fearful, Ye disappeared more simply. It's just that Jiuyue, who is turned into fear, still has no intention of fighting back, and is still dodging. Now everyone can see that Jiuyue is delaying time, but he just doesn't understand why he delays time. What does Jiuyue want to do? If you want to consume Ye's vitality, it shouldn't make sense. His teleportation consumes more vitality than Ye. Xia Xianyue looked at the cube screen and said thoughtfully. Xiao Luchuan frowned at the screen and said, I have an ominous premonition that this time the first battle may not end so easily. Why do you say that? Xia Xianyue asked. In confusion. I don't know, it's just a feeling. Xiao Luchuan shook his head slightly, but his expression was a little dignified. Just like what Xia Xianyue said, Jiuyue constantly teleports in a state of fear, and the consumption is far greater than that of Ye. If she continues to fight, Ye will win in the end. But you did not continue to attack. He stopped, got out of the state of fear, sat down on the fighting arena, and put the ancient immortal sword on his legs. Why don't you fight? Jiuyue also got out of the state of fear, looking at Ye and asked with some doubts. Don't you need time to prepare to deal with me? I'll give you time. Ye said lightly. Jiuyue looked at Ye, and his expression became a little complicated. You know I need time to deal with you, why don't you defeat me as soon as possible? If you are fast enough, you may be able to avoid a lot of trouble. The trouble that should come will always come, and I'm not afraid of trouble, Ye said. Don't regret it? Jiuyue looked at Ye and asked. Life is not born to regret, but to do what you want to do. Ye replied. Jiuyue looked at Ye and sighed, if I could see you earlier, maybe we could be friends. We're not going to be friends, I've long since stopped making friends. Ye said. Why? Jiuyue looked at Ye blankly and asked. Because I only have one life, I have too many friends and not enough points. Ye replied. Hearing this, Jiuyue didn't speak any more, just looked at Ye silently. After a while, Jiuyue said, if you do it now, if you can defeat me within a quarter of an hour, there is still a chance. Ye didn't intend to move, she still sat there with her eyes closed and rested. Jiuyue looked at him and asked, do you think I'm lying to you? No, I believe you are telling the truth. Ye said with certainty. Then why don't you fight? Jiuyue asked, strangely. Because I don't want to be your friend, I won't take anything that belongs to you. Ye said. Jiuyue looked at Ye strangely. After a long while, she wanted to say something, but her expression suddenly changed. She glanced at the void and sighed, it's too late. Now. In the void, a beam of light descended, illuminating the entire cube fighting field. The moment the Taisheng Kaitianjing was chopped to pieces by Zhou Wen only felt that his body had undergone a strange change. The mysterious and unpredictable fate King Sai automatically started, and the slaughter, who was united with Zhou Wen's body, was still bursting with terrifying killing intent and vitality, which was even more terrifying than when he fought with the 8 fate souls before. And Zhou Wen's own spirit is also erupting like a volcano. The energy generated by the explosion of the 3 forces is simply unimaginable. Zhou Wen has seen countless mythical creatures, not counting the magical infants that have the ability to become fearful at the mythical level, various powerful mythical creatures, such as the Candle Dragon and the Tyrant Beeman, can burst out the power. It seems that there is no such terrifying power that Zhou Wen is breaking out now. Driven by such a terrifying force, Zhou Wen felt that his body was constantly changing. This transformation is different from any previous transformation. The previous transformation was within the range that Zhou Wen could bear, but this time, the energy generated by evolution was no longer within the scope that his body could bear. At the beginning of evolution, Zhou Wen was very worried that his body would explode because he couldn't bear the force. In fact, this is indeed the case. In just an instant, countless cracks appeared on Zhou Wen's flesh and blood, like eggshells that were about to shatter. At this moment of life and death, that terrifying force rushed towards one place. It was a point that seemed to have nothing, like the beginning of the universe, and the end of the world. That point is like a real existence. But it seems to exist only in consciousness. A point between reality and illusion, it was difficult to even determine its existence at first, but when the terrifying power was injected into that point gradually became clear. It is constantly rotating and changing, and it is getting more and more solid, but this solidification is very abstract. It does not really exist in reality, it seems to be just Zhou Wen's own imagination. Gradually, the dot got bigger and brighter, from a dot to a roulette wheel. And on the roulette, there are many strange patterns that are changing. Those patterns are very abstract. Zhou Wen sometimes feels that those patterns are like himself, sometimes they seem to be slayers, and sometimes they are like those souls that have been killed by Zhou Wen. Primordial human sovereign, new era, and prison King Zun seemed to have some patterns at a certain moment that were somewhat similar to them. But after a closer look, they didn't feel the same. It is not clear that the road is unclear, and it is difficult to accurately describe the appearance of those patterns. Even the roulette itself, Zhou Wen couldn't tell what shape it was, saying it was a disc, but it was not a simple face, it had a spherical curvature. It is said that it is a sphere, but when viewed from a certain angle, it is concave, like a coin that is constantly rotating and changing. Is this the Wheel of Fortune? Zhou Wen can feel that the Wheel of Fortune is inextricably linked to himself, just like a part of his body, as important as organs such as the brain and heart. But unlike those organs that grow on the body, it exists independently. What will be my Wheel of Fortune? The absolute power of the Tyrant Demon is good, and the Eclipse Dragon's whole candle is the strongest, but those seem to have nothing to do with me. Zhou Wen didn't know what his Wheel of Fortune would be. What? Because there is no experience for him to learn from, maybe he is the first person to rely on his own strength to promote the myth. The three forces are still pouring into the Wheel of Fortune. That is taking shape, but even the Wheel of Fortune seems to be unable to carry such a powerful force. In particular, the energy gushing out of Wang Ji's Sai is simply endless, like a cosmic galaxy. The energies overflowing from the Wheel of Fortune penetrated into Zhou Wen's flesh and blood, and the transforming flesh and blood body seemed to undergo some inexplicable changes under the impact of those energies. Both Zhou Wen and the Wheel of Fortune are constantly changing, especially the patterns on the Wheel of Fortune, which seem to be changing more and more slowly, and some lines have stopped moving. Zhou Wen knew inexplicably that his Wheel of Fortune should be about to condense, and this was the most critical moment. What kind of power will it be? If there is a choice, I hope that the power of the Wheel of Fortune is related to time and space. Zhou Wen felt that the power of time and space is easier to understand the origin of the world. To find out what the relationship between different dimensions and the Earth universe is, perhaps the power of time and space is a good entry point. It's just from the Wheel of Fortune, but there is no pattern related to time and space. On the condensed Wheel of Fortune, many lines have solidified, and those lines look a bit messy, and I still can't see why. Zhou Wen Tried to find some rules from it, but the reality was that those lines didn't have any rules, one on the left and one on the right, like a very random graffiti. Most of them are curved lines, almost no straight lines can be seen. Ah. When most of the lines were formed, Zhou finally saw what the pattern was, and was inexplicably horrified. It was a painting, a portrait of a woman, but it only had a profile face, the whole picture could not be seen, and it was truly completed. It was just a broken profile, but it was already breathtakingly beautiful. But this is not the inexplicable reason for Zhou Wen's horror. What really shocked Zhou Wen is that he is too damn familiar with this woman's head portrait. This is the portrait of the woman on the anchor. You can't be wrong. Zhou Wen has seen it too many times, and thought about it too many times. Except for the absence of the anchor, this is the portrait of the woman. As more and more lines are fixed, it also proves Zhou Wen's guess that it is exactly the same as the portrait of the anchor woman he has seen, except that there is no anchor. Why does the woman's pattern appear on my wheel of fortune? Zhou Wen had countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Seeing that the portrait of the woman was about to be completed, and there were only a few strokes left, Zhou Wen suddenly felt very uncomfortable. That's my wheel of fortune, why is there a woman on it? Zhou Wen had some inexplicable emotions in his heart, which seemed to have infected the wheel of fortune. When the last stroke of the woman's portrait was left, the wheel of fortune suddenly shined brightly, and the wheel of fortune that was spinning quickly stopped suddenly. In the next instant, the wheel of fortune moved again, but this time it didn't move before, and it actually reversed. Following the reversal of the wheel of fortune, the portrait of the woman that has been engraved on the wheel of fortune is disappearing. Little by little. I don't know why, and I don't know what the consequences will be, but Zhou Wen feels inexplicably happy. The pattern lines on the wheel of fortune decreased a little bit, but at this moment, the power of Wang Jisai suddenly poured out even more frantically. It's just different from helping the wheel of fortune turn. At this time, the power of Wang Jisai tried to prevent the wheel of fortune from reversing. The power of Wang Jisai was unimaginable. The wheel of fortune that had been reversed quickly, as if it had been hit by a sudden break, immediately slowed down. The wheel of fortune has not completely stopped reversing. It is still turning slowly. Just like the second hand of a clock. Every time it turns, it makes a clicking sound. This sound is not the beating of the second hand, but the wheel of fortune continues to rotate because of the terrifying power of the king's sai, and cracks appear on it. Click. Click. The wheel of fortune was forcibly turned, and within a few moments, several cracks had appeared on the body. If it continued, the entire wheel of fortune would be shattered. Zhou Wen only felt the qi and blood in his whole body tumbling, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He knew very well that if the wheel of fortune shattered now, it would not only be a failure to advance to the mythical level, but also be beaten back to the epic level. It might even cause his body to suffer heavy damage, and it would be hard to say whether he could hit the mythical level again. But Zhou Wen didn't stop the wheel of fortune. He knew for a long time that his destiny was somewhat different from that of ordinary people. The sai of Wang Ji is far beyond the power that ordinary fate should have. Myths can be killed with a single thought, and all kinds of gods in the temple dare not be worshipped. You must know that the creatures in the temple are likely to be fear level. Exist. Just like what Moon God said, his fate was not originally supposed to be like this. It was because of the influence of some external force that such a fate was formed. There is no doubt that the external force that Affects him is the metal sheet that records the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals. The existence that whispered in Zhou Wen's ear like a ghost appeared only after he got the metal sheet. After that, it had a huge impact on Zhou Wen. Impact. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that as he was promoted to the epic level, this problem had been completely solved. But now it seems that this problem has not been solved, and it is still affecting him. Otherwise, how could the image of that woman appear on his wheel of fortune? Could the woman painted on the anchor be the same person as the owner of the Fascinating Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen guessed. The wheel of fortune is still reversing, but the power of Wang Ji Sai is too strong. The wheel of fortune is forcibly reversed, and there is only one result, and the wheel of fortune will be shattered. Even if he knew the result, Zhou Wen had no intention of stopping. Maybe it has something to do with Zhou Wen's premature living alone. From the beginning of his records, he basically lived alone, deciding what he should do and what not to do. Even Zhou Lingfeng didn't force him to do anything. Now the power of Wang Ji Sai is forcibly intervening in the formation of his wheel of fortune. Coupled with Zhou Wen's previous understanding of Wang Ji Sai, Zhou Wen firmly supports the reversal of the wheel of fortune, because his own feelings will not deceive people. In the wheel of fortune at the time of the reversal, the comfortable feeling had already made him make a decision. Even if the wheel of fortune shatters, the 2 years will be wasted, and even if he starts over again, he will never compromise, and he will not let Wang Zisig control his wheel of fortune and tell him what to do in the future. On my path, only I can decide how to go. Zhou Wen watched the wheel of fortune break constantly, without impulse or regret, and his heart was extremely peaceful. He is still young. As long as he is still alive, he still has the capital to start over. If he doesn't do himself now, should he regret it when he grows old? Click. Click. It seems to have sensed Zhou Wen's belief that the wheel of fate turns more powerfully. But every time it turns, it is at the cost of its own fragmentation. Seeing that the wheel of fortune was about to be shattered, Wang Zisig's power to forcibly control the wheel of fortune receded. The wheel of fortune finally regained its freedom, the speed of rotation accelerated, and the nicks on the woman's portrait on it were also erased one by one. The damaged wheel of fortune continued to absorb energy during this period and repaired the damaged wheel body. When the last line of the notch on the woman's head was erased, the wheel of fortune had already returned to normal. It was at this moment that the wheel of fortune stopped moving again. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that the wheel of fortune might turn forward again, and then recondense at its own notch. But it didn't. After the wheel of fate stopped, the power that erupted directly caused a sudden change in Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen obviously felt that his attributes had improved, and he was no longer limited by 41 attributes. Promotion to deification? But why? Is there nothing on my wheel of fortune? Zhou Wen was slightly depressed, and quickly turned on his mobile phone, wanting to take a closer look at his information, to see what the unmarked wheel of fortune had. Such ability. Zhou Wen is connected to the bloodline of the wheel of fortune, and he can feel that it has power. But the power is strange, so that he could not fully comprehend the mystery for a while. But after turning on the phone, a drop of blood dripped on the phone, and several prompt bars immediately popped up on the phone desktop. Promote to the mythical level and open the bloodline function. Promote to the mythical level and activate the reincarnation function. Promote to the mythical level and open the fertility function. Zhou Wen looked dumbfounded. The first two were fine. Although he didn't know the specific use, he would know in the future. But what the hell is this? Reproductive function? Could it be that he couldn't have children until he was promoted to myth? Could he have a baby and still need a cell phone? It's just that Zhou Wen is not in the mood to study the new functions of the mobile phone. Now he just wants to quickly know what his own wheel of fortune is. Open the information of the blood-colored villain, and the latest resource information of the blood-colored villain is reflected in Zhou Wen's eyelids. Zhou Wen, myth. Fate, King Sai. Soul of life, killer. Wheel of fortune, not engraved, 1 turn. Strength 42, speed, 42. Physical fitness, 42. Vitality, 42. Zhou Wen carefully looked at his various attributes several times. It was expected that he would break through the limit. He also needed to absorb the results of various attributes before he could improve to the level of competing with real mythical creatures. The killer did not have the perfect body label, not because it was weaker, but because of Zhou Wen's promotion. Fate's soul already had mythical power. Wang Ji's Sai is still the same, without any change. After failing to stop the wheel of fortune, it has no movement. All kinds of rare attributes have not changed, and rare attributes must be absorbed by themselves, and they will not be automatically improved because of promotion myths. The last is Zhou Wen's wheel of fortune. Let's not talk about the ability of not engraving itself, but the next turn made Zhou Wen very suspicious. 1 turn of these 2 words. Zhou Wen has only seen it on the wheel of fortune of the devil baby, but the wheel of fortune of the devil child is called 1 turn, and on his wheel of fortune, the word 1 turn seems to be a certain kind of unit. Not engraved, fate is not engraved, it has not yet come to an end. Zhou Wen looked at the annotation of his wheel of fortune, but he was still confused. He still didn't know what his wheel of fortune ability was. He didn't even bother to see where this place was. Zhou Wen directly entered the game, trying to see what role the wheel of fortune had in actual combat. At the same time, you can also brush some mythical dimension crystals, and first improve the attributes, otherwise it will still be a bit disadvantageous to face the mythical creatures directly. Entering Lutai, there are the most mythical creatures on the 3rd floor of Lutai, although the ability is not strong, but it is a good place to brush the mythical dimension crystal. I tried it with the scorpion eye encountered on the road first, but Zhou Wen was very puzzled. After the wheel of fortune was activated, it started to run immediately. But nothing happened, that is, there was no attribute blessing, no powerful attack power, and no special changes. What's the situation? Zhou Wen was extremely depressed in his heart. He was now a little doubtful whether it was because of the reversal that something went wrong with his wheel of fortune, and he didn't have the ability that wheel of fortune should have. He rushed all the way and came to the underground sea. The 9 demon blood dragons had not refreshed. Zhou Wen was about to rush over, but when his eyes swept across the sapphire sky, he couldn't help but be stunned. If the sapphire sky is close, you will die. Later, Zhou Wen observed it many times, but he was not able to discover the secrets in the sapphire sky. But at this time, Zhou Wen looked at the sapphire sky, but found that there was a huge creature inside the sapphire. The size of the creature was comparable to that of a giant dragon, and it could be seen in any corner of the underground sea, but Zhou Wen had never seen such a large creature before. Am I blind before? Zhou Wen immediately rejected his idea and turned to ecstasy. Of course he wasn't blind before, so he couldn't see the huge creature in the sapphire sky before, so there were only 2 possibilities left. One possibility is that the other party will be invisible, and another possibility is that the creature itself is fear level, so Zhou can't see it. The former is unlikely. If it is invisible, there should be other ways to sense its existence, but Zhou has used a lot of methods before, and he has not been able to find it, but now he suddenly sees it, which is obviously abnormal. Can I see feared creatures? Zhou first reaction was to summon the demon baby and put her into a state of fear. Sure enough, you can see it. Zhou looked at the demon baby and almost jumped up with joy. In the past, when the demon baby was terrified, Zhou looked at her as if he were looking at the air, but now after the demon baby became terrified, Zhou could see clearly. He found that the demon baby had indeed undergone a lot of changes, but he couldn't see it before, and he didn't know what the demon baby looked like after it was transformed into fear. After the feared demon baby, the demonic energy on its body is changing, like a devil, it transforms into various terrifying shadows, as if it will choose someone to devour at any time. When it comes to the demon baby itself, there has not been much change, still wearing dark purple armor, holding the demon sword in his arms, with a bell hanging from his waist, standing there indifferently. Zhou stopped spinning the wheel of fortune, and the appearance of the demon baby immediately disappeared from his eyes, as if it were invisible. Could it be that the power of my wheel of fortune is to be able to see feared creatures? It seems a little weak. It can't be considered weak. Zhou felt that this ability seemed to be good. The reason why the fear level is powerful, there are two keys. One is that only the power of the fear level can hurt the fear level, so no matter how strong the myth level is, there is almost no possibility of defeating the fear level. Even if the attributes are not much different, the fear level is invincible in mythology. This is not impossible to solve. Zhou has the things of fear of the Ice Dragon King. Using those things of fear as weapons, he can hurt the fear level. This has been confirmed by Yeti before. Another terrifying aspect of the fear level is that most of the fear level cannot be seen by ordinary people. The unknown will deepen the fear, and it will also make ordinary creatures unable to fight with the fear level creatures, and can only be killed unilaterally. But it's not absolute, like the fear of the jade rabbit, it will not be invisible, but pure giant. However, this type is relatively rare in the fear level. Most of the fear level, ordinary creatures cannot see their feared appearance. Now Zhou can see fear level creatures, and has fear level things that can hurt fear level creatures. Just these 2 points have greatly improved his strength. When facing the fear level in the future, it will not be as passive as before. Thinking about it this way, my wheel of fortune seems to be quite useful. Zhou thought about it, and it seemed that it was really useful, but he still felt that it didn't seem to be all the abilities of the moment. Zhou conducted some more experiments, but did not find any other abilities that were not immortal. Knowing that this kind of thing can't be rushed, Zhou simply crossed the underground sea, let the demon baby enter Lutai, killed all the fake fairies and immortals, cleared the 3-story building, and finally exploded a 59, the power crystal of 62 points and the vitality crystal of 62 points. Direct refining and absorption, the 2 attributes, were instantly improved. Zhou didn't continue to brush, because he still didn't know where he was. The teleportation ability of the low light is long-distance interstellar teleportation, which can only be transmitted to the designated planet, but the accuracy is not enough. Now this is a desert, and Zhou has no idea where he is. In the past, there were Shimmer and New Era, and it was not difficult to distinguish one's position, but now all the fates and souls have been shattered by Zhou Wen himself, and naturally he lost his previous ability. I tried to switch the vitality art, and found that there was no response, as if I had never practiced before. Is the vitality art that has been practiced for so long so useless? Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. Forget it, let's find a way to figure out where this place is first. Zhou Wen used truth listening to expand the range as much as possible, trying to figure out where he was, but within the range that truth listening could hear was Shamo. There is only a mountain in the distance in front of Zhou Wen, and that mountain is a bit strange. In this endless desert, not even a cactus can be seen, and there is no water source, but the mountain is full of greenery. Vibrant. Zhou Wen looked at it for a while, but instead of walking in the direction of the mountain, he summoned the unearthed beast and fled in the opposite direction. If things go wrong, there must be demons. Although Zhou Wen is powerful now, he does not dare to rush into some mysterious places without the protection of the supreme Kai Tianjing. But the earth-walking beast escaped for hundreds of miles, and when it came out, Zhou Wen was horrified to find that he had reached the foot of the mountain. Zhou Wen looked up carefully and saw a monument standing in front of the mountain with the words, Mountain of Bliss written on it. Zhou Wen immediately knew where he was. When he followed his senior brother Lu Yun to the Taklamakan Desert, Lu Yun once told him that there were 4 extremely terrifying dimensional fields in the desert. The Valley of the Dead, Huangquan City, the endless Xinghai Mountain of Bliss. Zhou Wen has already been to Huangquan City and the endless Xinghai, but Bliss Mountain has only heard the name. Since he couldn't leave, Zhou Wen simply refused to leave. He released the Ice Girl and the Jade Rabbit. He held the demon baby himself and carefully looked at the stone tablet on Mount Bliss. I saw a small hand pattern engraved under the stone tablet. The copy that was delivered to the door is not worth it. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone, patted the small hand pattern, and immediately entered the downloading screen. Listen to Lu Yun, none of the people who entered the Bliss Mountain can come out alive, and they don't know what's mysterious in this mountain? Now that there is no such thing as a supernatural scripture, it's not easy to rush around. It's better to wait for the game to download. First, let's explore the path in the game. Zhou Wen was thinking about it when he heard a sweet voice from Mount Bliss. When I looked up, I saw a group of bikini beauties laughing and laughing, playing and playing. And those who looked at the beautiful legs were dizzy. Zhou Wen sat outside the mountain, watching those beauties sparring. His body seemed to have an involuntary urge to pass, but fortunately his will was firm, but just a change of mind made that urge disappear. With a thought, turning the wheel of fortune, and then looking at those beauties, the pupils immediately shrank. What kind of beauties are those beauties? They are simply some huge, ugly, and evil-looking gray mice. What's even more weird is that those gray mice are standing like people. They are also wearing gray cloaks. And there are evil lights in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wen summoned the bronze sparrow sword, broke the scabbard with the flaming blade, flew into the Bliss Mountain, and instantly killed several evil gray-clothed mice on the spot. This time, the rat's nest was provoked. A large number of gray-clothed mice emerged from the forest in the Bliss Mountain. Their eyes lit up, forming a huge mental force field. The more gray-clothed mice, the more also stronger. Zhou Wen suddenly understood why so many people came to Mount Bliss before, and none of them could go back alive. What these gray-clothed mice are good at is mental attack, and they can also concentrate their mental power, which is similar to the combined attack of the Note Elves. It's just that these gray-clothed mice are even more terrifying. Spiritual. Attacks are inherently difficult to defend against, and they are all epic, plus there are so many, I am afraid that even mythical creatures can easily get lost when they are attacked by their spirits. At the beginning, the bronze sparrow sword was still unaffected, and it was still killing the gray-cloaked mice, igniting flames everywhere on Mount Bliss. But when 13 red-cloaked mice appeared on the Bliss Mountain, the Tonkijian was also affected. Not only did he not continue to kill, but he turned around and killed Zhou Wen. My good fellow, there are 13 mythical mice, there is something in this mountain of bliss, there will be no fear-level existence, right? Zhou Wen felt the great mental pressure and secretly said in his heart. However, his willpower is extremely tenacious, and now he is driving the wheel of fortune, and he can see the real bodies of those mice. No matter how confused, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the anti-water bronze sparrow sword. But the mental power of those mice is really powerful. Countless epic level gray-cloaked mice and 13 red-cloaked mice work together, and even the fear-level jade rabbit has been affected to some extent. I saw Yutu's eyes with red hearts, and he walked slowly towards the undead mountain. Wake it up for me. Zhou Wen felt ashamed for Jade Rabbit, and he was a terrified one anyway, so he would be lured by a group of mice. The ice girl summoned a huge ice cube and smashed it directly on Yutu's head. The ice cube was torn apart, and Yutu finally woke up. Although the Jade Rabbit is a pure power companion pet, it is not a speciality in terms of mental power, but it is a fear level after all, and it can affect it. The mental power skills of these mice are also very important. The force skills seem to have restraint, so she let her climb the Bliss Mountain and kill these mice first. The ice girl was not in the mood to play with these mice. After she was directly scared, an ice explosion turned most of the gray-cloaked mice into ice slag. 13 red-cloaked mice also died, 7 or 8, and several others were injured. Zhou Wen saw the dimensional crystals and companion eggs in one place, and quickly summoned a group of music elves to let them go in and pick up those dimensional crystals and companion eggs. Seeing that the remaining red-cloaked mice wanted to escape, the ice girl waved her hand, and the cold air rushed in, freezing them all into ice sculptures. Seeing that the mice were all dead, the ice girl was about to come back when she suddenly heard a piercing scream from the top of Mount Bliss. Squeak! The voice was extremely sharp. The Ice Maiden was inside the Bliss Mountain. When she heard the voice, her face changed slightly, and the ice light on her body flashed, as if she was competing with some kind of terrifying power. The Node Elves that Zhou Wen put into Mount Bliss all seemed to have lost their souls, and they even drifted towards the top of the mountain by themselves. Zhou Wen stood outside Mount Bliss and felt a trance. He could hardly help but lift his legs and walked into MT. Fortunately, his will was too strong, but he was only slightly absent-minded and recovered immediately. Yutu was hit again, and Zhou Wen directly put it back into the Chaos Orb. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that without the First Order of Chaos, the Chaos Orb could not be used, but he found that his vitality could still open the Chaos Orb. Was not affected. This made Zhou Wen very suspicious that those vitality tactics were not really unusable, but were temporarily unusable for some reason. The ice girl's eyes narrowed, and she even rushed towards the top of Bliss Mountain, and soon heard the terrifying sound of collision of forces coming from the top of the mountain. Zhou Wen saw that there were not many mice left on Mount Bliss, so he simply walked in and planned to pick up those dimensional crystals and companion eggs. Especially those dimensional crystals. Now Zhou Wen just needs to supplement the attributes. The 13 red-cloaked mice exploded 5 attribute crystals and a companion egg, which just happened to be supplemented. Even a mythical creature could not resist the influence of the spiritual power from the top of the mountain, but Zhou Wen was still able to maintain himself. After walking into the Bliss Mountain, he picked up all the attribute crystals. Improve your own attributes, quickly. Zhou Wen just picked up the companion egg, and suddenly saw a stream of light flying down from the top of the mountain, which turned out to be an antique ancient sword. If Zhou Wen hadn't been able to see the power of fear level, he would have been killed by the ancient sword without knowing how he died. When the magic sword automatically unsheathed, blocking the ancient sword. What surprised Zhou Wen was that the demon sword was not able to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with the ancient sword, and it seemed that they were only evenly matched. You must know that the magic sword is not only terrified by the devil baby, it also has the power to kill the devil, and the killing of the devil itself is already a very powerful fear level. The strength of the ancient sword is astonishing. I have already entered Huangquan City, in the Valley of the Dead, the Endless Shanghai Bliss Mountain, Huangquan City, and the Endless Shanghai. There is great terror in Huangquan City, and I am not subject to all the punishments. I cannot see the real Huangquan City, and the Endless Shanghai also. Has the planet Devourer such a terrifying existence? Now there are such powerful creatures in the Bliss Mountain. While fighting the Ice Maiden, they can also separate the ancient sword and the magic sword to compete. The 4 mysterious dimensions of the desert are not simple. Zhou Wen stood there wearing the armor of the crustacean to watch the battle. The shock wave from the double sword battle spread to Zhou Wen, causing Zhou Wen's body to retreat uncontrollably, and his feet plowed out 2 deep trenches on the ground. In such a shock, Zhou Wen discovered a strange phenomenon. Under the impact of that terrifying sword energy, Zhou Wen found that there were traces on his wheel of fortune. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that it was because the Wheel of Fortune had been traumatized by a fear-level force, or that the injury suffered during the previous reversal of the Wheel of Life had not fully recovered, and it split again after encountering a strong force collision. But he soon discovered that this was not the case, because in the cracks that gradually appeared, Zhou Wen felt the sword intent, a familiar and unfamiliar sword intent. 3000 sword intents. Zhou Wen was both surprised and delighted. That sword intent is obviously the 3000 sword intent, but it is different from the 3000 sword intent. It is more powerful and terrifying. It is the real mythical sword intent. The power of Jianwan is still there. So are the powers of other fates and souls also there? Zhou Wen looked at the cracks on the Wheel of Fortune and found that those cracks were swords with a hilt. And all swords were. It was the tip of the sword that was condensed into the shape of a sword pill. After Jianwan was fully formed on the Wheel of Fortune, Zhou Wen immediately felt an uncontrollable terrifying sword intent erupting from the Wheel of Fortune. That sword intent reigned over the world like an emperor, and at the same time a strong sword energy burst out from within the destiny plate. The ancient sword seemed to be affected by the sword intent on Zhou Wen's body, and it even dropped the magic sword. Zhou Wen felt that the sword energy in his body was full, and his body was about to explode. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand, his index finger and middle finger together as a sword, and stabbed it fiercely. Boom! The sword chi burst out, condensed into a sword ball, and slammed into the ancient sword fiercely. Jianwan was smashed into pieces by the ancient sword, but the ancient sword was also deflected by Jianwan's power, deviated from its original trajectory, and flew past Zhou Wen's cheek. Zhou Wen was both surprised and delighted. The abilities of Jianwan and Qi refiners are still there, but the way of existence is a little different from before, and they are also more powerful. If it was a simulation before, now they have been integrated into Zhou Wen's body and become an instinct, not a simulated skill. Zhou Wen hadn't been happy for a long time, and suddenly found that the engraving of Jianwan on the Wheel of Fortune was disappearing rapidly. It disappeared soon, and Zhou Wen could no longer use its power. Losing the lure of the sword intent, Gu Jian was no longer interested in Zhou Wen, and after being caught up by the magic sword, he continued to fight. What's the matter? Jianwan has been portrayed on the Wheel of Fortune just now, and it has the unique skills of the Wheel of Fortune, why not? Zhou Wen frowned and thought about it, carefully recalling what happened just now, and suddenly felt in his heart. Got some ideas. Zhou Wen concentrated and meditated, recalling his own insights into cultivating Qi and Qi Ju, as well as his understanding of Jianwan. His thoughts were engraved on his own Wheel of Fortune, and sure enough, with the influx of his thoughts and a lot of vitality, a series of engravings appeared on the Wheel of Fortune again. In the end, those engravings turned into the appearance of Jianwan, but the appearance of the same Jianwan was a little different from the previous one. This was the Jianwan depicted by Zhou Wen according to his own understanding, which was somewhat different from before. Depicting Jianwan consumes a lot of Zhou Wen's vitality, but under the promotion of the Slayer, there is no problem with the consumption of vitality. Once Jianwan was completed, the sword intent that looked down on the world appeared again, attracting Gu Jian's attention again. Looking at the ancient sword that came from another beheading, Zhou Wen stabbed Jian Pil again. Boom! This time Zhou Wen was even worse. He was directly knocked out, and rolled down Mount Bliss like a ball. However, Jianwan still blocked the ancient sword's blow abruptly and shattered his body, but Zhou Wen was not injured. As Zhou Wen thought, when the sword Pil was broken, the notch on the sword Pil on the Wheel of Fortune disappeared. My Wheel of Fortune is called not engraved, and it is very difficult to leave a notch on it. Even if it is engraved, it is only temporary and cannot exist for a long time. That is to say, even if having the ability of the Wheel of Fortune is only temporary, and you have to draw it yourself every time you use it. But in this case, since you can draw the sword Pil, can you also draw other life souls? Zhou Wen was in a somewhat moody mood. Complex. Although I finally discovered the method of using the Wheel of Fortune, this method is a bit too strange. Every time I use it, I have to describe it myself. If it is a temporary battle, how can there be that time? But soon, Zhou Wen thought of another thing that made him excited and wanted to verify it almost immediately. In the past, he couldn't run two kinds of vitality art at the same time, and he couldn't use two kinds of life forms and two kinds of life souls at the same time, but now it is different. If it is said that the abilities of those origin Qi art have become his instinct, is it possible for him to depict two kinds of life wheel patterns at the same time, and use two or even more abilities? Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen immediately drew on the Wheel of Fortune again with his mind. This time, what he drew was not Jianwan, but the Taiku Emperor. He wanted to try it out to see if he could draw another life wheel pattern, or if he could only draw a sword Pil. The result made Zhou Wen extremely happy. As Zhou Wen understood and realized the ancient emperor scriptures, he really drew a pattern similar to the ancient emperor on the Wheel of Fate. The reason why it is said to be similar is because the life wheel pattern is not the previous Taiku emperor, but an upgraded version of the Taiku Emperor, a real mythical power. As the ancient emperor-like pattern appeared on the Wheel of Fortune, a light and shadow also appeared in front of Zhou Wen. There was no doubt that it was an upgraded version of the ancient emperor. Zhou Wenqiang suppressed his inner excitement and continued to paint in the blank space on the Wheel of Fortune. This time he painted Jianwan. Jianwan was also painted on the Wheel of Fortune little by little, and the ancient emperor pattern on the other side did not disappear. When the Jianwan pattern was completed and Jianwan broke out again, Zhou Wen almost groaned happily. Looking at Jianwan and Gu Huang, who existed at the same time, Zhou Wen only felt that goddess of luck did not abandon him. Thank you, Madonna Jade, Emperor God of Wealth. When Zhou Wen was excited, the ancient emperor's light and shadow suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the ancient emperor's pattern on the Wheel of Fate was disappearing and was no longer complete. Only then did Zhou Wen find it depressed that even if he didn't fight, the nicks on the Wheel of Fortune would disappear quickly. It's really not wrong to not engrave these two words. I really can't engrave anything. Zhou Wen was a little helpless. Although he had the possibility to use multiple abilities at the same time, because the characteristics of the Wheel of Fortune itself were too strange, it's a little troublesome to make things change. Is there any way to keep the nicks forever? Zhou Wen felt that he should spend some time studying it in the future, even if it was only maintained for a longer time. It would be a huge improvement for him. Killing demons fought with ancient swords, Ice Girl fought with unknown creatures on the top of the mountain, but Zhou Wen was painting and playing at the bottom of the mountain. After various tests, Zhou Wen already knew clearly that he could draw all the 8 kinds of life and souls before, and as long as his perception was different, each time he drew something different. The deeper Zhou Wen's comprehension is, the stronger the Wheel of Fortune pattern he draws, the longer he can stay on it, and the greater the power. The only thing Zhou Wen couldn't draw was the notches that the Book of Immortals should have, because he knew the least about the Book of Immortals. The Book of Immortals didn't need him to comprehend or practice, and it would work on its own. As long as the attribute reaches a certain level, you can directly advance. Obviously it is the basis of Zhou Wen's own vitality art, but Zhou Wen knows the least about it. If one day, I can carve the marks of the fascinating Immortal Sutra on the Wheel of Fortune, will those marks disappear again? A thought flashed in Zhou Wen's mind. There is no answer, but Zhou Wen has a direction to make himself stronger. The deeper he understands the origin Qi art, the more lasting the traces left on the Wheel of Fortune. Maybe one day when he is strong enough, those nicks will disappear. Will always exist. After understanding the situation, Zhou Wen put his mind on the Battle of Mount Bliss. The magic sword and the ancient sword were still entangled, and there was no winner. However, the ice girl on the top of the mountain seemed to be gradually falling behind. Zhou Wen turned the Wheel of Fortune, then painted the opening scriptures, and flew to a position closer to the top of the mountain. Soon, Zhou Wen saw the creature fighting against the ice girl. It was also a rat man, but that rat man was more human than the previous gray and red mice. It was dressed in a white suit, with gold-rimmed glasses on its face, and a white top hat decorated with black threads on its head, which looked very weird. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen was surprised to see it. It was the first time he had seen a dimensional creature in this form. What's even weirder is that the rat man not only possesses powerful mental skills, but also has an extremely strange movement, like smoke and fog, and even holds a gun in his hand. Not an ancient long gun, but a modern heat weapon gun. Revolver style, kind of like a Smith & Wesson 500, but it's bigger and has a thicker barrel. Most parts of the gun are silver white metal, and a few parts have gray patterns, which has an indescribable beauty. The Ice Girl was able to resist the Rat Man's mental attack, but the pistol caused her a lot of trouble. She seemed to be a little bit afraid of the bullets in the gun, and did not dare to be hit by the bullets. Zhou couldn't see what the power of the bullet was. Although he could see the power of fear level, the speed of the bullet was too fast, and his eyesight still couldn't keep up. Ice Girl, come back. At the same time as Zhou said, he had already summoned Banana Immortal, and at the same time he quickly stepped back and directly exited the area of Bliss Mountain. First, the Taisheng Kaitianjing has disappeared from the life wheel, and secondly, the attack of the Banana Immortal is not divided between the enemy, and it is also a hindrance to stay there. Ice Girl knows how powerful the Banana Immortal is, and even killing demons is horribly blown by her, even more so. The weird mouse didn't know how powerful Banana Fairy was. Seeing a beautiful fairy sitting on a banana leaf fluttering over, he picked up the phone and fired 3 shots at Banana Fairy. Banana Fairy pouted, and the wind blew out. Just like the bullet time in the Matrix, the 3 bullets suddenly slowed down, and Zhou finally saw what the bullets looked like. The bullet head looks like it is made of crystal, but it looks a little weird, like a little ghost shrunk into a ball, extremely evil. The 3 bullets not only slowed down, but even connected to the frost. After the blink of an eye, the 3 bullets were sprayed back in the wind. The weird-looking rat was also blown away. Because there was no obstacle nearby, the rat and the bullet were directly swept away, and flew into the distance, with the yellow sand in the sky, and soon disappeared. I don't know if the mouse is dead? Zhou saw that the mouse was blown away without a shadow. He wanted to pick up a dimensional crystal or something, but he didn't know where to pick it up. Even if he really died, when he rushed over, the dimensional crystal might have been taken away by other creatures. When the ancient sword that was battling with the magic sword suddenly lost control, fell directly from the air, and landed on the ground, and there was no fear state. Hey, isn't this sword a dimensional creature? Zhou suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the ancient sword. If it is said that the ancient sword is a dimensional creature, it is a bit scary to be able to fight with the magic sword for so long, but it is acceptable. But if it is just a weapon, driven by the mouse, it can fight the magic sword for so long, which is a bit unusual. After all, the mouse itself does not seem to be so strong. Zhou approached, and carefully looked at the ancient sword that fell to the ground. He didn't look at it before, but now he looks at it carefully, and found that it looks a bit strange. It doesn't look like gold, jade, iron or steel, and it doesn't seem to have a blade. The ancient sword was motionless on the ground. It was certain that the rat man was controlling it before. Now I don't know if the rat was too far away from it, or because the rat was dead. Anyway, the sword was out of control. Zhou looked at the ancient sword carefully, and saw the handwriting engraved on the hilt. It seemed that at first glance, his eyes widened, and his pupils contracted like the tip of a needle. On the hilt of the sword, the word Slaughter Immortal was engraved. Is this thing real or fake? Zhou stared at the ancient sword with wide eyes. He couldn't believe that this thing would be the real Slaughtering Immortal sword. The 2 words Slaughter Immortal are nothing special if viewed alone, and even a bit too tacky, but if you add a word for sword after these 2 words, it will be a bit scary. It would be even More terrifying if there were 3 swords, Zhu Xian, Xian Xian, and Zhu Xian, beside this sword. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian in myths and legends are the terrifying existences that really kill all immortals and demons, and the most powerful magic weapon of the mythical and legendary leader. It's hard to describe how powerful these 4 swords are. In analogy, an existence like the 9-tailed demon fox in Chess Piece Mountain should be no different from a chicken waiting to be slaughtered on a chopping board before the real sword of slaying immortals. The powerful beings killed by these 4 swords, just pull out one of them, and they can hang the 9-tailed demon fox. Not to mention 4 swords, just take one out, if you can fully grasp it. Zhou Wen estimates that he should be almost invincible on Earth. Of course, the premise is that this sword is really the sword of immortal killing, and this ancient sword may just have the same name, not the legendary one. Zhou Wen didn't dare to take the risk and summoned the tyrant Beeman to let him pick up the sword. The slaughtering immortal sword didn't react at all, and the tyrant Beeman waved it twice, but he didn't find any special power fluctuations, and it didn't have the previous momentum at all. How did the rat man control it? Zhou Wen thought, summoned the earthbound beast, took the slaughtering sword and chased in the direction where the rat was blown away. Regardless of whether this sword is a real slaughter sword, it is quite a powerful power in itself. If you can figure out how to control it, it will be a great help. Banana Fairy's fan blew the mouse out for some unknown distance. Zhou Wen followed the huge wind marks blown by the wind to find it. After running for hundreds of miles, he finally couldn't see the wind marks, but he didn't see that one either. Weird rat man, isn't it dead? Zhou Wen searched the vicinity with Delison, but found no trace of the rat man, so he wanted to return to Mount Bliss. But who knew that after walking for a long time, I didn't even see the shadow of the Bliss Mountain, and the Bliss Mountain seemed to disappear out of thin air. Zhou Wen knew that it would be difficult to find Bliss Mountain again, so he had to turn on his mobile phone. The copy of Bliss Mountain had been downloaded successfully, and he could enter Bliss Mountain from the game. There are a lot of gray-cloaked mice in the game, and Zhou Wen is also very enjoyable to kill. 13 red-cloaked mice soon appeared. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to waste time with them, and let the demon baby release the magic sword to kill them all. The dimensional crystals exploded several times. After Zhou Wen absorbed the dimensional crystals, his strength reached 67, his speed reached 71. His physique reached 54, and his vitality reached 70. However, Zhou Wen's mind was still on the weird rat man. And he didn't look carefully at his attributes, and took the demon baby directly to the top of the mountain. What made Zhou Wen puzzled was that on the top of Mount Bliss, he didn't see that weird mouse. There is a hole on the top of the mountain, the size of the mouth of a bowl. When you look inside, it is bottomless, as if there is no end. Zhou Wen summoned the earthbound beast to go down, but after crawling inside for a long time, he couldn't climb to the bottom, as if there was no bottom at all. It's strange, what exactly is going on? Zhou Wen knows that there must be something wrong with this hole. Otherwise, at the speed of the soil beast, in such a long time, I am afraid that it will have drilled to the other side of the earth. After thinking of all kinds of methods, I even let Banana Fairy blow in with wind, but the terrifying Tian wind went in, and it disappeared without a trace, and I don't know how deep the hole is. Zhou Wen had no choice but to take the killing immortal sword on the road, planning to return to Luoyang first. Along the way, Zhou Wen brushed various mythical creatures in the game, and planned to improve his attributes first. After all, physical strength is the foundation, and he will take advantage of it. In battle. On the cube fighting platform, a white light beam descended from the sky, and in that white light beam, there was a faint light and shadow. After the light and shadow came, it fell directly on Jiryue's body, and then disappeared in a flash. What was that just now? I didn't see it clearly. Is it the companion pet summoned by Jiryue? A skill of some sort? People were talking a lot, and for a while, they couldn't say what it was. Zhongxia looked at Jiryue, but frowned. Jiryue's pupils turned white, although there was not much change. In other places, his temperament was obviously different. Who are you? Zhongxia looked at Jiryue and asked. You don't deserve to know my name. Jiryue looked at Zhongxia indifferently and replied. As soon as the statement came out, most people understood what was going on. Damn it, that's fine too? Those guys from different dimensions are too shameless. Aren't they? The wheel battle is not enough, and you are still looking for a substitute? It's fucking disgusting, although I don't like people like ya, but I hate this kind of shameless guy even more. Yeah, kill him. There was a lot of excitement in the Federation, and even the overseas demons didn't look good at this time. I really don't think of us humans as human beings. Yusuji now muttered to herself with a cold face. If she could come to power now, she wouldn't care which faction you belonged to, she wanted to go up and help him. There are not a few people who think like now Yusuji, but human beings are not other dimensional creatures, and no one can break the rules of the cube. Zhongxia didn't have any emotions, and just said plainly, all right. Anyway, I don't have the habit of remembering the names of losers. Ignorance is also a kind of happiness, cherish this last happy time. Jiryue was not angry, and slowly raised his palm. There was no earth-shattering light on his palm, but he just grabbed it casually. Zhongxia, who was thousands of meters away, came to him for some reason and was grabbed by his neck. It felt as if the space between the two of them had disappeared. Crack! Ye's neck was directly twisted, and her head fell. However, a cloud of white mist burst out from Ye's severed body, turning into a severed puppet and falling to the ground. The people watching the battle first broke out in a cold sweat, and then they were relieved. Now the vast majority of human beings hope that you can win. Jiryue seemed to have expected this for a long time, and then grasping the palm again, Ye, who had just appeared, came to Jiryue again, and the space between the two disappeared. When? This time, it was Ye's real body. He erected the ancient immortal sword and blocked it in front of Jiryue's palm, but Jiryue's palm grabbed the sword and his neck together, and directly lifted it up with the sword. Recommend the new book of the city. God, Lauscher. Latest website. Zhongxia's body suddenly turned into white mist and escaped from Jiryue's hands. Next, the two of them entered a state of fear, and ordinary humans could no longer see their figures, and they did not know how the battle was going. However, judging from the short battle just now, Ye is obviously at a disadvantage, and Jiryue's space power is very impressive. And the other dimensional creature attached to Jiryue has a powerful aura, which makes people feel that Zhongxia is not so powerful in front of him, like a child fighting an adult. Zhouwen had walked out of the desert at this time and came to a city that had been abandoned by humans. When he passed the cube, he saw this scene and stopped to watch the battle between the two. Others couldn't see the fear-level battle, but Zhouwen's wheel of fortune moved, but he could see it clearly. Immediately, Zhouwen was a little worried. Zhongxia's situation was very bad, and Jiryue's space power was not just summed up in 2 words. Because the strength attributes are not exactly the same, there is no way to directly compare the strength of the 2 people, but from the perspective of the big level, Jiu Yue has not surpassed the fear level, and is still the fear level. However, his skills and understanding of the use of space power have reached a very terrifying realm, which is far from what the original Jiu Yue can match, and Zhong Zia is also far behind. Those guys in different dimensions really don't want to face at all. They even let natural disaster level creatures control Jiu Yue's body and strength. Although the strength level is the same, they are much stronger in terms of skill, use and realm. Zhong Zia's fusion, the Guardian, obviously also has the power of part of the space system. The opponent is also a space system, but his understanding is deeper and stronger than his. The opponent knows Zhong Zia's various abilities and knows how to deal with him, but Zhong Zia is against Jiu, the ability to understand very little. This kind of information asymmetry will cause huge advantages and disadvantages. Zhou Wen saw Zhong Zia's crisis. Moreover, Zhong Zia's previous battles also exposed too much of his abilities, allowing his opponents to understand him better. Zhong Zia's every move seems to be within Jiu Yue's expectations. The battle is very difficult, and the injuries on her body are increasing. If it weren't for his ability to escape and clone, he would have been killed by Jiu Yue long ago. However, the escape technique has its limits, and it is impossible for the clone to be used all the time. It can be seen that Zhong Zia's situation is very bad. As soon as Zhong Zia escaped, she was hit again, and the terrifying space force directly tore apart Zhong Zia's body. Boom! Zhong Zia's body slammed into the fighting platform and was directly out of the state of fear. The white robe on her body had been dyed red with blood, and a scar on her chest almost slanted across the entire chest. He held the hilt of the sword with his blood-stained hands, supported his body, and stood up reluctantly. His body was still shaking, but the wound was still bleeding, and it seemed that the situation was very bad. It's not fair. A young girl clenched her fists and shouted indignantly. There are many people who think like her, but they can't do anything about it. Even if they know it's unfair, they can't change anything. There is no absolute fairness in the world itself. Jiu Yue also got rid of the fear, looking at Zhong Zia, who was covered in blood, and said, "You can survive this blow without dying. It's already a fluke, and you didn't take the opportunity to quit. You really want to die," said. Jiu Yue was about to launch an attack and directly kill Zhong Zia. "Are you a natural disaster grade?" Zhong Zia asked at the same time, holding the hilt of the sword in both hands, supporting her body so that she would not fall. "You're not ignorant yet," Jiu Yue replied. "The natural disaster grade is really strong." Zhong Zia continued. "That's a level that you humans can't imagine, and that's a power that you can't understand. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant. So don't try to be our enemy in vain, it will only bring destruction to you humans." "Disaster," Jiu Yue said naturally. "It's a pity." Zhong Zia suddenly sighed. "What a pity?" Jiu Yue asked with a frown. "Unfortunately, you made a mistake," Zhong Zia said. "Oh, what's wrong?" Jiu Yue looked at Zhong Zia with interest. In his opinion, Zhong Zia was like a joke. "You shouldn't be here," Zhong Zia said seriously. "Why shouldn't I come here?" Jiu Yue continued to ask. "I want to kill you who really have natural disaster level power, so you shouldn't come here." Zhong Zia is still very serious, and doesn't mean to joke at all. Jiu Yue laughed, as if he heard a very funny joke. Do you think that you have a chance to kill me at the same fear level? How ignorant is this to have such an idea? Even if the power is almost the same, but the realm and understanding are different, and the actual fighting ability is also very different. If I want to kill you, I only need to move my finger. Even if you want to self-destruct, it is useless, you can't hurt me. Jiu Yue's words are very shocking, but people can't refute it. It is almost the top class among human beings. In front of the different dimensional creatures possessing Jiu Yue, they are suppressed and have no ability to resist. People were silent, and there was a fire in their hearts that had nowhere to vent. It was Ye who was humiliated on stage. But Jiu Yue's words were not contempt for the entire human race. Zhong Zia didn't have any special emotions, looked at Jiu Yue and said, yes, your realm is very high, and your understanding of power and rules is far higher than mine, but unfortunately you don't understand human beings. Why should I understand human beings? Jiu Yue was no longer in the mood to talk to Zhong Zia anymore. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhong Zia. The space between the two disappeared without a trace. Zhong Zia came to him, it was as if he had put his neck in his hands. Zhong Zia, who was pinched by Jiu Yue's neck, his eyes gradually became hot and red, and he continued. If you know human beings, you should know that human beings are a race that keeps making mistakes and learning. Like you, a guy with a lifespan of thousands of years, or even immortality, will not understand how powerful a human being with a lifespan of only a few decades has the ability to learn. With that said, Zhong Zia's aura suddenly became strong, and the terrifying vitality was like a volcanic eruption, which even shook Jiu Yue's hand around his neck away. 10,000 years ago, I was not born. 10,000 years later, you will stand in front of me like a giant. Zhong Zia's aura became more and more terrifying, and she had entered a state of fear. Again, disappearing from everyone's sight. But his crazy voice still reverberated. Everything that 10,000 years has given you is just that moment's stalwart. The real you is just a fool who lives longer. Latest URL. How arrogant these words are, but the human beings watching the battle only feel their blood boil. It's good to say, it's a pleasure to scold. Xiao Luchuan couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. It's just an idiot who lives longer, haha, interesting guy. Zhang Chuanqiu's tears were almost coming out of his smile. I suddenly felt that it would be good to have such a friend. Du Gugu, who has always been silent as gold, suddenly said. Unfortunately, he said he no longer makes friends. Zhang Chuanqiu said. I regard him as a friend, what does it have to do with me whether he wants to be friends? Du Gugu said blankly. This is, also. Zhang Chuanqiu found that he could not refute Du Gugu. That's right, such an interesting person, I also want to recognize a friend in a shameless manner. Xiao Luchuan laughed. But that Jiu Yue was extremely angry, and in an instant he entered a state of fear, and he wanted to kill Zhong Zia completely. Zhou Wen was in a very uneasy mood. Zhong Zia was seriously injured. Those injuries were not fake. It would be too dangerous to continue fighting. But Zhong Zia did not give up the plan to fight, and fought with Jiu Yue again. Only this time, although Jiu Yue still had the advantage, he was not able to completely suppress Zhong Zia as before. Zhong Zia's fighting ability is constantly improving. No. It shouldn't be said to be fighting ability. His power has not become stronger, but his understanding and realm of power are getting stronger and stronger, and he is growing at an incredible speed. No. Impossible. Jiuyue could hardly believe that such a thing would happen. In such a short period of time, Zhongxia seems to have fully understood and absorbed the various abilities and realms he had shown before. The means used before are no longer effective for Zhongxia. Jiuyue must use new abilities or a higher understanding of the rules of power to continue suppressing Zhongxia. But after using it, trying to use the same method again has no effect on Zhongxia, because Zhongxia has already understood that kind of power and realm. The same space system, the same fear level, the advantage that Jiuyue has is his realm and advanced understanding. Now this advantage is being quickly wiped out, and Jiuyue's expression has finally changed. Now Jiuyue just wanted to kill Zhongxia quickly. He tried his best to maximize Jiuyue's power, leaving one wound after another on Zhongxia. It's just that those wounds are not fatal, and the probability of hurting Zhongxia is getting lower and lower. Zhongxia's pupils had turned a weird red, the red almost blood, evil and crazy, which made Jiuyue feel a little panic. You shouldn't have come. Zhongxia was caught in front of Jiuyue, but at this time, Jiuyue didn't feel the joy of winning, but felt that something was wrong. Click. Zhongxia's neck was pinched off by Jiuyue again, but his severed body turned into a puppet. Jiuyue's pupils shrank, and he didn't even see it this time, it was Zhongxia's clone. Realizing that something was wrong, he wanted to use the space to teleport away, but found that Zhongxia had already reached his back, and the blood-stained lips were almost touching his ear. I will cut you off. Brain. Bang. Jiuyue only felt a huge force behind him, and his body flew forward involuntarily. Jiuyue wanted to stretch the space distance, but suddenly found that his body seemed to be locked, and he couldn't stretch the space anymore, and his body actually retreated from the state of fear. Jiuyue felt that there was something on his back, but he couldn't see it. It was a strange blood-colored curse pattern, printed on his back, exuding an evil aura. Jiuyue didn't have time to look at what was on his back, because Zhongxia had appeared strangely behind him, holding the ancient immortal sword in both hands, and slashed towards his neck at an unbelievable speed. Because Jiuyue has withdrawn from the state of fear, all spectators can see this scene. Boom. A light and shadow flew out from Jiuyue's body. Although there was still a chance to fight to the death, the other dimensional creature didn't want to take his own life to fight. As Zhongxia said, his real strength is more than that. His real strength can easily kill Zhongxia. He doesn't want to fight with Zhongxia like this. When the light and shadow soared, he glanced back, but this glance made him almost vomit blood. I saw the ancient immortal sword in Zhongxia's hand hanging on Jiuyue's neck. This bastard Guanying suddenly understood. It is only possible to hold the sword under such circumstances and not cut it down. Zhongxia never intended to cut down this sword. Otherwise, with such power and speed, it would be impossible to temporarily hold the sword. Everything he did was just intimidating him. Under such circumstances, Zhongxia dared to do such a thing. If it is seen that this sword is a false move, Guanying has every opportunity to kill Zhongxia. But Zhongxia not only did it, but the light and shadow were really frightened, not seeing the truth of the sword. Sure enough, he's an idiot. Zhongxia glanced at the light and shadow flying into the void, muttered something, and returned the sword to the scabbard. The light and shadow shook violently in the void, and then instantly shot into the void and disappeared. Haha, this person is really interesting. Xiao Luchuan was almost unable to straighten his back with a smile. This is not interesting, but it is risking his life. If the other dimensional creature sees that his sword is a false move, I am afraid that he is dead now. Dugaga said. Dare to cut such a sword under such circumstances, this person is either a lunatic or an idiot. Zhang Chuanqiu said, strangely looking at Zhong Zia on the stage. He's not like a lunatic, Dugaga said. So he is an idiot. Xiao Luchuan said. Idiot? Good. Zhang Chuanqiu said thoughtfully. On the fighting platform, Jiu Yue regained control of his body, gave Zhong Zia a complicated look, said nothing, just folded his fists and bowed slightly, then conceded defeat and exited the fighting platform. Yeah. At this time, many of the humans watching the battle shouted out Ye's name, and even temporarily forgot the fact that Ye was only half human. Ye stood on the fighting platform. Although her whole body was covered in blood, it was daunting. There were many guardians, but no one dared to challenge. There are few guardians of the original fear level, and even fewer have the realm and understanding of Ye. Among the guardians who are willing to fight, no one is confident that they can defeat him. Suddenly, Ye was ejected from the cube fighting arena, and at the same time, Ye's name disappeared from the ranking list of the cube. Everyone was stunned at first, and then suddenly realized what was going on. For a time, the entire Federation and overseas seemed to be fried. I'll go. If I can't beat it, I'll just kick off the leaderboard. Can I be any more shameless? Don't play if you can't afford it. If you fight your mother's ring, why don't you just designate the first one? Yeah, so pitiful. Go to your sister's king of the earth, Ye is the real king of the earth. 4. A time, the whole Federation and overseas were furious, but what was the use of that? Ye was still kicked out of the rankings, and it is impossible to return to the rankings. Zhou Wen's face was ugly, and he wasn't thinking about winning or losing. Whether Zhong Zia can take the first place or not, whether he was wronged or not, it doesn't matter to Zhou Wen. But Zhong Zia signed a gambling contract. If he didn't get the first place, then the gambling contract would be a failure, and his body would be attacked by the Guardians, and he would completely lose himself. Now Zhou Wen wished he could find Zhong Zia immediately and see how he was. But he didn't know where Zhong Zia was at all. Killing Demon, what happens if you lose after signing the gambling contract? Zhou Wen called out Killing Demon and asked with a cold face. Killer replied with a bit of schadenfreude, the gambling contract has a strong binding force on both parties. Even a natural disaster-level powerhouse can hardly violate the gambling contract. It is estimated that at this moment, the boy's body should already belong to that pair. The guardian of gambling. Hearing Killer's words, Zhou Wen knew that there was no hope. Even the strong natural disasters could not escape the gambling contract. Don't let humans get the first place anyway? Zhou Wen stared at the leaderboard with cold eyes, unable to speak the anger in his heart, and walked towards the cube. If Zhong Zia lost himself, it would be because his skills were inferior to others, but forcibly kicking him out and taking his life made Zhou Wen unable to accept it, and there was a fire in his heart that had nowhere to vent. What are you going to do? Killer saw Zhou Wen walking towards the cube, and quickly caught up and asked. Participate in the cube ranking battle. Zhou Wen replied. Killing Demon hurriedly said, actually, you don't need to go, we are 1, and if I take the first place, it means that you take the first place. Now that I am ranked first, I can guarantee that I can definitely hold the first position and take back the dimension wheel. Of course Zhou Wen knew that killing the demons meant he won, but Zhou Wen didn't want to win like that, and he wouldn't let the demons win. Although killing demons belongs to him, killing demons also represents a certain race in a different dimension. If killing demons wins, it also means that the race wins. This is not what Zhou Wen wants now. You, stay here, waiting for my challenge. What to do is up to you. Zhou Wen took back all his companion pets, leaving only the killer standing there, and then boarded the cube. Because you was kicked out, the number 1 on the leaderboard now is the original number 2 killer. After Zhou Wen boarded the cube, he injected his vitality into the cube. The cube responded immediately, and among pure humans, I am afraid that only Zhou Wen can activate the cube. Because guardians and dimensional creatures have natural names, but humans do not. When the cube is testing, the name is blank, and Zhou Wen needs to fill it in himself. People. Zhou Wen only filled in one word. Because no other guardians and companion pets challenged to kill the demon, after all Zhou Wen's challenges were issued, his challenge and name were displayed on the cube screens around the world. People, all humans, were dumbfounded when they saw this name. Because dimensional creatures and guardians have natural names, even if humans and guardians have contracted to fight together, only the guardian's name will be displayed on the cube, and the human's name will not be displayed. And this herringbone is obviously not the name of the guardian. Should be the same human as. Yeah? People guessed secretly. Even if it's a human like Ya, who is as powerful as Ya, I'm afraid it's useless. After all, they will still be kicked out. Those bastards in different dimensions will not let humans get the first place, even if they are half human. It's good to be able to win and kill the demon. To vent your anger. It's not that easy to win and kill a demon. That one must be fear level. Unless this person is as strong as Ya, there may be a chance. There was a lot of discussion, and basically everyone thought that it should be a half-human, half-guardian monster. In fact, most human beings don't really agree with people like Wang Mingyuan and Ya. The reason why they supported you before was because you was too good, and secondly, they had no other choice. Pure human beings can't even keep their name on the leaderboard, and they have no chance to support them. When people were discussing, Killer accepted the challenge, and the screen of the cube turned into a picture of a cube fighting platform, and the two bodies also appeared on the cube fighting platform. One of them is naturally killing demons, but most people want to know what the guy who claims to be human looks like. Although they know that it is impossible to really be a pure human being, they dare to use a human name to fight at this time. My heart is still very sympathetic. But when their eyes saw the figure, they were stunned. The figure was dressed in human clothes, and looked like a human from head to toe. Except for a white jade mask on his face, he looked like a human no matter what. Looks like you're really alone. Doesn't it? It can't be pure human, it must be half human like Ya. But there is absolutely no sign of alienation on him. Didn't you see him wearing a mask? The alienated part must be on his face. People were talking a lot, but Zhou Wen stood there and didn't move, looking at Killer with a complicated look. The mask on his face is called Moonlight Mask, which is transformed by the companion pet Moonlight Rabbit. The companion pet Moonlight Rabbit was transformed from the pearl that was obtained from the moon god at the beginning. Although it has the foundation of mythology, it is still at the mortal level. Moonlight Rabbit mortal, evolvable, strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical. Fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent ability, moonlight transformation. Associated state, face armor. The reason for using the moonlight mask is because of the skill of moonlight transformation. Although this is just a mask, because of the existence of this skill, people cannot see his true figure and appearance. Zhou Wen didn't want to be famous, he just wanted to vent his anger, and at the same time not let any guardian become the king of the earth. When people saw that the demon finally moved, they all stopped talking and focused on the demon. Everyone knows the horror of killing demons, and many people even think that he is not weaker than Ye, and it is only because he has a certain relationship with Ye that he will admit defeat. They also wanted to know how powerful the demon killer would be if it really broke out in combat power. Killing demon walked in front of Zhou Wen step by step. Everyone thought that killing demon was about to take action, but the next action of killing demon made everyone petrified there. Killing demon knew that it was time for him to choose his side, but he didn't have too many entanglements. So he chose to stand on Zhou Wen's side. The guardian is not a pure other-dimensional creature, but a tool made by the other-dimensional creature, and he has no feelings for the other-dimensional creature. Of course, this is not the reason why he chose Zhou Wen, but mainly because the demon baby is Zhou Wen's companion pet. The demon baby must be on Zhou Wen's side, so there is no option to kill the demon. Wherever the demon baby stands, he also where to stand. It's not difficult to choose a lineup, the difficulty is how to line up. Killing demon knew that Zhou Wen didn't trust him, and Moing listened to Zhou Wen in everything, so killing demon felt that this was a very good opportunity. The embarrassing positioning of food rations may also be uncertain. Gritting his teeth, killing demon made a decision in his heart, looked at Zhou Wen and walked over. Everyone was looking forward to the start of a big war, and their eyes were all focused on killing demon. Now they just hope that killing demon and people don't disappear again. The demon killer didn't disappear, he walked slowly to Zhou Wen, and then, in the disbelieving and suspicious eyes of everyone, he landed on one knee like a knight, pressed his right hand to his heart, and said to Zhou Wen, "In the name of killing demon, I would like to sign a master-servant contract with you, and follow allegiance forever and ever, until immortality." The whole world was dead silent, and people couldn't believe their eyes and ears. The guardian, that is the guardian, what a noble and powerful existence. Those human beings who have guardians, without exception, have made great efforts to allow themselves to be recognized by the guardian, and then have the opportunity to sign with them. Many people even paid the price of their lives in order to be able to contract with the guardian. It can be said unceremoniously that although the guardian contract is an equality contract, in fact, human beings are the weaker party in the contract, and they are the selected party. And those guardians, compared with the strength of killing demons, are simply incomparable, and they are too weak. It is unheard of for such a powerful killer to actually request a contract with the person in front of him, and also to sign a master-servant contract. Can the guardian sign a master-servant contract? Wait, killer wants to sign a contract with that person, which means that person must have never contracted with the guardian. Can a human who has merged with the guardian still make a contract with the guardian? If not, will this person be a pure human? Impossible. Pure humans can't be promoted to myth at all, and it's impossible to activate the Battle of the Cube too. Climb the leaderboard. Who is this person? He's just wearing a mask. Can anyone recognize his true appearance? Not only ordinary people, But even the veteran powerhouses of the 6 major families were shocked by it, and they had never seen such a thing before. Lao Qiao, can you tell who this person is? Xiao Luchuan asked. I can't see. That there is some kind of power in him that has changed his body shape. Now his body shape should not be his body. Zhang Chuanqiu replied. Overseas also kept passing news, wanting to investigate the true identity of the person on the stage. Zhou Wen looked at Killing Demon with a strange expression, and he could probably guess the thinking of Killing Demon. Killing Demon saw that Zhou Wen didn't speak. I had to keep the Knight's Oath unchanged. And I was still comforting myself in my heart. I will do a full set of dramas, for the sake of Lord Devil Baby, I will bear it. Zhou Wen waved his hand and motioned to kill the demon to leave quickly. He has no intention of acting here. He just wants to kill those guardians now, but he has written down the intention of killing the demon. Seeing this, Killer got up quickly, got up and conceded defeat and exited the cube fighting platform. I'm going, but the guardian who came to the door for free doesn't want it. That's Killing Demons, the top guardian, just refused? Boss, don't give it to me, I want it. The world must be crazy. Such a powerful guardian took the initiative to request a master-servant contract, and he even refused. Is it really stupid to kill the devil? People don't give him face so much, but he doesn't even do it, and he obediently admits defeat. Is this too ridiculous? I think Killer knows the power of people, so he took the initiative to ask for a master-servant contract, and he didn't dare to turn his face. People are really mad at people. Not only the Earth, but also the other dimensional creatures in the different dimensional world who were paying attention to this battle were dumbfounded. There are many other dimensional creatures who have experienced the battle of the Earth and the ancient times still know about the guardian of the demon, and it was also one of the top guardians at that time. These behaviors of killing demons are too strange to them, and they even make them wonder if this demon killing is fake. Soon, all the different dimensional races issued orders to their guardians on Earth, asking them to test the weakness of people, trying to figure out what kind of existence that people really were. Because of the rules of the Earth world, no matter how powerful the different dimensional race is, if it comes in person, it will be punished by the rules, and at most it will maintain the level of fear, and it may even be directly knocked down to the myth. They couldn't come to investigate Zhou Wen in person, they could only observe Zhou Wen through the cube, and the information they could get was very limited. Zhou Wen had already thought very clearly before he came to power. Before he came to power, he had already painted the Taisheng Kai Tianjing on his wheel of destiny, and continued to portray the Taisheng Kai Tianjing, even if one Taisheng Kai Tianjing disappeared. The Taisheng Kaishenjinjing depicted later can also be supplemented, and the state of the Taisheng Kaishenjinjing can be maintained all the time. For others, this will consume a lot of mental power and vitality, but for Zhou Wen, such consumption is nothing. Now he just wants to know whether Taisheng Kaishenjinjing, which can break the taboo rules of various dimensional fields, can resist the rules of the cube. If he can't resist, the other dimensional creature can kick him away like he kicked Ye, then there is no chance. As long as he can't kick, he will definitely not let any guardian get the first place. However, Zhou Wen also knew that the other dimensional creatures would definitely not use the rules of the cube to kick him away immediately. Judging from the various actions of the other dimensional creatures in the past, and the information he asked from the Ice Girl, there are many different dimensional races, which restrict each other, and even often start racial wars. The cube cannot be controlled by a certain race alone. After all, the winner of the cube will allow a certain race to gain control of the Earth. It is impossible for a certain race to completely control the cube in different dimensions. It is not easy to get the consent of all those in power and use the rules to kick him out. Even if all the big guys can reach consensus, it will definitely take a certain amount of time. Otherwise those guys from different dimensions will not use so many troublesome methods when dealing with ya. The reason why Zhou Wen has kept the Taishang Kaitianjing open is also just in case. In case those big guys just finished kicking ya, and they are still in a meeting together, and by the way, make a decision and kick him together, it would be too unfair. Fortunately, what Zhou Wen was worried about did not happen, and no special power came to him. Instead, the challenges of the Guardians kept appearing in front of him. Zhou Wen took a look and found that many Guardians who had not been promoted to the fear level even challenged him. He couldn't help but choose to accept the challenge of one of the mythical Guardians. The Guardian is called Fire, God of War. Zhou Wen really doesn't know which family his contractor is from, but just by looking at the name, he knows that this must be the guardian of the fire element, and his ranking is not high. 10. Did not go in, the possibility of being a fear level is almost zero. When people saw that he chose Fire God of War instead of Dongshi, who had a strong performance before, they couldn't help being a little disappointed. After all, the strength of the Flame God of War is much worse than that of the Demon Killer. Even killing the demon will automatically admit defeat, and the Flame God of War is even less likely to be an opponent. However, some people don't think so. Now many human powerhouses know that the Guardians contract with human beings, and they look at potential, not absolute strength. Killing demons chose human, it may also be because of his talent, not because of his strength. The human being wearing the armor of the flaming God of War entered the fighting arena. Originally, he was still a little nervous. He was afraid that the monster in front of him was really as powerful as the Slayer, so he would be in danger when he came up. But seeing that the other party actually summoned the companion pet, and let the companion pet rush up, obviously planning to let the companion pet fight with him, he felt relieved and became more courageous. Why is it a companion pet? The companion pet is definitely not the Guardian's opponent. He doesn't want to use the companion pet to win, right? Looking at the appearance of the companion pet, it seems that it also has the ability to fire. Who knows what kind of companion pet is that? Why don't you seem to have seen it before? The companion pet summoned by Zhou Wen is the Demon Armor and Tiger Soul Armor. The mythical Demon Armor and Tiger Soul General can be said to be the nemesis of the fire element. It is perfectly suitable to use it to deal with the fire god of war. The reason why Zhou Wen did this was because he didn't want to scare the Guardians away at once. And he didn't want those bigwigs to use the cube rule to kick him out immediately. In case Taishang Kaitian can't stand the rules of the cube, at least he can kill a few Guardians before being kicked out. Playing with fire in front of me? Seeing the demon-armored tiger soul rushing towards the body with a strange flame burning, the humans in the flame armor of the God of War sneered together, the flames on their bodies exploded, condensing a huge flame war knife, facing the demon head-on. The armored tiger soul will split the past. Tiger Soul General raised his spear to block, and after the flame war knife hit the long spear, it suddenly turned into a sea of fire, drowning Tiger Soul General in the flames. In the flames, the armor of the Tiger Soul General was all red, like the iron blocks in the charcoal fire. It seemed that it would melt into iron juice at any time. What are you doing, using companion pets to fight guardians? Isn't it a waste of time? It's not just a waste of time, but also a waste of companion pets. A good companion pet, I'm afraid it will be killed soon. It's a mythical companion pet, it's too wasteful. Hurry up and fight like ya. Unleash your power and kill the guardian. People obviously don't want to watch companion pet battles. Although Zhou Wen had a companion pet show before, it was just a show, not a real battle. In the eyes of most people, it is still impossible to simply use the companion pet to defeat the guardian. Under the control of Zhou Wen, the demon-armored tiger soul general seems to be rushing towards the flame god of war in the flames. But its armor has been burned red, and it seems that the situation is very bad. The flame war god once again cut out a flame war knife, trying to defeat the demon armor and tiger soul directly. The flame war knife slashed on the demon-armored tiger soul general, and sparks splashed all over his body, as if the iron juice splashed out from his body, and the demon-armored tiger soul general was also slashed back again, and his body was wrapped in more flames. I couldn't see the appearance of the tiger soul general, only a figure wrapped in flames retreated in the sea of fire. Isn't it dead yet? The flame war god frowned slightly, intending to quickly fight and resolve this companion pet as soon as possible. After all, it is a shame for him to waste too much time on a companion pet. Condensed strength slashed out the flaming swords in succession, and slashed the flaming swords frantically on the body of the devil-armored tiger general in the sea of fire. After retreating, the tiger soul general, who seemed to be about to collapse, was still not killed. The flame god of war realized that something was wrong, and immediately made a decision. Taking advantage of the moment when the tiger soul would be repelled, he used the power of the Wheel of Fortune. The terrifying flame turned from red to gold, rose from the flame war god, and condensed into a golden flame chariot. Wherever the golden flame chariot went, everything was melted, and even the red flames that also originated from the god of war were melted by the golden flames. Boom! The golden flame chariot slammed into the tiger soul general, and the flame wheel continued to turn frantically, as if to crush and melt everything. Tiger soul general's body was pushed back by the golden flame chariot, and was soon pushed out of the sea of fire. Only at this time did people discover that the tiger's soul was burning with purple-red flames all over its body, which looked extremely strange. He didn't even have a single injury on his body, and none of the previous attacks could cause him any harm. Tiger Soul held the gun in both hands and blocked it in front of the golden flame chariot. Not only did the flames of the golden flame chariot not hurt him, but it made the flames in his body burn more and more vigorously. The fire god of war saw that there would be a problem with the demon armor and tiger soul, but it was too late. With a bang, the tiger soul slammed down the spear in his hand, smashed the golden flame chariot directly, and turned into pieces of golden flames that flew away. Come! The next moment, the demon-armored tiger soul made a roar from the strange-looking tiger under the seat, rushing towards the flame god of war. The flame war god saw that the situation was not good, and summoned a giant dragon and a war hammer, which were all mythical companion pets. He rode the giant dragon and war hammer to meet the demon-armored tiger general. With one enemy against 3, the demon-armored tiger soul general is fierce and powerful. The tiger under his seat jumped up and stepped on the giant dragon. Wherever the tiger claws passed, there were several burning trails on the dragon's back. The wound with the purple flame caused the dragon to fall down screaming. The fierce tiger took advantage of the opportunity to pounce on the flame god of war, and the tiger's soul faced the warhammer with the spear in his hand. The powerful impact force made the warhammer in the hand of the flame god of war fly out, and the man also retreated again and again, blood oozing from his mouth, and his face changed greatly. The people who were still clamoring for people to take action sooner, all quieted down at this time, staring blankly at the battle on the fighting arena. Their expressions gradually became strange. According to the help of two mythical companion pets, the dragon and the warhammer, and the power of the guardian itself, everyone thought it was a battle without suspense. Now there is indeed no suspense in this battle, but unlike what they imagined, it was the fire god of war who was suppressed and ravaged. Looking at the demon-armored and tiger generals rushing and killing on the fighting platform, like a devil descending to earth, a question mark appeared in many people's minds. What kind of companion pet is this? It's so fucking fierce. How come I've never heard of such a fierce companion pet before? I vomited blood again, and the flame war god's armor was about to be cracked. With the help of two mythical companion pets, it was beaten like this under a rigid frontal situation. This companion pet is simply explosive. This plot is wrong. Doesn't it mean that the guardian must hang the companion pet? Why is this hanged? God of fire. God of war, shouldn't there be other big moves yet? Let's make a big move. The previous golden flame chariot was his big move. Tiger Soul danced wildly with the spear in his hand, smashed the flame god of war on the chest, and smashed his breastplate directly. The flame god of war flew out like a sandbag. With the broken armor, the flame god of war was on the fighting stage. It took a long way to get down here. The Tiger Soul general kept on going, and the strange flame spewed from his body, like a demon and a devil, and came to the front of the flame god of war. There is no chance of victory between the flame war god and the Tiger Soul general. In the early stage, the Tiger Soul will absorb so many flames, and the Vietnam War will only get stronger, and it is too easy to abuse the flame war god. The flame god of war saw that the situation was not good, so he wanted to admit defeat and quit the fighting arena. It's a pity that he was still a step late. Zhou didn't know when he had come not far behind him, holding a grenade-like thing in his hand. He threw it directly at the flame god of war, and then quickly backed away. Boom! Boom! The energy generated by the explosion of the grenade transformed by the ancient split tadpoles directly blew the armor of the fire god of war, which already had cracks and shatters, to pieces, and the explosion was continuous. After the large ancient split tadpole exploded, it split into smaller grenades, and then continued to explode. The continuous explosions almost instantly exploded the flame god of war into fragments, and the dead can no longer die. Is this dead? Others couldn't believe that a guardian was killed just like that. It turns out that the guardians are not as strong as they thought. With powerful companion pets, they can still kill them. Then the companion pet must be strong enough. That person's companion pet is too strong. The grenade companion pet that killed the fire god of war just now looks a lot like the ancient split tadpoles in the previous companion pet show. If you say that, it seems to be true. This person, could it be the owner of those companion pets? Damn it, it's really possible. Soon the disappearance spread, and major media began to report the news. After all, people were still very impressed by the previous companion pet show. However, this time the battle has not been able to stop the challenges of other guardians. Although the challenged guardians are a lot less, there are still A lot of them, and many of them are also mythical. In their opinion, although Zhou Wen's companion pet is powerful, it is not insoluble. Zhou Wen has mythical companion pets, and they also have them. As long as they are used properly, it is not difficult to defeat the demon armored tiger general. Moreover, many people have seen the problem of the demon armored tiger soul general, knowing that the demon armored tiger soul general should be able to absorb the power of the fire element and restrain the flame war god very much, so the flame war god will lose so badly. Zhou Wen glanced at the challenge list and found that there was a dark messenger who was scared away by the killing demon, that is, the guardian of Zhou Ming's contract. How dare this guy come up to challenge? Is he crazy? Zhou Wen still knew a little about Zhou Ming. He didn't deliberately get to know Zhou Ming, but as a background board for the name of killing demons to move the world, many media reported some things about Zhou Ming. Killer likes to read those reports and read them out on purpose, so Zhou Wen learned a little bit. Like such a selfish guy who is afraid of death, he dared to take risks and challenge. Zhou Wen felt that there was only one possibility. Something gave him such courage. What would it be? Could it be that, like Zhou Yue, there will be a different dimension of fearful creatures descending on him? Zhou Wen thought about it and thought it was impossible. No matter how spineless the other dimensional creatures of the natural disaster grade are, they will not choose such a low-level human body to come down, right? If you want to pick, you will also pick on Dongshi and Zhou Yue. Zhou Wen thought about it, and chose the Dark Messenger as his next opponent. Soon Zhou Ming, who was wearing the armor of the Dark Messenger, appeared on the fighting platform. The first time after his appearance, Zhou Ming began to condense the door of darkness. Unexpectedly, this time Zhou Ming condensed the dark gate very fast. Zhou Wen immediately saw the problem. Zhou Ming held a black crystal in his hand, condensing the power of the gate of darkness, most of which came out of the black crystal. Zhou Wen is not a madman like Ye, and he has no interest in knowing what black crystals are and how the dark gate is different from before. So he directly sacrificed the night training sword. The smoke-like night training sword directly pierced the air to assassinate Zhou Ming, and wanted to kill Zhou Ming together with the Dark Messenger before Zhou Ming condensed the door of darkness. Although the night practice sword is not absolutely invincible, but now Zhou Ming is condensing the gate of darkness, there is no way to move. Once he moves, the condensation of the gate of darkness is interrupted, and the previous efforts are in vain. Zhou Ming watched the night training sword fly like a long rainbow, and he didn't even mean to dodge. When the night training sword stabbed the Dark Messenger's armor, a golden light bloomed from his chest. It was a golden spell pattern, and the spell pattern turned into a golden mask, protecting Zhou Ming in it. The night training swords crisscrossed each other, slashing on the golden shield again and again, but they were not able to cut the shield. Zhou Wen looked at the golden shield and felt the power on it. Now, no matter how stupid he is, he already understands. Whether it is a golden spell pattern or a black crystal, it must be the handwriting of another dimension. Anyone with a little vision could also guess what happened, and they were very worried about people in their hearts, afraid that what happened to you would happen again. Zhou Wen stared at the gate of darkness. He knew that the means of different dimensions were definitely not that simple, and the truly terrifying things would definitely be inside the gate of darkness. Is there any other dimensional creatures who want to come in person through the gate of darkness? Zhou Wen thought to himself. The dark door condensed very fast, and it took shape in a moment. With a bang, the dark door opened, and a roar that seemed to come from the abyss came from the depths of the dark door. Is there really a different dimensional creature coming in person? Zhou stared at the dark portal. Boom. Boom. Inside the gate of darkness, there were terrifying footsteps, and every step seemed to shake the void. Watching a black figure come out of the door, Zhou withdrew the night practice sword and did not continue to attack Zhou Ming, because it was too late. Through the cube, people gradually saw the creature that came out of the door. It was a monster that seemed to be shrouded in darkness. The figure looming in the darkness looked like a huge tauren. With its huge horns, arrow-shaped tail, and anti-joint legs, it walked out of the gate of darkness step by step and landed on the fighting platform. The entire fighting field seemed to be enveloped by that terrifying dark aura. Unlike Yeti's eternal night power, the dark aura did not block the light, and the looming figure of the monster could still be seen, but this kind of unseen appearance made people feel even more frightened. In an ancient temple on the plateau, an old man was playing with a pestle, looking at the cube screen next to him, and when he saw the appearance of the dark minotaur, he could not help frowning slightly. Using the dark door of the dark messenger, put the top-level fear-level creature, the dark domain devil, was summoned to the fighting platform, bypassing the repression of the Earth's rules, allowing the dark domain devil to maintain its full strength. I can think of any method. However, can the devil in the dark realm really make them get their wish? Jing. Daoxian looked at Zhou on the other side of the fighting platform, with a strange look in his eyes. Fiddled with the demon subduing pestle and muttered to himself, "Let me see, where are you now? It's too shameless, that kind of creature is not something that a guy like Zhou Ming has the ability to summon, and it must be those guys from another dimension who are playing tricks." Li Xian said angrily. Wang Lu hugged and said, "The cube is the home of other dimensional creatures. If you want to win there, you must be prepared to fight against adversity." Feng Qiuyan also said, "What I'm most worried about right now is not this fearful creature. I'm just afraid that the coach will be like yeah and be kicked out directly by them using the rules of the cube, without even having a chance to fight. Those shameless guys will definitely do this kind of thing." Li Xian agreed with Feng Qiuyan's point of view. Others can't recognize Zhou Wen, they know Zhou Wen too well, they have already recognized him from his companion pet, and they are a little worried at this time. "Don't worry, Zhou Wen won't be kicked out so easily," Wei Ge said, with narrowed eyes. He came to the Wang's house to tell Zhou Wen what he had brought to Li Xian and them, and just saw Zhou Wen play, so he stayed to watch the battle together. That guy Lao Zhou has a lot of weird abilities, but after all, this is the opponent's home court, and the rules are set by others. It's hard to get it. Li Xian felt a pain in his stomach when he thought about it. It was obviously the battle that decided the king of the earth, but the rules are not custom made by creatures on earth. Dark domain devil, kill him. Zhou Ming pointed at Zhou Wen excitedly and shouted. Although the devil in the dark domain was not summoned by him by his own power, but a creature from another dimension secretly helped him, but this was the closest opportunity for him to get close to the king of the earth. With the power of the devil in the dark realm, as long as he defeats this weirdo in front of him, he is very likely to get the dimension wheel and become the king of the earth. The dark domain devil ignored him and just stared at Zhou Wen, his blood-red eyes in the dark, like a pair of huge red lanterns. Although the dark domain devil was summoned by Zhou Ming, it is not a summoned beast, but a very famous creature in the dark domain, one of the strongest fear levels in the different dimensions. If it weren't for some reason, the dark domain devil would have already been Promoted to the natural disaster level. The different dimensional boss who secretly planned this action, the reason why he found the devil in the dark domain to come with the help of the gate of darkness, he hopes to be able to do it once and for all, and not to make trouble again. Before forcibly kicking you out of the game, it took a lot of money to get all the bigwigs to agree to use the cube's rule power. If you do it again, not to mention the big lions who know that their own family has no hope of winning the first place, what kind of lions will open their mouths? But it is not an easy task to invite all those big bosses. Weak creatures like humans always cause a lot of trouble. Those guys used to be troublesome enough. I didn't expect these guys to be more troublesome now. The mysterious light and shadow felt a little headache. It's obviously just a creature so weak that it can't even be promoted to the mythical level, but it can seethe needle and use all means to do something that makes them feel a headache. Before you die, what other wishes do you have? If it's not too difficult, the deity can satisfy you as much as possible. The dark domain devil looked at Zhou Wen and said, "It is naturally not kind, and this is one of its abilities. If the opponent's will is shaken, it will make its power stronger. Although the opponent is just an earth creature, the dark domain devil is not careless at all, and treats Zhou Wen as an opponent of the same level. It just wants to kill the opponent in the safest way in exchange for the benefits promised by the big boss in the different dimension. In a battle of the same level, strength is of course a hard condition, but in addition, the strength of a creature's own will also plays a crucial role in combat. I really have a wish, and it's not too difficult. I hope you can satisfy me." Zhou Wen thought about it seriously and said. The devil in the dark realm was slightly happy, thinking that Zhou Wen's will was a little shaken. So he asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" Zhou Wen looked at the devil in the dark realm, and said seriously, "Can you show me your real body?" The dark domain devil was slightly startled, he didn't expect Zhou Wen to make such a request, and immediately knew that Zhou Wen's will was not shaken, maybe he was just delaying time. Now the devil in the dark domain will no longer waste time, the dark aura on his body skyrockets, surging on the fighting platform like a tidal wave, and soon covers the entire cube, making it impossible for outsiders to see anything. But those dark auras don't hurt anyone, they are the eyes of the devil in the dark realm. The blood inside is getting heavier and heavier, but under the shroud of the dark realm, no one else can find it. Come on, let me take your soul into the dark abyss, and enjoy the joy of depravity. The dark domain devil approached Zhou Wen with the tide of the dark breath, and at the same time, the blood in his eyes became more and more intense, as if he had a certain a seductive power. Zhou Wen's wheel of fortune has been spinning, and every move of the devil in the dark realm is in his eyes, and when he sees those eyes, he immediately feels attracted by them, and his soul is about to be sucked in. Fortunately, his will and mental strength are different from ordinary people's. He temporarily stabilized his mind, but he pretended to be attracted by it, as if he was demented, and walked towards the devil in the dark realm. Step by step. In the dark realm, Zhou Wen walked towards the dark realm devil step by step, and soon walked to the dark realm devil. Come on, follow me to the abyss of happiness. The dark domain devil lowered his head and stretched out his palm, as if to hold Zhou Wen up, and at the same time his face was getting closer and closer to Zhou Wen. Just as its palm was about to touch Zhou Wen's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the eyes of the devil in the dark domain, holding an ice crystal-like dragon tooth in his hand, and stabbed it directly. S eyes. The tip of the dragon tooth almost touched the eyeball of the devil in the dark realm, but suddenly a palm stretched out from the darkness and grabbed the dragon tooth. Playing in front of my dark realm devil, are you still very tender? The dark realm devil grinned, grabbing Lanya with one hand, and Zhou Wen's body with the other hand, holding him. In the holding hands, he said at the same time, "No wonder you dare to be so mad, there is something to fear, this is not something that can be condensed by any fearful creature, ah." Before the dark domain devil finished speaking, blood burst out from his eyes, and the devil baby held the devil sword and pierced into its eyes. The devil in the dark domain responded very quickly. He reached out his hand and wanted to kill Zhou Wen, who was holding it in his hand, but when his other eye clearly saw the demon baby who stabbed him, his hand froze, his eyes full of eyes. It's unbelievable. Its palm unwittingly loosened, Zhou Wen in his hand fell, becoming an avatar in midair, and Zhou Wen's real body appeared on the other side. The demon baby succeeded with a sword, and immediately retreated, falling into Zhou Wen's arms. No. Impossible. The dark domain devil stared at the demon baby, and the injured eyes healed quickly, but it had no intention of attacking Zhou Wen. Same. Zhou Wen saw that there was something strange, and had a bad premonition in his heart, and immediately took the demon baby back. The devil in the dark realm obviously knows the devil baby, or has seen something similar to the devil baby. In the past, killing the demons was able to know the demon baby, which made Zhou Wen feel a little wrong, but after all, killing the demons was a guardian born on earth. The devil, in the dark domain, is different. It is a creature from a different dimension. It actually recognizes the devil baby, and it looks so horrified. This problem is a bit big. If the magic baby is really related to the different dimension, then he uses the magic baby on the fighting platform, and is seen by the big guys in the different dimension. God knows what will happen. From what happened to you before, it can be seen that those guys in different dimensions are different from human beings. They don't care about their faces at all, and they will do anything to achieve their goals. This is a very dangerous thing. Now Zhou Wendao is a little fortunate that he was a demon baby summoned in the dark realm, otherwise the demon baby would be completely exposed. Zhou Wen already had a murderous intention in his heart, and was about to summon the banana immortal, and then go all out to kill the devil in the dark domain. But before Zhou Wen could do it, he saw that the dark domain devil suddenly took over the dark domain, and even the dark aura on his body completely subsided, revealing its true body. The people watching the game are staring at the black screen. I couldn't see anything, but it was clear that the creatures summoned by Zhou Ming were definitely fear-level existences. Many people are worried about Zhou Wen, that is, they hope to know the result soon, but they are worried that when the dark domain disappears, they will see the picture of Zhou Wen's tragic death. Even Zhou Ming himself could not see anything in the dark realm. Suddenly, the darkness on the fighting platform suddenly disappeared. Not only the dark realm was gone, but also the black chi lingering around the devil in the dark realm. At this time, everyone saw that the real body of the devil in the dark domain was not as huge as imagined, but with a height of more than 10 meters, it was already very majestic and terrifying compared to humans. It has a bull head and hooves, but its body and hands are human-like, and it is also wearing a black robe, which looks very weird. Seeing that the devil in the dark domain was unscathed, everyone was shocked, and their eyes quickly searched for other corners of the fighting platform, worried that Zhou Wen had been killed. Seeing that Zhou Wen was standing there in a good manner, and he was Also uninjured, he could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. What are you doing standing there? Why? Don't you kill him soon? Zhou Ming was disappointed when he saw that Zhou Wen was not dead, and immediately urged the Dark Domain Devil to kill Zhou Wen quickly, because the different dimensional creatures who came into contact with him told him that the Dark Domain Devil is an invincible existence in the fear level. As long as he brings the Dark Domain Devil over, he will be invincible. In the next second, the Dark Domain Devil finally moved, but its target was not Zhou Wen. It turned and looked at Zhou Ming, who was wearing the armor of the Dark Messenger. The blood in its eyes flickered like the eyes of a devil. In an instant, Zhou Ming and the armor of the Dark Messenger on his body exploded, blood sprayed everywhere, and there was no bones left in an instant. This change made everyone stunned, staring blankly at the fighting arena, not knowing what happened. Not only human beings, but also many creatures from different dimensions were stunned. The big man who arranged for the devil in the Dark Domain to come to the fighting arena twitched at the corners of his eyes and had a strong ominous premonition in his heart. Zhou Wen was also slightly startled, but he quickly thought of something. Could it be that this guy, like killing demons, has something to do with the demon infant or the demon infant line? Zhou Wen hesitated. For a while, should he continue to summon Banana Immortal to kill, the devil in the Dark Domain is very powerful, and it seems that it is not so easy to kill. And without the cover of the Dark Domain, if you want to kill the demon baby without using it, I am afraid that most of its abilities will be exposed, and it may not be able to do so. After all, this is a fighting platform, and it is possible to admit defeat. Zhou Wen is not sure that he can kill the Dark Domain Devil before it admits defeat. Just as Zhou Wen was hesitating and everyone was puzzled, he saw that the devil in the Dark Realm suddenly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. Like the previous killer, he also put his right hand on his heart and lowered his head. What's going on? What happened? Isn't this thing summoned by Zhou Ming? Isn't it a terrifying creature from another dimension? It seems like it might be. For a time, the Federation seemed to have fried a pot. If it was said that killing demons and people had something to do with it, it would make sense, but the demons in the Dark Realm were actually different dimensional creatures that were summoned by Zhou Ming. Why did the screen go black? As soon as it lit up, he knelt down. Only Zhou Wen knew in his heart that the devil in the Dark Realm bowed down to the demon infant, not Zhou Wen. Xiao Yan, pinch me to see if I haven't woken up yet? Li Xian said strangely to Feng Qiuyan beside him. Ah! Li Xian let out a scream, covering the swollen half of his face, and pointed at Feng Qiuyan with trembling fingers. What are you doing with such force? How can you be sure if you're dreaming without using a little more force? Feng Qiuyan muttered to herself, seeing that you are in such pain, you should be able to be sure that you are not dreaming. Then you don't have to be so hard, right? You want to crush me? If it wasn't for my exquisite bones, you would have crushed my face. Li Xian said reluctantly. With such great power, others will die, but you won't. Feng Qiuyan said calmly. Li Xian opened his mouth and found that he was powerless to argue, so he just swallowed the words back into his stomach. But now Li Xian can be sure that this is not a dream. The Dark Domain Devil is still half kneeling there, bowing his head to Zhou Wen. Because of the death of Zhou Ming and the Dark Messenger, the Gate of Darkness also collapsed at the same time. The Dark Domain Devil lost the protection of this relationship, and was immediately rejected by the rules of the earth, and the dark aura on his body was rapidly fading. While competing with the terrifying power of the rules, the devil of the dark domain respectfully bowed 3 times in the direction of Zhou Wen, turned away without saying a word, conceded defeat and exited the arena, returning to another dimension. Although the devil in the dark domain didn't say a word, anyone could see that he simply worshipped Zhou Wen as a god. Killing demons was only half kneeling before, but now the powerful different dimensional creatures, the dark domain demon, are giving such a big gift. Which is really incredible. What's the situation? This person, shouldn't it be faked by a powerful creature from another dimension? He can't be human, can he? I don't think so. People are beginning to doubt whether people are human, but only humans can use companion pets, which also shows that people are humans, or at least a half-human. But how could a human being have such glory, to let the devil in the dark realm make such a great gift? It was a terrifying existence that exploded the guardian at a glance, but in front of Zhou Wen, he was like a slave, and he was treated like a god. This is really people. It's hard to believe that he is really human. As a result, many guardians who wanted to challenge on the field were hesitant at this time. The devil in the dark domain is obviously fear level, and it was created from a different dimension. Its strength is extremely terrifying. Such existence, in front of this guy who claims to be a human, is so servile, they are really afraid. Not to mention human contractors, even the guardians themselves are afraid, even if the other dimensional bosses behind them repeatedly urged, no guardians dared to play again for a while. Time goes by, if no one challenges again within an hour, then people will win the first place in this ranking. After a few minutes of silence, someone finally launched a challenge, and the challenger was Dongshi. Dongshi is a fear-level guardian with the power of time. After entering the fighting arena, he immediately becomes terrified and disappears in the eyes of everyone. No one can see. Zhou Wen saw very clearly that fear could not escape his eyes, but after the fear of the world, the body was blessed by the power of time, and under the acceleration of time, the movement was unbelievably fast. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen summoned the banana fairy directly, and the fairy-like banana fairy appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Sitting on the banana fairy, that elegant and beautiful appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Banana Immortal pursed her red lips and blew out a breath. A cool breeze instantly rose on the fighting platform and blew toward the terrified Dong. Sure. Dongshi summoned a 3-edged thorn transformed by a companion pet, and greeted the cool wind with a little cold light, and wanted to rush directly. Hanming pierced Liang Feng, but it only advanced half a foot, and Dongshi's body was blown away by the cool wind, and he was out of the state of fear in midair. Disappeared within the scope of the screen, and was blown away. Then, is that a companion pet? My God, that companion pet is too terrifying. It blew away the fear-level cave world in one breath. No wonder the demon killer and the devil in the dark realm are fearful of people. Such a powerful companion pet is simply invincible. This is too fake, isn't it? The people who were directly blown away in the fear-level cave world are gone. What's the use of being strong? Beauty is justice. Just by looking at how beautiful that companion pet is, you know that she must be invincible. If she acts like a spoiled child to me, I will definitely be happy to die. Beautiful. Humanoid companion pets are so terrifyingly strong. How much suffering did this guy suffer in his last life to get such a companion pet in this life? People were amazed at the power and beauty of Banana Fairy, and blamed her. presents for the awe of the previous slaying demons and the dark demons. It's no wonder they think so. The battle shown by Banana Immortal is really amazing. A small wind blows the fear-level powerhouse without a trace. It looks too powerful. It's just that they don't know that Banana Fairy actually has only such a few tricks, except for blowing hair. She can't do anything else. Zhou watched Dongshi being blown out by the lunar wind, and her body was about to freeze into ice cubes in the air, and felt that she was out of luck this time. But in the next second, a figure flashed, and Dongshi unexpectedly returned to the fighting platform, appearing in the position where she was standing just now, as if she had never moved. Zhou looked at Dongshi in surprise and asked, "Rewind time? I don't have such a strong power to reverse the time, let alone reverse the time. Even if the time is still, I can't do it, otherwise you would have died." Dongshi replied indifferently, "It's just a time marker, to mark a point in time, so that my own body can return to that point in time, and the longest time the mark can be effective is 3 seconds. You shouldn't have used this trick when you were fighting, yeah, right?" Zhou asked. "The ability can only be used once. If you use it, you will lose. It is not necessary," Dongshi said. "So, you think you can't beat ya, but you can beat me?" Zhou asked. "At least there is a chance," Dongshi said. He became fearful again, and rushed towards Zhou. Banana Immortal blew the Tian wind again, but the speed of the Tian wind, but it couldn't catch up with Dongshi, who had accelerated the time. Dongshi bypassed the Tian wind from above and continued to charge towards Zhou. Banana Immortal is the super pet of the wind element. In terms of speed, she is not slower than Dongshi. When Dongshi opened the time to speed up, Banana Immortal still followed her, reached out and grabbed, and the banana leaf under the seat became a fan. Appeared in her hand, and fanned it towards Dongshi, and her figure disappeared because of entering into fear, as if it had turned into an invisible wind. This is a competition of speed. Both Banana Immortal and Dongshi are incredibly fast, but ordinary people can't see their figures at all, and can only see the constant flow of wind on the fighting platform. After Banana Fairy was led away, Dongshi suddenly summoned 4 mythical companion pets and rushed towards Zhou. Most people can't see Banana Fairy and Dongshi, but the 4 mythical companion pets can see it clearly. The golden 3-headed dragon, the wolf of the world, the dark troll and the pharaoh. Many people immediately recognized those mythical companion pets. It's not how knowledgeable they are, but the 4 companion pets themselves are too famous. The golden 3-headed dragon is known as the strongest companion pet in the North District, while the wolf of the world is the fastest companion pet in the North District. The dark troll is a famous mythical companion pet in the Western District. It has a powerful body and the ability of dark magic. It is simply the best of both magic and martial arts. I heard that in the dark abyss, no one has been able to defeat and kill it. I did not expect it. Dongshi actually has a dark troll companion pet. Not to mention the pharaoh, a god companion pet with mythical magic power. Such 4 well-known mythical companion pets appeared from Dongshi at the same time, making people unable to help break a cold sweat for Zhou. Because most people think that the Banana Fairy is the biggest support of people, and now that the Banana Fairy is distracted by the world, it is still unknown whether people can cope with these 4 powerful mythical companion pets. Want to compare with companion pets? Zhou saw the 4 companion pets rushing over, and he didn't mean to retire, and directly summoned most of the companion Pets that had appeared on the leaderboard before. 6 true demon blood dragons appeared in the sky, lined up in front of Zhou Wen. The last time he went to the underground sea, he got another one, and now there are only 3 dragons away from the 9 demon blood true dragons. And the demon blood dragon is also very strange. It won't explode unless it explodes. The accompanying eggs that burst out must be demon blood dragons with different attributes. Zhou Wen has not exploded demon blood dragons with the same attribute. Zhou Wen guessed by himself that it may be because the companion pet of the demon blood dragon has a unique characteristic. Maybe after he explodes, no one else will be able to reveal it again. Now Zhou Wen only hopes that before others go to the underground sea to kill the monster blood dragon, he can explode all the 9 companion eggs to see how strong the 9 monster blood dragons are. Wow, 6 real dragons with demon blood, 3 golden war god halberds, split ancient tadpoles, demon clown, knight practice sword, and the fire knight who played before. The invisibility cloak should be there. These companion pets really belong to the same person. What kind of character is this? 6 real dragons with demon blood. 3 golden war god halberds. I'll take it away. In addition to that beautiful fairy-like companion pet, how many mythical companion pets does this guy have? Does this guy have an affair with the goddess of luck? Why did he get all the favors? Everyone was shocked for a while. The 4 mythical companion pet battle formations in Dongshi just now were amazing, but now the companion pets summoned by Zhou Wen can no longer be called battle formations, they are simply a sea of pets. The originally aggressive golden 3-headed dragon was suddenly surrounded by 6 demon blood dragons. And the pharaoh was chased and killed by 3 golden halberds. Xiao Lianjian turned into a heaven-shattering sword energy, and kept circling the wolf of the world. There were sword marks one after another on the wolf of the world. And the blood stained the fur. Others thought that it was injured by the sword chi of the night practice. Sword, in fact, the invisible Hongguang cooperates with the night training sword, but others cannot see the Hongguang sword. The demon armored tiger general, the demon clown, and the split ancient tadpole fought against the dark troll, and in just a moment, the dark troll's skin was ripped apart. What kind of magic and martial arts, after being hit by the magic ball of the devil clown, he immediately became at a loss, saying that he couldn't fight, he could only be bullied by the magic armor and tiger soul, and he couldn't escape the explosion of the split ancient tadpoles. As long as the split ancient tadpole does not explode 9 times in a row, it can slowly recover. And there is no need to worry. The people watching the battle had a good time watching it this time. They couldn't see the previous fear-level battle at all. They imagined and guessed all kinds of things. Now such a mythical companion pet battle, although it may not be as strong as the fear level, it looks very enjoyable. The only bad thing is that Dongshi's companion pets are all being beaten, and they are only beaten. They can fight back occasionally, and they can't make too much waves. If I had so many powerful companion pets, I would dare to go up and compete with those guardians. Bah, as long as I have that beautiful fairy companion pet, it is equivalent to owning the whole world, and fighting for it. Luoyang Home. Overseer, Master Wen's companion pet army is really terrifying. With so many mythical companion pets, I'm afraid they have the ability to sweep across the Federation. N. Xing said while watching the live broadcast. Companion pets are only external forces after all. And Tianzhua said. Companion pets are external forces, guardians are external forces, guns are external forces, and human beings themselves are masters at Using external forces. Master Wen has achieved the ultimate in companion pets. I am afraid that no one on earth can compare with him. Companion pet. And Xing said. And Tianzhua frowned and said, you have time to think about. So many words and praise, why don't you think about how to solve the problem of the accelerator? Yes, Lord Overseer, I'll think about it now. And Xing found himself a little carried away, knowing that something was wrong, and after a military salute, he turned around and wanted to run away. Come back. And Tianzhua said coldly. Overseer, I really know I'm wrong. And Xing turned around with a bitter face. And Tianzhua snorted coldly, it's okay for you to brag about yourself here. If that kid thinks he has those companion pets, he will be invincible, I'm afraid. He won't even know how he died. But it's okay to die. It can also make people clean. What do you mean, Lord Overseer? What means does the other dimension have to restrain Master Wen's companion pet? And Xing asked. Cautiously. Why do you need to take action from a different dimension? As far as I know, there is a guardian who has a skill similar to sealing, but it is not a seal of a person's body, but a seal of companion pets. Under the influence of his power, anyone can even a companion pet. If he can't be summoned, if that kid is as arrogant as you, then he will surely die. And Tianzhua drank a glass of water and added, it's better for such a guy to die, to save trouble everywhere. The Federation is already chaotic enough, one less scourge would be fine. Overseer, when the battle is over, I'll find a way to notify young Master Wen? And Xing said. You want to inform him that it's your own business. What do you ask me to do? I wish that troublemaker could learn a little more. And Tianzhua said blankly. Yes, I want to tell young Master Wen that it has nothing to do with you, Overseer. And Xing said, and glanced at and Tianzhua, but I don't know where young Master Wen is now, how can I contact him? Woolen cloth. Don't look at me, don't think of my sound transmission bell, don't think I'll lend it to you. And Tianzhua turned around and said to himself while drinking tea. It is not so much that Dongshi lured the banana fairy away, it is better to say that the banana fairy was entangled in the Dongshi, and the Dongshi who killed him could only keep running away, not daring to pick up the Tian wind of the banana fairy at all. Dongshi saw that his companion pet was about to be surrounded to death by Ao, and he was not the opponent of banana fairy, so he could only admit defeat and exit the cube. This is fun, it's so cool to watch. It turns out that companion pets can be so powerful. Pure companion pets can defeat the guardian, and the guardian is nothing special. That beautiful fairy companion pet is simply my dream lover. When will I be able to have such a companion pet? Because no one challenged, Zhou Wen also temporarily left the cube. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's cell phone rang, which made him feel a little strange, because there was no signal here at all. He tried to contact Li Xian before, and they couldn't. He took out his phone and saw that it was Xing calling. Asheng, how did you get through? Zhou Wen glanced at his mobile phone and found that there was still no signal, but the call was normal. Thanks. Before Xing could finish his words, and Tianzhua, who was sitting on the office chair, looked up and said, it's just a special companion pet, let's not talk about that, Master Wen, you have to be careful about a guardian named Blood Witch, he has the ability to seal companion pets, no one can use companion pets in front of him, do. Just as Xing was about to say the word overseer, he said the word overseer. And Tianzhua reached out and took the bell back in Enxing's hand. Enxing could only shake his head helplessly. Hey! Ah Xing! Hey! Zhou Wen suddenly lost his voice, looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and found that the line had been disconnected, but he couldn't get through if he called again. And there was no signal at all. What kind of companion pet is it? It can forcefully connect to the signal, and I have to find a way to get one. Although Zhou Wen rarely makes calls, it is annoying when he does not have a signal. Blood Witch? I don't know if the Taishang Kaidianjing can resist the power of sealing. Is the seal a power of rules? Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that relying on the Taishang Kaidianjing alone is not very safe. Time to rely on yourself. As for whether the Blood Witch will appear, Zhou Wen has no doubts about this at all. Those big men in different dimensions will definitely not watch him take the first place. As long as there is such a guardian, 99% will come to deal with him. And there is a 1% chance that they have already gotten Zhou Wen down. Minutes and seconds have passed, and more than half an hour has passed, and still no guardian has challenged Zhou Wen, and people are still excitedly discussing the various companion pets used by Zhou Wen. Major media are analyzing Zhou Wen's various companion pets, especially Banana Fairy. Almost all the front-page headlines of various media use her as the cover. Li Benyi's actions are the fastest. He had already made a lot of companion pet figurines when he was dazzling pets before, but it was not too popular at that time, but now it is completely popular. The dolls and figures of Li Benyi's family began to sell well, while the previously well-sold Guardian figures and dolls were much less in the market, and almost no one was interested. I didn't have a choice before. They all feel that the Guardian is too powerful and can only support the Guardian. But now many companion pets of people have been born, which has made people see the power of companion pets, reversed people's ideas, and brought companion pets back to the human vision. Ordinary people have no access to guardians at all, but companion pets have a good chance to obtain them. They naturally want to believe that companion pets are the strongest. At this time, it is also not calm in the different dimension. How long does it take for the vitality of the earth to recover? There is a fear-level companion pet appearing, which is also a terrible thing for the different dimension. If it continues at this rate, there may be a natural disaster-level companion pet on the earth soon, which is a very unwilling situation for different dimensions. Sir, I have already contacted the Blood Witch, and he agreed to fight, but he wants 10 divine fruits. In the glorious palace, a warrior in gorgeous armor knelt in front of the palace and lowered his head. Give it to him. A familiar voice came from the palace. He was the one who presided over the Battle of the Cubes and modified the rules. Yes. The soldier got up and was about to leave, but heard another voice from the palace. How is the situation on the other side of the gods? They have agreed to lend the body wash, but the price is very high and they are still negotiating. The soldier replied. Did the Dragon King not stop it, the Voician? The palace said again. No. The soldier replied. Go down and tell them that the cleansing stone must be brought back. Yes. After the soldiers left, inside the palace, a man like a god was sitting on a slump and frowning in thought. Lord Tian, why do you have to cleanse the body? Now the kings of all ethnic groups are already communicating. I believe there will be a result soon. That person will be kicked out of the rankings. Just like, yeah, why do you have to pay such a high price to get the purification stone? An enchanting woman wrapped around the man's body, her jade head resting on his chest, and said softly. It's just to plan ahead. Yahiran's existence will never allow them to get the dimension wheel, let alone give them the opportunity to stand by Wang Mingyuan's side. Tian said lightly, it's fine if he is kicked out, otherwise he will be clean. Stones are of their own use. How can he not be kicked out of the game? He is just a human, how can he fight against the rules of the cube? What's more, there is a blood which to restrain his companion pet. I am afraid that he will lose in the next game. Lord Tian, you don't need to be mere a human being is too worried. The woman said. Tian didn't say anything, just fiddled with the woman's hair like a river in the night with his fingers. His eyes were deep and hard to understand. Do you worry too much? That guy is also human. If you don't worry about it, I'm afraid there will be a second or third. Tian's mind appeared in the figure of a gentle man. When the hour was approaching, and people thought that people were about to win the first place, the cube suddenly lit up. And another challenge was launched. Everyone looked at the cube screen, but the names they saw were very unfamiliar, and they had not seen them before. It's really him. Zhou Wen saw the word blood witch and couldn't help but be grateful to Enxing's information for being too timely. Although no information would not necessarily be a disadvantage, it is better to be able to prepare in advance than to temporarily find a way to deal with it. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen directly agreed to the challenge. No matter who comes, he will do his best to win the first place this time. As long as he is not kicked out like Ye, he will never let the guardian become the king of the earth. Zhou Wen and the blood witch appeared on the stage at the same time. The blood witch in bloody armor made an astonishing move. He stretched out his hand to his palm, causing the blood to flow out like a spring.